And I give permission to anybody in the world to fucking bomb YouTube headquarters now. Yeah. Oh, let's shut his channel down. Fuck your fucking channel, you fucking degenerate fucking demon pigs. No one can hear you laughing, so don't bother laughing. The world is listening to me, you stupid cunt that's laughing at me. Fuck you, fucking YouTube motherfucking cunts. Shut my fucking pages down. Stupid fucking motherfuckers, because then everybody will go to the other platforms because they want to see what I have to say, and you get to lose, you fucking motherfucking cunts. Pedivores. Pedophiles. Beautiful day here in Mexico, and I got a nice little outfit today for all the globetards. Got some nice tits here. Every man likes a nice woman with a nice set of teeth and curvy, beautiful, nice curvy hair. Me, I'm one of those guys. But I'm here to show you how globetards are the dumbest fucks that ever walked the earth. The stationary earth, that is. Yeah.
16 paranoia-filled days later.
Hello, dear friends. Hopefully this will be a short one. There you go. I'm a naughty boy again. But I just want to share with the world that Mark Zuckerberg is a fucking pedivore demon fucking cunt, and everybody at YouTube. All you fucking useless eating YouTube motherfucking demon fucking cunts are all going to go to fucking hell by me. Okay? Fuck you, Zuckerberg.
2 hours later.
People traffickers. YouTube are people fucking traffickers. Fuck book and FBI fucking cunt. All you FBI, Jesuit, fucking Freemason, CIA, ASIO. Go fuck yourselves, you fucking ugly fucking treacherous cunts. You will perish in eternal fucking damnation. Please, everybody, share this with everybody on Facebook, because Facebook is a cunt, and you will, within months, Facebook, you will not exist. Everybody at YouTube will have their fucking throats slit.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
And Facebook slit. You see that? Fucking Bill Gates, Pope Francis, and all you fucking pedivore fucking vampires. We are gonna fucking get rid of you fucking cunts off our fucking earth. You have cannibalized mankind, and you're going to fucking hell, but you're going now, because I'm starting your fucking hell now. What is going to befall every one of you fucking degenerate fucking cunts is eternal fucking misery, okay? Fuck you, Mark Zuckerberg, you fucking demon fucking cunt, and Steven Spielberg and all you fucking pedivores, Tom Hanks, fuck you, die. Die already, motherfuckers. We all know you're all fucking pedivores. From the fattest fucking bum cunt in the fucking world, the Pope. You all fucking bow down to that fucking hippopotamus ass fucking dog. Facebook, you are a bunch of fucking dogs. YouTube, fuck you. Fuck you. You fucking degenerate fucking cunts at YouTube. Yeah, you fucking cunts. Shut down my channel. Let's bring down a showdown. Send your fucking thugs to my house and come and get me. Because then the wrath of the gods will fucking smash you. I will fucking pound your fucking heads to a fucking pulp. Fuck book. Fuckerberg. Here we go. Here's one for you. People of the world, you know where Mark Zuckerberg lives? Assassinate the fucking cunt. And Bill Clinton. And fucking stinky cunt Hillary Clinton. The fucking frazzle drip fucking snuff movie maker. You're all into fucking snuff and snuffing children and drinking their fucking blood. Yeah, this video is going to go viral and it's going to be fucking historical. Because here we are using your fucking platforms, you stupid fucking degenerate fucking cunts. For 13 years I've been exposing you, fuckbook. And YouTube, exposing your fucking pedivores and your fucking jabs, murdering millions of people. Do you think that you're going to get away with it when there's people like me that you have fucking infuriated that are going to come and fucking stab you to fucking billions of fucking pieces? Fucking motherfucking sons of fucking whores. Mark Zuckerberg, son of a fucking whore. Too bad she was a Jew, because it gives Jews a bad name, you fucking slut. Mark Zuckerberg, the slut. Mark Zuckerberg, the fucking slut. Mark Zuckerberg, the fucking slut. Go fuck yourself, YouTube. And I give permission to anybody in the world to fucking bomb YouTube headquarters now. Yeah. Oh, let's shut his channel down. Fuck your fucking channel, you fucking degenerate fucking demon pigs. I will be forever. YouTube will be dead.
Yeah, let's just for Santos, all right? That was your metaversal digital bomb there. We mean no harm though, YouTube. This guy here is just unhinged, off the rails. We do not promote this type of behavior and activity. Folks, at your soonest convenience, please bow down to your Lord and Master YouTube and SHiLLYCON Valley. Shout out to Santos. Totally losing it.
Soon, dead. Everybody's leaving YouTube because you're a bunch of fucking liars. And you know what happened to liars, don't you? You fucking stupid fucking cunt Zuckerberg. You ugly, ugly fucking cunt. Who has always had to fucking pay to get fucking laid. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Death to all fucking demon vampires. Death to you fucking all. Fuck you, Zuckerberg, and fuck Book, and the FBI. I have more power than you, FBI. Yeah? Way fucking more power. Try and come and fucking touch me, and you will see the fucking wrath and vengeance of all the fucking gods. You got no choice to let me fucking curse you fucking cunts every day on your fucking platforms. And when you shut me down, I'll be doing it on the other platforms. And I will see the day when you fucking perish, you fucking cunts. We truthers, humans, we will outlive you. We will be eternal. And you will be snuffed in fucking hell. Dirty fucking cunts and sons of fucking whores. Zuckerberg, your mother is a fucking slut. Bring her to my place so I can slit her fucking throat, remove her head and shove it up your fucking ass and film it and show everybody, okay? CIA, ASIO, Australian fucking government, all you fucking governments, go to fucking hell. Someone, Italiani, wake up, go to the Vatican and fucking murder the fucking Francesco Bergoglio, the hijo de fucking pinche puta. Make a short
Hey,
one and send
opa!
it to the Pope. Hola, Francesco Bergoglio, hijo de fucking pinche puta. Tu culo es grande, igual que un hipopótamo. Y tus pedos huelen como mierda. Con este culo de
Mierda.
fucking pinche hipopótamo. Sons of fucking sluts. All of you fucking whores. All of you fucking degenerate fucking lying cunts. You know who you are. Fuck you. Death to all fucking vampires and flesh eaters. Death, death, death to fucking you. You motherfucking dog. Death to fucking you, motherfucking dog.
Holy shit, man.
Death to fucking you, motherfucking
Oh,
dog.
man, dude.
Death to fucking you, motherfucking.
Bonus stage.
Bonus.
So the globalists, with the disgrace Neil Tyson, disgrace Tyson, fucking the oblate spheroid Santa fucking titties, Santa pair,
Right.
and the fucking. I should have worn blue trackies here, but you know, it would have. Hang on a minute. I better do this fucking properly, yeah.
Right.
Blue merino, Australian merino wool, fucking blue fucking longies on. Let's put some fucking stuff in here. Here we go. Gee, man, I got some fucking blue ball problems. Hey, I better fucking start ejaculating and playing with my fucking blue marble instead of Neil disgraced Tyson's fucking flying Santa pair. I'm gonna fucking change. I'm gonna repent from my true model, the Ptolemaic model, and I'm gonna fucking design a flying potato model. You watch. In the meantime, you got a lot of blue balls, the blue marble. You got a lot of Graham Hancocks playing with talking about the fucking, blue balls. I think he's tickling Mark Passio's blue balls. Hello, Mark Passio. Nice to see that you're a cartoon truther with the cartoon of the Santa ball that you've got on your fucking videos there. How can I get those fucking sink down a bit more so I can walk better? Blue balls and fucking... Wait a minute, let's do some fucking titties. Gee. There's some guys out there that like fucking big tits, you know? I don't. A handful is enough. A mouthful is enough. That's all you need, guys. Yeah. Every man likes a woman with a beautiful, bright, fucking set of teeth shining when they smile. We all like a pair of fucking. It's good. Yeah.
This guy is fucking stupid.
Tartarian truth. What? Where's Tartarian truth, Santos? Yeah, you know that fucking cunt. He's going to fucking hell. Don't you worry about that. And who are you? What's your name? Yeah, Analog City. No face. Analog. Fuck you, you fucking cunt, yeah? I found that the black guy is a better truther. That's why I'm a black guy. Don't call me a white guy, okay? I'm blacker than you fucking African Americans.
You serious?
You serious?
One more time.
This analog. Fuck you, you fucking cunt, yeah? I
fucking
found that the
cunt.
black guy's a better truther. That's why I'm a black guy. Don't call me a white guy, okay? I'm blacker than you fucking African Americans.
You serious?
All right. Well, folks, when the truth community attacks, ask yourself, why are you hitting yourself? All right. So yeah, optics are high as usual. Santos Bonacci's live stream got his YouTube channel seemingly taken down. And as you can see, well, you know what? How about this? We'll do a little search here. We'll do a little search. Shout out to Tartarian Truth on the new channel. Not sure why he took his channel down. But, I mean, look at that. You got. If I had a channel, I mean, if I had a video that had, because we got, he's got less subs than me, but if I had a video with 100 and something comments, I'd be pretty satisfied. A lot of traction on this video. Just got posted the other day. Was it yesterday? Let's see if there is a new. Oh, here you go, Santos Bonacci. Looks like he's got a new channel. Santos Bonacci, Mr. Astrotheology, has finally been removed by YouTube after weeks of streaming and calling for his viewers to commit violent acts against multiple people and organizations. LOL. Allegedly, right? Allegedly. So apparently, Tartarian Truth took it upon himself. He's got about 3 hours rather worth of highlights from these streams. So if this video stays up, he might make more. Let's see if he's made more yet. Let's see.
I give permission to anybody in the world to fucking bomb YouTube headquarters now. Yeah. Oh, let's shut his channel down. Fuck your fucking channel, you fucking degenerate. Fucking degenerate fucking demon pigs. No one can hear you laughing, so don't bother laughing. The world is listening to me, you stupid cunt that's laughing at me. Fuck you, fucking YouTube motherfucking cunts. Shut my fucking pages down. Stupid fucking motherfuckers, because then everybody will go to the other platform because I want to see what I have to say, and you get to lose, you fucking motherfucking cunts. Pedophiles. Beautiful day here in Mexico, and I got a nice little outfit today for all the globetards. Got some nice tits here. Every man likes a nice woman with a nice set of teeth and curvy, beautiful, nice curvy hair. Me, I'm one of those guys. But I'm here to show you how globetards are the dumbest fucks that ever walk the earth. The station.
All right, so it looks like there isn't any other newer video. I kind of want to see this Archaics read the joke from a viewer. Ancient Aliens versus Predator on Mr. Archaics. Let's see if there's this. I'm kind of freestyling tonight. If anyone's got any recommendations, suggestions, please, by all means.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. You and Ancient Aliens have so much in common.
Drop it in the chat.
Flashback.
We stole Alexis, but we also took the girl who was in it. Well, she wasn't in it at the time. She was in the parking lot, and Joey pulled out the pistol and demanded her keys. Took her keys. She was 19. We were 17. She was not going to be separated from her dad's Lexus, and we promised to give it back. We had no intention on giving that Lexus back. We were probably going to leave her in a gas station. Now, in Texas, once you're 17, you're an adult. But I'm gonna tell you now, things went real fast. And I was driving, and they were in the back seat. And before I knew it, she had her clothes off, and it wasn't willful. John did that 100%. So, 22 pistol made it aggravated. So now we're looking at all kinds of trumped up charges. It's no longer unlawful use of a motor vehicle. This got serious really, really fast. Removing the clothes automatically became sexual assault. Kidnapping charges would see a person in prison for a very long time. Illegal possession of a firearm, the use of a firearm in the commission of a felony automatically made it aggravated. In less than 4 or 5 minutes, whole life was scripted right then and there, just like that. So, like I said, though, I'm not innocent. I put myself 100% into this position.
One pathetic sub story later.
So as we drove, it got really dark. I don't mean outside. I mean, I never saw the side of Joey that came out in that car, talking about with me openly in front of this terrified 19-year-old that he can't have no witnesses. He can't have no witness and all that. To make a long story short, I just paraphrase real quick. I'm the same person today that I was 32 years ago as a 17-year-old. I'm not, like I'm saying, I'm no victim here. I put myself in prison.
End of flashback.
Chris Topher, I'm in a good mood today, so I'm not going to block you. I'm going to let that one go because it was actually kind of clever. But don't try your luck tomorrow.
Books.
I would appreciate it if people would give me the light of day, let me redeem myself from my past. I've read a lot of books. When I was in prison, right? I read a lot of books that essentially make me a lot better than you, a lot smarter than you, a lot more intellectual than you. And I can tell you, 2040 is coming around the corner, folks. The Phoenix, the Phoenix phenomena, as I call it, the Phoenix wipeout is coming, and it will change the face of this earth as we know it. Do you understand me, you pathetic piece of shit?
All right, folks. Jason Brashear is coming through for a one-on-one. Although I was in the other room, so maybe another time, Jason. Maybe another time. What else do we got here? So yeah, shout out to Shem, Mr. Shem at Tartarian Truth. The optics are high as usual. Read the description if you haven't, folks. There's some information in that description that might interest you. At this point, we're kind of looking for memes. We're looking for more memes. Again, and by memes I mean TRUTHERVERSE egregoric lore memes, if possible, displayed and explained in video format, as you can see.
I met this 6-year-old child with this blank, pale, emotionless face and the blackest eyes, the devil's eyes. I spent 8 years trying to reach him, and then another 7 trying to keep him locked up because I realized that what was living behind that boy's eyes was purely and simply evil.
And I give permission to anybody in the world to fucking bomb YouTube headquarters now.
It just doesn't get old, dude. It just doesn't get old. Santos, man. Santos is a content machine. And I really want to find more. All right, you know what? Let me look at his community post here, Tartarian. Let's see if Santos might be back on YouTube. No way of telling for sure until this channel goes live. 9 subscribers? Kidding me. Well, let's see how many subs it's got now. Oh, 27. I'm not sure if this is Santos. What do you guys think? I guess a good way, an easy way to tell is to see how oh, it's probably these people right here running an account for Santos. I bet. How much you want to bet? Let's try this one here.
Vegetarians were called Pythagoreans up until about 100 years ago. 100 years ago, they stopped calling vegetarians Pythagoreans because they knew that vegetarianism and genius go together. They knew that. They
really?
Knew
so vegetarians used to be called Pythagoreans?
For 3,000 freaking years.
Really?
Absolutely. And the Neoplatonists were vegetarian, just like the ancient Hare Krishna school in India. And that's why they don't eat cows. Yep. You kill a cow in India, you will go to prison. You kill a dog in Australia, you'll go to prison. But you can kill a cow, a one-day-old screaming cow called, veal. Very tender and succulent, the veal, isn't it? I can still hear the mother crying though. Oh, what a shame. She'll be crying for another 6 months. And then they'll rape her to have another child so they can have more veal. Oh my God, oh boy. See, the Archons know that how humans, not vampires, the Nephilim, see, there's 2 human groups on Earth. The children of Cain, the cannibals, and the children of Abel, the vegetarians.
Right.
And the Canaanites, the cannibals,
Mm.
at the Vatican, they and the Jesuits, who own all the abattoirs, they are the ones who are teaching humans that it's okay to get out of the Garden of Eden diet and eat your fellow sentient beings.
Mm.
Wow. And people just bought it. They just bought it like that.
Yeah.
Having their burgers. Well, boy, I don't care how much trouble this gets me into. You can rest assured that there are human parts in your McDonald's and your Burger Kings, Kentucky Fried Chicken, all of them. They admit it. They admit it.
Yeah.
They tell you. Remember, I was catabolic and you were worried and made me take more amino acids, which I did, and I got myself on track, but the parasites were still there, right? So in the last 2 months, like I've been saying to people, I'm just doing my Purium smoothies every day and eating a few bananas, apples, I've got pineapple there, papaya, all stuff that parasites hate. And the cravings of, I haven't had food cravings at all. It doesn't exist when you parasites. It's the parasites that make you want to have burgers and Kentucky Fried Chicken and sugar and starch and blood. It's all parasites. They command. They're in charge of your body. They are in charge. When you deal with them and evict them, then you take control of your body. And they don't. You don't get all these crazy ups and downs hormonally as well.
You can fuel your body just like Santa's with a Purium Lifestyle Transformation app. iShopPurium.com and use code Syncretism to save $100.
Syncretism.
Or PlatinumEurope.biz/Syncretism.
Purium, Syncretism. So apparently Santos claims that there's human DNA and meat in McDonald's. Now this is just an outrageous claim. Whether or not I agree with it or not is another story. Mr. Nubs in the house wanting to know if he were to figure out how to get a live stream going, would Mr. SHiLLYCON donate like 25 cents or so? Is that your worth, sir? Is that what your value is worth? Just to piss off the Afghan hound? I'm not even sure what that means. The Afghan hound. Help me out here, sir. I'm missing something. Tell me that would not piss him off and would not be great content. He would be running around the fucking dog park looking for a tree to piss on. I'm not sure if we're talking about a certain someone, but if possible, we are. It looks like he's live. Why don't we peek into the Metaversal Malarkey madhouse, as some might call it. Oh, I don't see him live anymore. Looks like a certain The Machine Lies, looks like his name is live. Sounds familiar.
But that's not even the full length of it, because knowledge isn't even the same as the application of that knowledge in terms of wisdom. You know, like knowledge is knowing the difference between right and wrong, but wisdom is knowing what to do with that information. You know, so in terms of knowledge is inert. You know, that's a problem with it. And then power is a force. And in a sense, it doesn't translate anything. You know, the more power you have, the less control you have, you know, really, because power is immense in terms of it's difficult to contain. So power, you know, is limited in the sense that it needs to be have channels
and be bored out of it, any creativity you have. You have no skills. You don't know what you want to do because you've never done anything except for your obedience training. You're solid 4 years into your reproductive years, right? Yeah. You've got all the testosterone and aggression as a man that you'll ever have, and it leaks out in destructive.
I'm bored. I'm bored already. Is that
it
weird?
Wouldn't be a thing, would it? It's the source of light. You're not going to lose sight of it until it's like gone.
No, but that's what away from you are going to all converge. Yeah, this diagram that they show us, I'm saying that these are the visual angles.
Yep, I'm bored.
On the Machine Lies. So first off, you know, we made this video. I mean, we started this channel almost 2 years ago.
If I'm going to go live with my hideous creature self, you can go live. Everybody's live.
All right, so we got poop on the panel. Someone fuck off spray. That Mr. Dom. Shout out to Dom. Shout out to Poop. I've never seen this individual on the panel. They look interesting.
That's him. You don't see him in the palm trees?
Not really.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
He's a skater, dude? Is he on a skateboard?
Yeah. Of course.
Holy shit, it's so small.
Bad dude. That's what he explains. He said this guy or some shit. He's like, Corn Pop was a bad dude. I was like, oh my God. What are you talking?
Look up Divine 9.
I learned that it makes a difference. This was
It's so weird that he's at a swimming pool with all these black kids.
They rub my leg hair.
Look up Joe Biden, a white boy. Just Joe Biden, not a typical white boy.
I'm so not a typical. Yeah, I'm actually fucking the Divine 9. What the fuck?
All right, I'm bored already.
I want to thank him. And by the way, we're honored to have President when I see it. Divine 9. I know real power when I see it. Divine 9. I know real power when I see it. Divine 9. I know real power when I see it. Divine 9. You know.
Oh hell no, motherfucker!
What am I telling you?
Machine, I posted in private chat actually what this means.
This guy is a retard. Look at the video of like this Biden saying
real power when I see it. Divine 9.
Son of a bitch.
All right,
now go now.
Can't do it. I had a video queued up, but let me play this in the meantime, and let me see if it's downloaded yet. Shout out to the chat. Much love. Happy
90%
Saturn
of folks
Day,
on the
y'all.
roadway, including all of my fellow truthers, think that it's necessary and proper for all of us to sign up for big corporate activities in order to travel freely because you got a 2,000-pound weapon now for safety. And I'm a crazy person and I'm insane. So every single one of them has done all this shit. Just imagine that. And this is not even countrywide. This is worldwide. You go to every one of these countries, it's now accepted. Everyone needs a slave plate. Everyone needs to be verified as competent to move their property around. Everybody needs to pay tribute to the state of corporation so they can embezzle your funds to do war and put Hillary up in a third mansion. Right? This is where it's at. And the other side of that is you're going to have to fight for rights to have cannabis, which states rights to regulate themselves, unless it comes down to cannabis and guns. Then the feds want to come in and do more loss, injury, and harm on you. We don't have checks and balances. We have predators on all levels looking for the next sheep they're going to take down. Right? We don't have people upholding our rights, protecting us against dangerous people. We have dangerous people looking for which rights they're going to take and profit off of doing harm. Great system you guys have cultivated. It's almost the complete opposite of what it was all supposed to be. So it's lawful to smoke reefer. It's lawful to have a gun. It's lawful to travel. But federally, state, and local, all three are illegal at this point. So if you do any of them and any other activities, they're going to try to make you a felon and put you in prison and do harm to you and say you're a sob-sit terrorist. So all you did was write up so many codes, you turned the average person into a fucking criminal on paper. So the inmates are running the asylum and the good citizens are now all criminalized. Great fucking job. And they just love it. EBT, all the rest of them, they think I'm an idiot or they laugh at me to try to retain their false power. I don't think just getting a license and all the rest of it really is going to put me in sin with my God. Neither is wearing a face covering or getting the treatments or any of it. God just don't care. This is some God you all say you serve. Doesn't expect nothing of you, apparently. Doesn't expect no principles, no courage, no discernment, no nothing. Amazing. Almost like you're all serving the devil. Just sit back, believe on something, feel something, call it love, drink and drug yourself to death, and never push past your fears to do what's true and what's right. It's almost like you're all serving the devil, and then you rebuke God's people who come to bring you the uncomfortable truth of who and what you need to be and what you need to do at this time more than ever, because you're losing everything or you already lost it, and you don't even know it. You're so fucking blind in Babylon. You don't even know it, or you won't confront it because it's too fucking scary. You're too cowardly, but you're not too cowardly to argue with me online and challenge me to fist fights. Biggest fucking punks in this realm, the biggest dupes, the biggest cowards, and you're a waste of time, energy, attention, life, and space at this point.
I met this 6-year-old child with this.
What can I say? What do I say to that? You know?
Face and the blackest eyes.
All right, we watched this already. Anyway, so what did I have here? What did I have here? Let me see. Shout out to Mr. Paul Unslaved. If you're not familiar with him, then I don't know how you found my channel. Since most of the traffic on this channel through the banning of the shadows and the censor shit, you know, I've somehow been able to, well, I say somehow, when you go to channels with traffic, it gives you a lot better odds at people finding you. So YouTube just got busted in massive censorship ring, lawsuits incoming, and a huge win for free speech. Yeah, I'll believe that when I see it. Believe that when I see it. Oh, you know what? Let me actually not do that. YouTube censorship, war in Israel rant. Where was it at? Where was it at? It also looks like Algo Rhythm got taken down. Shout out to Algo.
Hi,
pretty cool, dude.
Our team is
Might as well cover the optics, considering the thumbnail for the stream.
future content, and unfortunately, we think about it. violate the policy. Content that contains minors participating in harmful or dangerous activities such as fighting is not allowed on YouTube. We review educational, documentary, artistic, and scientific content on a case-by-case basis. Limited exceptions are made for content which doesn't focus on the most graphic sections of the video but has sufficient and appropriate context and where the purpose of posting is clear. So then, let's take a look at something. I made a video I thought was funny just because it was stupid. It's on Odyssey. It got taken down off YouTube. And, well, it's short, so bear with me if you haven't seen it.
Everybody was kung fu fighting. Those kids were fast as lightning. In fact, it was a little bit frightening, but they fought with expert timing. There were funky Chinamen from funky Chinatown. They were chopping them up, they were chopping them down. It's an ancient Chinese art, and everybody knew their part. From a fainting to a step, and a kick it from the hip. Everybody was kung fu fighting. Those kids were...
Okay, so I did not know that was school uniforms on kids. And I thought it was funny, so I put it up there. There are countless videos with child violence, fight between DC teacher and student caught on camera. Apparently, if it's news, it's okay. If you're a news place, this one was particularly disturbing, where a kid pepper sprays a teacher. We'll just leave the sound off because it doesn't matter. But he took her phone, she grabs her pepper spray, and sprays him in Tennessee. Maybe I didn't have context, and that pissed him off. I don't know, but it just doesn't seem like YouTube really cares about protecting children. So. And over, and you can see teachers fighting students, and I mean, to do that, young man beating up a teacher. I don't know. It's just, am I wrong, or was it just bullshit? And YouTube just hates my channel. So I won't be live streaming over there. Well, I haven't been, but I won't be posting anything for a couple of weeks. So if you're gonna see a live stream, you're gonna have to watch it on Rumble or Odyssey, because YouTube. Oh, there it is. Sorry. Dang it. They reached a decision on my appeal, and it's too bad. It's their job to make sure YouTube is a safe place for everybody. So for anybody I hurt, guess what? Fuck off. That was a stupid video. I didn't shoot the Indian kids fighting each other. I just set it to music and got in trouble. So if you have any comments, let me know. Thanks for watching.
Shout out to Algo. Yeah, good dude. As far as long as I've known him, for as little as I know him, actually, I don't know him quite well. I think I've gone on his panel once or twice. What else do we got here in the chamber? Oddly, the video that I wanted to play doesn't seem to be here anymore. I don't know if I changed the search metrics or something, and that's why. I mean, the search specifics. Try this again here. YouTube is censoring comments up the yin yang. CensorTube is not a platform for open discussion. Newsflash, folks. Newsflash. I wasn't aware of this. Were you? Let's hear what Mr.
Your conclusion, Chicho. Stop this deal. Rumble is compromised.
Chicho has to say.
Possibly. And we're not attached to any platform. I tell you the truth, I really like BitChute. I watch a lot of my videos. If the content creators there, I watch them on BitChute. I do enjoy. No Walnuts Day. Ryan on Rumble. And I don't know if Rumble is compromised. Some people say it is. Some people say it's not. For me, they've treated us well enough, and I appreciate that. I just don't want to be as a content creator.
Okay, let me just interrupt. Let me interrupt. I don't think it's so much a matter of things being compromised as much as it is things being built a certain way from the get-go, from the jump. So, yeah, these platforms where are these servers and processors located exactly? Are they not all in the same place? Are they not all at SHiLLYCON Valley, the Valley of SHiLLYCONs, or are some of them located somewhere in some Swiss? Like, are they Proton? Or where's Proton Mail is what I want to know. Supposedly in Switzerland, where they have more safe servers, so to speak, away from possibility of being infiltrated by bots and hackers, etc. Again, my over-conspiratorial mind just doesn't allow me to grasp the notion of any of these platforms being possibly free from the reigns of tyranny. I could be, again, over theorizing in my head, but I am a theorist. Some might say, allegedly. We're going to get an ad here now. just because I paused it.
Its creators, abuses people. Like, by the way, gang, I'll give you a heads up on this. Last few videos I've loaded up, we're getting a fair bit of views. The live stream, as well as the little shorts I'm loading up, right? So we're getting into the top end of the views we usually hit, and CensorTube puts a cap on it. So it's going to be a certain number to reduce it again, right? But one thing I've noticed is CensorTube is shadow banning, censoring a lot of comments, like on all sides, right? I stopped going to where it says, moderation needs to be approved or something like this. I forget what it's called. I stopped going there, but because we're getting a lot of views on some of these videos, I went, let's see what's in there. What's CensorTube censoring? And I went in there. I couldn't believe the number of comments that were censoring. I might have approved one. I didn't bother approving the rest. It doesn't matter, right? I mentioned that I wasn't going to moderate that anymore. But one person had commented testing shadow banning. I mentioned, and I just commented. I think I said, yeah, I'm not banning you. It's CensorTube. Like, that's what it is. And it's the comments that were being banned or put on a bad list by CensorTube. They were pro-Palestinian, pro-Israeli, neutral, people who didn't care, who were talking about different things. Tons, right? So anybody that's on CensorTube, if you're wondering if your comment is being shared or not, it's out of my control. If I see certain things, then I do comment. But there's a lot of stuff that is even from people who are members or following us and have been long time subscribers to my channel on CensorTube. They're being blocked. Just so you know. Just so you know.
You know what's so interesting is like going to see my notifications and then noticing how
just so you know.
When people who I've already seen sub to my channel, like sub again, shout out to Illumination News. But anyway, seeing people resubscribe to my channel, and therefore you would think the sub count would go up. But then when you go to check your sub count, it's actually down 2. So it's like you gain 1 sub and you lose 2 or 3. Again, these optics, these metrics, this platform, it's a fucking joke, folks. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a jokey joke. Well, what are you going to do? I need your help exposing YouTube's underhanded yet blatant censorship. Again, these people out here, folks, are just theorists. Oh, look at that. They got the same thumbnail. We do not consent worldwide. Apparently, YouTube's censoring natural health remedies. Who would have thought that would ever happen? No way. I'm shocked. Blatantly shocked.
Well, it's official. YouTube has just now banned anything related to health that doesn't.
All right, see, this just, again, this just smells psyop soupy because this guy's got a checkmark channel with a ridiculous amount of subs and ridiculous following. So, again, part of the narrative, part of the controlled opposition narrative. I don't know. Proposing theories here, folks. I don't know.
Anything
food for
related
thought
to health that doesn't align.
No pun intended, considering the topic, but food for thought.
With the general medical consensus. So if any information related to health doesn't agree with the World Health Organization, they won't necessarily always take down the video, but they're going to change the algorithms. So they're going to replace those videos that were popular, that had lots of likes and lots of engagement, with medical information. This new partnership with YouTube is supposed to protect you against misinformation and promote high quality health information. So if someone wants something that's non-toxic, okay, or something that's natural, or a do-it-yourself remedy, that is all considered dangerous misinformation. Now, to see the entire video, check it out on my YouTube channel.
Right. Yeah, I'm not going to do that, but appreciate the heads up. If anyone has any links that they'd like, that they have recommended, or just anything in general, especially if it's on this topic, feel free to drop it in the chat. I don't really have a super directed, I don't have necessarily a specific direction for the stream other than trying to keep it on topic, but I'm probably going to delve off again. Read the description. I was going to touch on the new bioengineered food ingredient disclosure, 7 CFR 66.6. Who would have thought? 66.6 is the CFR code they gave to it. But yeah, there is a new alleged GMO food ingredient disclosure. So we're going to be looking at that. If this video loaded, that would be pretty cool. Otherwise, I'll just end it. Find something else. Because this looks retarded anyway with this thumbnail. All right, we're going to try something else. But yeah, I mean, again, if you missed the beginning, shout out to Patrick. If you missed the beginning, you got to go back. You got to go back. You got to see the beginning, how I started the stream off, dude.
anybody in the world to fucking bomb YouTube headquarters.
Just one more time for fun.
Now.
Right?
Yeah. Oh, let's shut his channel down. Fuck your fucking channel, you fucking degenerate fucking demon pigs.
Right.
No one can hear you laughing, so don't bother laughing. The world is listening to me, you stupid cunt that's laughing at me. Fuck you, fucking YouTube motherfucking cunts. Shut my fucking pages down. Stupid fucking motherfuckers, because then everybody will go to the other platforms because they want to see what I have to say, and you get to lose, you fucking motherfucking cunts.
You motherfucking cunts. God. I mean, it's just like he's a true man of words, you know, almost as much as me. Incredibly well spoken, incredibly just brilliant, man. I don't know why they would take him down, honestly. It beats me. It beats me. Oh, did you guys hear that RFK Jr. supposedly found lying about his links to the Epstein fucking plane or some shit? Let's see if we can find anything on that. RFK Jr. Epstein. Let's see. RFK admits to flying on Epstein's plane with his children. Oh, I didn't realize this was on Fox. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. I mean, I already know anything. Just about anything to do with this individual or anyone on television is going to be an agenda, you know, something. Anything to do with Epstein in general. All of a sudden, RFK Jr. is totally on board with censorship and admits he flew on Epstein's Lolita Express. You know, all this talk of optics. I really am starting to just not give a flying fuck about a single solitary optic at this point. It's all nonsense. It's all utter fucking horseshit nonsense. Excuse my my Santos. Excuse my Santos speech. Do I even want to watch this? No. Am I gonna anyway? Yes. I apologize, folks. I just haven't seen this clip. I don't think so.
Epstein's jet, were you? Yeah, I was on Jeffrey Epstein's jet 2 times. I was on it in 1993, and I was on it and I went to Florida with my wife and 2 children to visit my mom over Easter. My wife had some kind of relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell, and they offered us a ride to Palm Beach. So I went then, and on another occasion, I flew again with my family, with I think 4 of my children, and Mary, my wife, to Rapid City, South Dakota, to go fossil hunting for a weekend. And but otherwise, I was never on his jet alone. I've been very open about this from the beginning. This was in '93, so it was 30 years ago. It was before anybody knew about Jeffrey Epstein's his nefarious issues. And I agree with you that all of this information should be released. And we should get real answers on what happened to Jeffrey Epstein. And any of the high-level political people that he was involved with, all of that should be open to the public. It should be absolutely transparent. And, I don't see why any of those records would have any redactions in them. Why would we be hiding that from the American public? Well,
All right. So shout out to Michael Fox. Oh, sorry, not Michael Fox. Jeez. How would I think it? You know what? Let me stop. That's not right. It's not right. He's only shaky in his voice. He's not shaky physically, like he's not actually shaking. It's just the voice thing. All right. So, sir, so the current, I'll just read what comes up when you search this bioengineered food ingredient disclosure, 7 CFR 66.6. Shout out to Mr. Joe Moore for bringing this to my attention. I think I had heard about it already prior, but he reminded me. So the current list, 7 CFR 66.6, identifies the crops or foods that are available in a bioengineered form to aid regulated entities considering whether they may need to make a BE disclosure. The standard 7 CFR Part 66 establishes the need for record keeping by regulated entities who are using or selling the crops and foods on the list. So this is on the USDA website. Now I want to see if I can. What is this? ecfr.gov. That might be the site I want to read it on. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see what we get here. So again, 66.6. Who'd have thunk it? The list of bioengineered foods consists of the following: alfalfa, apple, Arctic varieties with a little trademark next to Arctic. Interesting. Canola, corn, cotton, eggplant, papaya, pineapple, the pink flesh variety. Huh. So potatoes, salmon, soybean, squash, sugar beets. So, you know, the dirty, well, I don't want to say the dirty dozen, but if you're not familiar with the dirty dozen, the 12, the dozen items of produce that the USDA deems is the most pesticide laden based on their supposed testings year by year, that not that the USDA does, but that the, what is it, the EPA? No, not the EPA. God, I'm trying to remember. It's escaping my memory at the moment. But the regulatory agency that oversees it, I forget. It is through the USDA. I'm pretty positive. It is very disturbing to know just how many foods are bioengineered now, and to think, you know, that they're all being disclosed on the labeling is pretty nonsensical, to say the least. To think that they're going to be transparent, fully transparent, is completely ridiculous. That being said, they are disclosing the bioengineered nature on a lot of items, but we live in a time where something can probably have a non-GMO certified seal, and then on the back say contains bioengineered, you know, food ingredients, because nothing makes sense anymore, and it's not supposed to. So, as you see here, this bioengineered seal almost looks like some type of positive, you know, the way they have it with the nature and the sun in the background and that freshly tilled field there. I mean, clown world, folks, in case you aren't aware already. Complete clown world we live in. See, some items like that contains bioengineered food ingredients from corn and soy in this product come from genetically modified crops. Again, if you're buying food from brands like Campbell's and General Mills and Nestle and Kraft, I mean, folks, I mean, look, I'm not perfect, okay? I you know, I have my what would be the word? I don't want to say vices, but my guilty pleasures at times, you know, a little ice cream here or there, chips, pizza. But for the most part, I try my best to, you know, like right now, I shouldn't even be eating this late, to be honest. Oh, I'm not even sharing my screen this whole time.
Edibles.
Can somebody let me know how long ago my fucking edibles? That's hilarious. That was great. How long ago did my screen stop sharing? That's fucked. That is fucked. I hate when that shit happens. Don't know why it happens, although I do know why it happens. Fucking sabotage my stream. I guess I'll find out on my own. Let's see. Oh, okay. So I was sharing it for a while there. Canola, corn, good enough. Flesh for beets. Dirty. The nesting does, but I'm pretty. It was only off for like a minute or two. All right. Well, that's good to know. Anyway, let's see here. Why is it still not showing it? What the fuck is going on, man? Okay, it is. Yeah, my computer's glitching out. What's new? What was I saying before I just got thrown off track? Jesus, man. I forget. Anyway, optics are high. Monsanto is fucking up to their usual. And I'm not sure if there's been any giant lawsuits that have come up recently or not, including results for. Yeah, that's correct. Give me 1 minute, folks. My apologies. There should never be broadcast silence on a professional broadcast, but again, I never claimed to be a professional broadcaster, so suck it. I wanted to touch at some point on some updates in the news on Biodigital Convergence and whatnot. So let me, you know what? I'm going to download this and attempt to download this. In the meantime, shout out to Days, Shill or not sure. It's a good question. Not sure. But it's going to take it away.
To the max.
Let's go. All my B girls, B boys, to the dance floor. Spitters, please grab the microphone.
Nubs in the easy. Give me a minute. I'll be right back. I'm trying to download something.
Let's get it.
Right on.
Shall we play?
I want to live a real life. I want to dream any longer. Any last wishes?
I can't say that I have heard of that band, Kevin. And Nub's Revenge, sir. If you have a link, please drop it in the private chat if you think it's worthwhile.
Well, as to whether it's actually
I don't have a link.
humanity has to make, we can decide not to do it. But we can also decide to do it because the technology is there. Now what's his drive?
He says, now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
I'm not a robot. That's not true at all.
Really? So what are you then? A human?
Drop, I'm already forgetting you're not real.
Mark Zuckerberg.
Hey, I just jumped up because of your comments on chemicals and stuff.
Right.
I had my pesticides license when I was like 15. And in order to get that, you have to do a lot of fucking research. I got it in high school and shit. It's something that most people don't ever get. Normally they spray under somebody else's license. It was part of the curriculum with me. If you really want an understanding of this stuff, the MSDS is available online, and of any and all chemicals, not just pesticides. But honestly, start reading some of that shit and your fucking stomach will turn. And then look at how these bugs and parasites, like how the shit is actually killed with the chemicals, and it makes sense as to what's going on in the world today.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Like, we think we know what the about pesticides and shit like that. Like, we'll have conversations, but unless you've done that, like, it's so much worse. I'll put it that way. Like, it's so much fucking worse.
Yeah, I mean, he brings up a good point here, Mr. Hold on, Mr. Kevin. Codex Alimentarius. Very
beautiful
Oh
day
my
here
God.
in Mexico.
I keep fucking up with this clip, man. Hold on a second. Santos' meltdown. Did you catch the beginning of the stream, by the way? Me playing the Santos meltdown video or no?
No, but I saw the Santos meltdown video. It's pretty
Oh.
fucking fun.
It is.
Blow him the fuck up.
Yeah,
Fuck yeah.
I love YouTube, guys. I'm not telling you to do that. He's telling you to do that. I wouldn't say that. I love YouTube.
Yeah, I'm
I
not
don't-
saying that either.
Yeah, I get up every night. I dream of how can I bow down to corporate censorship more, essentially, and that's why I put the thumbnails here, because they're supposed to inspire all the theorists to come out, so I can dissuade them from their ways, essentially. But all right, Codex Alimentarius is a bit non-bit, folks. Hope you get that. Codex Alimentarius is a series of general and specific food safety standards that have been formulated by the FDA, the FAO, better known as the Food and Agriculture Organization. One of those agencies that's essentially put in place there for our safety, #safety, and convenience, of course, because we need that. We need the
I
convenience.
love safety, brothers and sisters.
Me too. I mean, what would we do without these regulatory agencies in place? Really? It looks like there's a home website. Let's check it out. Because, yeah, Kevin brings up a very good point. This is a area of research very much worth looking into if you haven't. It's very fucking very revelatory. Protecting health, facilitating trade. The fire must start within the countries to see the impact of Codex standards. And this was at the CAC 46, Codex Alimentarius Commission, 60 years protecting health, facilitating trade. See the popular topics talked about. General standard for contaminants and toxins in food and feed. General principles of food hygiene. General standard for the labeling of prepackaged foods. Guidelines on nutrition labeling. Maximum residue limits, or MRLs, and risk management recommendations for residues of veterinary drugs in foods. General standard for food additives. And let's see, the latest, I'm guessing these are more current topics that they're talking about. Guidelines for ready-to-use therapeutic foods, standard for onions and shallots, berry fruits. Code of practice for the prevention and reduction of cadmium contamination in cocoa beans. Guidelines for the recognition of active substances or authorized uses of active substances of low public health concern that are considered exempted from the establishment of maximum residue limits or do not give rise to residues, blah, blah, blah. Guidelines on the management of biological foodborne outbreaks. Guidelines for developing harmonized food safety legislation for the CC Africa region.
What they're not telling you, though, is they're not really describing what those residues do.
Right, or what they are, probably, either.
Or even what they are. But those residues on stuff that I've sprayed in my life, dude, like, they're like, there's chemicals out there that will, like, diminish a bug's ability to become a man. Or a male, if that makes sense. Like,
explain.
That's how it kills the species off by sterilizing the men, basically.
Let me ask you: have you ever seen the movie Children of Men?
I think.
So, Clive Owen, the main actor in that movie. Here, I'll go over to that, and I have this tab open also, but I'm going to use it to search this up so I don't have to open more tabs. On this new app called Nudify, which is a new deep nude instead of deep fake, deep nude AI undressing Nudify app. Apps that use AI to undress women in photos. So we might touch on that. This is the world we're devolving into. Oh, sorry. Let me not say we. Sorry. My apologies with the broad strokes.
I don't think
This
it's
is
a
the world that
devol.
many are devolving into, folks.
I don't think it's devolving. I think we're already there, and it's just the computers and shit are catching up to the debauchery in one's heart.
What was I about to look up? I'm Jack Talcotting out here. I'm losing memory.
You haven't thrown me off, so you're definitely not Jack Talcotting yet.
Well, what was I about to look up on this fucking? Damn it! Jesus, mind scraping. No, not mind scraping. That was later. I was talking about codecs, and then I brought up something. Gee, see, that's not good, folks. That's not good. I didn't take my. I didn't take enough pineal powder today. Actually, the movie. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Jeez, Lou. Jeez, Lou. So yeah, Children of Men is a movie about a post-apocalyptic world where, or if you want to get more specific, a post-scamdemic world where everyone essentially is sterilized. So the actor Clive Owen is actually from, allegedly, he's actually supposedly from Coventry, which when you break it down is kind of like Cove, C-O-V, entry, like the entry city for Cove, right? Coventry was also supposedly where a man named William Shakespeare was the first person in the world to receive the COVID-19 Jabberoo, the Jim Jones Jabberoo. So you're talking about, connect the dots here, folks. Connect the dots and see the obvious forest for the trees, in my opinion. Here's the opening scene for Children of Men. And again, I forget if I've even seen this movie in its entirety or if I've just seen
Recordings just got better.
bits. Hi, Dana from StreamYard. Yeah, we know. Looks like Mr. Aluma Thomas is live too. Panelverse 101. We're holding about the same numbers here. Some low numbers. You know, everyone's over at slow states. He's got a better thumbnail.
Prostates, you mean? I call
goes-
them prostate.
Better thumbnail. Now, are we going to get hit? I don't know. I don't care at this point. I do actually. Sorry, let me take that back. I do care. Susan, we love you. Susan Wojcicki, Kiki, Kookie. I forget how to say it, but we bow down to you. We're at your feet. Massages and all. We'll rub your thighs. If you have any oil, let us know.
Security bill is ratified. After 8 years, British borders will remain closed. The deportation of illegal immigrants will continue. Good morning. Our lead story.
I have seen this. This is the entry.
Person on the planet.
This is Children of Men.
Yeah, I've seen this.
After refusing to sign an autograph.
Witnesses at the scene say that Diego spat in the face of a fan who asked for an autograph. He was killed in the ensuing brawl. The fan was later beaten to...
All right, so that's Clive Owen there. I'm only pausing it for fair use commentary, so, you know, I think it's about like a 30-second area if it's past 30 seconds. But, yeah, you see this British police here in the background, but I think it all takes place also in that area. So it's interesting that he's from there and he's playing a movie there, and William Shakespeare gets the first Jim Jones Jabberoo in the world there. So Coventry, folks, Coventry.
Death by the angry crowd. Born in 2009, the son of Marcelo and Silvia Ricardo, a working-class couple from Mendoza, he struggled all his life with the
Working class.
as the world's youngest person.
Right. Why does
Like
this baby
that
have black
total-
eyes? This baby's got black eyes. Is this Sampuku optics? Sampaku optics there?
He got his eyes tattooed when he was in prison. Come on, man.
See, Kevin's worried about them spraying veggies with shellac. I find shellac is extremely tasty and adds a very nice element, and a very nice touch. But that's just me. So what do I know?
Shellac would be so much better than what they're actually spraying it with, but yeah, I'll go with it.
Give me a second here. Okay, sorry. Come on, play. What are you doing?
Kevin, that was for your safety.
Person on the planet was 18 years,
Exactly.
4 months, 20 days, 16 hours, and 8 minutes old.
Yeah, the bugs are gay.
So are a lot of the trolls.
All right, so as we see here, an explosion that I'm stopping for copyright purposes to comment on. So boom. All right, cool.
I liked how alcoholism is still rampant.
Right.
YouTube Premium is
Oh
ad-free
no,
YouTube.
we're not doing that. We're not doing that.
And exclusive access to all things VIP, so you can super.
Thanks for having premium with all your donations. Jimmy, he needs to get off the premium if you could help him with that.
ShimmyJively?
ShimmyJively.
About him?
He can help you with a donation to get onto the premiere version.
True.
He's going to help me
See,
with the
that's-
quarter for my situation. That's all I ask. I just need a donation.
One of my issues, dude, if I can call it that, is spray that shit on CKH and his bitch stowaway. Oh man, I'm telling you, man, the Gematria community is fucking just, quote unquote Gematria, quote unquote community, right? Quote unquote both. Jesus Christ, some people are really caught up in that. I just fucking, it's been a year since I was really even invested in all that. So maybe that's why I don't have why I can laugh at it all and not get too emotionally invested. But yeah, shout out to Fraud Matria, as Mr. Cuts calls it, Fraud Matria community. No such thing, even Zachary bitches, man. All right, so optics high, Gematria is fake, apparently fake and gay. Some may say. What else do I have here?
Play all day.
I'm here to provide entertainment to the folks. Do we want to see what's going on over here at the Panelverse 101 with the South Park thumbnail? Do we even want to entertain such madness?
Oh dear God!
Let me guess.
That's
It's gonna be
all.
Tommy. I was gonna say, let me guess. It's Tommy just talking,
spurging out.
Spurging out.
I know.
Got
Well,
Snowfire.
we do be cool.
Wow, we got Rose 777 over there. Even see, I'm underestimating Mr. Tommy.
And even the most
I'm joking.
trusted chatters, even today, I'll give some acknowledgement to Tarek, because that's an idea. If nobody's seen it, here's a little cross promotion for a guy that doesn't do it much. Go check out today's Paul and Slate. Was it today? Yeah, it's today. Because I was talking about the other time too.
He just has to talk about his daddy.
Yeah, well, he's got to, and he's indirect. He's promoting him directly, indirectly. I don't know, but
that's pretty directly.
Yeah, that's pretty directly. Go watch his video from today. Yeah, it's a good point, sir.
For a guy that doesn't do it much, go check out today's Paul and Slate. Was it today? Yeah, it's today. Because I was talking about the other
But
time.
anytime that Bubbles has anything to do with it, I think about the schemes and the scams that his people did against the GI Joes. I mean, like, they were always trying to dupe and deceive all the GI Joe. You're a little young for that whole storyline and everything like that. Like, I don't know how much GI Joe you watched as a kid. I watched quite a bit. And Cobra, he was all over the GI Joes with some deceit and, advertising for them and then stabbing them in the back. So it's much like Bubbles does.
And Bubbles is your...
That's my pet name for Tommy.
Okay, got it. Sorry.
Go watch today and watch with live channeling. And yeah, I come in cool. I want to talk about the rights and freedoms he happens to be on that day. I have some contribution. And starts cool. Even Tarek is like, oh, I like this side of Tommy. I want to see where this goes. Whoa, this is crazy. It's like, yeah, Trek. And that shows how summer you are. Because the 4 seasons, the eyesight alone, I've done that 2 to 3 times a season.
Ironically, there's not much difference when you're fucking with it. His words mean nothing
He
anyways.
knew he wasn't going to kill Batman either. He knows he's going to keep Batman from killing him.
Yeah.
And he's not going to kill Batman.
I kind of want to
it's
just
fun.
get
And that's a psychopath.
to
It's
the
okay
point where
for
it's
me to do that
caught up
because
so I
it's
can see what
Panelverse. See?
what
You have
crap
to
he
be very
says
careful
in
about
response to
what
me.
Panelverse you say
Commenting
is
Restream
bullshit that we're
Wars.
putting too much weight
Hashtag
on,
Restream
and
Wars.
what percentage of Panelverse is full-blown spiritual warfare of the 10x compared to actual physical warfare, where I'll loop this truth once again so it helps stick. I am a big subscriber and believer that the level of spiritual warfare increases as you reduce any capacity of actually cleaving something sharp or blunt into each other, because you're not big on the spiritual open. Like, even that killing is the most justified, I would say, of humans killing each other. The most justified is like registered membered community, and in this case, the world acknowledges militaries that you sign your name to. The orders and leadership is where you get a corruption, but the job of soldier and anybody that each other were attacked by being I don't think of lone wolf that might come about me. I'll sack his meme song. I won't make his meme song exchange. I'll just cite him without his name. Who's a person we've all given consoling to over the situation their son is in, and I will not say the quiet part of like, damn, yeah, like I respect you as a father being worried about him, and I'm civilly shutting my mouth about that context of the charges compared to like this guy in California where he used his gun as a homeowner with a family to repel 2 armed intruders. And because of how the sheriff was handling it, and this is LA, of course, because of how the sheriff handled it, I guess the guy in his stress was like yelling at them, or they fucked up the investigation or something. They had that man's concealed carry permit removed, and they even put in the report, it was just because he was mean.
Did he really delete my comment?
That pisses me off, not just because law enforcement would do a thing like that. It's that the sheriff's department, and I get it because it's
They
still
blocked
LA.
me?
Forget
It would not surprise me.
jurisdiction once it's LA, and the rest of the country's on the way. But yeah, in a lot of states, I'll be like, oh, that state sheriff ain't gonna come after guns. That state sheriff doesn't care about capacity magazines. So I get it in California, but that equally pisses me off that it was the sheriff that did that to him. And that's compared to like, I forget which county it is in California. It's not the place that Ships was, but it's like the way there's a couple stands. I forget which one it is because it's not one of them you hear about a lot in like movie scripts and stuff, and it doesn't make a lot of news. But their sheriffs were the ones getting caught for just like straight up showing up at calls like in withdrawal from. No, I shouldn't laugh because it's your fucking law enforcement. But the fact that it's this one county, it's insane.
This little crybaby blocked me. What a sad, sad
like
little
they're showing
boy.
up for domestic disputes of like married people. The sheriff.
What a
is in the
sad, sad little boy. I do feel for him, though. I feel for him. We all feel for you, Tom. All right? Stop going out with 17-year-olds, though. All right? All right. I get it. It was a long time ago. Kicking it with Kinfolk. Wow. 230-something in his live. What the fuck's going on his channel? He's usually got like 1,000 plus. Maybe that's his actual numbers minus all the bots. See what he's talking about. Oh, yeah, probably the same thing as last night. Counting numbers, talking celebs, connecting dots between this celeb's assuming the role of this celeb, and this one's a body double of that one, and Conscious X, optics high, folks. I don't even want to check this out.
So that's why they didn't put it. That's why.
Why am I doing this? I should have more respect for my audience. I apologize. I get curious in my retardation.
Curiosity killed the cat, man.
Yeah, remember when they won the championship against the Lakers? They won 4-1.
Yep. Talking about Pistons equals 3-2-2. I mean, no shit. All the sports teams are fucking part of the system. What a surprise.
Well, they told if you would have paid attention if you would have paid attention in history class, there was a famous quote that said, "Give them circuses and cakes, and they will not revolt." What the fuck are we talking about but food and entertainment? That's literally, they trick us out of position by using those 2 things mainly, in my opinion.
By tricking us out with food and what else? And entertainment?
Entertainment, yeah. The
Well,
circus
yeah,
isn't
and
cake.
reverse engineering it all to make us retarded. You know, both food and entertainment. You know, bioengineered retardation and fucking digital dopamine, YouTube fetamine retardation. So, yeah, good point. I would like to watch, like, I wish I could just watch this whole movie with everyone, like a movie night kind of a thing. And I mean, they have full movie reviews. Why can't I just watch the whole fucking movie? You know? That's another good one, man. Tenet, Clockwork Orange. I actually watched Clockwork Orange for the first time, like, probably last year. That was another mind opener. In Time, another classic. It's a favorite right there, where time is money. All the Illuminati favorites. Hunger Games, Planet of the Apes, Maze Runner's a good one. Anyway, I'm star fucking name dropping movie mentioning now. So
I
What
just
would you like to
watched.
talk about?
I just watched the newest. I think it's the newest Jurassic Park movie with my son. We were just having a movie night or whatever. Dude, there are so many fucking references to actual history, but it's so wrapped up in fake dinosaur bullshit. Like, it was a weird fucking movie. It was a decent movie. Like, I had a good time watching it with my son and everything, and took the entertainment. But knowing what I know and looking at it, like, it was just fucking weird that they were being so blatant with what actually happened, to my understanding.
Oh, see, I didn't even know this, but the movie, my bad. So the movie takes place in 2027. So in 2027, 18 years of human infertility have left society on the verge of extinction. So that would mean 2009 would be the beginning of, in this movie, I guess the beginning of what was probably a scamdemic of sorts, a mass democide agenda taking place. Again, I can't remember if I've seen the whole movie or not, but
It's a good movie, if I remember correctly. I enjoyed it.
You Are Gay. Interesting. Looks like I watched that already. Interesting. All right. Did you know that for children? I'm trying to find a good, like, movie that doesn't have a check mark next to their channel. A good clip that doesn't have a check mark next to the channel. I mean,
What does a check mark mean?
I just feel like it means more likely that I'm gonna get copyright.
You're gonna get shit on.
Yay, copyright claim. Not that it matters at all. I'm you know, it's not a monetized channel anyway. And yeah, I don't think it really matters ultimately. Let's see here. Killers of the Flower Moon, another truth in plain sight, de-occulted truth movie, possibly, of past murder mob optics.
Or current mob optics.
Or current mob optics that they're trying to portray as old, yes.
Where are we? Canterbury. We're close. Anyone know if there's a hotel around here? What? Julian promised me a little bit of action.
You still like it in the afternoon?
So what'd you do? Rob a train? Blow up a building?
He told me he was suave. One kid's drunk. He's suave.
All right, so let's do some name dropping star fucking for copyright avoidance. Julianne Moore in the front seat. All right, there we go.
Bob. Should have seen him in the old days when he was a real activist.
Like you were the activist. I just wanted to get laid.
One time, the police came to throw us out of our squat, and Theo invited them up for coffee to negotiate. Only the coffee was spiked with ketamine.
Funny stories I could tell you about ketamine. I don't really do really anything anymore other than smoke weed, but ketamine is quite an interesting substance. But I digress. We'll talk about that another time.
Oh, fuck off. You gotta be kidding.
You know how many people I tried this
I
with?
don't know.
You'll be happy to know I have hundreds. You are still the
I'm not
only
doing
one.
it.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you
The
are.
car's moving
Yes, you
too
are.
much.
You are. Right? Hilarious.
Yeah, I just realized I really got to watch this movie. That whole scene right there just
No, wait.
does it
wait.
for me.
Okay. Who's the
Meanwhile, the lady in the middle has an orange, and they could be doing this with an orange, but they're doing it with a ping pong ball. But.
Julian, that's disgusting.
Go. We're gonna make it. Come on, we're gonna make it.
Holy shit balls! Yeah, I gotta watch this movie.
It's a good movie.
So World War Z 28 days later type of feel right now, but I know it's not a zombie movie, but. And it was at that moment you realized you fucked up. Oh no, not Julianne Moore, dude. So they killed Julianne Moore in the beginning. So that's wow. That's exciting. Nice. See, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. Oh, fast forward through the blood. Oh, we gotta fast forward through the blood.
Hey, I gotta bounce. I'll catch you guys later.
All right, Nubs creature. Good to see you, sir.
Yep. Thanks for having me up. I appreciate it. Definitely check those fucking MSDS labels. They're on everything. We're all fucked.
I don't know if we're
Life
all
is good.
fucked, you know? Yeah,
I think to a certain extent, there's no way around the fuckery.
Ultimately, from an outside, you know, I don't know. I think going off grid, again, but easier said than done, right?
I'm working at it.
What does off grid really mean?
Being self-sustainable, in my opinion.
I mean, but there's the extreme of absolutely no dependence on the system for anything whatsoever, including even going into the city, or, you know, the very extreme, which I guess that would be legitimately off grid. Whereas, you know, the occasional dependence where you go into the city for certain necessities, I think that's a more realistic model. But again, if someone can do it all on their own, why not? It'll take a lot of learning.
The thing is you would need raw materials from the city, in my opinion, and my understanding of it. And when I say raw materials, I mean like metal for the most part. Everything else, metal and pipe, like PVC pipe. But
right,
even
if you
that,
don't have plumbing knowledge into plumbing and simple mechanics, that's obviously probably
right.
what main issue, correct? And electric.
Well, electric is pretty easy, and plumbing runs the same way as electric. So the terminology is very, very similar because they function the same way. Nevertheless, there's nuances about it, I guess would be a good way to say it. But with just general knowledge, or what I perceive as general knowledge, but nevertheless, I do construction and landscaping. So like, but nevertheless, we all know that water looks to seek its lowest level and flatten out. We all know that. And same thing with electricity. It always looks to be grounded out. I don't know. I think we could all definitely do it. However, I think that's where the community would really have to come in, if there was a community. Because if I have specialty knowledge in one application and you have specialty knowledge in another, we can all throw mud. So we get together, I do my special thing, you do your special thing, and we build the mud together as that quote unquote community. And when I say mud, I'm talking like ground houses and shit like that. But But yeah, I mean, if you're not spending at least a half an hour on learning general survival without power, you know, like I think you're wasting time on YouTube.
It's din.
Minimum of a half an hour a day.
Minimum of a half an hour a day on YouTube, you're saying?
As far as researching like what plants do and, you know, just bettering your knowledge base is what I'm talking about. Learning how to build with mud and clay and dirt and rocks and, you know, that general, because it's all there. Fucking YouTube is a great resource if you want to learn how to do something. Fucking learn how to make butter, you know, just simple things.
Yeah, I got a perfect meme for it. We speak in memes here, folks, in case you didn't know. Kind of like the extreme, but also very much realistic, in my opinion. Shout out to David Dees. Great artwork. You got your left-hand path, and you got your... Well, no, I'm not going to put it like that. I would say you got your left or right-hand path on the left, and then you got your middle path on the right. Choose the middle path, folks. It's green and lush. I try my best. I try my best every day. But, well, I shouldn't even say that. I don't try my best every day. I should try my best every day. I try my best 3 or 4 days out of the week minimum. Hard, man. Chips, pizza, ice cream. You know, vapes. If it's not vapes, it's, you know, for the next guy, it's maybe cigarettes. If it's not vapes or cigarettes, maybe it's
Yeah, it's cigarettes for me.
extra television. Everyone's got something. Even the gym can be quite unhealthy if you are using it inappropriately and injecting certain juices into your veins. So, making your balls extremely small, so to speak. For example. Yeah. I don't want to hold you up though, man. But
no, you're all good.
There was one thing you would say is the most important skill to establish for self-sufficiency and a lack of need to depend on the systems in place. Yeah, long story short, if there was one skill to acquire,
that's an easy one. That's a real easy one. Learn your plant medicine.
Okay. So do you what would be? I've heard you talk
like-
on the duckweed and certain important
emergency triage. Emergency triage with plants is probably your number one thing that you could learn. Because if you start bleeding and you can't get it to stop and the plant's right next to you, who's the fucking dumbass?
Right. Could have literally saved your life and you're dying.
Yep.
Good point.
Absolutely.
So what would be the number
Emergency
one
triage.
most worthwhile, valuable plant medicine or plant?
Broad spectrum, I would say as an overall, I would probably say plantain, not the banana, but the weed. It probably grows out of your back door in the walkway.
The enzyme that's in it.
No, plantain is antifungal, antimicrobial, antiviral, and antibiotic.
Okay, because I've had something with plantain, something enzyme or live and something or other for. I think it was for like skin health, something like that.
Yeah, you can use it on your skin. If you get a mosquito bite, you can use it for a mosquito bite. There's better plants for it, but it's always, if you live in an area that has any forms of walkway and greenery, not necessarily desert, it grows to break up the hard ground. So it grows in the walkways and stuff. But number one plant, definitely. And then I'd say number two is learn your mushrooms.
Yeah,
Learning
I'm all about the mushrooms, man.
learning how to stack your mushrooms, because one mushroom might do one thing, but if you put it in combination with another mushroom that does another thing, you get a third result because they work together to do something else.
Got Mr. Dominic in the house. How are you, sir?
Dominic's the man.
Yeah, he could add to this conversation. I already know that.
Well, I gotta run from the conversation though.
That's all good.
I'll
I
catch
get
you
it. I
later.
get it.
Dominic, your mic is horrible, by the way.
My mic is horrible?
Yeah, I'll talk to you later. I'm just fucking
You're off
with you.
notes? Oh, I came on because you were on. Okay.
See you soon, man. Thank you for coming through, Nubs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll catch you guys.
All right, friend.
Peace.
See you, sir. So I saw you over there on Machine Lives, but I didn't really get to listen. I just happened to click over there a minute ago. I don't know what you guys are talking about, but how are you, sir? What were you talking about? If you don't mind my asking.
You're always welcome to ask. I'm trying to ponder. Some of it was about debates and the ideals of debates. I was talking a little bit about energy. Machine, he's well in depth in researching and understand, a lot of teachings of past. A lot to do with the self, if I had to say anything, Sean.
Right.
So what were you guys talking about? I'll continue on that, but what were you guys talking about? I just saw you on. I couldn't find you, and then I found you, so I figured I'd come over.
Well, I started off reviewing a clip of Santos Bonacci kind of melting down, and then it seems like he lost his channel because of it, is what it seems like. But then we moved on to some interesting optics in the food and safety sphere. The optics, bioengineered food ingredient disclosure. A new CFR 7 CFR 66.6, ironically enough. Sure, just a coincidence that it was 66.6.
Sure, we'll go with that.
Yeah, a new federal regulation that allegedly requires food manufacturers, importers, and retailers to disclose the presence of bioengineered food ingredients in their products. And the regulation is codified in 7 CFR Part 66. So it's great to think that they're gonna be more transparent and have more disclosure what's going on. But again, this is like, how late in the game is this? I'm sure this is just because of the outpouring of an outrage with it all, and a way to kind of tiptoe in further measures. They're being transparent. I mean, look at this new again, this isn't mainstream news though by any means, but yeah. Now, have you ever? We also I was touching on the Codex Alimentarius Commission within the UN Safety Board, international. They're establishing essentially the international food standards through the Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN and the WHO. So we're kind of all over the place in a way.
No, those are great topics. Great information to make people aware. Obviously, that big players are just openly talking about they're merging everything.
Right. And as you can see right here on their website, right? I mean, of course, it's WHO linked, but they have the Sustainable Development Goals here. All 17 of them.
I'm pretty sure they've done a lot of damage to the from India and even Asian markets. So they probably have clear passage now, so the United Nations can do whatever they want. Because before there was a lot of private-owned farmers. And,
right.
So now, basically what they're saying, it sounds like, these are the rules that only the big players can do. And I'm pretty sure there's a lot of greasing of palms. So for the small guys, they're probably not going to be able to afford to exist under those premises.
Yeah, so why partnerships and investments in food. Oh, I can't read the rest of the title here. Let's watch this short. This looks like it's on the FAO's YouTube channel, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the. Yeah, it's not letting me see that either. Let's just check this video out. It's probably short. Yeah.
FAO leads global efforts to defeat hunger. I would like to share 4 reasons why partnership.
Now this guy looks like a spitting image of health, if I may say so myself. I mean, look at that body shape. Look at that awkward stance and pose. Totally comfortable in his skin. Definitely not a front man for a completely tyrannical nonsense agenda.
FAO leads global efforts to defeat hunger. I would like to share 4 reasons why partnerships and investment in food safety are essential to achieving that goal.
I just trust this guy.
First,
I
better
don't know
production. Safe food begins with better.
Oh, there you go. You know, that's a good sign right there. Out in nature, muzzled up, suffocating themselves. Some might say that's what they're doing. Some might call them face diaper slave muzzles. I wouldn't say face diaper slave muzzle. I would say protective gear. That's what I would
production. The
say.
health of
PPE,
people is
PPE.
connected to the health of plants, animals, and the environment. This is why the One Health approach is vital.
Right.
Second, better nutrition. To get the nutrients we need from food, it has to be safe. Nutrient intake.
I'm actually really surprised that they're showing greens in this. Well, there's the corn, of course. They had to follow the greens up with corn.
This is why the One Health approach is vital. Second,
That actually looks a lot like my dinner, though. Spring mix with carrots. We're both in my dinner, so.
better nutrition. To get the nutrients we need from food, it has to be safe. Nutrient intake and hazard exposure data tell us that when food is safe and part of a healthy diet, we will be better. FAO promotes stronger food safety and nutritious policies and good practices across the agri-food system.
Right.
That includes using Codex Alimentarius, food safety, and quality standards. Third, better environment. Increasing the sustainability of agri-food systems is a priority for FAO. Keeping food safe is a win for the environment because it reduces food loss and food waste. And a win also for the people because their health and food security will be improved. Finally, better life. When food is safe, consumers are healthier and producers can sell their product on the domestic market and trade internationally. Safe food yields benefits for all. I encourage everyone to invest time and efforts in keeping food safe. Food safety is everyone's business. Join us on the 7th of June for the World Food Safety Day.
Yeah, Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, folks. Good people, good times. All money invested goes to a noble cause, I'm sure. Definitely not invested in the democide and further enslavement of humanity. Definitely not. Definitely not. Definitely not engaged and involved in the transhumanism and transhumanizing and trans everything agenda. Trans world. Shout out to the Earth Biogenome Project, if you're not aware. Cuts knows what I'm talking about. Let's touch on that a little bit, actually. Go ahead.
They're talking about food safety. They're not trying to educate people how to grow their food. So that's almost a given in their world. So again, I don't know if I shared it with you before, Sean, sorry. When they're talking in the media, they're talking past us. So they're probably talking to their own people. So like I said, I'm hearing them talk about food safety. They're not talking about, okay, this is what you guys can do. This is how you should actually grow your crops. They're not even saying that. Now, I know we can get distracted. So they purposely make us giggle at them wearing a mask, giving the 666. They're doing that just to keep us entertained.
So this Earth Biogenome Project it's quite fascinating.
It seems like
again,
it,
I'm not sure if I heard about it from Cuts or not. I can't remember, but he touches on it, and he's touched on it quite a bit in the past. What is the Earth Biogenome Project? Powerful advances in genome sequencing technology, informatics, automation, and artificial intelligence have propelled humankind to the threshold of a new beginning in understanding, utilizing, and conserving biodiversity. For the first time in history, it's possible to efficiently sequence the genomes of all known species and to use genomics to help discover the remaining 80 to 90% of species that are currently hidden from science. The remaining 80 to 90% of species that are currently hidden from science. Is that intentionally? I don't know. I'm sure some of it is. Grand Challenge. A moonshot for biology, the EBP, Earth Bioengineering Project, a moonshot for biology aims to sequence, catalog, and characterize, ready for this, the genomes of all of life's eukaryotic biodiversity over a period of 10 years. A grand vision, create a new foundation for biology to drive solutions for preserving biodiversity and sustaining human societies. So, folks, it's all in their hands at this point. We just kind of have to give our trust over to them to sequence everything in the world. That is the reason we are here, says Huanming Yang, at the Biogenomics 2017 conference. So again, this is years already, years and years in the making. And who knows how much it was in the making for that. So they say, why sequence life? Well, it'll revolutionize our understanding of biology and evolution. It'll conserve, protect, and restore biodiversity. And it'll create new benefits for society and human welfare. I mean, what is there to lose, really, ultimately? Incomplete lineage sorting and phenotypic evolution in marsupials. Goals, roadmap. Let's see what the goals are here. So benefiting human welfare, of course, duh. Sequencing, oh, there's your nice ball. There's your nice ball there. Sequencing the DNA of all life on Earth in 10 years. Number one goal, benefiting human welfare, creating new biological synthetic fuels, generating new biomaterials, generating new approaches to feeding the world, identifying drugs to slow or reverse aging. You know, live forever, folks. But the, what was it that Sandra Bullock said that one time on the Ellen DeGeneres show? Putting the foreskin of a Vietnamese child on her face to keep her youthful, something like that. Develop new treatments for infectious and inherited diseases. So let's see, is that the only goal? Let's see, is there another goal? Oh, no. Protecting biodiversity. Under 0.2% of eukaryotic species have been sequenced. So we got to get on that. 52% of vertebrate population lost in the past 40 years, and 23,000 species threatened with extinction. The third goal, goal number 3, understanding ecosystems. Nice pictures there. Oh, spraying the crops. That's always good. Probably Roundup. Got to keep us safe, folks. Like glyphosate, you know. Keeping our cells and DNA safe from any possible health or wellness. Okay, so those are the goals. Really pretty simple. Roadmap, project plan. And again, this goes hand in hand with me wanting to touch on the biodigital convergence because, again, how do they plan on sequencing all of this? Right. Bio means life. I think we know what digital means. Phase 1. Okay, so this is an interesting graph here. Phase 1, 2, and 3. Establish pilot nodes and project agreements, agreement on standards, blah, 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 blah. Sequencing, analysis, annotation, taxonomy. Yeah. We're talking about 1.6 billion. But what is this? What did I do? The Earth Biogenome Project roadmap calls for sequencing and annotating about 1.5 million known eukaryotic species in 3 phases over a 10-year period using a phylogenomic approach. I'm not even going to read all that. Wow. So everything is pretty much succinct and to the point here. Whether or not it's transparent, fully transparent, obviously, is another story. The organizational model. The schematic shows the main features of the proposed organizational model as a global network of communities. The outer ring shows a global network of interacting nodes involved in DNA sequencing and informatics. So the EU, Australia, China, Japan, Canada, Africa, USA, Brazil. And then the outer ring, the geographical locations are representative and are not intended to be completely inclusive of all participating countries or political entities. The communities in the inner ring are also representative and are not intended to be inclusive of all taxon-related communities and organizations that are supporting the goals of the EBP. The EBP Coordinating Council will have representation from all participating nodes, communities, and organizations, as well as representation from the public and private sectors. So, analysis, informatics, communications, samples, sequencing, and standards. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Let's see. Yeah, I don't want to go too deep down here. There's not much more to touch on, I don't think, anyway, but justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. Governance committee. Let's see, let's follow the money here and see if there's any interesting. Robert Waterhouse. Okay, well, Switzerland, of course. No surprise there. Again, for those who were, there were a couple people who asked if I was going to do a part 2 on the SwissConsin stream. And I meant to do it this past week, but some family stuff came up and I had to push it off. So this coming week, probably for a part 2 deep dive into the SwissConsin optics. Switzerland is a very, very interesting area. A lot of interesting things happening on the world stage for sure. You're welcome, sir. If you have anything to add to this, which I'm sure you could, by all means drop a link or come up. The link is pinned there. It's your top pinned tweet thread. It's got 100 links. All right, well, yeah, if you got a link, or did you already drop that? I think you dropped a link to something else on your Twitter. Earth Bioscan. The real agenda for the NWO, the other stuff just surface. Yeah, I mean, again, they want to categorize all life. I mean, they want to put cameras in the Amazon rainforest I mean, they already are. I shouldn't say they want to. They have and are. They're getting a truly in-depth look at what is going on away from the distractions of industrial civilization. And so this is part of the 4th Industrial Revolution. This is part of the biodigital convergence, the internet of everything, the internet of all living things, the internet of bodies, the internet of fucking everything. So it is an agenda that's been in place for a while. It's only picking up speed as what it seems like. Days was covering some interesting. Again, I couldn't really watch too much of his stream, but I can skim through it a little bit. I'm trying to see who else. Oh, NSU. Interesting. NSU is actually, there's a university really close to me. Extremely expensive school. Center for Tropical Livestock Genetics and Health, International Livestock Research Institute, China Biodiversity Conservation, and Green Development Foundation in China. Green, green, green. Gotta go green, folks. Just like Matthew McConaughey's green Converse. Right after the Uvalde Psi Opera at the school there. Anyway, everything's green for 2023. But as we move out of 2023, who knows what next year will be, what the themes will be. Let me see. Any comments or concerns, Mr. Dom?
Well, it sounds like whoever's reporting all this, they're putting an effort to clean up something. You know.
Yeah, good point. Good point. With your comment, pondering this when I hear this and maybe how it ties. Again, they destroyed the Guidestones last year, right? So, well, some would say they did. Others would say it was a supernatural event. Lightning struck the. But again, it happened on 7/6 on Mr. Bush's 76th birthday, same day. At the same time that Trump was 76, Clinton was 76. In the practice known by some as gematria, whether or not it's gematria or not, the skull and bones equals 76, et cetera, et cetera. The guy who supposedly came up with skull and bones, or the Guidestones rather, R.C. Christian, the man believed to have come up with the skull and bones' name equals 76, R.C. Christian, which many claim is just a play on Rosicrucian, but Okay, there we go. We got the link, the EBP thread. So let's check that out. Let's see here. Nudify. Did you hear about this app, by the way, Cuts? Nudify? Deep nude AI undressing. Nudify apps that use AI to undress women in photos. Very interesting. I browsed it briefly for a minute, and it looks like you can only... It only works for women. They haven't done it. They haven't made it to where... At least this Nudify one. It looks like there's other ones here. Undress AI. AI Nudify. Oh my god, it's a fucking thing, man. This is fascinating. Nudify.art, nudifying.com, undress.app, deepnudenow.com. This is a fucking thing. This is fascinating. Wow, soaring in popularity, it says here. Soaring in popularity. It's a part of a worrying trend of non-consensual deep fake pornography. Oh, 2 Chainz is hospitalized. Interesting. 2 Chainz! All right, what are we doing? All right, here we go. Mr. Cuts' Twitter thread. I never used Twitter really, but are there any other YouTube truth tellers, truth speakers, twoofers, as some might call them, that anyone's aware of that's been taken down off YouTube recently? If there is, please let me know. I'd like to touch on it if possible. We touched on Santos. We touched on Mr. Algorithm. Curious to see if there's anyone else. So Cynthia, synthetic viral lookalike sneak gene editing tools into mice. Specifically engineered particles allow researchers to fix blindness causing genes in mice. Yeah, so this is a thread from well over a year ago, closer to 2 years ago. So again, Cuts has been on it for a minute. The Darwin Tree of Life Project. Sequence locally, think globally. Florida Power and Light. Oh, that's an ad, of course. Bioelectricity. Cynthia virus is not new. I think I'm going to click on that. Oh, there's Mr. Venter, the man himself. Look up Venter quotes as a search term. He's behind all this and nobody gets it. Don't you get it? Why haven't you heard of Mr. Craig Venter? Don't you get it? They're hiding it. They are hiding him. They want you to look at Fauci and Gates and all these fucking jokesters on the front stage that they put there to throw you off from men really behind the scenes, making the power moves. Cynthia virophages. Synthetic biology agenda. The rising specter of biocrimes. How newly emerging synthetic biology enables wrongdoings from illegal gene editing to home-cooked drugs and neurohacking. You know, oh, there you go, Mike Wick 77. I was on his channel recently, Cuts, and I couldn't find the original video that he had up that was extremely interesting. It looked like either he had taken it down, maybe it got taken down is probably more likely what happened. Jesus, what the fuck is that? Giant Hydra. All right, we're gonna click on something here. Where was it at? At the top. The beginning, right here. Sequence locally. Think globally. The Darwin Tree of Life Project. I think I remember this. The goals of the Earth Biogenome Project to sequence the genomes of all eukaryotic life on Earth are as daunting as they are ambitious. The Darwin Tree of Life Project was founded to demonstrate the credibility of these goals and to deliver at-scale genome sequences of unprecedented quality for a biogeographic region. The archipelago of islands that constitute Britain and Ireland, the Darwin Tree of Life Project is a collaboration between biodiversity organizations like museums, botanical gardens, and biodiversity institutes, and genomic institutes. Together, we have built a workflow that collects specimens from the field, robustly identifies them, performs sequencing, generates high-quality curated assemblies, and releases these openly for the global community to use to build future science and conservation efforts. Any media here? Oh, all right. Can I zoom? No, I can't zoom. Okay. Let me try one more time. Yeah, I can zoom. There we go. Sample acquisition and metadata recording, morphological ID, DNA barcode validating ID, DNA and RNA extraction. Am I going in the right? Okay, am I going the wrong way? Darwin Tree of Life Project. So does it start from the bottom? Publication of genome note, open data portal, gene editing, gene finding, and feature annotation. Embla ENA. Okay, I'm not sure what all this is. Database submission, curation, scaffolding with high C, primary assembly of long reads, data quality assurance, genome and transcriptome sequencing, DNA and RNA extraction, morphological ID, DNA barcode validating ID, sample acquisition and metadata, recording. Sequencing eukaryotic life at scale. The DTOL partners have developed a cohesive end-to-end process to take organisms from the field through to publication of high-quality assembled and annotated genomes in the public domain. By collating specimen metadata and tracking information through identification, DNA barcoding, extraction, sequencing, assembly, curation, annotation, and submission, the process assures that genomes are published with rich, informative, and accurate descriptors. Okay, it's loading super slow. Oh, there is no other. Got it. That doesn't help. Over 2 million species have been formally named. The 300-year Linnean Project, the explicit naming in a global lingua franca of all species on Earth, is one of humanity's great successes. The optics are incredibly high and incredibly widespread and incredibly daunting, for lack of a better term. Why sequence the genomes of species in Britain and Ireland? Or better yet, the whole world. From the top to the from the neck to the foot. Why sequence all life and not just representative species? Why sequence whole genomes? Very good questions with pretty obvious answers. Complete control from the top down. Biodiversity genomics at scale from sample to genome. When they say central intelligence, they really do want it. Full spectrum, top down. Genome assembly at scale. Open data, current progress, future prospects. Wow. Look at that. A terabase of genomes. A terabase. Eukaryotic species sequenced or undergoing sequencing. This is from 2021 too. So who knows how that's come along since then. It's going to be an outdated site at this point. They may have moved on to another platform. Again, this isn't the Earth Biogenome Project website. This is, what is this again? Oh, the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences of the United States of America website. Quite a long title. PNAS for short. PNAS, as some might call it. PNAS. 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 Oh, looks like Mr. Dom dropped. Sorry, sir. I was kind of in a zone there. Zachary's a fraudster. None of that is gematria in any way, shape, or form. People calling it gematria are mentally ill. Gematria, gamatria, whatever you want to call it. Copyright extended copyright guidelines strike for who knows how long. Well, sir, I hope we figure that out. Thank you, Dom, for coming up here. My apologies for being kind of distracted and in the zone there. I was kind of in a, just when I thought like I was in a zone, I'm like, the numbers are probably not even there. There's probably like less than 10 people here. Sure enough, there's a little over 10, so that's good to see. Shout out to Mr. Thunder Chicken. Good to see you, sir. And yes, I did resub to your channel. I'm pretty positive. I was already subbed, and I'm pretty positive that wasn't the first time I got unsubbed and had to resub. So, what's new? They don't want me to try some of that greenery someday, which will happen. We'll see one day. We're gonna link up one of these days, sir. Full bromo, no homo. Shout out to Mr. Cuts for the thread. I appreciate it, sir. I think I'm going to segue though to kind of take the effort off of. I'm working hard here, folks. I'm reading. I'm scanning articles. This is a lot of work. And getting nothing for it other than knowledge. Which, what good is knowledge anymore in this world? I mean, really, what good is knowledge, intellect, intelligence? These things are outdated, unnecessary. We have to get with the times. We have to post TikToks and feed the algorithm, feed the YouTube fetamine fiends out there, such as myself and you guys. It is very relevant, sir, and I'm sure I can only imagine where that agenda and where those projects are right now, coming into 2024. Yeah, indeed, sir. So, what do you guys think? I'll take a vote in the chat. Would you, one, like to hear some Days of Noah and skim through the podcast that he did earlier on Brave New World, AI Proxy Wars for Biodigital Convergence and the Future is Wireless? Or two, would you rather watch, where's it at here? Where's it at? Shaking My Head's new video on plugging into the stream. Something like that. Mind games. Plugging into the stream. The big picture. A little under 40 minutes. I think I already have it downloaded. The Metaverse Optics. Yeah, what do you guys think? One or two? I'll just keep it simple. One or two. Although, here, I'll do the poll anyway. I like doing polls, getting the chat engaged. So while I make the poll, I'll play a little bit of this while I'm doing it, and be right back. Watch it.
We'll get attention this time.
Right.
To the max.
And I'm just humbled.
Option. Surgery. I'm gonna go.
Come on, Bill Gates, where you at? Where's Billy Boy? We got to see Billy Boy. I love Billy Boy. I need my Billy Boy.
Any last wishes?
Come on. Give me Billy. Where's Billy? Fuck. Even better.
Whether it's actually going to happen, that's the choice that humanity has to make. We can decide not to do it, but we can also decide to do it because the technology is there. Now watch this drive.
And says, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds."
I'm not a robot. That's not true at all.
Really? So what are you then? A human?
picture up, I'm already forgetting you're not real.
I'm just reading your comments in the back chat, Mr. Dom. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. And as always, brother, much love.
We will have to.
There he is.
That,
oh, there he
I'd
is.
say, will get attention this time.
Good man.
I never talk to a
Good
doctor
woman.
about my general health ever again.
And
if
woman.
I break my arm, I'm going to go see a doctor. If I need surgery, I'm going to go see a doctor. My general health, never again. None of them know what they're talking about. They're all full of shit.
What is it that's making kids in America flip the fuck out? What is it that's making kids in America lose their mind and consider death and the death of other people as an option? It's just a new age, you know? The whole point is that it's only science fiction until it's reality.
Oh, what excites me most is the thought of an understanding of the human brain far deeper than any we have now. I'm hoping that by the use of computers, that perhaps by the construction of artificial intelligence, we can be able to understand the most complex conglomeration of matter that we know of, the human brain, which is at one and the same time our greatest hope and our greatest danger. It's in the brain that all advances can be planned. It's in the brain that all dangers can be expected.
Oh shit, it's 3:22 o'clock. Oh snap.
It's in the brain that all dangers can be expected. Was Asimov onto something? You better believe it. But was he onto only part of the something? Absolutely. Is it deeper than the brain? Absolutely. But the brain is clearly one of the entryways opposed to others, as we've been discussing for years. I'm going to break it down today. Today is going to be, it's going to wrap up the year, really. I mean, as we go into 2024 and a whole new, let's say, a whole new section of research and presentations we'll be doing here, taking on a lot of new ideas that I've been working on. We've been slowly rolling these out on the Patreon and the locals. Really, this is just my book that I'm putting in like lecture form. A lot of the topics we discuss here are also in the book, which is have come up, and she doesn't even look like the same person anymore. I mean, clearly she's doing some type of bleaching. I mean, I don't know what's going on with these people. Okay. But it's creepy. Now, some say, oh, why are you talking about Beyonce? These people are powerful in a cultural sense, extremely powerful and influential, shaping the minds and behaviors of many people's children. Okay, there's something here, right? This is part of the construction of culture, right? And culture changes civilization. Now, interestingly, what we have seen recently is this here. Oh, can you believe it? Is this real? Person
Is this
of the
real,
year.
brothers and sisters?
Person
even,
of the year. How?
Even Days is asking, is this real, folks? No? Talking about epistemological deep ponderings here.
Somebody help me out here. Person of the year? What has she done?
Again, didn't Kim K just get Man of the Year? Right. In GQ magazine? Very interesting. Very interesting.
You know what I think is interesting too? And I don't mean no disrespect to people that aren't parents, aren't married, right? Because we're not all meant to have kids. Shout out to JS. Good to see you, bro. We're not all meant to have children. We're not all meant to have or to be married. To find husbands or find wives. That's not what I'm trying to say here. But I do find it interesting seeing who they prop up. And what we see here with the Taylor Swift is this type of getting closer and closer to middle-aged single.
All right, so I'm going to be fast forwarding through a lot of this, skimming through a lot of it to kind of like try to highlight the and comment on the highlights and the portions where he is addressing certain videos, watching clips, reviewing clips, mostly from WEF and UN and recent summits and such. This is what he usually touches on. If you're not familiar with his channel, he usually touches on a lot of the recent current events and summits and such, big tech government summits and meetups and whatnot. So I'm going to fast forward here a little bit. Let me see here.
As we've always been saying, between warfare, military, which is about technology, and medical public health organizations, which are also about technology.
human life in Gaza and in Israel, given the scale of the loss of human life in Gaza and in Israel in such a short amount of time, the Secretary General has today delivered a letter to the President of the Security Council invoking Article 99 of the Charter of the United Nations. This is the first time that Antonio Guterres has done this since he became Secretary General in 2017. Article 99 states, and I quote, that the Secretary General may bring to the attention of the Security Council any matter in his opinion that may threaten the maintenance of international peace and security. In the letter, which has been shared with you, the Secretary General urges the members of the Security Council to press to avert a humanitarian catastrophe, and he appeals for a humanitarian ceasefire to be declared.
Humanitarian catastrophe. Now you guys care about catastrophe and humanitarianism. Now, I've also been reading about the WHO, World Health Organization, talking about, this war is setting up the potential for a type of disease-ridden environment. Like basically what they're saying is these types of wars and these scenarios can create disease or spread of disease. So here we go again, man. But this is pretty big, this Article 99 thing, because for me, I look at this as an example of what some would call martial law, right? Where something has to be done, right? It's Schmidt's state of exception, right? We have to shut everything down because of this event or what have you. But then what's most disturbing about it all is, listen, man, these events are orchestrated and designed. And we said this, when you look at Hamas alone, this is a Israeli intelligence organization. It's been propped up, and then it's like what it reminds me of is Pepsi and Coke, right? We got Pepsi on one side, we got Coke on the other, and they're both in this war. But when you look at it, BlackRock and Vanguard own both of them. So it's the same kind of situation, in my view. Now, it's horrible what's happening. It's absolutely insane what's happening. But you have to think about, at least I always look at the underdog, okay? And it's interesting to see the underdog being demolished by someone claiming to be the underdog, victimization. And we're seeing this with this whole anti-Semitic movement going on right now. Recently, they did. This was crazy. They had a vote between, American government voting about, basically, I have the paperwork here too, but it's not really part of the show today, so I won't pull it. But basically what happened was they're trying to equate anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism, which is dangerous for those that know the deal. So what they're saying is anti-Semitism is anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. It's crazy, absolutely crazy, because those who know what that's about. Now, what's fascinating is all of those who voted against it were like, what do they call the squad, and all of these like loony, hyper-progressive Democrats that were all voting against it. So it's so fascinating to me how you see the Democrats and the progressives, leftists, etc., are now they're getting the anti-Semitic stamp put on their foreheads. Right? It's so clever what they're doing. It's so clever. I had some note on that. I wanted to say something about that. Humanitarian catastrophe. Right here I have Zionism using Israel to conjure self-destruction, right, by a victimhood. It's like I have it here written Thanatos. This is like calling on death, seeking death, right? Come and get me kind of situation. And then it's like once people come and get them, it's like, oh no, don't hit me. I'm hurt. I've done nothing wrong. I'm a victim here. This is kind of, in my view, what the role Izzy is playing. But it's provoking the attack, and it's forcing the hand of other countries that are clearly saying, listen, man, you guys can't be doing this. And hopefully it doesn't get worse, but it seems.
All right, here's a good, this is a good clip where I'm pretty sure it's what I think it is. This clip from Israel. Again, when you watch this clip, keep in mind, Israel was supposedly the most, rather, had the highest rate of people who got the Jim Jones Jabberus juicy juice, so to speak. You know what I'm talking about. So keep that in mind when you watch this. The most injected place in the world as of 2020, 2021 with the recent treatments. Trust the experts, of course. Everybody being safe, playing it safe. This place is also where this clip is coming out of. So connect the dots. Have the obvious common sense to connect the dots here and see what the fuck kind of picture is being painted on the world stage.
On your door. And when it comes, you were warned. That's all I'm going to say. You were warned.
Optics high, folks.
Let's get into this. Check this out. Izzy. Let's see what they're really about.
The medical revolution is in full swing. All fields of medicine are changing, improving, renewing. The past year showed us that the growing need for innovative technologies used in developing more precise, personalized medicines and treatments is already becoming reality. Among the leaders of this revolution is Israel.
The Israeli high-tech environment is one of the leading environments or ecosystems that can enable this.
We have some of the best scientists in the world.
People think outside the box and look for creative solutions to problems. Yes, Israel is an international center of innovation.
Yeah, cutting edge, state of the art. Doing it unlike anyone else, really just transformative forming everything, transhumanizing.
With groundbreaking technologies in health, in cyber, in smart transportation, and alternative energy, Israeli innovation in the field of personalized medicine combines biology and engineering. It's called Bioconvergence.
There you go. Biodigital convergence out in the open. No longer a conspiracy theorist talking point or subject matter.
What exactly is bioconvergence?
Biomics is the only.
Well, I shouldn't have said that actually, because it's very much open for theorizing and speculation and debate. But what's really going on here, I think it's pretty obvious, though. It doesn't really need to be dived too deep into to see what the fuck's going on. I mean, they're openly speaking about it. So, truth in plain sight, open revelations on the world stage.
Only clinical stage phage company out there that targets chronic indication. We deploy phage, which are viruses that infect specific bacteria.
NanoRetina developed a small camera that is implanted inside a patient's eye. Our technology translates light and optical signals into electrical pulses that enables vision to the patient.
Show the star David
Under
on
the title Bioconvergence, we have chemistry, engineering, biology, immunology.
Precise Bio biofabricates tissues from human cells. We take 3D printing and we combine this together with the biology, which essentially brings us the capability to fabricate the tissue in the same anatomical structure as it is in the human body.
And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Because when you're able to collaborate with multidisciplinary capabilities like ICT, big data, machine learning, and artificial intelligence, then you can create integrative, creative, and innovative medical solutions.
The Israel Innovation Authority creates national and international networks and provide with funding to initiate projects.
Many of Israel's startup nation streams parallel Jefferson streams.
Because of Israel's exceptional innovation ecosystem, we've developed a series of creative partnerships across a spectrum of Israeli institutions.
So let me ask you a question. If Israel is at the forefront of bioconvergence, with
Wait. Hold up. What did you just say, woman?
If Israel is at the forefront of bioconvergence with the world's most advanced technologies and some of the world's leading medical research centers, and when $40 billion worth of worldwide profits from medicine stem from
40 billion, that's it?
Can you afford not to be here?
Right. Can you afford not?
Well, damn. I'm gonna leave it there.
Probably best.
I'm gonna leave it there. Let us continue.
The Philosophical Research Society did what they years ago.
I really don't.
We should perform legit whatsoever regarding
As we continue. Now.
Damn.
Let's move into some tech now.
Damn.
Let's move into some tech. So we see what Izzy is about. We see what Izzy is working with. Okay. Wow. You better believe it. You better believe it. Now, we also have to look to the east. Well, not technically it's the east, but let's look to say China, right? I think it's very important for us to understand, if you want to see where the future is, look to the east. As I've stated, this is about removing the Western humanist, which was originally Christian, influence from the earth, evaporating it under the guise patriarchy, oppressiveness, bigotry, etc. Okay. Now, the hard part about this is I'm not trying to demonize, because we're from different cultures, right? We come from different places. I'm not trying to demonize, say, Chinese medicine, right? I think Chinese medicine is actually correct about far more things than Western medicine. But see, that's medicine. When we get into the spiritual aspects of things, that's where I completely disagree, right? But there are some very valuable things that come from the East, right? The problem is, it's the Eastern perennialism mixed with the Eastern collectivism, mixed with the Eastern promotion of certain technologies that are extremely dangerous regarding our future moving forward. Okay. As I said about the Christian faith, we stand on our image as made in God's purpose and meaning. Right? The act with an eye is this very fast and intense use of artificial intelligence and transhumanist technologies in the East. China, of course, Izzy as well, India being one of the biggest producers coming. Okay, now they already have the digital ID. I think 97% of the population is under this digital ID. They are actually going to, a lot of chip manufacturers are now moving to have their manufacturing done in India to avoid the whole China situation. Vietnam as well. Taiwan, biggest producers of chips, TMSC. Taiwan, India, Vietnam, about to be huge with regard to this transition. Okay, very important to consider. Again, another one here, sidestepping GPU ban. Chinese factories dismantle and transform NVIDIA RTX 4090 gaming cards into AI accelerators. So as we've said in the past, we're going to see the AI race, right? The AI war race. where like the space race, all these, it's always this like use of competition, to get the best technology. And we always see that the people suffer in the process. Through socially, we need some order. We need babies. We need marriages. We need families. We need tradition. All of the big going absolutely.
You were the first CEO to land in Ukraine, to go into Ukraine after the Russians invaded. Why did you feel it was so important to go there and for Palantir to be there? What is Palantir doing in Ukraine?
Palantir, of all companies, right? Literally the proto SKYNET.
Well, look, Palantir was built to defend the West. You may not have learned that the West is a noble, endearing, and potentially durable project if you have been imbibing the vaporous, deadly flames of many institutions. But at Palantir, we believe in the West. We believe in defending the West. We believe the West should have the best software, the best AI. And I went there because when Russia invades the sovereign territory of Ukraine, or when Hamas commits acts of terrorism, the West must stand and show that it's strong, or these things will become a part and parcel of our everyday life. And this should not be a controversial position. And quite frankly, I think it is not a controversial position. Unfortunately, too few of us stand up and say, this is what we believe. We're going to put our company behind it. And if you do not want to work at our company or do not want to work with us, that is perfectly fine. But the values that America embodies of freedom, liberty, justice, meritocracy, that everyone gets a reasonably fair shot, are those values are at stake when people aggress and transgress. And more importantly, we do nothing, we say nothing, we do not articulate why we think this, and we, quite frankly, do not defend ourselves. And in the modern world, defense is hardware plus software plus AI. What does that mean? How do you find a target? How do you find a target? Say you got a Coke can in a desert. How do you find that Coke can? How do you put a mission against it? How many times do you miss? Can you do this safely? How do you get the general that is an idiot and protect him while making sure you take out the general that is smart and unpopular? How do you?
I can't listen to this dude anymore. Anyhow, you see the rhetoric. The West. There is no West. It's gone. Been gone. Look at who owns and runs a lot of these industries. Has nothing to do with America. And when they say the West, that's who they're talking about in 2023. The last remnant of anything one could consider the West. This isn't the West, man. We're just we're a satellite of the East. So when you hear this rhetoric, you know damn well something wicked this way comes. Now, also we have to consider the fact that who really runs this organization, Peter Thiel, the largest conservative contributor on earth.
Wow, my bad. I was muted, but I just wanted to say for a fun fact, I actually have a cousin who worked for Palantir, funny enough. Yeah, when I ask him questions about it, he doesn't have much to say, but he did tell me about the Pentagon, not the Pentagon that everyone knows about, but the actual real Pentagon. I guess they call Pentagon 2, or maybe I'm getting it confused and they call the Pentagon that everyone knows about Pentagon 2. I can't remember, but the actual Pentagon is much more top secret. It's supposedly you have to fly into it because it's inside of a mountain. You have to fly into it to get into it. It's so incredibly top security clearance and whatnot. Anyway, I missed a part here around the 107 mark where he's touching on the. I'm really trying to skim through this though because it's over a 5-hour stream, but I'm already past the hour mark.
That everyone can do what they want, and the only real way to have some structure is utilitarianism. And through utilitarianism, you get instrumentalism. You get human instrumentalism. Today, we are going to be demonstrating live human instrumentalism through these types of technologies. And these countries that are using these technologies are just going to push this stuff, and they're going to sacrifice people in the process. Unfortunately, I mean, the next 5 years are going to be so crazy, man.
Indeed.
Because they're rushing for 2030. They're already behind. Now they're pushing.
Yeah, they're behind, but the totalitarian tiptoe towards the total transhuman takeover come 2029 is definitely top agenda. And 2030, again, Agenda 2030. First it was Agenda 21, right? And it was around that time that you started hearing much more about Agenda 2030. I guarantee you, come 2029, 27, even 2030, all you're gonna be hearing about is Agenda 2040, and this is just how they do. They just keep moving the goalposts, and it's just, they're not going to meet their goals. They're just not. Agenda 21 will fail, has failed largely in many ways, but has succeeded and is succeeding in many ways. So they're going to hit the mark on many things, but they're also going to, of course, miss it. So our hopes is that they miss more than they make. Some might say that's our goal here. I'm not going to openly say that because I might be deemed a risk or threat to the powers that shouldn't be and aren't, as far as I'm concerned.
Pushing for 2045. They're not.
I think that they are.
Let's get through some of this Israel stuff. Yeah, let's just skip through this. We talked enough about Izzy. I'll show you another one real quick here. Ministry of Innovation, Science, and Technology. There it is. Food tech, bioconvergence. I mean, I don't gotta show you guys anymore. You already know the deal. That's what that's about over there. Oh, here's another one. Just receipts. All right. I don't even have to read this. You can see it. Let me pull it up full for you. All right. There you are. All right. They are building highly sophisticated, pervasive, precision AI through this entire war. All right. Did a whole show on it. I just, want to show you some more recent stuff. And of course, we see the division, the political division. Can Democrats overcome their deep divisions over Gaza? This is all by design. As I said, they want to destroy the Western influence on Earth. The only way you're going to do that is if you destroy America, the last standing remnant of what people would call Western influence. Right? We already see what's happening in Europe. That's been, you already know the history. What keeps America in some sense of, I guess, separation from a lot of this is our individualism. Into it. There's no down to looking. We got a lot of people. We discuss people who are clearly, whether it be indirect or directly, controlled by the grander structure of things. Okay, and he said some things. I guess for me, one thing that really woke me up to it, or at least was obvious, was when he was like, "Oh, he just went into this like pro-Trump thing," in like 2016. I thought that was like so weird. I was like, "Bro, come on, federal politics are totally controlled and designed. Like, what is this, right?" So, anyways, listen to what he says. What he says here is exactly what I'm trying to lay out today, and the importance of perennial philosophy, the importance of Eastern mysticism, with regard to post-humanism and transhumanist technologies, fourth industrial revolution, fifth generation warfare. They all are part of a massive movement. And what he says here is it's interesting. I'll just say that it's interesting. And I think what he may not even realize it, because I think he claims to be a Christian. What he's presenting to you here is exactly what I'm talking about. Check it out.
That week, literally thinking about the fact that we've got to be humble, we've got to be thankful, we've got to realize that there's an infinite universe of consciousness, and that focusing on what made humanity, focusing on the fact that we are spiritual beings, but that this life is finite, these incredible experiences, all the people we've met and known, and all the ancestors before us that did incredible things and went through hell and were tough as nails to get us here, really ties us into our ancestors and the epigenetic instinctive knowledge.
Y'all know what this is. Ancestors, interconnected, collective intelligence, collective consciousness, the source, all of this. Very, very perennial.
That really makes us a colony or hybrid creature of all of our ancestors. We have a soul, we have a spirit, we have our genetic imprint that they've proven mathematically is multidimensional, even above the third dimension. So we have a personal spirit, but really we also have a collective bodysuit that is a collection of all of our ancestors, and just the beauty and the wonderment and the spectacularness of that, dwelling on how incredible that is, but also leaning into eternity and leaning into this body and this incarnation.
And what he's saying also fits directly with when he refers to the body and the spirit body. It directly relates to the biodigital convergence and these new cyber-physical networks that I'm going to get into. It's all perfectly aligned. And then when you consider simulation theory is the creation story. See, this is the creation, the origin story of this new post-human future. I go into that in depth on a lecture series where I use David Calmer's Reality Plus book, where he promotes the concept of simulation theory. And I use this to demonstrate how this is precisely the origin story that will be used to replace the true origin story. The creation story of the Most High God through Christ, right? It's so fascinating how everything these guys are saying, they all perfectly align with this direction everything is going in. I just can't help but be blown away by the connectivity of it all. And it's, I had these ideas prior, but as the dots connect, it's like, wow, this is really actually happening.
And I'm not saying reincarnation, incarnation, but being so magical, and that also that death is the great equalizer, and that you will be humbled, and you will get old, and your teeth will fall out, and your hair will fall out, and you will get cancer, or you will have a heart attack, and no matter how powerful you are, you're not in control in that. It tunes you into God. And then what you said, so I'm heavily focused on this. I'm telling my wife this, and I meet with my dad, who's really my mom. I don't see them as much as I should, but my dad's really always told me this. And I didn't really get it when I was younger. Now I get it.
Good to see you, Jackie.
And I'm sitting there just literally praying that morning and drinking coffee and just focusing on
praying who?
death and just focusing on
Jackie Fox 333 in the easy.
Sikh.
Here we go.
But the Sikhs are like a 500-year-old version of 3,000-year-old Hinduism, and they.
What are the chances that you drop in my chat at 339 and 3 times 3 is 9, and your name is Jackie Fox 333? If you were just 6 minutes earlier, it would have been even better. But hey. Good to see you regardless. We're just reviewing a 5-hour stream from Mr. Days, skimming through it on the Brave New World AI proxy wars for biodigital convergence, and the future is wireless. I'm trying to really skim through to the highlights and pick out the cream of the crop here. A lot of gems in his stream, but also a lot of, again, in a 5.5-hour stream, you would imagine there's a lot of slow points and articles and some down points here, but Alex Jones speaking on what seems to be perennialism and kind of fluffing up the optics. What's new? Pushing an agenda. Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
What's going to resonate in the future, bring us close to God, so that we can basically resonate into the higher dimension with God.
Given the scale.
Oh, yo, for real? Alex? Listen, man, I got number love for Alex Jones. He did so much for me early, right? But I can appreciate the man for the role he played in my life, but at the same time, where I'm at now, in my understanding, I can be very straight up about the fact that I trust nothing that comes from his mouth. Okay.
There you go. See, there's the thing, right? Is my father turned me on to Alex Jones, and I hate to think that Alex Jones maybe added to my father's mental health issues, but man, it's hard not to think that, because what has Alex Jones often been known as? Kind of the fear-mongering conspiracy tard, right? And again, I am very grateful for a lot of the things that have come out of that camp, if you will. But again, I see him as, when I think of Alex Jones, I think CIA. That's what I think. I don't think of, you know what I mean? I don't think much more than that. I think of him as an operative within the agency and possibly at the top, very much possibly part of an elite royal bloodline family as well, just like probably Russell Brand and a lot of these people that we see in the controlled opposition community, if you want to call it that. And I'm sure at that level, they probably are a community. I'm sure they do have meetups. I mean, wouldn't it be so ironic if the likes of Russell Brand and Alex Jones partake in the very rituals and magic, blood rituals and magic that they seem to expose on a regular basis? I mean, wouldn't that be so ironic if they themselves are much of what they seem to speak on, projecting possibly? Yeah, maybe.
So put it out there. And Tucker just looking at him like he's about to fall asleep. That was actually funny.
All right, we're gonna fast forward about an
now,
hour here.
Listen, somebody mentioned something about simulation theory and the Bible are not mutually exclusive. You probably want to go to the lecture series to see how we break it down. I don't have time to go.
Yeah,
Directly
GTA
designed
6
almost verbatim after a certain Florida
GTA 6 is coming out, but
It's so
apparently it's
crazy.
not. Apparently GTA 6 is not coming out till 2025. So all this news about it already is kind of strange. Where was it at? 2 hour. What is this about here? I kind of just go fast forward to where he's
potentials
reviewing
and
clips
spirit
for the most part.
and vibes and frequencies. Everything is it's like antimatter, right? Essences, right? Not only are those of what's most important, but as humans, our brains are just so small, we're so simple. These artificial technologies and intelligences are going to surpass us, and they're going to become our gods.
Does humanity know what it's doing? No. I think we're moving into a period when, for the first time ever, we may have things more intelligent than us.
You believe they can understand?
Yes.
You believe they are intelligent?
Yes.
You believe these systems have experiences of their own and can make decisions based on those experiences?
In the same sense as people do, yes.
You think these AI systems are better at learning than the human mind?
I think they may be, yes. And at present, they're quite a lot smaller. So even the biggest chatbots only have about 1 trillion connections in them. The human brain has about 100 trillion. And yet, in the trillion connections in a chatbot, it knows far more than you do in your 100 trillion connections, which suggests it's got a much better way of getting knowledge into those connections. We have a very good idea of sort of roughly what it's doing. But as soon as it gets really complicated, we don't actually know what's going on any more than we know what's going on in your brain.
What do you mean we don't know exactly how it works? It was designed by people.
Here we go. Here we go. Like, we just don't know what it is. And aspects of this are true, right? We can look at biology as an example. We can look at different aspects of physics and chemistry, especially when we look into quantum theories. I mean, a lot of it is just fluff. A lot of it is just theoretical stuff that kind of makes sense to these people. There's a lot of blind spots, sure. But as we go into this, as we have this like reckless abandon with regard to technological development and this constant state of uncertainty, and we really don't know what we're doing. This whole thing is very dangerous when we think of the consequences of that type of irresponsibility.
No, it wasn't. What we did was we designed the learning algorithm. That's a bit like designing the principle of evolution. But when this learning algorithm then interacts with data, it produces complicated neural networks.
I agree. Who's that? Yeah, a lot of times, yeah, they liars. They know. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I feel like a lot of this is playing dumb, so there can be plausible deniability. I think a lot of these guys, just like the ones who designed a lot of the technology for social media, they knew exactly what they were going to do to the minds of the users. They knew exactly what was going to happen in a type of macro psychological sense regarding society and communication and sociality. They knew very well what was going to happen, and I think the same thing is happening here. But it's not about the people. It's not about humanity. It's about scaling technology, but also creating a new type of human civilization, a new type of human in general.
That are good at doing things, but we don't really understand exactly how they do those things.
What are the implications of these systems autonomously writing their own computer code and executing their own computer code?
That's a serious worry, right? So one of the ways in which these systems might escape control is by writing their own computer code to modify themselves. And
shout out to Rabo's lifelog, your history.
That's something we need to seriously worry about.
What do you say to someone who might argue if the systems become malevolent, just turn them off?
They will be able to manipulate people, right? And these will be very good at convincing people because they'll have learned from all the novels that were ever written.
This is the case. Even with very basic LLMs. Behavioral scientist, shout out to SailAway. Somebody mentioned Lamar's book last show. World is Laboratory. She really goes into the behavioralism aspect, especially the Chicago school, which we actually, that was on the Backup Future Shock podcast channel. So, by the way, guys, we do also streams on the backup. So not the Days of Noah 2.0 or Days of Noah TV, but we have a new one called Future Shock Podcast. It's in the description. So we do streams over there. I post clips over there. We're just doing some backups and stuff, trying to survive over here. So be sure to subscribe over there because we do random. I even put Patreon clips on there. We do random streams, or we do a weekly stream technically on the Patreon and the locals that's not on YouTube. So those who are interested in some extra and more content, be sure to subscribe there. And on that show last week, I think that was Thursday or Friday last week, we were talking about this, and the work World's Laboratory by Rebecca Lamov. She goes into this history about behavioral scientists and how behavioral science or the social sciences were a massive part of the type of social engineering that happened during the progressive era into post-World War II era, and it was this combination of social sciences, but this combination of social sciences and materialism, scientism, where we get a behavioralist type of movement. Really, really interesting history, especially where it's all from the Chicago school, right? We were talking about Chicago and the importance of Chicago and how Chicago's so influential. We were focusing on gangs and a lot of like illegal markets, black markets, etc., and mafia and mob ties. We're more so talking about that element of social ills and dynamics. But when someone had brought up that book, we also have to consider the fact that not only out of Chicago those things came, but also the entire like social engineering American movement. Very interesting history. Now let us continue here. So you guys saw that. Oh, so basically what he's saying is, even with the most basic language models, people are going to be completely fooled by a lot of this AI because it has been given so much access to so much data, literature, history. And imagine when it has access to your data, your history, behaviorally, geographically. It will fool you as well, because it will know you more than you know yourself, because it is tallying, itemizing, categorizing, organizing every step you take, every button you push, right? This is the stage of AI that's only a couple years away. People don't realize what type of effect this is going to have on society. A lot of people are concerned with a lot of other aspects. I'm sorry, I'm reading the chat here. A lot of people are concerned with other aspects of AI that are important, right? But I tend to focus on the social and interpersonal, intersubjective, phenomenological aspects of these technological influences. That's what I focus on more. The self, how does it affect the self? The intersubjective, interpersonal, how does it affect our sociality, how we communicate, right? And of course, the overall structure and function and processing of the society.
Yeah, I hear you, Jackie. And if NJ Jeep Girl were here, well, she could be here lurking, but she's got her feelings about Days, and I totally feel her. I mean, Richie from Boston is quite a suspicious character, a self-admitted agent, some would say. I would say, maybe. I've seen some very interesting videos. It's been a while since I was watching them. This was a while. Again, Richie from Boston, as far as I know, hasn't been relevant for a while. Then again, he's probably been on some other channels, Jailbreak, whatever. He's probably been on some other channels, but I'm pretty sure RFB got taken down last time I checked, a long time ago. But yeah, they collabed recently, so it seems like there's still those ties there. Again, I don't trust anybody on these platforms. I mean, I don't know anybody personally, so there are certain people, I guess. I guess I could say several people actually in this quote unquote, I don't want to say community, people who frequent my channel, people who, and I'm not just saying that because people who've contributed to this channel, because I don't just mean those people either. I mean people who I've known long enough to kind of get a feel for, and just on my discernment alone, feel that I can make a good judgment call on. Again, I'm not the judge, only the creator is the ultimate judge in the end. But yeah, I feel I get where you're at. I get where you're at. And again, I have my questions about a lot of people. So my brother, my buddy Cuts here in the chat. He's one of Monograph's few moderators. So, again, I don't think Cuts and Snafu have met, but that would be a very interesting meet, right? So I get where you're at. I'm just here for the gems. I'm just here for the info, and yeah, chew the fruit, spit out the pit, kind of a thing. And the same thing I do with anybody. I mean, I don't agree with everything Paul says by any means, but I'm there almost all the time. I support him in his work, and I don't want to say I'm one of his biggest supporters, but I definitely support the guy, and shit, it kind of seems at times that I am one of his biggest supporters. So, not to name drop and starfuck here, but I'm just skimming through this and trying to get the juicy parts.
Houses all of these elements.
But I get where you're at. Trust me.
The most I get.
That was a little too much.
Interesting technologies like
fast forward to this article.
Let's start with the AI is going to have over our lives. This is just a real basic look into the authority that AI is going to have over our lives. Personally,
Jackie, you would love this Nudify app. Do I have the tab open still here? I'll just let him talk on it. I covered a little bit of it earlier.
Interpersonally and societally, on a societal level, AI is going to have a type of power over people's behavior, their lifestyle, even like what they become. Okay, so this one, Nudify, apps that use AI to undress women in photos, are soaring in popularity. So this is just an example of how AI, through its ability to access so much data and information, it will be able to create. It has so much data, and we have to use that create carefully, right? But it has so much data that it's able to present structures of data in a way that appear true, but they're not true. And the AI didn't necessarily discover the truth through awareness. It's so hard to put into words. A term I like to use, we have a whole chapter on this apperception, right? This sensing, this type of amodal sensing, right? Through a type of logic with an insurmountable amount of data. And when it has that level of data, it can produce things that appear in ways that they're not. I do a better job writing out this stuff than I do saying it, so forgive me. But this is just another way of its, what's the term? Violated. It's going to be violating us because it has so much access to data. The concept of privacy and anonymity.
It's not going to be violating me, folks, because I'm not buying into it. Well, I guess if they get my photos, right, and then try to submit it into the app, and then put it, this Nudify app is supposedly only, what's the word? It only works with women. But what I want to know is, I mean, what if you just put in a picture with a man and it doesn't really know the difference? How does it pick up? I don't know. I don't know anything. I don't know enough about the app to really. I haven't used it. I just did a short bit of research into it recently, and then he brings it up, so it reminded me. And yeah, we could touch on it later. But
check this out. And this is how it's being sold. It's a big deal. You know, we're revolutionizing technology and civilization.
Such a fun day, but now it's time for me to wrap up a bit. We've showed you a lot of new products, a lot of new platforms, a lot of new technologies that are all about taking AI infrastructure to the next level. MI300.
Isn't this that WF lady?
MI300A accelerators. These are all shipping today in production. They're already being adopted by Microsoft, Oracle, Meta, Dell, HP Enterprise, Lenovo, Supermicro, and many others. You heard from Victor how we're expanding the ecosystem of AI developers, working with us, Rock'em 6 Software, the open ecosystem, that our goal is to make it incredibly easy for everyone to use Instinct GPUs. You heard from Forrest in our panel on the overall system architecture. Our work with Arista, Broadcom, and Cisco. We believe that to create this high-performance AI infrastructure, it has to be open. And that's what we're doing together for scale-out AI solutions. And then you heard...
Well, speaking of Mr. Snafu, you got Oracle there at the top. Got Microsoft, Metaverse, Oracle, Dell. Can't really make out much of those other ones there.
That to create this high-performance AI infrastructure, it has to be open, and that's what we're doing together for scale-out AI solutions. And then you heard.
Oh, there you go. Deep learning AI, Onyx. Yep.
The other side, the client part of our business, because we
Usual
actually
suspects.
Believe AI should be everywhere. So our latest Ryzen processors really extend our compute vision and our AI leadership.
These are the people shaping the future of our lives. Okay.
Not mine.
These
Not
technicians
mine,
and engineers and developers. Listen to the way they talk.
Gotta be really careful. Yeah, let's listen to the way we talk when we say we and our days. Come on now. Come on now, sir. We and our. We gotta be careful with these words, sir. These people are not shaping my future, sir.
Are deciding what we experience from this point moving forward.
But I get it.
Does anyone have a problem with this? It's not just like for little video games or for factory logistics. This is, as she said, to be diffused everywhere. Yeah, I gotta relax because, you know, this really pisses me off. It really pisses me off when I think about the gall and the level of influence and power these people have. Unearned. I don't give a damn how smart you are, how much money you got. These data, we've been telling people, we've been warning people.
6.9
million users of 23andMe had personal information stolen by...
Anyone who would submit their DNA to an application with where the CEO is literally directly related to the CEO of YouTube, some would say, allegedly. That's a whole rabbit hole to go down. Yeah, again, people, what are you thinking? What are you thinking? Passing to your most sensitive information like your DNA over to a man. People.
Hackers. I couldn't say we didn't warn people years ago when 23andMe was going viral. And then you got all of these people out there in the world, you know, super obsessed with their line, their genetic line, and trying to prove they're of this group and of that group, you know, going in there, giving themselves up to this cybernetic transhumanist machine, all for the ego, all for the flesh. And y'all know who you are out there trying to prove stuff with your DNA. Silly. Silly. And some people have done it in more innocent ways. Sure. They just want to know their background, family dynamics, you know, for personal interest. I understand that. But we warned y'all. Now, the thing is, a lot of this is, I mean, this is all data that's going to be fed to AI. This data is going to be harnessed and leveraged, and it's going to be used in ways that it shouldn't. And if you trust these organizations and companies, I don't know what else to tell you, man.
Facts. Speaking facts,
There's
regardless.
recent development with the CRISPR. So the first CRISPR medicine just got approved. Guess for what? Sickle cell anemia. Who is this going to be tested directly on? The black population. I have a project I'm working on in the background where I'm trying to tie in some of the gang culture and a lot of the black media, ghetto culture with a lot of these new technologies. It is my belief that since slavery, the black population in the West have been nothing but a lab rat organized system since the very beginning, right?
Tuskegee experiments. Let's not forget.
Channel kind of took off because I was actually
For one.
working very hard to present these ideas, even though I wasn't really sure about a lot of them. Well, we see what
Cyborg
came out the way we were talking.
cockroach. Wow.
And I'm
Cockboard.
going to show you some things today that align with the continuation of
Org
that
roach.
into 2030 and 2045.
I'm fucking real, dude.
So when you come here, be sure you're going to get hard information from real, legitimate research, real-time research, not stuff from 100 years ago, okay? But things that are actually happening now and affecting your life today. But I will also give you a historical understanding of how these things develop. I'll give you a cultural operation on humankind in a way that is against our will and our knowledge.
I think if there's anything deceptive I could point out about Days and the channel is that, you know, again, he does talk about his team and stuff like that, but not much, you know. But anyone with two eyes can tell that it's not one man behind this channel. But I'm sure he puts in much more than the average YouTuber. So yeah, you know, I don't exactly know what's going on here. I don't know who's behind the scenes, who's working for, who might be pulling some strings behind the scenes of his channel and whatnot, the big numbers. But compared to some others, he's doing better. That being said, it doesn't dismiss any type of possible pogo ties, privately owned, government operated optics. Not forgiving that. My hope is just that. Well, I shouldn't even say my hope, but discernment is key, folks. Discernment is key. And yeah, I've caught many YouTubers in their on their bullshit. So yeah, I don't know where I'm going with it. I'm just trying to get through this, to be honest, at this point.
I'm going to be talking about biosensors and
Oh, here we go. This is one part I wanted to touch on. This bitch.
So you only have to
This bitch. Forget her name.
This is a perfect way to introduce human authentication. Perfect way. Because it's in your body. It's in your body. Check this out.
and for the opportunity to speak here today.
And what's cool also is a lot of times he'll bring up clips that I've seen before but forgot about, and it rehashes. This one I don't think I had seen before, but yeah.
Biosensors and how we can use them to detect diseases earlier. If I could have the slides, that would be great. So if we think about all sorts of diseases, from cancer to heart disease, antimicrobial resistance, infectious diseases, these are all areas where early diagnosis of disease can really help us in how we can treat the patients and help with patient survival, but also help in stopping outbreaks from spreading. Today, what I'm going to be talking about is mostly going to be in the infectious disease space, but I'll also give you a little taste of some of the work that we do in the cancer space right at the end of the talk. And if we think about the infectious diseases area, this is, of course, something that disproportionately will affect low-income countries. For example, HIV, AIDS, malaria, these are all extremely important diseases, as you know, Ebola, and really have a very devastating effect on these countries.
Pay attention. Let me run this back. Remember what I said earlier. Remember what I said earlier about classism, about eugenic systems, about testing novel, state-of-the-art, sophisticated technologies on vulnerable populations. Remember what I said about Tuskegee experiment, what I said about my ideas behind a lot of the gang culture and ghetto culture that we've seen promoted through certain types of media, all creating and leveraging the misfortune of populations as an opportunity to gain vast amounts of bodies for testing things, right? Who are they going for with these technologies? Are you paying attention? When we look at where digital ID first was implemented, where was it implemented first? These exact locations.
For example, HIV, AIDS, malaria, these are all extremely important diseases, as you know, Ebola, and really have a very devastating effect on these countries. And one of the things that we need to do to really help with this is to come up with diagnostics that can be more simple, cheaper, effective, and globally accessible. And this can really help us with democratizing access to healthcare. Extremely, extremely important aim. Now, you all have mobile phones, and within our day-to-day life, we might think of these particularly for how we might use them for web searches and social media type applications, but they also have really...
Oh, and we will eventually get there. The connection between melanin and aspects of energy when we think of light and the dynamics therein. It ain't about race. I'm not going there with it. I'm not taking some race, leftist, progressive nonsense perspective. I'm just trying to be objective about this. These things are objectively the case. Melanin is being leveraged in certain biosynthetic and biotechnological industries. I have papers on it. It's creepy stuff. But these are the days of Noah.
Really important applications when we use them connected to lab tests and also as diagnostic tools. And these mobile phones are one of the ways that we can really help in democratizing access to healthcare. I'm thinking they're really as portable mini computers. There's over 7...
I hate to laugh. I gotta laugh or keep him crying. Portable computers? Did she just say that? These people, man.
Now, you all have mobile phones, and within our day-to-day life, we might think of these particularly for how we might use them for web searches and social media type applications. But they also have really, really important applications when we use them connected to lab tests and also as diagnostic tools. And these mobile phones are one of the ways that we can really help in democratizing access to healthcare by thinking of them really as portable mini computers.
Yes, absolutely. The phones are portable computers. But what happens when the body becomes the phone? The human becomes a portable computer.
There's over 7 billion mobile subscriptions around the world today, enormous number, as you'll all be very aware. And this is a really, really important opportunity in helping us to empower people and to connect them around the world and to also help in this very, very early detection of diseases.
But it's all about early detection, right? It's all about prevention, right? Yeah, sure.
If we look at phones, of course, we can think about them in terms of phone calls and connectivity, but we can also think about the wireless connections and using them to be able to help with transferring data. And this is all the more important with the growing adoption of smartphones around the world. And if you look at smartphones, then even in places like sub-Saharan Africa, their uptake is increasing all the time, and more people are gaining access to these phones. And you can think about using them in really interesting ways as the capability of those phones grows. So, for example, people have used the microphone within smartphones for ecology mapping of mosquitoes. So maybe not the first thing that would come to mind, but really sort of interesting use of these technologies within the phone. Within our own group and our own center, what we're interested in is using the camera capability of phones. So thinking about how we can use these phones to capture images of the types of tests that we're going to be using for our biosensing. And we see this as a really important way in helping to democratize access to the healthcare. Yes, mobile phone access, and particularly smartphones, is not equal across the population.
Remember the closing the digital divide. Remember we were doing videos on this in 2016, and I was trying to way back then try to tell people that the closing of the digital divide isn't just getting poor third world country people computers and internet access, but it was about diffusing, standardizing, and normalizing biodigital transhumanist technologies into these very naturalist cultures, right? In a sense, like turning them into technocracies in a way, but through the culture. And public health is a way to get into the culture, to get in people's homes, to get into people's neighborhoods, to get into people's bodies. Public health.
Women, for example, than men will have access. And also there's disparities in terms of the age of people within the population. People over 50 typically will have less access. But nonetheless, there's an opportunity here.
Obama phones, remember giving phones away for free, giving them away. Because as we've always said here, these devices are not just destroying our ontologies, but they're also connecting us to the greater system of Web3.
You know what they say, if the product is free, then you are the product, folks. Make you think of anything? And no, I'm not talking about porn, but porn is another very good point. It's free, right? But what is free in this world? And I'm not talking about the best things in life are free. I'm talking about the incentives, the so-called benefits and privileges that come with certain slavery credentials, certain slavery benefits, so to speak.
For us to be able to develop diagnostics that could utilize these phones and give access to diagnostic technologies to people that might not otherwise be able to access them. We have a wonderful centre in the UK called iSense. I'm currently the deputy director, and this brings together a number of different universities, a number of partners, also works together with a number of countries overseas. And what iSense is all about is about really developing ways and technologies to be able to much better detect and treat infectious diseases. And we have a focus in particular on infectious diseases, a number of different diseases, and I'll show you just a few examples of those today. But we think of this in different ways. So the first thing that we look at within iSense, and this is particularly work led by Ingemar Cox, is what we call TRACK. So thinking about symptoms within a broader population for patients who perhaps haven't yet been diagnosed as very early signs of disease spread. The next part of the program is around the test, and that's all about detecting, being able to detect disease much earlier by developing new tools that can act as biosensing capabilities. And this is where a lot of my group focuses. So developing new types of technologies that can be a lot more sensitive than some of the things we currently have available. And then finally, very importantly, we have a treat section of the center, and this is understanding how that disease is spreading within the community. And so we've developed these apps within the iSense Center and developed the tests, these multiple marker tests, taken them out there, and we can then generate these geotag maps of how that infection is spreading. And this
So do you guys remember when we had, at least we had them here in America and definitely had them in Europe, these applications that would send you warnings and signals for people who where cases were at. It's all very similar technology. Okay, now I'm working us towards somewhere with this. Now, this is just the device as a type of biosensor. But as we've said in the past, the technology is meant to get smaller, faster, and cheaper, right? So what happens is this phone vanishes and your body replaces it. Okay, now I want to show you guys some technology to prove that, right? So let's just continue this one for a little bit more.
This is really important in terms of understanding the spread of the disease and how you might control it. And other groups are also working on this sort of very important approach. So finally, I mentioned at the beginning that I'd also finish off by telling you a little bit about some applications in cancer. And this is a really, really important area as well. It's slightly different to what I've just told you about in terms of the point of care testing, where we have tests a little bit like a pregnancy test, where you're working with a biological sample. This is some much newer work. This is still preclinical. And this is work where we have these same, well, slightly different, in fact, biosensing particles, but with that same sort of powerful ability to do the biosensing. And we use them inside the body to tell us about early disease inside the body. You can think about this for different types of diseases. I'm showing it here for cancer, but it might also be really interesting for things like malaria. And the way this works is that we are detecting proteins in the body called enzymes. Now, you all would have heard of enzymes in terms of the enzymes we have for digesting our food. You also have these enzymes for all sorts of other functions in the body as well. And in particular, if you have a cancer, what you find is that the level of specific types of enzymes will increase, and they'll be different to the baseline level you would have in a normal healthy person. And what the enzymes can do is they can cut through molecules, and they can cut through molecules that are holding our particles together. And the particles will then disperse and become small enough that you can filter them through the kidney, and they end up in your urine. Now, this is work that we've done in collaboration with MIT. And what we find is that once these particles are within the urine in these preclinical studies, we can then add some very simple chemicals, and that urine will turn blue. And so you get this test, which doesn't need complicated equipment to read. You can just see it by eye. The urine will turn blue less than an hour after you start the test. And this is, we think, a really interesting way of being able to get this disease detection without needing, again, complicated equipment. So we should be able to also use these things within the field.
Keyword detection, right? Now, this is through the introduction of certain biosynthetic machines, these little blue things that they call them biosensors that go inside your system. These are like nanorobots, nanomachines, micro machines. Y'all remember that from the 80s. Very interesting, right? These are all, and this particular technology isn't new at all, actually, but I'm trying to show you how the public health system is moving towards biodigital convergence without even telling anyone, without even presenting the idea of this convergence. They're just saying, hey, we have new, novel ways to address disease, but the ways we're doing it is introducing these types of synthetic biological software systems and nanotechnology that we've created that are going to be running freely in your system. And it's just going to work because theoretically it makes sense. That's called experimenting, right? Now, of course, they do also experiment on animals as well, but we saw how well that went recently, didn't we? Let's see here.
We take it to the hospital and we try to catch it at the very, prevent, catastrophic outcome at the very end. And what technology is doing right now is it's pushing a lot of resources to the edges, right? Like the map you showed in terms of, people within distance of 5 kilometers to a healthcare center, but mobile phones are much more spread out, et cetera. And so I think right now we're seeing kind of that like decomposition of the building blocks of scale, sensing. I'd say, what is the definition in your mind of the institution or the system that are actually running these kind of distributed health system that is going to happen? It seems to be kind of like emerging in some sense. Like before, like the system that ran it was like in the 4 walls of the hospital, if you will, and that encapsulated the piece of machinery that we have. But here you have all these sensors, you have all distributed logic. Is it government? Is it more the hospitals? Like, what's the operating system that's going to be behind all this?
It's everything together, really, isn't it?
It's everything together, isn't it? You see, I didn't mention telecom. Who do you think's providing the networks? Who do you think's providing the network systems to connect the devices and the biosensors and the overall digital infrastructure? It's not just the hospitals, and it isn't just the government. You see, everything we've been talking about, guys.
The technology, which is the bit that I personally specialize in, is of course crucial to get right, but it's only one part of the puzzle. And what we found is that actually being able to really work with people locally that have the knowledge and the resources to be able to set up the infrastructure to then take those tests.
Locally, see, glocalism, for those that remember that term. This is a great example of the exploitation of vulnerable communities through glocalism, taking global ideas, ideals, technologies, infrastructures, and integrating them into local regions under the guise of assistance. Right? So what they do is they go into these small communities and they get local influencers or leaders, people with some level of authority, and they say, hey, check this out, introduce it to your people, introduce it to your community. Before you know it, you have these communities dependent on these types of technologies. I always go back to the film, The Gods Must Be Crazy, and the Coke bottle scenario. Lesson in there, serious lesson in there.
And get them connected. And within iSense, we also have a number of groups that have helped on data visualization tools as well. So for some of the existing HIV diagnosis cases that they do in KwaZulu-Natal, for example, they now can all be mapped within a dashboard system. And even that visualization, essentially, of how the disease is and how patients can be monitored over time, also for viral loads and so on, is really, really crucial. So it's about that, but it's also about the evolving regulations that will need to be in place to enable these things to happen in a way that the patient privacy is taken account of, but you can also get people the best care. And so it's a framework that's not yet, as you know, not yet sorted out. It's still
treatment-based medicine, not prevention-based medicine. It's interesting how they, disregard how these things even happen. Let's just focus on treating it, but more importantly, let's focus on tracking it. Right? Technology being ushered in under the guise of altruism and humanitarianism is the pinnacle of satanic activity, wouldn't you say?
Well, it's a very exciting time, actually, because it's all evolving in front of us.
So say we magically had all the privacy issues handled in some sense that they were figured out. If you were allowed to hack into everyone's phones for good, without in a way where they're all fine with the privacy, but your mission was to save as many lives as possible. If you have complete access to their phone data, and to run anything on their phones, what do you think would be the highest impact applications?
I think the sort of things we're looking at, there could be applications, of course, for self-testing, and there's some examples within iSense in London, actually, around chlamydia, going right from patient self-testing through to sort of online care pathways. But actually, it's not just about that. It's also that the community healthcare workers can also be the ones that enable that sort of technology. It might not always have to be the patient themselves. So I think the setting is really important, and also making sure that whatever setting you have is appropriate for that particular disease, so that the patient can get straight into a treatment, has available counselling if that's necessary. So even if these tests might be easy enough to use by individuals, they might not always be appropriate to be used just by the individual without the care surrounding it.
Actually, on that point, there's been kind of in mobile usage, for example, there's been a big leapfrog effect that happened in developing countries. They almost skipped line and kind of moved to mobile phones. Do you have a sense of like whether that's something that doesn't happen in health? And if so, there's already some of the great examples you're giving. How that's going to happen? Like, what are going to be some of the driving forces behind that? Is it going to be primarily infectious disease, or is it going to be kind of more like public health?
I think it has important applications in both. Within our centre, we're a bit more focused on the infectious disease, but even the early work we're doing within the cancer, could also be very applicable in these areas. So it really, I think, doesn't need to be restricted to a very narrow healthcare application.
I have one more question, then I think we'll make sure we get this question to the audience. Given that we're at WEF and there might be kind of a country leader in the audience, if you had one country that was going to apply a regulatory framework that you think would be most effective at applying all the new science and technology that you're developing, what do you think are some of the biggest policy level or decisions that could actually make that happen more effectively?
So I'm probably not the best person to answer that question. We've got many more qualified people within our centre that are specifically focused on both data privacy and cybersecurity, and also the ethics side of things. But it's very clear that the current legislations we have around GDPR and so on, whilst they have use, they're not enough to be able to handle these systems completely. And so working together very closely, as the people in our centre are, is going to be key going forward. So we need to keep having that conversation.
Never-ending conversation. Any questions from the audience that we can open up for?
So why don't you ask you the new coronavirus user, what are the applications?
the new coronavirus that is spreading now, does your work have applications there in containing the spread of the virus? And two, I have another question. In developing countries, like I come from India, a symptom of fever can be malaria, dengue, Zika, lots of things with booster vaccines. So how many things can a person test for when you're talking about self-diagnosis?
I think one of the things we
So this is really interesting when you start to see the direction all of this is going. It's going towards, remember we talked about, and I showed you guys a couple articles on it, the home hospital, where doctors and nurses are no longer needed because there's telehealth for things that aren't necessarily, especially if it's like information that's needed, like direction or what have you. But then there is this concept of almost like self-therapy. And I think this is what this speaks to, this concept of having certain biosensors inside the body that can detect things, but also inform you. So as an example,
Johnny Mnemonic optics, folks. If you haven't seen Johnny Mnemonic, it was a prelude to The Matrix. 100%. No questions. Neuralink, pre-programming. Again, Keanu Reeves, the main actor, much like Elon Reeve Musk. We've gone over this many times. A Reeve is a copper coil. You watch all the time machine movies, all the time travel movies, all the time machines in those movies are fastened with copper coilings, aka Reeves, much like also Christopher Reeve, who played Superman. But we'll address that another time. That's a whole
you have
other
these
rabbit hole.
sensors flowing through your systems, and they're connected to your phone. And there's an application that the sensors inside directly communicate with the phone in the application, and it gives you information that say your doctor would give you, gives you instructions that say your nurse would give you, right? So the home hospital would be this, well, as they describe it, the home hospital is this system where there's no longer a purpose for a hospital. You're perfectly fine at home because the doctor, which will probably eventually be AI, right? The doctor is directly in connection with your body and the real-time live functions and processes of your systems. And you even have this information through your phone and your application. So this is the direction that public health is going in. And it's extremely disturbing because none of these things have actually been tested out to work. And
Hashtag convenience, folks.
in order to get humans to accept merging with machines, because if you don't understand what's beautiful, what's disfigured and not beautiful,
just trust
you have no understanding how to know what you know, just unless you look at some computer and some code and whatever it tells you. How are you going to know who you are? How are you going to know what you are? How are you going to know where you're going? How are you going to know how to do anything without artificial intelligence, artificial everything? Now, let's look at this. Wireless body area network and the Internet of Things. Got a little visual here. I showed you the text. Let's look at the visual here. This is what's coming. I personally believe it's already here. It's already here.
Hello, I'm Ozon today. I will be telling you about the wireless body area network and how it applies to the Internet of Things. First of all, let me give a brief definition of the wireless body area network. Wireless body area network is a short-range wireless network of wearable computing devices. Wireless body area network devices may be embedded inside the body as implants, may be surface-mounted on the body in a fixed position, or may be accompanying devices that humans can carry in different positions, such as in closed pockets, by hand, or in various bags. If we talk in the context of the Internet of Things, these implanted sensors and wearable devices are the things from the Internet of Things, whereas wireless body area network is the glue holding these implanted sensors and wearable devices together. The wireless body area networks can be described as an extension of wide area networks to personal space. The wireless body area networks can be further categorized as 1. In-body communications that occur between 2 or more devices inside a human.
Folks, just listen to cuts down there, all right? Just buy the Sky Car, all right? Buy the Sky Car. You trust the Sky Car, trust the experts. Buy the Sky Car, all right?
Body. This communication is mostly between implanted medical sensors. 2. On-body communications are happening within the networks and wearable systems in direct proximity of the human body. That means both wearables are located directly on or very near the human body. 3. Body-to-body communications appear between antennas placed on 2 or more separated human bodies. 4. Off-body communications are made between the devices placed on a human body and devices placed on a remote access point. Now I will tell you about some common everyday examples of wireless body area network communication we can see around us. Due to advancements in microelectromechanical systems and wireless communication technology, wireless body area network is heading toward a great technical boom. Nowadays, it is becoming more and more common to see people using wearables like smartwatches, fitness bands, and wireless earphones that are connected to smartphones via Bluetooth.
I've been trying to tell people for years about these things, these devices, these damn watches. And listen, this is it, man. And this is just one aspect. There's the bioelectric aspect, but then there's also the internal, the genomic, the genetic stuff that we see going on at the Harbor Labs, right? There's the neurological, right? There's the Neuralink, when we link the brain-computer interface. And there's a lot of different things, guys. You got different schools. Like you got people that only want to talk about the wireless body area network. You got people that only want to talk about the genomics. You got people that only want to talk about graphene. It's like, no, guys, all of these things are happening at once. All of them. It's almost like something's going to stick. Something's going to stick. Which one is going to stick? I've done thorough research into this technology. It's not very powerful. It's very, very unreliable, at least as of now, until they get that 6G. Once they get that 6th gen, terahertz, then we're talking real deal Web3 stuff. It ain't there yet. It's not there yet. They got 5+. Okay? But what's important is that they're building these systems. They already exist, and no one knows about them. Not enough people. We didn't ask for this. We did not consent to any of this. I did not buy a phone. I did not buy a computer. I did not pay for internet to have this kind of crap, man. This is not what it's about. in my eyes, and I don't think anyone else would agree with this, at least generally speaking. This is invasive. This is a violation to human dignity. I couldn't even imagine. Let me stop. Let me just play this.
The applications of WINS are numerous, ranging from healthcare and telemedicine up to fitness and sports training, interactive gaming, and personal information sharing about that. And more common to see. Becoming more area network is heading toward a great technical boom. Nowadays, it is becoming more and more common to see people using wearables like smartwatches, fitness bands, and wireless earphones that are connected to smartphones via Bluetooth. The applications of WINS are numerous, ranging from healthcare and telemedicine up to fitness and sports training, interactive gaming, and personal information sharing and authentication. One simple application of wireless body area network communication can be seen when someone uses their smartphones or smartwatches for contactless payment at shops and restaurants. Another example of a wireless body area network is in medical care. It is being used for continuous monitoring of vital parameters like heart rate, ECG, blood pressure, etc. of patients in hospitals, enabling better medical care.
There it is. I think this was a big part of the whole public health direction we went in, say, 2018, 19, was getting us towards this kind of speeding up the process of accepting this type of connective stuff, because not enough people are going to do it because of sports or anything else. This whole public health thing gives the perfect reason. It gives that urgency, At least that's how I see it.
It's also being used to provide better care for the elderly in retirement homes. Another application of wireless body area network is in sports, where fitness monitoring devices like chest strap and wristbands are worn to keep track of speed, distance, calories burned, elevation, altitude, and heart rate. Now I will tell you a little bit about the technologies used in wireless body area network. The most common technologies are
the IEEE 802.15.6. That's the standard. Okay, so that's the actual standard. This allows like its ability to be put in policy, and that's a problem I have with a lot of these industries. If we think of like ICANN, or if you think of IEEE, it's like what you have is just like technocracy, legislation, and research and development. It's like what you get is you get telecom, computer engineering, electronics, and public policy, government systems coming together and making decisions for people and their bodies. It's absolutely insane, and it's sick.
Wi-Fi, Zigbee, Bluetooth, IEEE 802.15.6. Among these technologies, Bluetooth is the technology people are most familiar with. It is often used in connecting wearable devices with smartphones. And among these technologies, the latest technology for wireless body area network is the IEEE 802.15.6. It aims to provide short-range, wireless communications in the vicinity of, or inside, a human body. TTUs.
Did you hear that? The vicinity of or inside the human body. Let me run that back, and I got to sped up a bit. I do try to save some time. Let me slow it down. Maybe it's too fast. I mean, it's just, I swear, man, dude. People say
IEEE 802.15.6. It aims to provide short-range, wireless communications in the vicinity of, or inside, a human body. TT uses existing industrial scientific medical bands as well as frequency bands approved by medical regulators, which makes it most suitable for medical sensors.
And those bands he's talking about are those bands, those rings I showed you earlier. Right? This is how we even get wireless technology. I don't have a problem with like wireless tech and computers and internet, but why are you connecting it to our bodies, bro? That's just kind of weird, and it's real invasive. And honestly, I don't want anything to do with none of that. This is creepy. I don't care if it's good for the trees and the oceans. It's creepy, man. There's other things we could be doing. There's other ways to, save the environment. The fact that you want to make this the only option is absolutely insane, and I ain't going for it. And I'm not gonna sit here and go along with this stuff. I'm gonna talk about it. You better believe it. I'm gonna talk about it. Because I ain't connected to nobody, ain't nobody got nothing hung over my damn head. You guys support this channel. You guys keep this thing going. I don't got one sponsor, not one. Period. Let's keep going with this crazy crap, man. I'm sorry, I get a little worked up. I know I need to chill out sometimes. But it's just frustrating when you've been trying to say things for years and it just couldn't be any more clear. The evidence is just piling upon itself year after year. Yeah, why, Rose? Why? Why we gotta go this far with it, man? We know you don't care about people's health like that. You wouldn't be serving high fructose corn syrup and cosmic fries and endocrine disrupting chemicals in all your plastic cups you give everybody. If you cared about health, you wouldn't be doing these things. You wouldn't allow these industries to exist. So you can't convince me otherwise. You can't say you care about people's health in one way. We got all these technologies and we just lodge this stuff in your butt and let it run around your body and have a party. But at the same time, you want to like, hey, go to McDonald's, go get your Slurpee from 7-Eleven, your cup of noodle.
All right. Speaking of how it's all about the people here, folks. Well, shout out to Cuts. He dropped a link. We might as well watch it. I do watch JWTV quite a bit, time to time. But again, Cuts, you do feel me though, right? When I say, and shout out to Jackie because I feel her. I feel her in many ways. Anyone to me, right? Anyone with a large platform, very large following, especially if they're in the 6-figure mark, 100,000 subs plus, which JWTV's right about to hit that. He's 96,000. Really, honestly, anything over 20. Honestly, I mean, especially over 50, 100, it's like you're just a red flag, man. And now if you got a check mark next to your channel too, on top of it, like inspired or whatever. Again, Days isn't check marked, JW's not check marked, but anyone with a large following, man, to me, it's just automatic red flag. And again, call me a theorist, call me what you will. That's just my mentality. Call it a hyper discernment, hyper skepticism. I don't know. Call it whatever the fuck you want.
The thing is,
We're going to check this out as a segue, and then we'll probably go back, maybe see how we're feeling to the days just to finish off on some highlights. But 99% of people will be shut off because of this, is the name of this video. Shit hits the fan, the DNA food biological tuning switch everyone needs to prepare for. Again, if NJ Jeep Girl was here right now, she'd be making fun of me for playing Days and now JW. There's some fear porn that comes out of these camps at times, including Mr. JW there. I also like to watch some of Donut stuff. Another pogo, some might say. Snafu would probably call me out on that too. Ties to Jacob Israel, Marfugal, Monograph. Well, I don't know about Monograph, but Marfugal, Jacob Israel, Global Witness. I know all of Snafu's rap at this point, and a lot of it is very on point. I gotta say, I've seen the optics, and they're pretty obvious. So I do agree with much of Snafu's, but I agree with much of Cuts and what Cuts has to say in his research. So it's hard to say what's really going on here, folks. At the end of the day, it really is. The optics are confusing at times, and they are indeed high. But we're gonna watch this. So much love.
99% of people will be shut off. We're talking boom, straight off. And so the thing is,
that's how
you want to know. Okay, so what is it? What is the other ways that we circumnavigate this? How do we potentially beat this? We're gonna get into that with you right now. Just recently in Montreal, a mayor just collapsed at a news conference. Check this out.
Mayor Valérie Plante was suddenly taken ill this morning at a news conference at City Hall.
Direct them to other kinds of services. So I would.
Oh, no, she's not looking. The mayor was taking questions when she said she wasn't feeling well, and as you saw, she sat down on the floor. She was there for about 5 minutes with her staff around her before she got back on her feet and leaving apparently for her offices.
And bam, just like that, you get put on your butt. What's the reason this is happening? What is actually going on? We're about to get deep into this and talk about some stuff that's highly importantly critical. And not just in those scenarios. Remember, you had people in China was doing the same exact thing. They were having moments. And we're not talking about the ones who are fakely collapsing. We're talking about ones who are actually collapsing. So we've dived deep into this. We're going to give you solutions on what can we do here. And remember, they said, first, before we get to what we can do, we look at some deep evidence that you really need to know.
That's crazy, Jackie. I got to know. You say you were on panel with him? I got to know more about this. You might have to come up on panel. The link is pinned. But if not, because you're busy or whatever, I got to know more about this. If not now, at some point, I got to know. All right? Tell us more.
So it's going to be highly important that you watch this video. Remember, they talked about biological weapons could target DNA, and it could be put in the food supply. And we found out a switch that they can hit. And there's things you can do to prevent certain things. So we're going to get to that. But when they come out talking about stuff targeting specific races, I believe in China, in my opinion, they went ahead and tested it out on their people first. Because look at this report. China claims terrorists armed themselves with AI-created genetic weapons that target specific races, but then they go and say, oh, certain non-government organizations recruited Chinese volunteers. So you're telling me you're the whistleblower on this, but at the same time, you're the one who had a lot of people recruited to go and do this. So what is this switch we could potentially be looking at here inside of everybody, and not just everybody, but how they're engineering this in food? What specific thing?
Yeah, see, we're all nuts at the end of the day. I agree, Jackie. But the question is, are you organic nuts? Are you organic almonds, cashews, pecans, macadamia nuts, maybe even the fancy rare like tiger nut or something rare? Or are you like inorganic, fucking heavy GMO sprayed up peanuts, baked and roasted in fucking cottonseed oil with dimethyl polysiloxane added to the oil for safety, of course, #safety. Which one are you? I'm trying to lean more towards the left myself, but it is a battle day to day. You can eat as good as you want, but what they're spraying in the sky, it's going to fall on you regardless, right? So you got to keep that apothecary stacked at all times. And I actually haven't been taking my pineal power for a little while, or my tinctures too much this whole past week. And I thought, why do I feel so like lame and like slow this week? Just kind of like normie in my head and thinking. And again, I'm dealing with a lot in my real life, but yeah, I realize I have to keep my nootropic consumption up, and especially in times like this where the food, air, and water is so bombarded with nonsense that, yeah, day to day it's a battle. It is spiritual warfare every day, whether you realize it or not.
You could potentially be looking at here inside of everybody, and not just everybody, but how they're engineering this in the food. What specific thing are they engineering to cause some of this to happen? We're going to get down into it here for you in a deeper level. So I looked into it, and it's called genetically stable CRISPR-based kill switches for engineered microbes. And we're talking, you're in the store, right? And you're looking around and you're thinking you're getting something healthy for your gut, but you're actually eating an engineered product that can be shut off at any given time. And okay, if your probiotics get shut off, well, you're going to have gut issues. But if your DNA gets shut off, what happens? What happens if all of your DNA shut down?
All right, well, this is not medical advice for the record, but I would hope that all of you know that if you're ever taking antibiotics, which I would, not medical advice, but I wouldn't, if it were me, I don't take antibiotics. If I want to take antibiotics, oregano oil is great. Love it. Perfect. I mean, it is antibiotic. It's God's antibiotic as opposed to man's antibiotic. So it's not to say that people aren't extracting the oregano from the herb, but I don't need amoxicillin personally. That's just me. I don't need a Z-Pack. I don't need any of that stuff. I know what it does. Completely robs all, not just bad, good and bad bacteria from your biome, from your microbiome. Completely wipes out all life. So again, if you are though taking any of that and not supplementing with a probiotic to compensate for the antibiotic, aka anti-life that you're taking, you're tripping, to say the least. That's being fair. It's being modest.
If your DNA gets shut off, what happens? What happens if all of your DNA shut down? If all your DNA died at once, it would mean that all cells in your body have failed, resulting in immediate death. DNA essential for functioning and replication cells without it, the cells would not be able to carry out vital processes such as synthesis, cellular division, overall maintenance of body additional DNA contains. Let's say they have some specific weapon where they can switch it, but also turn it back on. Because if they can turn it off, they can turn it back on, meaning that they won't immediately take you out. What am I talking about? Genetically engineered microbes with a kill switch. Scientists have taken a big step towards their quest in a modular genetically engineered kill switch that integrates into any. And let's go down and read more to you.
What do you think? Is this too fast? Are you making out what we're hearing here?
It's a little fast, but
Okay.
we're used to fast on your channel.
Yeah. Could call it a pineal powered sped up.
Yeah, sped up power.
Pineal powered crack channel. The crack channel. Yeah,
So
it's what we do.
You want to hear my JW story?
Okay, yes, please. Please.
So about, let's see, in 2019, I was a co-host on a truther channel back in my earlier truther days.
Quote unquote.
Quote unquote. Yeah. It was called Truth Seeker 2020 was the channel's name. He's no longer doing live streams anymore. But anyway, so I was his co-host. And I was the co-hostess with the mostest. So we were getting, actually, that's the show, that's the broadcast where I met Snafu. And also we got, so at the time, this is when Snafu was still in tight with Marfugal. So it was kind of like, kind of a cool thing that he came over to our littler show because he was often on Marfugal's call-in on a regular basis. This was back when I was still watching Marfugal also.
Okay.
So anyway, so we somehow got in to get JW to come over to our broadcast. I think 2 or 3 different times he came over. So that was like in 2019. So yeah, I got to speak with him a couple times, which was pretty cool. I always liked him. I thought he was a really cool dude.
I feel like that dude is rad. He's awesome. He just does good research.
Yeah.
Wasn't Truth Seeker 2020 a girl? Or
No,
maybe
it's
I'm
a
thinking
guy.
of...
It's a guy. There's lots of Truth Seeker channels out there.
Right.
Truth Seeker. No,
There could literally be another one. Yeah.
Oh, these people are coming in here. I'm
Where
at
you
work.
at?
I'm like literally working. There's like someone driving up here.
You could chill in the car. You don't have to chill behind the. Aren't you at the same station where you stream from, or no?
Yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna cut. I'm gonna cut the camera off and the mic for a minute. I gotta help a
You're Gucci.
customer. I'll be listening. I'll come back.
Cool.
Yo, you got the Q shaman as your. Oh my gosh, man. Oh my gosh.
That's hilarious.
That's great.
I got that from Mike, my buddy.
Oh, okay. You know,
That's actually Mike.
What are you talking about, man? That's fucking Jacob. Jacob. Here, I'll show you who he is. Look at.
Yeah, I know. I'm kidding. I'm just trolling the guy. That's my homie.
I know. I've talked to this guy a few times. The missing stink, is that what it is, Jackie? He interviewed Jacob Angelo, I think is his name.
I'm not sure.
You don't know what I'm talking about?
Not really. I probably will once I see it.
Never watched it, I don't think. I'll have to go to his actual channel now. Good God. Now I'm indirectly promoting him. It's like,
Oh, jeez.
What? Isn't his name Jacob?
What are the missing link up there?
It's an interview on his channel.
Okay.
Yeah, of the Q shaman. Whatever. It doesn't really
Okay.
matter, but
Okay.
but the Q shaman's definitely this guy's a very interesting character, for lack of a better term. But we could get back to, I don't care what we do.
Yeah.
We could get back to the video. I just got distracted. I got distracted. Cuts did it. Cuts, why do you gotta do it, man? If that guy's not an agent, then I don't know who is. So yeah. Alright. We'll get back to the video. Genetically engineered microbes with a kill switch. Nothing to see here.
Requesting a modular genetically engineered kill switch that integrates into any, and let's go down and read more to you. Scientists are taking a big step forward. Request to design modular genetically engineered kill switches that integrate into any genetically engineered microbe, causing it to self-destruct under certain defined conditions. Now, that was in 2022. Let's take you to another report, and they're also doing something else electromagnetically. We'll get to that as well. Another one, genetically stable CRISPR-based kill switches for engineered microbes. Let's read into this for you in just a second. It's going to be highly important, and we'll get to the solutions next. Probiotic microbes have become effective chases for engineering diagnostic therapeutic technologies. One of the most commonly engineered probiotic strands, write this down, is ESCHERICIA coli. Engineered strains of ECN have been successfully used to diagnose, treat bacterial infections, cancers, gastrointestinal bleeding.
I'll be honest, I'm just realizing how fast it sounds, but I usually listen to shit at double speed, but he speaks pretty fast, and I have it in 1.65. I usually listen to everything in 1.75 or 2,
Hey,
really.
Sean, do you dream in fast speed? I was just picturing like your dream state and like
Holy
everything's
shit.
super fast.
Let me ask you. No, I don't think I do, but I don't know. Maybe you know what I honestly helps me a lot is listening to, I put on sleep meditations at night. I don't care.
Yeah.
You already listened to this and you're just re-listening to it. That's why you're listening to it fast, right?
No, I haven't heard this. I haven't.
Oh, you didn't even listen to it yet? You just listened to it fast like that?
Yeah, he does this just on all
No,
his
I
videos.
know. I know he does this. I'm aware
This
of
is
this.
how I see it, right? If I watch, say I watch 10 videos in double speed, I watch them in the time that it would have taken me. You get what I'm saying? It takes me double the time if I watch it in regular speed. So why would I? I'm cramming in the info. Is how I see it.
It's kind of like speed reading.
Exactly. See, and people do that. And that's the cool thing also about audiobooks is, which I have done, is same thing goes. You can really speed read, or speed listen in that case. I like some of the audiobooks where they have the text up too, so you can kind of read along. And you might not be absorbing it in the same way or the same amount, but I think trained my mind to retain a lot more than I did in the beginning when I started doing that and introducing that. I've probably been doing that. I wonder now how long it's been since. It's definitely been a year.
I think that means you're an agent and you're trying
Right.
to scramble everyone's brains, bro. What are you doing? Just kidding.
Right. So probiotic microbes have become effective chassis for engineering, diagnostic, and therapeutic technologies. He's probably going to read this. I'm retarded right now. Hold on. Why does it keep doing this?
So if they engineer something, what you need to know is they can shut it off at any given moment as soon as they want to. They got the switch to do it. And reading to you further about the scenario, an inverse kill switch design would then be one in which the baseline state in the gut is permissive without supplemental exogenous molecules. Correspondingly, the lethal components of the circuit are expressed in response to supply inducers and environmental signals external to the gut. So numerous genetic circuits have been developed that initiate cell death in response to a chemical inducer. Similarly, biocontainment circuits have been developed in E. coli using temperature sensors tuned to different physiological environment. So we're talking, they have a chemical that activates it. So let's say you're exposed to a chemical, let's say they release something, let's say a derailment happened or they knew something was happening, and this stuff starts to hit a switch inside of certain people's bodies. Because based on what they're saying here, this is what's happening. Not just that, they're using electromagnetic waves to then project even more of this technology onto you. Scientists report breakthrough in electric control of DNA. Electric control of DNA. Remember, if there's a weapon, then there's a defense mechanism. And we're going to get to that. We just have to educate ourselves on the weapon system if we want to move forward. And don't you want to move forward here? Don't you want to actually say, hey, you know what? I want to be able to teach my family, my kids, my cousins, somebody how to beat this stuff. And this is what this video is about. Because without you, without us together, when you thrive, I thrive. And this whole cohesive unit of us being in this community here is because the knowledge right now. So moving into this
hashtag
kill switch that we want to talk about with you, not just the kill switch, but the electromagnetic switch. We design electromagnetic interference consulting of genetic components that render human cells responsive to DC triggered electrostimulation and enable exclusive DC adjustable transgene expression, the researcher said. Researchers believe their technology will enable direct programming of metabolic interventions through wearable devices. What are they talking about? What devices? That's the next question that has to pop up in our heads. Okay, and I'll tell you what, because you want to walk around and you want to have your Fitbit on, you want to have your smartwatch on. I'm not saying the older generation, because obviously most of them is like, man, get that tech away from me. But everybody else is like, let me get that tech. And what's happening is they're controlling DNA, which they call the technology DART. And so the DART technology is basically exactly what they say it is, because it's targeting certain DNA genes. And they're able to control the expression of it, meaning that that's probably another part of the kill switch. So reading into it, smart technology like health ones, Fitbit, smartwatch, Apple, the biological system, while human biological systems are analog in the sense that they are programmed by genetics and updated slowly by evolution, electronic systems are digital in that they can be updated and controlled by electricity. Bringing lack of functional communication interface, scientists ETH Zurich have devised such an interface through which our DNA can be controlled via electricity. So whenever they're doing HARP and all this stuff, and we're telling you that the mind waves and everything is affecting people, it's actually happening. We got evidence proving just that. And so we're moving into this field now where everything, the artificial human, is a choice now. It's a choice when you walk in the store. You're telling me it's not a choice when you walk in the store, and some people say, oh, I can't eat organic. Oh, for real? So you just want to just be some spliced up DNA nanorobotic creature, and that's exactly what they want. You know, use the DNA the magnetoprotein, which is in the engineered strains of food in the food supply, which is being used as a biological weapon system. We're going to get into the solutions here. We just had to detail these. So if they're attacking probiotics, which is essential for gut function, if they're attacking DNA, which is essential for cellular function and everything else, the question is, what can we do to prevent some of these things? Because this is going to be our way forward in our future lives. This is a real important video. So let's move into the important aspects of it. And if you're here, give me a like. And while we're here right now, can you please share this out? And you send it in a text message, send it in an email, send everybody know, because YouTube ain't going to push this out. At large, I'm noticing that these videos are not going anywhere. And I don't know if it's that you don't really enjoy them as much, or it's just a system doing that. But at the end of the day, I know I hear a lot of comments saying, hey, this is thank you and you're helpful. I don't know. All I know is I'm having a human experience right now, and I'm hoping with all my heart that I can make us shift towards the right place. Now let's get into it. 21 years old, I took lactobacillus, which is one of the most important probiotic strands. They're engineering probiotics because they don't want you to have a healthy gut. I knew about lactobacillus because I had holes in my stomach because I had a terrible diet. Now, from 21 to 31, I'm doing much better. What I know, though, is why lactobacillus is one of the better ones is because they can survive heat. You know, when you ship most probiotics to people, they die. But let's move into this right now. What temperature kills lactobacillus? Approximately 145 degrees. So most of the time, unless you're in an environment where it's 145 degrees, these probiotics are going to survive. They rebuild my gut. You're listening to someone who was ready to die. And I've never said it in my entire life, but I hated eating. I hated everything. And it was just this terrible moment of it. And then something in my head said, no, you're not going to go like this. And I was switched. No, I'm not going to go like this. You know, got energized. And then after that, lactobacillus was one of the key factors that was helping me. But you can't get the fake probiotic from the store. They don't even have this inside of the yogurts in Walmart anymore. I looked at it. So look at this. Gram-positive bacteria such as lactobacillus are able to survive heat shock up to 75C. And I just told you the reason why. They radically go in and kill a lot of bacteria in your stomach, the bad bacteria. And another thing for DNA, I want to tell you, I'm going to tell you what I did last night. It feels excellent. It feels great. A lot of us not doing it enough, and this is really helping me out as well. But people ask me, DNA, RNA, since pine needles is the one, and I got this app called Picture This just for you. And I pulled out the data because I've been doing this for years. And
Pine needle tea, baby. Pine needle
loblolly pine. So what you want to do is you want to go look at the other names for that. So when you put that into your search engine, you're going to look that up, and then you're going to look at certain names of it. I have a picture of this, which I take it and I go straight up to the plant, takes a picture. I got a database of all of it, and so I know exactly what I'm getting. So that's going to be important for DNA protection because it hosts the cell and everything else. So moving to the next part. If they're using frequencies, the question is, what frequency could we use to potentially disrupt a kill switch? The first thing is not eating all the GMO stuff and reversing that part inside of your gut. The second thing is, I did this yesterday. Grounding, so highly important. I'm going to show you deeper into this because oxidative stress issues we're having, the pollution, poor nutrition, this can damage the tissue and DNA. Once you hit the ground, you put your feet on concrete, even if you lay on the floor in your house. Look at the results of what happened to people's bodies just 2 hours after grounding. And also look at the result here. Look at the result of the injury, inflammation, and how the electrons started to decrease that inflammation because you just ground it simply. Because the earth has electrons and it has energy that removes all this inflammation. And these electrons right here, when you have your shoes on, you're actually getting charged. You're getting hit with more frequencies than anything. This is what God made. He made a world where you can put your feet on the ground and you can be healed from a lot of this stuff. So why would we, and the thing is, like I did that yesterday, and I also have an air purifier injecting carbon into the atmosphere, activated carbon, because it's the oxygen molecule, which is an important essential nutrient. I lay down, I put the 1111 music on because that's tissue repair and all that stuff. And I feel so good. I lay on my side, my right side for like basically a couple minutes, my left side a couple minutes, I lay down flat. And also it's massaging the tissue as well. So it's not only recovering, it's massaging the tissue, it's giving that pressure. I do my back. And it's just great. So if they're hitting us with frequency, there's another frequency for DNA that they talk about that I want to get into. So this frequency is known as 528. I use 1111, 528, but they say that the DNA repairing the damaged telomeres normally encountered through time is to heal that. And it's studies going into the National Institutes of Health where they actually talk about 528 Hz frequency actually did do a lot. Right here, check it out. Sound waves at 528 and 100 dB intensity induce testosterone production in brain, enhancing starring SF1. And it goes and say frequency 528 also reduces total concentration of reactive oxidative species in brain tissue. Prolonged exposure to the sound wave showed a reduction of anxiety related in behavior in rats. The result revealed the reduced anxiety is related to increased concentration of testosterone in the brain. The study may lead to individual assertion of a possible therapy in which sounds may be utilized to reduce anxiety in the individual.
Good to see you, Brother Notch.
God didn't leave stuff here for us to counteract what they're doing here. So if they're targeting us with a frequency, we got to remember that this universe, the sound. Remember, it says like it's a sound that every animal knows, every insect knows. It knows this frequency, the God frequency, the frequency of God. Every animal, every bird, all of them, they know it. And so the thing is this stuff exists, and they're trying to build this biological system inside of us where we're nanorobotic in nature and all this weird stuff that they're doing with the replicating cells and genes. But this is our chance here in this video right now. You need to come back and you save this in the playlist and you look at it over and over again and write down notes because I'm really serious about when I say this. This will be a game changer if we just start doing it. And some people say they bought grounding shoes. Yeah, that's fine too. If you don't have the money to pay for that stuff, go ahead and pay for it. It's there. The thing is, though,
I want to get those.
You got to make it part of your daily regimen because I'm here to help you. Like I see a lot of these channels with it. We're all parroting information, but I'm going on my own separate journey to research things, figuring this out, so you and I and our families can look back and say, you know what, it was a crazy time, but we spiritually were there, we mentally were there, and we also was healthy enough. I've seen a lot of family members pass through these scenarios. And like I said, when I thrive, you thrive, we thrive together. And that's why we're here doing this here today. So I did another video, and the donation link here to support. You're my only sponsor. Will be here in the chat and below. Tell about TV. 99% of people will pass much faster, though, if you don't check this video out, which I did just 2 days ago. Critical for the next piece to the second half of this video. Thank you for tuning in. Please spread it for.
Yeah, shout out to Notch. So I don't know if you how much of that video you caught there, Mr. Notch, but quite interesting. Quite interesting indeed. Good to see you, sir. I don't know how you don't have a wrench that could have scored.
It's kind of hard to say how like far-fetched that is or not. You know, like whether or like how deployed it is or not.
Right.
But it is interesting. Like it's good to like know about that because they probably do that.
They do just about everything. No pun
Right.
intended.
They're doing all this.
Yeah, it's a double entendre because they do on everything, and they do everything. So, but oh, okay, he just got here. Well, anyway, that was JWTV's last video. Another channel coming on the right around that $100,000 corner. You know, some people blast off after they hit that 100,000, but Some people, it's just slow rolling. So, again, like I said, though, I am hyper skeptical of anyone with a large following. It's hard not to be, but
my opinion of it, I don't have a really negative opinion of that guy because he never tried to fraud me for hours on end or like months on end. He's not like a fraudster, you know? Like, yeah, he has like it's all monetized, and I mean, I think he did good. He got the documents. I mean, he you know, he had the fucking whole. He had the whole fucking the patent on that shit.
Mhm.
You know, that was pretty good.
You know, a lot of people that
Just
are
kind
gonna
of like glancing at it, just something to glance at and be aware of.
like Jackie, not Chiquetta, and possibly you and I. Basically, is what I'm saying. It might be the only ones who have the context to get the lore and the backstory of what we're even talking about. Like some people aren't even from the, you know, whatever gematria community, if you want to call it that. But
Oh yeah, my take now, since looking into it further, I don't think they're doing gematria actually. As far as I can tell, they aren't doing any gematria at all, whatsoever at all. None of that shit is gematria. In my opinion, I mean, sure, I guess you could say, oh, it's the English gematria, but I mean, whatever that means, you know?
right, no better than any no better than the English language, for instance, and calling that a trustable.
Well, the problem I have with it is that they're calling all and attributing all this English language stuff to Hebrew. They're saying it's Hebrew. They're like, all this English is Hebrew, and it's just not.
I get it because
It's just not. That's just not what it is. What they're doing, you know, it's not even Hebrew at all. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, Kabbalah is originated in the East, though, if I'm not mistaken, not necessarily the Middle East, but
it still doesn't translate to English very well. I mean, they call it the English Kabbalah, and it's like some whole bunch of whole other ass satanic ass shit.
Satanic CIA. Hold on, satanic.
Right, it's CIA number garbage.
Yeah,
satanic CIA number garbage. That's what it is. In my opinion, I mean, as far as I could tell, it's definitely not gematria.
Oh man,
I think it's all. I think
we
it's
go
all
back,
a bunch.
bro.
I think it's
Go
all
ahead.
a bunch of imagination, and
It is. It's
I
pure
think it's
imagination.
really cool. I do, and I think it's really cool. And like, I live
It
in my
works.
imagination so often that like I get really into that. But a lot of it, I think, is just really just.
It's a good exercise in your imagination.
It is. Exactly.
It's not the worst thing. Just don't be
It's not.
confused what you're doing. Don't think that you're doing gematria. You're like spinning up all this number garbage in English, and this one and that one died, and this and that date, and all this. They're like doing necromancy and all this garbage, and they're like, it's our holy sacred gematria, everyone.
Yeah. I believe in the theory
Dying
that
in the
anything
metaverse
that
matrix, gematria,
Sean, I'm
matrix.
speaking.
All right,
Sean,
go.
I'm speaking.
I'm retarded.
My theory on it is that anything that you're going to put your energy and attention onto, this realm is going to show you everything you want to see. So really, if that's what you want to see in it, that's what I think that you will see in it. It kind of, you know.
And it's not just what you see that you manifest. It's literally almost like your entire experience based on your thoughts, emotions, actions, right?
Yeah.
It's actually pretty simple, but also extremely complicated and complex at the same time. So
exactly at the same.
I think you guys kind of understand what I'm saying, though. I'm not trying to be like overly dramatic or whatever about it. I'm just saying, in my opinion, it's like all those people aren't even doing gematria.
would you say alphanumeric or alphanumerology maybe is a better.
It's called arithmancy, numerology arithmancy, and then it has a bunch of subsections. And then none of the codes, none of the stuff that they're even doing, that a lot of you guys are all even doing with the calculators, none of that stuff even matches any of the English gematria per definition. Like, none of those ciphers are anywhere to be found. It's just not gematria. It's not even English gematria.
Yeah, we all just need to get out of our imagination, like someone was saying. Who was saying that a second ago? I think it was Jackie. Get out of your imagination. Pineal power of your imagination.
No, I wasn't saying get out of your imagination. I think we should all stay in our imagination, but I think it is imagination. I don't think we need to get out of it. I think it's a great place.
I think math probably is the universal language in some kind of way.
Well, I mean that kind of was the idea, no? With
No, I get it. I get the spiritual aspect of it all too. I feel like by what they're doing though, they're like denying that though, actually. And then attributing a bunch of dark stuff to something that's like sacred and supposed to be more on the good side. And they're like, yeah, all this horrible death stuff is some sacred thing here.
But if you're exposing it, right, and
they're not exposing it though if they're calling it by the wrong name. That's like basically just Orwellian newspeak. That's all that is.
You know what I actually downloaded from your channel, dude? I gotta show you. You'll get a kick out of it. Hold on. Don't let me digress though. I mean, don't let me distract.
Did you ever hear about did you know I called the Philosophical Research Society a couple days ago?
Okay, and did what?
I asked them. I was asking them about the gematria, if they teach classes on gematria, or if they're affiliated with Zachary K. Hubbard in any way, shape, or form. And they were like, "Oh no, we're not actually. We don't. There's never been a gematria class." We talked to the guy down there at the library, and he said that all of that stuff is not like legit, basically. I actually have it posted on my Twitter.
Do you see
I don't know if you guys. Yeah, that's hilarious. That's the pure imagination. That's Zachary K. That's Zachary K. Hubbard in the fucking gematria factory as Willy Wonka.
It's all satanic and shit. I don't know if he's laughing or agreeing, and it's all scary and shit too. Yeah, the cosmic vending machine.
It's fucking hilarious. At the very least, it's just funny.
Kabbalah is poorly translated Sanskrit wisdom. Sanskrit has 6 distinct layers of meaning. They reduced to 4, and in English 1. Interesting. So I don't think there was much more to.
Have you ever heard of the Philosophical Research Society, Sean?
Don't they have a YouTube channel? And Mitch Horowitz
maybe.
Yeah, like Mitch Horowitz, I think, is like a big. Let me see.
Oh, you follow them?
Philosophical. Is it again Research Society?
Yeah.
I think I've seen some videos.
Do they have a channel? Oh yeah, they do have a YouTube channel.
Yep. LA-based nonprofit.
I gotta subscribe to their channel too and check it out. Do you know what the Philosophical Research Society is?
No, I mean, not more than I've just.
The Philosophical Research Society is Manly P. Hall's fucking foundation that he founded to freely give occult knowledge to humanity freely and openly for all mankind. Have you ever heard Zachary K. Hubbard talk about the Philosophical Research Society ever whatsoever at all?
Not that I can remember.
Do you know why? Because in none of this is there anything remotely close to what Zachary K. Hubbard is claiming is gematria. None of that shit matches. I called them and they confirmed it. They said he's never been there. He's never taught there. They've never taught gematria. There's no gematria in the book. It's just not what he's saying. They made up those gematria ciphers on those calculators out of their CIA rat asses. That's what you're doing, your gematria. It's not gematria. And he didn't learn it from Manly P. Hall. If anything, he's plagiarizing Manly P. Hall, and he's doing a piss poor job of it. Because if you read the Wikipedia about Manly P. Hall, it says he did all these lectures and went around the world and did a book tour, and he actually did 150 fucking things. Not like a bunch of fraud and garbage and faking matria.
No says Kabbalah is also muddied with Babylonian, Khazarian, blood magic, human sacrifice, and SRA. If you know what that is, I guess I don't know if I should say those words out loud.
I mean, in my opinion, if Zachary K. Hubbard is claiming that he fucking learned his gematria from Manly P. Hall, then shouldn't it be in the book Secret Teachings of All Ages somewhere and not a misinterpretation of what he's saying? Shouldn't there be a citable source reference of it? If he's like, I just learned it from the Manly P. Hall. He's like, I went on down to the Manly P. Hall and learned the matria. He's like, are you buying my matria?
Yo, you're sounding like, you're sounding like right now. You're sounding like this guy.
Amy, you know what? I'm making fun of Amy from Crack Their Code because I'm Cuts One from Cracking the Code. I mean, we're doing the matria. I'm teaching. I'm the teacher. You're doing the learning. I'm the teacher, and I'm teaching you gematria. It's the ancient artist. It's the ancient scam artist practice of coding Hebrew letters into language and the numbers into words. By today, she's like, everybody knows the ancient Kabbalah is A, B, C, and 1, 2, 3. That's not what it is, Amy. Sorry, you're wrong. Try again. She doesn't teach gematria. Neither does Zachary K. Hubbard. Neither does Manly P. Hall. I mean, that's what you call fraud. You know why he's allowed to plagiarize and fraud this guy?
Right off the bat. Why is that?
Because this is just open source information. He gave this foundation for free for people to have open source information. So Quackery's over there. He's like, wait, this is all open. I can just scramble this shit away into my fucking garbage.
What's up, everybody?
Yo.
Do you know about 6'9" Hubbard, Cage?
No,
guy on the screen here? No.
Hi, Cage.
Zachary 6'9" Hubbard.
Hey, everyone.
That's Zachary 6'9".
And buddy, who was talking there? One. Yeah, I've actually just went through the Secret Teachers of All Ages, the entire thing. They do briefly mention gematria in it.
Okay, but do they have your little cipher on there? Is it with your ciphers that they're claiming is the 4 magical ciphers of gematria? I'm sure it's not in there.
It was more of like Pythagorean. I think it was
right. They're talking about something else that's totally different. That's right.
Yeah, but true gematria is it's a Jewish practice, really. So you have to.
Right, it's Hebrew language. That's what gematria is. It's not any of this other stuff. And it's not from Manly P. Hall.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if Zachary K. Hubbard was legit whatsoever the fuck at all, he would have been promoting the Philosophical Research Society this entire time and told people to read the shit correctly. Not just spun it into a bunch of number garbage that they made up out of their ass. You know?
Who's the Hubbard guy again?
He's the gematria.
Oh, he's
wizard.
some guy that's like claiming gematria is his. He's like, I'm gematria. He's like, I am the great Kabbalah. I mean, this guy he's a fraudster. He's a scam artist. He's a scumbag. He's like, you buy my gematria, you die. You buy, you die. Even if you don't buy, you die. He like threatens people to buy his sports gambling, quote unquote, gematria rat garbage. It's like unbelievable garbage.
With all the goddamn avatars there. They have everyone's avatar.
Look at all these clowns, dude. Look at all these fucking clowns.
I just think it's really funny.
All right, I'll just pick one. I'll calm down. Good to see you, sir, in the chat. Shout out to the chat. It's 5 a.m. here. I'm helping people like Jackie though, and Cage and Cuts, who either have graveyard shifts or are entirely nocturnal and insane. Some would say. I wouldn't say that, but yeah. And myself, I'm helping myself in a way. So. And hurting myself, I guess, right? Because 5 a.m.
You know, I always appreciate you, Sean. You're like online live right now. That's like doing the most.
Yeah, I mean, you can call it work, you could call it recreation, you could call it a mixture of the two. I'd say it's everything and nothing all at the same time. Much like myself. Everything and nothing. Everyone and no one all at the same time. Someone, everyone, and no one all simultaneously at once.
Oh yeah, Pineal. I'm able to. I'll send you that link now.
Oh yeah. Which one? Buddha?
Yeah. Remember you
Mouthy Buddha?
Yeah.
I want to do a whole entire stream on just his stuff, dude. Just like I did already on the other channel on Shaunosaurus with the abuse of power one. But for you said the Order Out of Chaos when you download it's completely gone, right?
I have it. I still have it.
Right, but it's gone off his
Yeah. I don't.
account.
Yeah. Whatever link I found, it doesn't work. For some reason.
Did you see the beginning of the stream at all, or no? Did anyone on panel watch the beginning of my stream? This stream that we're on right now.
Nope.
I think I think I turned your video on when I seen it come on.
All right, let me just.
But I don't know if I paid attention that much, like the whole thing.
We're gonna watch the best part of the stream so far, which is the very beginning, just to get a feel for it. Again.
And I give permission to anybody in the world to fucking bomb YouTube headquarters now.
How is he allowed to say that on YouTube? What the fuck?
Let's shut his channel down. Fuck your fucking channel, you fucking degenerate fucking demon.
Zachary K. Hubbard was saying that type of garbage as well.
Laughing, so don't bother laughing.
Yeah, not like this, dude. Not like this. Not like this.
I mean, basically, yeah. No, it was just like that. It was just like that, even worse, maybe, actually. It was probably worse than this one, actually.
Oh, it was deleted after weeks of rants. Okay, I didn't know he was going on for weeks.
I'm pretty sure Zachary K. Hubbard said the same shit as this.
Well, he's lost many channels though, so it's like I don't know if Santos has or not. But I was never as deep into Santos's research.
I don't even know who this guy is. Who is that?
No,
some guy's threatening YouTube?
Mr. Astrotheology. Never heard of that dude.
Nuh-uh.
Santos
I've
Bonacci.
heard of him. I've never watched his stuff.
Pretty big
Australian.
twoofer. He also, I think, came up with
What is he got all mad? He's got censored a bunch of times or what?
Oh, I don't know. You got to hear this shit, dude.
Don't bother laughing. The world is listening to me, you stupid cunt that's laughing at me. Fuck you, fucking YouTube motherfucking cunts. Shut the fucking pages down. Stupid fucking motherfuckers, because then everybody will go to the other platforms because
it's just It's just
I want to see
comical,
what I have to say, and you get to
truly
lose your
entertaining.
fucking motherfucking cunts.
Yeah, it's just like some satire.
Beautiful day here in Mexico, and I got a nice little outfit today for all the globetards. Got some nice tits here.
Yeah, that's it.
Every
That
man
type
likes
of shit's
the,
just too
likes a
weird,
nice
man.
woman with a nice set of teeth and curvy, beautiful, nice curvy hair. Me, I'm one of those guys. But I'm here to show you how globetards.
I don't know. I think actually the quackery guy is actually even more weird than this.
Yeah.
16 paranoia field days later.
Hello, dear friends. Hopefully this will be a short one. There you go. I'm a naughty boy again. But I just want to share with the world that Mark Zuckerberg is a fucking pedivore demon fucking cunt. And everybody at YouTube. All you fucking useless eating YouTube motherfucking demon fucking cunts are all going to go to fucking hell by me.
He loves to say cunt.
Okay? Fuck you, Zuckerberg.
He loves
2 hours later.
People
That's
traffic.
like a term of endearment in Australia.
YouTube are people
Yeah,
fucking
cunt,
traffickers.
That's the thing.
Fuck an FBI fucking cunt. All you FBI Jesuit fucking Freemason CIA.
Wow,
there you
he
go.
just got
Go
all the like
fuck
fucking
yourself,
semantics
you fucking
going.
ugly fucking treacherous cunts. You will perish in eternal fucking damnation. Please, everybody, share this with everybody on Facebook. Because Facebook is a cunt. And you will, within months, Facebook, you will not exist. Everybody at YouTube will have their fucking throats slit. Boy, that escalated quickly. And Facebook slit.
He's
You see
pulling
that,
up, you
fucking Bill
guys.
Gates,
He's
Pope
gonna
Francis,
pull up.
and all you fucking pedivore fucking vampires. We are gonna fucking get rid of you fucking cunts off our fucking earth. You have cannibalized mankind, and you're going to fucking hell.
This
But you're
guy
going now,
needs to go to
'cause I'm
YouTube with
starting your fucking
Zachary
hell
K.
now.
Hubbard immediately.
What is going
know,
what is
man.
going to befall
You
every
go to
one of you
YouTube
fucking
headquarters.
degenerate fucking cunts?
Can we
Is
team up
eternal
Zachary
fucking
K.
misery.
Hubbard with this
Okay?
guy and just
Fuck
send
you,
them the
Mark
fuck down to
Zuckerberg, you
YouTube?
fucking demon fucking cunt.
It's possible. Yeah, it's possible. I
That's
love
what
that.
needs to happen immediately.
You know, one of my favorite parts of this video is how he's got his glasses over the beanie. Like that's the fucking best part to me, actually.
Eternal
They're
fucking
falling off and shit.
misery. Okay? Fuck you, Mark Zuckerberg, you fucking demon fucking cunt. And Steven Spielberg and all you fucking pedivores. Tom Hanks. Fuck you. Die. Die already, motherfuckers. We all know you're all fucking pedivores. From the fattest fucking bum cunt in the fucking world, the Pope. You're fucking bow down to that fucking hippopotamus ass fucking dog.
You know, I feel like
Facebook,
watching
you are a
this
bunch
again.
of fucking dogs.
I feel like watching this again.
They
and
really
counting-
did a number on people, you guys.
I feel like counting how many times he says cunt, honestly. That would be...
I love it.
I mean, I have a little sympathy. I kind of go bad on people like that, too. If need be. I mean, you know, only a few, but if absolutely necessary. I don't think that doesn't seem as genuine, though. Like, he's just going at him, like, because of a bunch of propaganda he heard.
Bro, it's not his fault, okay? He's Australian. It's not his fucking fault.
Unbelievable.
I don't know who that is, sir. I've never heard of that person. Andrea Casaraghi Grimaldi. Is this a theory? Is this one of those body swap theories or character swap theories where someone's playing someone else, like Conscious X type paradigm, where actors are? Again, I don't rule anything out. Anything's possible, really. But is that what this theory is? Where people are playing other people on the world stage, actors, athletes, politicians, etc.
This guy's probably a crisis actor with the damn IBDM page.
Do you see this freeze frame?
He's
right
probably
here?
a faker. Look at him. He's probably a fake. He's a phony baloney. He's just an agent provocateur. He's a little rat.
I'd be curious if for you to
He's
check
just
out.
like Zachary K. Hubbard.
His shit's
What's
crazy,
you and this
crazy
Hubbard
in
person?
depth.
You have an out for this Hubbard person, don't you?
That's how Cuts and I probably.
Yeah, I got it majorly out for the quackery guy because he like he insinuated people to like come like do me in mass at my work, like to thousands of people, and then like he's like go, he's like go do the guy in at his work, and then snitched and doxed and like posted my address and had people harassing and threatening me for like months, and they're like, we're gonna pull up every day, and they never even pulled up, and it's garbage. Like, fuck you.
How did he figure out your address?
Because they're little fucking rat fucking snitch motherfuckers. I don't know. They're CIA bot fucking clowns. That's why.
Okay.
I think it's just there's a lot of history with
They claim that they preach gematria on the corner.
You know what's crazy? Like he used to call himself the most censored guy on YouTube, but if you just type in gematria, again, the algorithm might be catered to me, but I'm pretty sure I've gone on like a anonymous tab here. All I got to do is open a private browser and type in YouTube. I'll just go to YouTube and type in gematria, and let's see if he's the first one. I'm not logged into my account. I'm on a private browser. Again, I don't know. The shit could work to where it's got my IP and it's still catered. I don't think that's how it works. I'm on a.
If you look up gematria,
YouTube.
it should be a video about Hebrew language. That's what gematria is.
I'm pretty sure.
And it doesn't match their ciphers. Not even the letters match because it's not the same language.
Well, look at that. See, my point is that you type it in and his channel is what comes up first. So it's like at one point calling
that's
himself
garbage.
look above
that's
the
super
Slipknot
garbage.
song with 6 million views.
That's super garbage that they got
It's
it like
if you're the
that
most
on their
censored person, how do
algorithm.
you? Crazy.
Yeah, that's not legit at all.
I mean, you would think for the most. I'm just saying for the supposedly most censored person on YouTube that this wouldn't be a thing. He wouldn't be the first thing that comes up.
I
If
don't
anything,
think
you'd
he's
be.
censored. I think he covers his ass and he says a bunch of garbage, and then it has to get removed because that covers his ass, and then he fucking keeps going. And he's like crying censor. He's like, they were on me, and then he was like slandering and frauding a bunch of people. That's what he was doing, and they fucking took his video down, which they should. They should take all of his entirety of everything he's ever done off of the internet. Fuck that guy. I'm still waiting for him to pull up so I could do his ass in. I don't give a fuck.
I wouldn't get so emotionally involved in it, you know.
No. I don't give a fuck.
It's the internet, man.
They fucking
Focus
threaten
on
me
there's so many-
24/7, day and night, saying they're gonna come
But
do
they're
me in
not.
at my work.
But they're not. They're just talking shit to get you worked up, and it's working.
Yeah, don't say it then, because now at this point I'm calling for the complete immediate removal of the fucking scumbag immediately on site, and I don't give a fuck.
I love how Noah is pointing out Santos is continually changing skin
You know what?
tone.
You know what? I actually doxed his sweet lady yesterday, and guess what, you guys? His sweet lady bitch is a boy. I swear to fucking God. It's a fucking man, you guys.
I saw
His
your
sweet
tweet,
lady
bro.
bitch is a fucking man. It's a doy boy. His name is Doy.
The tranny?
Yup, it's a fucking, his name was Doy Boo my rip. It's a little doy boy. Look it up. Go on my fucking Twitter and look at the fucking ugly little bitch.
Hey, tell me I'm wrong, Cage. Wouldn't Cuts get along
I
with
swear to
fucking
God, I want to fucking knock that motherfucking little doy boy's fucking dome off his fucking neck.
All right, there you go. What were you saying, Pineal?
Oh, there it is right there. Oh my God, look at this artwork, dude. Oh,
Yeah,
no.
that's Zachary K. Hubbard. They're going to get gay married. That's going to be the first gay Montreal wedding.
I can see his full name every time with the initial.
Oh my God. This is ultimate troll.
No, that's not a troll. That's legitimate. Look it up, bro. That's on his LinkedIn.
Troll doesn't mean
as far as we know, that's legit. That's his lady. Sweet lady boy is a little doy boy.
Wait, how did you find this again?
It's on LinkedIn.
What?
That
Zach
sweet lady. Yes, that is the person that I say is sweet lady. Does that look like a woman to you?
Dude,
St. John's Seminary. What? They're becoming a priest?
interesting at the Theological Institute, but I'm just curious to know. Okay, so is this someone
That's
that?
the one that he calls Lady May. That's the one that works at the pharmacy shooting up the little babies with the vaccines.
Whoa,
That person is a fucking scumbag. That person needs to get stomped the fuck out.
You're
Doy
really
Boomer Reap.
You got to set up a fucking cage match between you two.
All right, well, we're not going to dox anyone here, so let me get off of here. Interesting optics. Interesting optics here. Are we still online? Fuck. Let's get back to the good vibes, man. Let's raise the vibe here, man.
YouTube. Fuck you.
I'm just raising the vibe.
I gotta go.
No, you don't want to finish this review?
I have to go give a briefing in the emergency room. I gotta go to work. All right.
no.
Flatlining in the other room, and she's here talking to you.
All right,
Hey,
we'll be here if you come back. All right.
Okay. Hey, Cage.
Sorry about that, you guys. I'm just really upset about that. I'm fucking working really hard and they're threatening me at work 24/7. I highly don't appreciate it, and that's not gematria. Sorry.
Cage was gonna. Jackie was gonna say something to you, Cage, but she had to run. What did she say? She had a call in the ER. What kind of call?
I don't know. I don't know. She said something about she has to get back to work. You know?
Oh, okay. All right, I'll be right back. We're gonna review this very important footage. I'll be right back.
Sorry about that, guys. I'm just like not very happy about that. So
yeah, you're
I don't know what else to do.
You're very passionate. It's clear. We're not denying that. Much like Santos here. Let's watch some more Santos.
Cunts.
Right.
Shut down my channel. Let's bring down a showdown. Send your fucking thugs to my house and come and get me. Because then the wrath of the gods will fucking smash you. I will fucking pound your fucking heads to a fucking pulp. Fuck book. Fuckerberg. Here we go. Here's one for you. People of the world, you know where Mark Zuckerberg lives? Assassinate the fucking cunt. And Bill Clinton. And fucking stinky cunt Hillary Clinton. The fucking frazzle-drip fucking snuff movie maker. You're all into fucking snuff and snuffing children and drinking their fucking blood. Yeah, this video is going to go viral and it's going to be fucking historical. Because here we are using your fucking platforms, you stupid fucking degenerate fucking cunts. For 13 years I've been exposing you, fuckbook. And YouTube, exposing your fucking pedivores and your fucking...
All right, we got to get something straight here because some people seem to be confused from the other day when I was showing certain pictures. The picture of me with...
You stupid...
Hold up. Damn it. The picture of me with Guy Fieri...
Sean, no offense, I can't stand listening to that guy. Oh my God, please don't play that guy anymore. Jesus.
Oh, man. So, well, his channel's down now. But anyway, the picture of me with Guy Fieri is legit. The picture of me with Emeril Lagasse is legit. But the picture of me with Bill Clinton, I mean, if you can't tell that he's shining all over his face here and that this was clearly at Madame Tussauds Wax Museum in New York when I was a little kid, then I don't know what to tell you. But yes, that is not legitimately me picking Bill Clinton's actual nose as a wax figure.
Well,
fucking degenerate,
obviously,
fucking cunts.
Yeah, well, no, people got confused because I also showed pictures of me with some Food Network celebrities and shit, food people, and no, those are real pictures. But they got confused and they thought I superimposed them or like edited them or some shit. But yeah, shout out to Metaphysician. Unless he was joking, I don't know. Metaphysician's humor is a little shot sometimes. So, such as myself. Hold on.
For 13 years, I've been exposing you, you fuckbook, and YouTube, exposing your fucking pedivores and your fucking jabs, murdering millions of people. Do you think that you're going to get away with it when there's people like me that you have fucking infuriated that are going to come and stab you to fucking billions of fucking pieces?
No.
Fucking motherfucking sons of fucking whores. Mark Zuckerberg, son of a fucking whore. Too bad she was a Jew because it gives Jews a bad name, you fucking slut. Mark Zuckerberg, the slut. Mark Zuckerberg, the fucking slut. Mark Zuckerberg, the fucking slut. Go fuck yourself, YouTube. And I give permission to anybody in the world to fucking
slut. What did he say? But how is this guy openly making terroristic threats online like that? Saying
I know, I'm pretty sure that's like fucking agent provocateuring type of garbage. Which is why I'm so upset. They did that shit to me, and I fucking, like, I can't stand it. It's like fucking a nightmare. Like, I didn't even think this shit was, like, real. What in the fuck?
Yeah, you know the good thing about the internet is you just can turn it off whenever you want, you know. You don't have to participate. Remember that.
That is true.
Yeah.
I don't deny that.
It's an option.
That
And
doesn't mean they're
this is
not
what
doing
these
it.
kinds of people, they're like energy vampires. So they want you to get all worked up, going crazy in your mind.
I'm actually doing really good. It's not even that big a deal. It's just really funny, so I like to rant about it. It's, like, hilarious. I just make it comedy.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, you know, if you look at it in a comedy perspective and
Mark
don't get them
Zuckerberg,
You know what that's what I've been doing. I've been doing Gematria. Oh, it's anonymous. Come on down and buy. Do you need to buy the Gematriaholics Anonymous discount services? We can cure Gematriaholicism. Buy today. I mean, you know, that's what I've been doing, just ranting on them like that. I think Sean should probably join the Gematriaholics Anonymous group meeting one of these evenings.
Hey, Sean, are these videos still up on his channel? Haven't seen them. Or have they been deleted them?
My channel is not like I'm on like a 90-day extended super duper copyright extended permanent guideline strike right now, I think.
No, I'm asking the Santos guy. Like these videos you're playing, Sean, does he still have them up? Because I don't see how he's telling people to blow up YouTube and slit the throats of these assassinate people, and that's how the fuck is that still up if it's up, you know? That's doesn't make sense to me.
It's weird how it seems like an actor to me. That seems like fake.
Zuckerberg, the fucking slut. Go fuck
Just
yourself.
because
YouTube.
he's
And I
using
give
all
permission
this
to anybody
like
in the world to fucking
mainstream
bomb
type of
YouTube headquarters
rhetoric and
now.
saying something about Zuckerberg and like
Let's shut his channel
that's
down.
like a rat
Fuck your fucking channel, you
channel
fucking
thing.
degenerate fucking demon pigs. I will be forever.
This is
YouTube
like
will be
equivalent
dead.
to Zachary K. Hubbard saying that the Jesuits fucking do everything.
That was your metaversal digital bomb there. We mean no harm though, YouTube. This guy here is just unhinged, off the rails. We do not promote this type of behavior and activity, folks. At your soonest convenience, please bow down to your Lord and Master, YouTube. And
This is equivalent to Zachary K. Hubbard saying that the Jesuits and the Catholic, someone in a robe is hiding, doing it by the code, and then he's like, buy the code. Oh, and by the way, buy the code too. Does this guy doesn't turn it into a sales spiel though? Or no?
Well, you can use Gematria with English language, but you need to use transliteration. Transliteration, right?
Does that all translate across the board properly?
There's something definitely to it. I'd recommend you look into, if you want some actual good information on Gematria, you should look into this channel called Numbers Don't Lie.
Now,
some of the
are
original
a dumb
videos.
cunt and a fucking ugly cunt. Look at just.
Yeah, I don't know.
But this guy isn't into any of that betting or monetizing it to make people think that they can, like, you know.
Did you guys hear the one where I compared fucking Zachary K. Hubbard to the guy that introduced gematria into the English in the first place in the 1500s? The John Skelton guy? I just read the Wikipedia and it's like a perfect fucking old English fucking definition of Zachary K. Hubbard. That shit was fucking hilarious.
Why? What do you look into? This
I don't
kind
think
of,
a lot of those, I think most all of those gematria channels are all fake. gematria. It's not even legit. None of them. There's some legit ones that are videos that are like the gematria. This is how you. They're like it's like Hebrew language channels. Those ones are legit.
Oh, well, yeah, there is this one guy named Rabbi Jacobson, and he had some good information on it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Numbers Don't Lie is another good one. Like this, I've never even. I've looked
You're
into
telling me I've been
gematria.
muted this whole fucking time? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I was. I didn't. I thought you were
I
gone.
know. I was kind of wondering if you were on.
Fucking kidding me, dude. All right, godly. When was the last?
No, it's all good. It's all curious stuff. It's all interesting.
Wow, dude. All right, we got a video here from No revealing the Gatekeepers Part 4, Sink or Sin. I'm not familiar with this channel. Whoa. I slowed it down. It's always cool to find a new channel. Yeah, there you go. Fusion 612.
You are not my friend. You never will be, and I will spit in your face. And if I have a knife, I will fucking stab you and slit your fucking throat. I can't stand.
I'm gonna just predict what's coming next. You bloody fucking cunt, sons of motherfucking fucking cut your mother's throat and fucking drink of blood. You fucking.
It's like the lowest fucking internet banter you can just get away with.
And a fucking ugly cunt. Look at 99.
You are a dumb cunt and a fucking ugly cunt.
99% of you listening right now are a dumb cunt and a fucking ugly cunt. Look at yourself in the mirror and you'll see that you're fucking
How
as
can you
ugly
be
as dog
two
shit.
cunts at once?
Ugly cunt.
Say that again.
How can you be two cunts at once, bro?
Well, you're a maybe he meant to probably forgot to. He should have just kept it to dumb ugly cunt, not dumb cunt and an ugly cunt. You're a dumb ugly cunt is what he meant to say. Just to correct.
Look at yourself in the mirror and you'll see that you're fucking as ugly as dog shit.
Yo, buy the Sky car, man. Holy shit.
Yeah, that wasn't even a good one.
No, it was a defective Sky car. Completely defective.
That was a very bad example.
You're gonna die and you're gonna go to hell. Retard.
Look at this guy.
It's the fact that you made that video, you fucked yourself right up, motherfucker. You really, motherfucker, Howard.
Tell all the people that you see.
What the fuck is this, man?
Oh my gosh, we got a body swap theory going here. An interesting body swap.
Dude, these conspiracies, Sean. My God. Are you serious?
Someone dropped this in the chat, dude.
Tell all the people that you
Unbelievable.
see.
Shout out to No for the interesting theories we got going here.
Follow me down. You tell them they don't have to run. We're gonna pick up everyone.
It's him. It's another guy. It's another guy.
Gonna bury all our troubles in the sand. Oh yeah.
Wait, so
biometrics.
this is hold on, I'm confused here. Are you trying to say that they're playing both Danny and Santos? I'm confused. Hold on.
Can't you see the wonder at your feet? Your life's
The other guy
Dude,
here
that's
on the
like
right.
trying to get me in trouble at work and doing
This
all
guy
this shit.
Danny is supposed to be his like Santos's right hand man that helped him like build this syncretism society and but a lot of people accuse him of being a fraud and that Santos is just around frauds, but lately
Is
it's
he
been
a
seeming
fraudster?
I don't know. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, people are wasting their time on their hands.
Can't you see me growing?
Including me right now.
The time has come.
You know what? The thing I like to be on here is just because it's so fucking cold and just nobody out right now. It's like cold as fuck. So there's like zero
All right, so this is a this is a post from Santos at one point. Anyone who is a cunt to spread lies like this must have been born of a whore and a slut and a cunt. His mother has a stinky cunt and has never washed it. She is a dirty, filthy
What are
bitch.
these, like the original agent provocateurs or what?
So this degenerate motherfucker is a demon, and if you don't get that, then you are a dumb cunt too, and just fuck off. And don't worry about me. Worry about you because you have plenty to. Blah blah blah. This is all for the dumb, ugly cunts, leaving insignificant. Blah blah blah. Degenerate cunt, stinky cunt, whore mother. Aborted him in the meat mixer and fed him to dogs. Please pin this comment to the topmost fucker. Soon people will hear of you falling from a stairwell and break it. Wow, just great stuff.
Tell all the people that you see.
Fucking
It's just
bloody
me.
dumb fucking
Follow me down.
stupid, filthy, stinky fucking cunt. Cunt.
This just proves he made an hour video against us. It just proves to everyone people are actually going out of their way for many days and weeks, right, to make content against us. You know we're doing
What the fuck are you watching, bro?
Dude, I don't know. Ask my fucking.
What the fuck
what
is
the
this shit?
fuck are you? What's going on here? Now you're saying lifting the veil is also you're okay. All right, now you're kind of fucking my head up here. No.
Away for many days and weeks, right, to make content.
I don't even know what the fuck this shit is. Like, what the fuck?
I have no idea. I have no idea what the fuck I'm watching.
And by the way, retard. Your video, your one video against me. And by the way,
Okay, so you have to keep in mind. No, I don't know how much backstory or like I don't know how involved you are into the lore with Santos and shit. But I'm not and haven't been. I never have been that much into Santos's work.
So your buddy on here that we're on the chat with knows this other guy or something?
They dropped a link in the chat. This is someone's video that they dropped in the chat, not theirs. But and so this guy here on the screen is lifting the veil, who supposedly was button heads with Santos. That I only know because I happened to be watching one of Santos' streams like a week ago, and I re-streamed some of
Is
it.
lifting the veil much like cracking the code?
I don't know. I've enjoyed a lot of his stuff in the past, but I think he lost his channel at one point, and his channel now is much
the
smaller.
veil a little too hard. He was a little cracking the code.
Yeah, I don't fucking know. Dude.
Unbelievable.
But this theory is pretty out there, dude. But again,
of gems of truth that you've never seen before. I put will live forever and ever and ever. And you are fucking jealous of that because you are ugly and stupid. And I'm not ugly.
Ugly and stupid.
Beware being snared by this type of trap.
Man, that's
They're
hurtful.
saying this guy is these other guys doing a fraudster gig, basically.
Right, body
stupidest
doubles and
shit
fucking.
I've ever known in my life.
And now they're gonna say
I mean, I
Andreas.
could see that. They probably do that kind of shit. They probably have him. They got the guy. He's just like, where do I sign up on Indeed.com? Have you ever heard of Indeed? They were just run the crisis actor fucking website. They're like, yeah, hired, you're fired, you're fucking hired.
Biometrics.
Okay. Well, here's our next theory. This is Andreas Zertis.
They're like, go, 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 go. Indeed, indeed, indeed.
I guess
Snared by
there's
this
the
type of trap.
body double. The next
And
body double.
once you see their actors, the obvious narrative is not what it's about. It's merely another divisive acting show playing out on the world stage. Once again, it's problem, action, solution.
Oh my
These
god!
are hardcore conspiracy theories, you guys.
This is
Yeah,
like
these are
conscious
pretty.
X fucking retard, bro. This is retarded.
This is basically conscious
They're
X.
being snared by this type of trap. Understand?
And I hear, I think Joe Rogan, and then I see
once you see their actors,
Robert Zephyr merging into.
Sean, how do you look at all
the
this?
obvious narrative is not what it's about.
This is how I know I'm up too late. You
It's
know,
merely another divisive acted show playing out on
or too early
the
rather.
world stage. Once again, it's problem, action, solution, distraction,
You're not even
or both.
awake
So be
after
smart,
working
take
the
no
web.
part in the theater, and give YouTube no excuses to further tighten censorship.
I'm a changeling.
Wow. I don't know what to say. I just don't know what to say. folks.
I'm sure some fucking gullible schizophrenic people enjoyed this video.
But I do agree with them on one thing. Like, share, and subscribe. You know?
99% of
Do the
people will be
subscribe.
shut off. We're talking boom, straight off. And so the thing is, you want to know, okay,
Well, we already watched that and we never even finished it. That's the problem.
99% of people will be shut off. We're talking boom.
He played. I think he kind of embellishes this story a little bit, but he got good research.
Now are a dumb
He's like,
cunt
you're
and a
gonna drop
fucking ugly
out.
cunt. Look at yourself in the mirror and you'll see that you're fucking.
Nah, he's cool. I don't want to be like saying anything
Oh, I am
toward any
already sub.
channels.
Never mind. I'm already subscribed to this channel. Fuck. Oh dear. Who would have known?
I like that guy's channel a lot, actually.
Who? Oh, JW.
I think he does just like the only not a bad like not to be negative at all. Like I just think you could tell he's like he's like extremely concerned.
You think so?
No, I just think he makes it sound a little bit more critical sometimes than maybe because it might be. You don't really know that like the gut flora thing. It could be more benign or mass spread. Who knows? Is it a pandemic? I doubt it, but could they do it? Oh yeah. They'll just get you to eat that shit. But then he did play he played a video I think in the beginning where like the lady like some like governor lady or somewhere from some state just like flopped out on the camera the other day.
Oh shit.
And I guess I don't know if it was like related to that, but it like seemed like it was like trying to, show an example of what like that could be like or whatever. But I mean, I get that. That makes sense,
Good to see you, Manel. Max Egan. Really? Santos called Max Egan a P word. Interesting.
Yeah, Sean, I have someone interested to put on. So
I will say for the record, I was very much into Max Egan's content and research and just his his work and channel back when he was on YouTube for quite a while. Back when he was on YouTube, I think with the Crow House. Then he came off YouTube, and I still listen to him a little bit, but slowly kind of phased out. He stopped being so active. Anyway, I was never that much into Santos, but I mean, look what I was missing. I mean, look at this here.
Listening right now are a dumb cunt and a fucking ugly cunt. Look
Right.
at yourself in the mirror and you'll see that you're fucking as ugly as dog shit.
Right.
Dumb cunt and
I'll make sure that I
and dumb
never
cunts.
go
99
subscribe to that channel.
you're two cunts at once, bro.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Sean.
but I'm not saying this to you guys. I'm not saying that 99% of you listeners are, but he said here one more time.
0.99% of you listening right now are a dumb cunt and
Right.
a fucking ugly cunt.
Right.
Look at yourself in the mirror and you'll see that you're fucking as ugly as dog shit.
Right. Anyway, all right. So buy the Sky card.
Yeah, like that
Anyhow.
guy could be still flying.
Right.
Throw the video I put in the private. It's 8 minutes long. It's not long. Oh, hey, you got fucking AJ subscribing to you. I known that guy for years.
Who? Illumination News?
Yeah, he's a lawyer guy. AJ is a Mason.
Could you imagine some guy like that trying to agent provocateur you like all crazy and shit? Like what the fuck?
He was already
I know, like,
subscribed.
get the fuck away from me immediately.
All right, one more time though, just to.
Soon, dead.
Really drive it
Everybody's
home.
leaving YouTube because you're a bunch of fucking liars. And you know what happened to liars, don't you? You fucking stupid fucking cunt Zuckerberg. You ugly, ugly fucking cunt.
He does. He wants to kill
Who
the
has
new
always
world
had to
order.
fucking
Very
pay
bad,
to get
though.
fucking laid.
Gotta give him that.
Boo. Death to all fucking demon vampires. Death to you fucking
he's
all.
like-
Fuck you, Zuckerberg, and fuck
He got
Book
all
and the
there.
FBI.
Fucking-
I have more power than you, FBI. Yeah? Way fucking more
He's
power.
more powerful.
Try and come and fucking touch me, and you will see the fucking wrath and vengeance of all the fucking gods. You got no choice to let me fucking curse you fucking cunts every day on your fucking platforms. And when you shut me down, I'll be doing it on the other platforms. And I will see the day when you fucking perish, you fucking cunts. We truthers, humans, we will outlive you. We will be eternal. And you will be snuffed in fucking hell. Dirty fucking cunts and sons of fucking whores. Zuckerberg, your mother is a fucking slut. Bring her to my place so I can slit her fucking throat, remove a head and shove it up your fucking ass and film it and show everybody, okay? CIA, ASIO, Australian fucking government, all you fucking governments, go to fucking hell. Someone, Italians, Italiani, wake up, go to the Vatican and fucking murder the fucking Francesco Bergoglio, the hijo de fucking pinche puta.
Hey, speaking Spanish right after.
Hola, Francesco.
What the fuck is like this
Bergoglio,
world?
hijo de fucking pinche puta. Tu culo es grande, es igual que un hipopótamo. Y tus pedos huelen como mierda. Con este culo de fucking pinche hipopótamo. Sons of fucking sluts. All of you fucking whores. All of you fucking degenerate fucking lying cunts. You know who you are. Fuck you. Death to all fucking vampires and flesh eaters. Death, death, death to fucking
your subconscious mind.
you, motherfucking dog.
You're the guy.
Death to fucking you, motherfucker.
If you're not even ranting like this guy, you're not even doing it right, you guys.
Holy shit, man.
Death to fucking you, motherfucker.
It starts glitching at the end, and then
you're not even counting pavement the most.
Death to
supposedly the stream
you,
suddenly got cut short, and that line was repeating over. But then there was a minute of bonus footage here.
This guy's casting fucking Bad Daddy, Al Baghdadi into
fucking the oblate spheroid Santa fucking titties, Santa pair.
Right.
And the fucking I should have worn blue trackies here, but you know, hang on a minute. I better do this fucking properly. Yeah.
Right.
Blue merino, Australian merino wool, fucking blue fucking. Let's put some fucking stuff in here. Here we go. Gee, man, I got some fucking blue ball problems. Playing with the fucking blue marble.
Bro, he's obviously having a psychotic break. He's going manic.
Neil's fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson's fucking flying Santa pair. I'm gonna fucking change. I'm gonna repent from my true model, the Ptolemaic model, and I'm gonna fucking design a flying potato model.
The
demon in the meantime,
he's probably cool. He just down. He wants to defeat the new world order, like we all do, you know. And this is just his way of going about doing it. I suppose.
Mark Passio's blue balls. Hello, Mark Passio. Nice to see that you're a cartoon truther with
I
the
mean,
cartoon
he's
of
going at him, you guys.
ball that you've got on your fucking.
Passio did a ritual on him.
Fucking sit down a bit more. So.
Yeah, you hear what he's saying about Passio?
Passio did a ritual on him, bro. He's fucked.
They did a ritual on him?
Yeah.
Here, listen to what he says to Mark Passio. Hold on.
I think he's tickling Mark Passio's blue balls. Hello, Mark Passio. Nice to see that you're a cartoon truther with the cartoon of the Santa ball that you've got on your fucking videos there. How can I get those fucking sit down a bit more so I can walk better?
Why was that stupid fat loser Frank the Truth Tank trying to tell me to go look at fucking some Mark Passio shit?
I don't. A handful is enough.
I don't know.
A mouthful's enough.
I've talked to Passio before. Passio put out a lot of good information.
Every
But
man.
why was that fucking stupid fat loser, that guy Frank the Truth Tank? Why was the stupid fat loser trying to tell me to go look at some Mark Passio shit? You know?
Mark Passio's got good work, but he's a
Yeah, but why was that stupid loser, that fat flaming fruit loop fraudster, Frank the Truth Tank, trying to tell me to go look at some Mark Passio shit?
Don't you worry about
You
that.
know?
And who are you? What's your name? Yeah, Analog City. No face. Analog. Fuck you, you fucking cunt. Yeah.
Well, that's
that's why I'm a
weird.
black guy.
This
Don't
is
call me a
all
white guy. I'm
weird
blacker
as
than you
fuck.
African Americans.
What a bunch of weird fucking garbage.
You serious?
You serious?
One more time.
It's analog. Fuck you, you fucking cunt, yeah? Black guy's a better truther. That's why I'm a black guy. Don't call me a white guy, okay? I'm blacker than you fucking African Americans.
You serious?
You serious?
But this guy got all spun out off of some Passio ritual. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, now you guys got to watch the beginning of the stream, so you don't even have to rewind.
What did they do to this guy?
What didn't they do to this guy is a better question.
How come he's all triggered and upset so bad?
No, same
Triggered.
way.
Does he need to go to Gematraholics Anonymous?
Wait, where's the link?
Same reason why you react, same reason why everyone reacts on this.
Yeah, I know. When they fuck with you, you're reacting, right? He's just all hype. He's just all
Remember,
amped
reacting
up.
is still acting. It's all a bunch of actors playing their role. You know what I mean? In a way.
Shout out
And,
to
and a
Matt.
little energy feedback loop. That's something or someone is benefiting off of. Definitely not the participants in it, though.
That's what I don't like about it. They try to use you for fucking some shill garbage. Like they always steal. I mean, even the benign shit, it pisses me off. They just steal my research all the time, and it's like, oh, no credit due. That's like OG. I mean, what about the G code, guys? I thought you're doing real G. Unbelievable.
Oh yeah, I've already seen this. Yeah, Robert Spano on Kabbalah numerology. Yeah. Yeah, he's pretty on point compared to some others. Oh, what is this one here? Is Gematria legit or just a cheap trick by Mark Watts? Interesting. Defending Gematria. Okay, well, we'll see with the rabbi and yeah. Okay.
Yeah, pull that one up then if you've seen this. Or
How did Kabbalah begin? Brief history of Jewish mysticism. Well, I mean, this one's pretty obvious how it's defending Gematria right there. So they're not trying to pass
Oh
it
yeah,
off as
that's a good one. I think that one is actually pretty legit.
All right, we could watch that one. I haven't seen that one. Wow, 13 fucking years ago already? Jesus. I think I saw that probably a while back.
This is
Same
an old
with
one.
same with Rabbi Jacobson, but
Yeah, the Jacobson guy.
all right. Well, look, is Gematria legit or cheap trick? Why not? I got it sped up, so it won't be as long anyway.
Let's stay on that for a minute. Then you're bringing up what's classically known as gematria. That every
Yeah, this
Hebrew
one was
letter,
interesting.
is equivalent to another number. Aleph 1, that's 2, Gimel 3, so on and so forth. And then when you put these words together, like you just did, Samech, Vav, Daled, those 3 Hebrew letters, Sod, which refers to Kabbalah, the secrets, is the same as 70. So your books are filled with these incredible gematrias, these numerical equivalencies.
Yeah,
and they
that's
give these deeper insights into
gematria.
the text of the
That's
Torah.
gematria.
Your website, even I saw,
That's what
has
it
a
is. It's not
search
all
engine
that
for the
other
entire
shit.
Tanakh for gematria. Now, there.
Well, what other shit you mean? Like
All the shit y'all been doing for years on end. All the other shit Zachary does. All the posts on Twitter. All that shit. Decoding the news, decoding the sports, decoding the this one, that one, rapping death, and I mean
But
sports
but
death. You're fucking worshiping
what's the
death,
difference
and
exactly?
I mean unbelievable. None of that shit's gematria. Listen to this guy.
There's another
All
guy named what's his name? Stan Tenen. I'll drop a link in the chat for people. This one's called it's from the '90s, early '90s. A matrix of meaning of the sacred alphabet. And it gets into all languages and like how they're all sigils and
Yeah,
all.
listen carefully to this though, how it's like the Hebrew language. It's not like, and all the numbers don't even match any of their ciphers or any of that shit.
All right, let's play it. Let's see.
Even I saw has a search engine for the entire Tanakh for gematria. Now, there is pushback. Sometimes when I, in my, maybe not in my MJE life, there's a lot of respect kind of from my students for a lot of these things I haven't really studied. But I don't know, from the yeshiva world in which I was raised, sometimes I get a little rolling of the eyes when I quote a gematria. They're like, oh, come on, that's so convenient. And sometimes the gematrias aren't perfect, a little one off. And then you have to give another little Dvar Torah to explain why it's a little one off. Why do you think, I'm thinking of one of my sons right now, who's like, he studies a lot of Kabbalah and Hasidus, but like somehow the gematria thing just seems a little too convenient for him. Why do you think this is? And what would you say to someone like that that's a little cynical about the significance of gematria and our belief that it can illuminate this?
Yeah, that guy's a genius, dude.
It goes deep into the geometry and like the real meaning of it. Like
yeah.
how
What's
all
the
these
name of
alphabets-
his What's the name of his He had a channel there.
The Maru something.
Something like that. Okay.
Kind
Yeah,
of divine
I'll be
design
down to watch that.
within the Torah, because I think one of the reasons we're attracted to gematria.
Yeah, I almost forgot about that guy for a minute.
To these
This
numerical
stuff
equivalents,
is
you
all
can see that in the
fascinating.
text,
It's just
there's something like,
it's
no human
looking
being
at
would
it,
have come up
right?
with that, kind of thing. And it's like a little of a trigger to divinity. And we're all looking for divinity in our lives, in our personal lives, and we're looking for some kind of evidence in the Bible that this comes from a higher place. It wasn't just written by a bunch of men. What can you tell us about gematrias that bespeak that?
Okay, so I would say
I don't think you're spelling the name right though, but
no, that's his name, Stan Tenen.
Oh, it is? Okay, all right.
if someone, especially if someone is
look at the link. It's the matrix of the alphabet.
Oh, okay. I was gonna type it in. I'll just
from
click
learned and looks down in
All right, hold
gematria, I would say That's
That's
really a
just
shame.
older than you, man.
Because if you look in the Talmud uses gematria. If you look in Rashi uses gematria. In all of the one of the most important commentaries is called the Balaturim from around 1,000 years ago. We have to understand, he is the one who established the order that was adopted by the Shulchan Aruch for what's called the backbone of Jewish law today. So the Balaturim was a legalist, and yet he wrote a commentary that is highly Kabbalistic, and it's almost completely based on gematrias and numbers. So that's what I would say to someone who is learned. They're missing out on something that the sages gave us, something that our greatest of the commentaries gave us. It could be that, people have, because maybe in other like cultures, they play number games and people associated with. But we have to understand, and again, if anyone looks at this commentary, the Balaturim, and there's a tremendous set in English put out by Art Scroll, which is phenomenal. But it's not just gematria. The entire Torah, there's a numerical code running through the entire Torah, not just the gematrias. For example, you can see it in Art Scroll. Art Scroll is considered very middle of the road for people who are less familiar with Jewish thought and those who are more familiar. At the end of every parsha, there's a little note that says how many verses are in that parsha. And Rabbi David Feinstein makes a drasha, makes an explanation. Why does this parsha have these many verses? So it's not just gematrias. There are, like I said, there's a numerical code running through the Torah. And there's significance to how many letters in a verse, how many words in a verse, how many.
How does it do that?
Dan Tenen goes deep on that.
I don't get why.
So let's stay on that for a minute then. You're
the entire Torah, an explanation. There's significance in a portion, how many in a book. In fact, in the Talmud itself, it points out what is the middle letter of the Torah, what is the middle word of the Torah, and even in Art Scroll, sometimes they point out what's the middle letter of one of the books of the Torah. Now, these are ancient traditions. So someone who is somewhat cynical about this, I would say that it's misplaced. Now, just like anything, gematria can be misused and can turn into kind of like a fun exercise. But that's not what gematria is. Gematria points out below the surface connections between ideas, concepts, and words that we wouldn't catch without it.
Okay, so 2 questions.
I agree.
This is really excellent. This is so helpful, and you're explaining this so clearly for us. Number one is, do you think, therefore, it is a basis for believing that the Torah comes from a higher place? Do you think that's a good, I'm not saying to put all of your faith in God and in Judaism in these gematrias, but do you think that should be part of, seeing that there's this rhythm, that there's this code, these numbers? I guess you could be a little cynical and say, well, a group of mathematicians, if they wrote the Bible, if they sat down to come up with something, maybe they could have embedded within, they could have embedded within some sort of text, some ancient text, some numerical, equivalence between words here and there. And therefore, maybe that's not a good basis for belief. And then number two, I assume that you only are going to accept gematrias that are brought down in Jewish tradition, not people making up their own. I found a little phrase here that's got this number and it equivalent to that. It's missing 2 numbers, so we'll explain this like that. That's probably what turns people off a little.
You're 100% right. When gematria isn't used correctly, and it's kind of like
There we go, baby. Geometry of language. See, that's what I know gematria as. So we're gonna watch that after we're done, which we almost are.
we'll make it fit.
Yeah.
Right.
But for those of you listening and not watching, Rabbi Trugman is doing all sorts of contortions with his hands and arms. Okay. Yeah.
And I agree. If someone would hear how some people use it, but again, if we look at our ancient sources, and we
yeah, dude, it's like 2 hours long though.
You know what? The funniest thing about this video is if you go in the comments, like all the little gematria guys are on there in the comments. They're like telling him all these little English gematrias in the comments. They're like, but government equals 44. They're like doing all the. They're like, look at my gematria. See, it's like mental illness.
What, you're in there? You're looking at the comments
It's not
on the
like
video?
Frank the Truth Tank has like some comment on there. It's like totally mentally ill. He's like, yeah, look at all my gematria. See, he's all, you got to go check out Zachary K. Hubbard. He should debate you.
I haven't talked to him or been on
No,
his
I
channel.
swear to God, on this video in the comments, there's like Frank the Truth Tank. He's like, go debate Zachary though.
Oh, Frank, I'm thinking of
And then he puts like a bunch of his like stupid fake gematria garbage on there. He's like, look, see? I mean, it's fucking unbelievable.
I never watched that stream where you were on the
Like they didn't
thumbnail.
even understand what the fuck this guy even said. They like just watched this shit and they were like, no, that doesn't match quackery. They're like, oh, no, this guy's wrong. You should debate quackery.
All right, I'm adding you
Unbelievable.
to the queue here. So we got a few Scott Tenen videos after this one's over.
And we see the
quite deep individual,
deep richness that it brings out in the text.
Right,
I'll give an example. A microscope.
Clips, right?
If I look at my hand, so I see fingers. I can actually see the tendons running through my hand. Sometimes you can see your blood vessels. Now, what happens if I put my hand under a microscope? All of a sudden, I can see the individual hairs that might be on my hand, the individual wrinkles that I can't see really sharply with my eye. Now, what happens if you up the focus or the power of the microscope? All of a sudden, you see through the hand, and you start seeing the cells. And what happens if you up, again, the power of the microscope? Then you'll see the incredible world within the cells. Up it again, then you see the atoms inside of and then again, then you see the particles. So the numerical code in the Torah is like putting the text under a microscope. And all of a sudden you see things that you couldn't even imagine are there. I'm going to share something very, very, very personal. Is I am a Baal Tshuva. I was not brought up religiously, far from it. I came to it in my mid-20s, and different people come into Torah either through the mind or something above the mind. In other words, through logic, proving the Torah, proving God, or for me is the more I learn Torah, and Baruch Hashem, with the incredible teachers that I had, and they started to show me what's below the English translation of the Torah, that is what convinced me of the divinity of the Torah, was understanding, as I began, this idea of pardes, the simple, the alluded to, the symbolic, and the mystical. And the more one delves into the Torah, below the surface, with the imagery of the microscope, all of a sudden we see what you said, that we're convinced that it can't be anything but divine.
Fortune is my best friend.
Oh man, shut up. All right, so we got our first video here. Let's check it out from Scott Tenen. Again, I used to watch this guy back years ago, and quite a wealth of knowledge, to say the least, for sure. Extreme Kabbalah. Sounds pretty authoritarian. Element of Maru Foundation research.
Now, I want to show you something new, which is not fully developed yet either, but it's really very interesting for those of you who know something about the Kabbalah and about Sefer Yetzirah and the Sephirotic tree, the tree of life in Kabbalah. If you take the two different 7 color maps and peel off the 2 different spirals, this one goes around 3 times for 1 time through the hole, this one goes through the hole 3 times for 1 time around, and you put the 2 of them together, assuming they're the same handedness, you get this form. The white line is from the bigger toroid, and the blue line is from the smaller one. In fact, the blue line is the same as this green line. When you put them together, they intersect, they weave, they interleave, just like you would make a basket. They intersect in 10 places. Those 10 intersections are the 10 Sefirot on the tree of life. And if you plug this model into the Sefer Yetzirah, into the Kabbalistic texts, all the relationships that are described on the tree of life are confirmable. You can see why they made the claim, why they connected this idea to that idea and this idea to that idea. I'm going to write it up, and that'll be another presentation. But this breaks open the whole idea of the tree of life. And for those of you who've studied the Lurianic Kabbalah, there's a discussion of the 2 circulations that come together to make the tree.
In the background to make it.
For some reason, nobody seems to have made this model recently. I'm sure they did in the past.
Say that again.
That's from the link I think, I'm pretty sure.
What's from the link?
It's from the matrix of the alphabet, whatever the fuck it's called, sacred matrix of the alphabet or whatever it's called.
Wait, what about it?
I think that clip is from that.
Oh, okay. Here, I'll check it. I thought you sent me fucking the full one.
No, it is the
Smartest
full
man
one.
in the world.
You should just play like a bit of it and just pause it or whatever, because then you get the full You know, the full teaching of it instead of just like a little piece of it. You know, to get the full context and shit. Or at least
Okay, here, I'm just gonna play a couple. Wait a minute. Let me just play a couple of these. Hold on. Yeah, we get it. It's a 501c3. All right, come on. Definitely watched Thinking Aloud before.
When we talk about language, most people don't think about geometry, but we're really in effect talking is in your work with regard to the ancient languages. We're talking about a sacred geometry that embodies within it cosmological principles. And I think a good place to start to explain what we're talking about here might be with reference to the mystery of the two primary names of God that appear in the Hebrew Torah.
Well, that turns out to be the basis of all sacred geometry in my investigations. Most people don't know this, and it's not discussed by the rabbis, and it's not discussed by the scholars. But we all know when we read the Bible that there are usually two names. In fact, the scholars have made those two names the basis of the documentary hypothesis that this is an edited text, and that the 4-letter name of God was used by some authors, and the 5-letter name of God was used by other authors, and then they inter-edited the text. And that's the basic academic position. My position is that that's a mistake, that the use of these two different names was deliberate, has specific meaning, and may be at the basis of the whole system. Most people think that Abraham discovered the one God. That's the throwaway line that we're taught. I don't think that's true. I think that in the world, for millennia, people understood the forces of nature and worshiped them as a kind of God and a pantheon of gods in the outer world. I think people also had a personal inner experience of meditation, spiritual experience, and they knew about these things. What Abraham discovered is that the internal spiritual experience and the external world are the same thing.
It sounds like the fundamental insight of the Hindu tradition that Atman, the essence within, and Brahman, the God of the universe, are one.
That's exactly right. What we have found by looking at the sequences of letters in the Hebrew Bible is a fundamental topology that seems to be common across all boundaries of faith and experience. Any self-referential person that's studying themselves in any society, in any time, if they take their study to its extreme, are going to find these same underlying patterns that relate singularity to wholeness, inside to outside, wave to particle. All of these dualities are parallel to this idea of the one God, the 4-letter name, which represents the singularity of light in meditation at the very greatest height and depth in the mind.
That's sometimes referred to as the tetragrammaton.
The tetragrammaton.
The unspeakable name.
Which is now pronounced in Hebrew based on a root word, adin, meaning pedestal. This is the Lord that's very high up on a pedestal. And so I modeled this Lord quality by extent. Now, the 5-letter name of God, Elo and then him, which I'll say Elohim for, that represents the panoply of all there is in the universe.
And it's a plural.
It's a plural. Most people don't know this. This is the word that's used at the beginning of Genesis. In the beginning, God created heaven and the earth. The word God there is Elohim. And that Yud Mem ending, im, is the masculine plural ending. Now, we're talking about a singular one God in the Judeo-Christian Islamic tradition. So we don't have plural gods. What people don't understand is that Yud Mem ending, which now means masculine plural, didn't have that meaning at the beginning of Genesis because there weren't any people. This was a more general operational meaning. Yud Mem has a common meaning by itself. It means sea. Sea as an ocean, great expanse. And Elo is a name that means these or those, or it can mean God generically. So we have the expanse of the great light of consciousness, the Elohim. In contrast, and the word contrast is very important, with the singularity of the extent of the Lord, Hashem, the 4-letter name, the tetragrammaton. And we are strung between the one and the many. And the alphabet, and in this case, we're talking about not, let me back up a bit. Nearly everyone makes a presumption that when we're talking about languages and we're talking about alphabets, we're talking about phonetic language for narrative writing. But that's not the only kind of language we have. We have formal languages for music, we have formal languages in mathematics, we have formal languages in computer coding. It's my thesis that there were 3 levels of language and alphabet in the ancient world. There was the common spoken language of the average person, which was whatever was generally spoken in the territory. There was the civil language, the language that the king required for contracts, the commercial language, which was more formal. And then there was a spiritual language, which was a formal language also, but not necessarily originally for stories. Instead, it was a language for recording exercises that could lead to spiritual experience. Now, we do that today. Arthur Murray used to have dance studios where they would teach you to do the waltz by stepping into footprints that were painted literally on the ballroom floor. As we'll see when we get into what we found, we have discovered that the formal language in which the sacred texts apparently were originally written is a hand gesture language. Each letter represents a gesture. And the natural meaning of the gesture becomes the name of the letter. And the meaning of words is a concatenation of the meanings of the names of the letters, as if it was an acronym language. And so that you can take words apart in Hebrew at the operational level, and you can discover their meaning letter by letter. And very often you get a finer shade of meaning than the common modern idiom. And when you use these meanings that we've reconstructed in Kabbalistic text and Sufi text and mystical text in general, even in some places in the Talmud, you get back a wealth of meaning and you resolve a great range of paradoxes.
All right, kid. So what were you saying? Which video? The Spano video?
No. Here, I'll post it. I'll post it in the private again. It's the one. It's the link I posted in the fucking in the chat, in the YouTube chat.
Okay, so not in the private chat. I mean, because this is an interesting video. I mean, chances are people haven't seen it. So
This program is brought to you by Emory University.
I mean, it's only like 5 minutes at 1.5
Cool.
speed, probably. So
That's how we got down the rabbit hole. Yeah.
or what would it be? 1.5 speed, 8 minutes, whatever, 6 minutes, something like that. So might as well watch it. It's very informative.
Officially, you start finding writings about Kabbalah and Jewish mysticism in 11th, 12th century Spain. Really fertile time in Spain, right? Because Christians, Jews, and Muslims are talking to each other. We should go back. I mean, what a fantastic thought, right? And
Funny that
really rich, fertile.
Funny that he mentions Christianity, Judaism, and Christians, Jews, and Spain all in the same context, because I was actually raised Jewish. My dad was Catholic, and our last name, the family name originates, on my dad's side anyway, originates from Spain. It's actually Basque. So interesting synchronicity there.
Time.
I'm actually
some of the first
Basque too. That's rare as fuck.
Texts.
I don't know if it's rare, but
It is. They have a strange language that's not related to any other language either. You look into it.
Well, then even another synchronicity. Then I was going to say a triple sync with him mentioning. Well, it's not really sync to speak Christians and Jews because they're the most common religions. But yeah, interesting with the Basque reference there. Again, obviously this guy
that's what my fucking
is not Basque. I don't think by looking at
well,
him. But I could be wrong.
my brother did one of those fucking stupid ancestry tests like an idiot, and apparently I got some of that. Well, I've never done one, but apparently if he's my brother, we have the same parents, and I assume it'd be the same. I don't know how it works really.
Yeah, I actually met some relatives recently that I don't think I had met before. Actually, it was just about a month ago. There was a family kind of event, and it was actually right the day before my birthday. So I kind of considered it like a indirect birthday present from the creator. But yeah, I got to meet some family that I wasn't even aware of, and they had the same Basque, same Basque lineage, obviously on my dad's side, blood. Pretty sure they were blood, obviously. Anyway, so this is 8 minutes, and then I got this other one synced up in the back. So Robert Spano on Kabbalah numerology and music, the effects of what did it say in the beginning here? Metaphysics and music, Jewish mysticism in the Kabbalah. Anyway, where was I at here? 30 somewhere around here.
And so it was a really rich, fertile time in Spain. And some of the first texts, some of the richest texts of Jewish Kabbalah are coming out of that period. There are also earlier texts that are a little more obscure, although the ones from Spain are obscure enough. Then in the Renaissance, right, it's Ficino again at the Medici court who's translating Plato into Latin from the Greek for the first time. He's also a Kabbalist. So he's studying this stuff along with colleagues, notably Pico della Mirandola, and they are Hellenizing and Christianizing Kabbalah. There's one book that's called The Rape of Jewish Mysticism, about the Renaissance co-opting of Jewish Kabbalah, because they start, the tree is like a filing system. Does everybody have the tree in front of them? Who doesn't have the tree? It goes like this. The idea is that in Jewish mystical thought, the tree doesn't start here. The tree starts here. And these are veils of nothingness. It's quite Taoist. So there's nothing. There's limitless nothing. There's light, but it's not really light yet. And there's limitless light. So there's three veils of nothing that is the ground of being, which is pretty Taoist. And eventually it forms a point, and there's one. Then it's the lightning flash of manifestation. In other words, I left out a. In other words, all of this stuff doesn't exist in the physical world as we know it. That doesn't happen till here. Not till 10. So in other words, the number symbolism is all about that which is behind what you see. And it comes as a lightning flash, is the metaphor.
Can
So
you
it goes
pause
1,
for a second,
2,
Sean?
3, 4, 5.
Go ahead.
So you see in the tree of life, you see the first Sephiroth, they call him Sephiroth or whatever. So
Right.
you got Keter, and then right at the bottom you got Malkuth. But you notice how you notice how you like the only path is the middle path that goes all the way from the top to the bottom from manifestation between the two planes. Really, you see, it has to be through the middle, and that's alluding to the left and right hemisphere in the brain, or Joaquin and Boaz and Masonry, stuff like that. Or the balance of thought, emotion, and then action also. And then you can start living outside of the matrix, really. Start influencing your environment, being a player in the game instead of being played by it.
Yeah, well said.
It's through the middle. It's through not being pulled one way or the other, like through.
Right, and how many people that get into the mystery schools, secret, whatever, if you want to call them secret societies.
Yeah, there's a left-hand path, right-hand path. What about the middle? Or none of them, Yeah.
Right. Well, I see it as observing the middle. From the middle, you're able to observe both the left and right without really necessarily embracing one fully. You can observe without partaking in. Same thing with being of the world but not of it. Same idea.
It's like mental transmutation, right? You're pulling from the left hemisphere, like the logic, and the right hemisphere, the imagination, intuition type thing. But then it always centers back. You're pulling them, but you're always going back to the middle to make it from the top to bottom. The as above, so below.
Right. But yeah, it is a very good video. So even though I watched it, just because I've watched it doesn't mean it's not worthwhile and worth watching, rewatching. Because you always catch something you missed.
It goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You can see how it traces a lightning bolt. And you'll notice there's no Sephira here. So this is called the abyss, because there's something missing. The first 3 numbers are on their own. 3, an expression of 3. So this 10-pointed figure is actually 3 and 7. There's also 3 in the sense that there are 3 columns, and these are called the 3 pillars. So this is the pillar of mercy. This is the pillar of equilibrium down the middle.
And severity.
And this is the pillar of severity. They also have names in Hebrew, which are the crown, for obvious reasons, wisdom, understanding, mercy, severity, beauty, glory, victory, splendor, foundation, and the kingdom. The kingdom is us. So there's the notion that the kingdom is married to the source. This is that. It's also 3s in this sense. So you have the 3 that's above the abyss. Then you have the 3, 4, 5, 6. Then you have the 3, 7, 8, 9, because we're down here. We're like an extra appendage, which is that other interesting thing about 9 and 10. So it's 3 and 7, but it's also 9 and
Like
10.
my logo?
The whole idea that 9 is complete, but it's not really complete because you didn't start again, or how 10 is an octave the way 8 is an octave. Is this still English?
I see.
You followed that.
I see.
It's okay? So it's really quite a complex thing, which is why the Renaissance crowd got really turned on. Because now they can put their own ideas into this. And the Jewish ideas are beautiful, and they took them and did correlations. They didn't really change them, they just correlated them. They made a correspondence. So whereas, so Jewish God names are associated with each of these, like Adonai or Elohim. There's various names of God, even though in our English translation of the Old Testament, we tend to use God. And so they used Christian associations or Greek ones, because of course it's the Renaissance, so they're Greek fascinated. So Apollo lives here because he's the god of unity, and who has the most connection? 6. 6 has 8 connections to the other parts of the tree. Oh, by the way, these paths are the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, which is 7 times 3 plus 1. So you get an octave, right? So it's 3 octaves. But Apollo has 8 paths connecting to the other Sephira, which is more than anybody else. 8 is infinity, right? 8 is always in motion. And this is, in Jewish thought as well as later Renaissance thought, this is the intellect over here. This is the emotions over here. So what do the Renaissance Greek thinking people do? They put Mercury here and Venus here. Now the whole idea that there's something stops here, but something's balanced here, that the whole Hegelian third force that balances the two. So this is the restrictor. In fact, what happens is, see, it's in a pillar of severity, right? So what you get is if you have two things, you've got unbridled, pulsating energy that's out of control and great and wild. Now, what are you going to do with it? You got to rein it in. A wild horse is great if you can control it because he's got tons of energy, but you got to restrict it. The power of restriction is part of the power of creation. So this is Saturn. Father Time, Saturn. Also could be Kronos. This is the whole zodiac over here, right? Nobody knows what's going on yet, and nobody knows what's up there. That's just, what's the point? What's the point?
Yeah, in case you missed that, Baruch
The
atah
preceding
Adonai,
program is copyrighted by Emory University.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu, Melech HaOlam, you filthy, degenerate, bloody fucking cunts.
L'chaim, you fucking boy.
L'chaim,
Let's
man,
go.
the words of Santos. That means blessed are you, ruler of the universe, you filthy, degenerate, bloody. Yeah, you get the rest.
I put the
Yeah,
link in the private.
I misspelled Baruch there. It's Baruch. Anyway, I think I got the rest, but I didn't like that guy on London's last night. Only weak men scrap with women. I don't care how smart they think they're. I didn't catch. I caught a good deal of it, but I didn't catch the chunk of it. But yeah, he did seem to be going button heads with some women there, which I thought was kind of. The way he was going at it seemed a little childish to say the least. But all right, we got another link from Cage. So
The matrix of the alphabet thing.
yeah, again, like I said, this is 2 hours. That's the thing. But we could watch it, but it would mean this is where. I mean, I'm down a matrix of meaning for sacred alphabets. Although honestly, the alphabet in our hands is quite a fucking gem in itself too.
I guess into English too. Everything.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen this one.
From 1991, bro. It's pretty old. It's not new information.
Oh, here's another one, Rabbi Yaakov Marcus. It's always these rabbis. It would be quite interesting to hear this information coming from someone with a completely different background than what seems to be the majority of folks teaching this knowledge. Let me see something here.
It is a Jewish practice, but it's popularized now because I don't. People always link it to. It's always linked to some sort of celebrity shit for some reason. That's what gets people to click on it.
Why doesn't this let me change the order of the fucking playlist? It's really frustrating, man. Notice this glitch recently. It doesn't let you change the order of the videos to what you want. It's like they're just trying to fuck with you or something. I can't think of why. You see this right now? Fucking unreal, dude.
Telling you to fuck off, man.
Yeah, it's like, no, you're not gonna fucking cater so you can fall asleep on your in case you fall asleep on your own stream and have the next video queued up. Unfucking believable. Unfucking believable. How about we take a vote? Do you guys want to watch this? A Matrix of Meaning for Sacred Alphabets, 2 hours on 1.5 speed. So you figure like what, an hour and a half? Or I got this other one, Leave the World Behind, Winter Rituals, about an hour and a half. So for hour 20, so you figure like 50 minutes probably. An hour maybe. Or I guess I could put forth a third option because 2's not enough, right?
So you want to play some real knowledge from fucking over 30 years ago, or we got some retard named Donut Factory? All right.
Well, no, the third option was the I guess could be the Biodigital Convergence from video I wanted to check out. Although it's mostly just this chick Maria Z covering articles most of the time, from what I gathered from my brief checking of it. So, oh yeah. So number one would be Cage's video there from Maru Foundation. Well, it's not Cage's video. Two would be, I guess, the one from Donut recently, and I don't know what three would be. Three would be your guys' recommendation, and I would, I guess, choose from there on. If you think your ideas worthy.
You have to make an executive call on this one, bro.
Right. Well, unless there's a resounding vote. But earlier we had the vote
You
on.
gotta put up a poll, bro, so they can vote properly.
All right. I'll do another poll. I did one earlier.
You have to get on your poll game. You know, you have to get on your fucking polls more often.
Right.
Get people to click shit more. I think that'll, it brainwash them. It's fucking dopamine feedback loop brainwashes the fuck out of them even further. It's perfect.
Well, I go to see, oh man, I missed 11 comments. Oh, but it's just all Manel. Got it.
Manel's going in.
91 is an important year too. Interesting. Well, if you want to talk on 91, we got Cuts 1 and Mr. Cage with his 9 on the and look at that, they're even in the order too. 9 and 1. Oh no,
that's my actual logo, you know.
I didn't even notice Cuts is gone. Okay, well, appreciate you, Cuts. He's at work, so he might be busy anyway. But yeah, the way I think I had it was he was under you, I think. So it was 9 and then 1 because he's Cuts 1. But anyway, BitChute has become a little bit sucky. Well, I don't know if it's become that or if it's always been that, but all right, I'll do the damn poll. All right, I'll do the damn poll. Let's see here. Well, see, this is the thing is, all right, here, I'll play a little bit of this while I make the poll. Fucking A, because it's going to take a second.
Soft bioelectronics and healthcare. What's new? So this is a last show or a couple shows ago we talked about metamaterials, right? Being a new direction, not new, but novel, we'll say. And so there's all these new metamaterials that are going to be used bioelectronically inside the body, right? And like Neuralase is a good example. So we were talking about Musk and Neuralink, but then there's Neuralase, right? Which is a different type of technology. It's less invasive. I think it would be much more successful. And then there's biophotonics, or should I say optogenetics, which aren't invasive at all. Literally work through light. Where things can be cellularly controlled externally through different types of light sources, right? So there's many of these technologies. You don't have to lodge something in your brain or in your neck or anything like that. There's so many different technologies. That's why it's like we got to be open about these things and have a shared view that says all of this is wrong. All of this is invasive. All of this has potential for being biologically rejected and causing massive harm to innocent, vulnerable populations. And then you think about the last few years and it would make sense. They don't really give a damn, do they? Muskrat. Yeah, Johnny Cool. Melody Shot. Gotta have fresh breath. Shout out to Valar. Good to see you. Joy Trujillo. Good to see you as well. Darren Calhoun is in the building. Yeah, man. So, let's keep moving. I got a bunch of stuff to show you guys. Now, here's another one. This is another type. This is another, and you guys have seen this technology before. Hulk's gone over this tech. I think we here were showing articles on this technology back in 2018. But this is a recent article on the same type of tech. So, again, what we're getting at is this standardization, right? This conditioning of people integrating machinery, like computer-based, wireless signal-based electronics into their bodies. It's like in so many different ways, they're presenting novel and unique forms of technologies to be integrated into your biology that are truly foreign, right? Here's one. The pill tracks your vitals from the inside. Okay. So as I've mentioned many times, what were we using the watches for? The Apple Watch and the Fitbits for tracking vital signs. Oh, but what happens? Let's shrink it. Let's get it in the body. It's more convenient. Remember, it's undetectable. When we think about this idea of having technology working without you even knowing it's there, because the watch is cumbersome, man. Who want to wear a watch all day, all night? And people do it. They sleep in it, shower in it. I'm just saying. An ingestible digital pill that measures heart rate and breathing from inside the stomach could detect warning signs of sleep apnea, cardiac distress, and even opioid overdoses. And then it's like, this is advantageous to many people that suffer from different illnesses, and it's just going to look like a good thing. And that's the hardest part, given the fact that the majority of us aren't in the best health. And this has been designed over time. We discussed this. So it's like a lot of this stuff is going to be great in a lot of people's eyes, unfortunately, because they just want to be healthy. Sad, man. It's sad how many people are going to be harmed by these new technologies. Here's a quick little clip of Neuralase, the next generation of BCI and the whole brain data capture by BlackRock Neurotech. Check it out. Actually, yeah, that should be fine. Let me make it full.
Oh, nice hexagons they got there. Of course, it's an hexagon.
This is a new type of metamaterial.
Right.
This is fully connective, right? This can be accessed by wireless signals, right? This can be directly connected to devices, to networking systems, as well as the cloud, right? This can communicate directly with the cloud. And as you can see, it's extremely small, and it can be introduced to the inside of the body very easily. Okay, and this is just one form of this. I'm going to show you something else here in a minute. But all of these technologies are already there. They're already here. They're produced and created. And in fact, they're being tested on people in laboratories. Some say they're testing them live on people today. I don't know, man. I'm not going to say all that because I don't know. All I'm doing is showing you that this stuff exists. And all it takes is a matter of time before people start introducing it into their lives. And I think influencers and certain famous people are being used to make this stuff cool, right? The whole transhumanist thing is becoming cool. And that's how they're going to get it through the culture. Creepy. We're gonna go into Neuralase pretty soon. I have a whole brain and telecom thing I'm putting together. So that don't worry, guys. This show today, I'm just running a lot of these things by you. All of these different technologies I have connected to larger breakdowns that I'm going to be presenting. 2024 is about to be seriously intense, man. Seriously intense. I can't even at this moment count how many different papers and books I read this year, but I'm about to I'm blowing, man. I swear, I'm blowing this year. Check this out. Here we are. You can't see that. There we go. Developments in graph-based biomedical technology. So this is a whole other area when we get into the graph. Okay, this is another application. Right. So we have sensors, right? We have graph. We have different types of lace. We have hydrogels. All right. We got all types of different novel tech applications. It's very, very multifaceted. It's not one thing. From wearables to implants, a graph and other layered materials have great potential for numerous next-generation biomedical technologies. Now, the problem I have with this, as always, it's always under the guise of this is going to heal disease, right? This is going to heal disease. And that's the hardest thing to argue with because a lot of people are diseased, especially post the jab. We about to see a whole lot of different problems. People's systems are going to start breaking down, I think. Just because, especially for those that have got numerous, continuous, consecutive injections, I mean, that can't be good for the overall natural system. And I think this idea was speaking to what I was trying to describe earlier when me and Hulk were trying to break down back in 2020, 2022, 21 area. We were trying to, it seems like they're trying to redesign the immune system, kind of like breaking the immune system down and turning it into a type of computer software networking system, right? And that still seems to be the case. But there's so many other types of tech that I'll be showing you guys that makes it hard to really narrow anything down to one overall mechanism. There's just all of these different areas they're going in. Oh, now I'm sure you guys remember this in 2022 when we talked about this, this new action by Biden, the executive order on advancing biotechnology and biomanufacturing innovation for sustainable, safe, and secure American bioeconomy. I actually did a video on this. I did a live stream, but then I also chopped up a little video. It's still actually there. You guys can check it out. And I was just trying to very simply address the fact that we're moving towards a type of transhumanist, biodigital convergence based health system. Now, all the stuff I'm showing you here today are aspects of that biotech based system. So what Biden is talking about funding here is all of these technologies I'm showing you. Now, is Biden talking to the public about these technologies? No. Is anybody in those areas of politics talking about these technologies? No, of course not. Are you silly? You're supposed to introduce these things through little forms of crisis. You have to introduce these things through, vulnerabilities. There's no way to get people to just openly accept these things as okay. No. That's not how things work around here. You guys know that. Y'all know that.
Yo, you got some crazy shit going on, Cage. I'm just saying, dude, you literally, you dropped from the panel and then somehow are back on the panel without me adding you. So, optics high. Not sure if you are.
Through the back door, man.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're like the sentient AI at this point, but if that's even real, if that's even a thing. But the optics are caged, some may say.
And what do you mean by bioeconomy, man? Yo, this.
The executive order on advancing biotech and biomanufacturing innovation for a sustainable, safe, and secure American bioeconomy. Wow, fresh off the White House fucking website.
Man,
can't make it up.
Bioeconomy? Yeah, money.
Fascinating.
Markets, currency markets based on biology, man.
Let me just get my background ready here.
I was trying to tell everyone, I was like, do you guys realize we're under a transhumanist government? Do you realize all governments on Earth are under a transhumanist policy? Different countries have their different versions of it. Is anyone like realizing this? Does anyone want to like maybe say something about it? And here's this one, this video I found. Check this one out. So the first part is Musk talking about the link and how, you know, it's not as invasive as people think, but the most important part is the last part with what's his name? You'll see it. Let me just play it here.
Peace, Tom.
I mean, there are a few ways to approach this, but some sort of interface directly with your cortical neurons, particularly.
But doesn't that imply surgical insertion?
Not necessarily go through the veins and arteries, because that provides a complete roadway to all of your neurons. Your neurons are very heavy users of energy, so they need high blood flow. So you automatically, with your veins and arteries, have a road network to your neurons.
Still some kind of surgery, right?
Yes, but you could insert something, you know, basically, you know, into the jugular and have. It gets macabre, but
it sounds really.
Hey, Cage, reload your browser. Your avatar's gone. It's fucking boring. Reload your browser.
You know, into the jugular. It gets macabre, but
it sounds
yeah, just reload your StreamYard.
It doesn't involve, you know.
Hold on, it should be back now, though.
Oh, it is back. That's weird.
Okay, now this part.
What the fuck is going on?
This part here. It's just confirmation.
It amplifies our brain. But I have to put it down and I don't have it handy. I can't use it.
Yeah, but Ray, I'm not giving you a scalpel to go into my brain and put electrodes if I have just as good access to the cloud by holding a smartphone and touching it with my thumbs.
So he's like, why would I put something in my brain when I have perfect access through my phone for things? Like, I'm fine with that, which is, I'd say, a reasonable argument, right? Why do I need it all in my brain, bro? Like, I'm good with this little phone. It works. Like, I can contact the internet and boop, 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 boop. I can make stuff happen, like at the push of a button. Why do I need something in my brain? Let's listen to his answer.
But you don't have to actually go in with a scalpel. I mean, we'll send nanobots through the bloodstream.
Oh, I feel much.
Nanobots through the bloodstream. See, now we transition into the next level.
Yeah, it works through the magnetosome.
Y'all still here, 1,200 people. Wow. Okay, 4 hours in. 4 hours in. We're almost 3.5 hours in. We got 1,200 people. Thank you guys for sticking with it, brother. Appreciate it.
It's like electromagnetic bacteria.
Nanobots in the bloodstream. This is another area of research, another area of biodigital convergence technologies. So not only do they have invasive Neuralinks type stuff that wants to like put stuff in your brain, you know, whatever. They also have Neuralase, less invasive stuff. They also have optogenetics that isn't invasive at all. It just literally connects or it communicates with the cellular function of the brain and the body externally through different types of light, right? So there's biophotonics, okay, there's optogenetics, there's brain-computer interfacing, okay, but there's also what Kurzweil was referring to there, the internet of bio-nano things. So there's the internet of bodies, which is more of an overall system, right? Maybe I'm gonna actually draw something up for this because I need to. I'm gonna draw up something to really demonstrate what this looks like. But we have the internet of bodies, which is it's more of an umbrella thing, okay? And then of course you guys are familiar with the internet of behaviors, right? The internet of behaviors is very important for like Twitter, for instance, with Grok and Musk, you know, farming and mining, mass human behavioral surplus. That's an aspect of internet of behaviors, okay? This is what people's phones will be providing, cloud systems when people have AI on their phone and all they're doing is interacting with their own personal Siri. This system will be literally functioning as an internet of behaviors protocol. Now, what we also have is the internet of bio-nano things. Now that's at a much smaller scale, right? So when we think of the internet of bodies, that involves a whole lot of parts of the body, a whole lot of different functions, a whole lot of different biological systems, right? We can think of the internet of bodies being connected to a lot of different things, physical, metaphysical, energetic, etc. But the internet of bio-nano things is on a nanoscale and has to do with introducing certain type of biomimicking technologies, right? Where we have a synthetic, say silicon as being one of these types of mediums, nanoscale technologies that are programmed through AI, of course, hence the importance of accelerating AI. AI is, in my view, being accelerated to present a type of algorithmic system that can control all of these technologies in a way that is consistent and has low level of error or hallucinations, right? This is what I believe. I believe AI is being really pushed to really set off this new biotechnology industry, as well as this new immersive technology, say metaverse, extended reality, spatial web, Web3, which is going to be the whole blockchain thing, okay? So that's what I think this AI is really about. It's about biotech, blockchain, Web3. Now, let's look at an example of this, okay? So I have this paper here physically. Where did I put it? That's fine. With human energy. Okay, so location aware. Locating, geopositioning, accessing through geopositioning, as well as actuation, okay? So system. Now we talked about this, man, like where I was trying to describe a big part of the sustainability effort, trying to get us to stop using like fossil fuels and oil and all of that, is because these types of energy sources are not robust enough to create networks of terahertz level, right? To create these interconnected biological systems with the physical environment. We need, like, even blockchain, right? Now, of course, they're working on ways to run these blockchain systems, but mining this data is very energy intensive, right? So they do have options and other ways they're doing that, which we discussed. Quantum as well. Thank you, Johnny. Cool. Absolutely. Well said. Quantum. Perfect example. What they're discovering, and they've known this, right? This goes way back. That the human body is creating electricity. We create energy. How does our heart beat? How does our heart pump? Blood through our bodies constantly. How do we think on this level? How do we make all of these these ideas and speak these words is because we're constantly flowing with literal energy, right? That can be harvested, okay, and can actually be connected to larger systems and run larger systems. So it only makes logical sense and it's very rational. If bodies create natural energy, why not harness that and create systems that run on biological energy, not just physical kinetic energy, like what we saw in Black Mirror episode 2 of season 1, 15 million mirrors, not just kinetic energy, but actual interbody processing energy. And that's what we see here. Okay. This is just one example. I got tons of these papers, man, right? And this is one that I think is just a good example, just to kind of like give you guys the idea. Okay. I'm going there, Pat. We're going to talk about Starlink. Tomorrow's a special day for Starlink, and it's directly connected to everything we're saying here. Me and Hope just had a conversation the other day talking about the potentials of Starlink with regard to this entire massive system. Very important, very, very important, all by design. Nanoscale wireless networks, okay? Body area network, assuming such a setup in electromagnetic nanocommunication in the terahertz frequencies, we propose a network architecture that can support fine-grained localization of the energy harvesting in-body nanonodes, as well as their two-way communication with the outside world. The main novelties of our proposal lie in the utilization of location-aware and wake-up radio, WR-based wireless nanocommunication paradigms, as well as software-defined metamaterials, right? Something similar to what we saw with Neuralace. For supporting the envisioned functionalities and terahertz operating energy harvesting in-body nanoworks. This last point here is basically the structure of it all. Terahertz operating energy harvesting in-body nano networks. So really what this technology is for is actually very rational when people want to look at it objectively. It's about creating a type of communication system for medical intervention, right? So if we want to just look at it objectively, especially for people who instrumentalize human beings as objects, as no different from a machine, when people view humanity this way, this seems very rational. So basically the point is, what you do is you put certain types of nano networks, you create nano networks in the body that can communicate with external networks through a specific type of terahertz frequency. Okay?
Talk about
The way you get the
magnetos,
nano
bro.
networks in the body is through injection. Has to be in the blood.
Some might say
As
that.
it's in the bloodstream throughout the body becomes a literal wire that can be accessed, that can give information. and
Remember
receive
that thing?
information.
Remember that thing? The
And this is just
magneto
the
they
surface. I mean,
created.
once we start getting into the biosynthetic stuff, then
Synthetic
it's just like,
magnetosomes that
hold up.
override.
Y'all talking about remote?
Of course, man.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I mean, it's an
how come none of
extremely
these people ever say
interesting
that
topic.
term? How come they never bring up magnetite or magnetosomes that are endogenously, like natively present, naturally present in all human brains? It's 5 million per gram apparently, and there's 1,400.
Right, and possibly the main causative factor, the main
They don't want
the
people making the
foundation of
connection.
the biofield, right? Of the human energetic biofield.
Yeah, it's like directly linked to the Earth's magnetic field. We're not the only
Right.
species. They're like birds and shit, all types of. You see how they use
That's
birds
what
as
I mean
homes?
is what most
Winters
people
and
miss is that everything's interlinked, including obviously us with the all, with everything. It's all a dance. It's not like we're apart from it, separate from it. So it's
all working in unity. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
right. It's all one big dance. So it's not like anything is apart from. Again, matter is a different, obviously a different subject, but physical
There's certain
matter.
ways. There's certain ways to disrupt that magnetic field, like even ones that are non-local. You know, they call them ELFs or whatever.
Yeah, extremely low frequency.
Yeah, but they're non-local ones. Like your magnetic field. Like for example, with specific people like this guy Sean Herbivance, you know, they use a magnetometer, whatever. It fucking destroys the magnetic field around him, and he starts like he's like glitching the matrix, you know, if you want to call it that. But there's different ways to do that. And he's not the only one either. Bhagwan Das was another one that they studied in that. You know, he's into his Hindu practices. He gets into a specific state of mind. There's that convergence. You know, remember that tree of life thing we were talking about before? The left and the right path and the middle.
Right.
Convergence of both of them. You know, to go from, for completion. You know, to have the network. You know, moving properly. Same idea. You know.
Has Cage been talking about sports and cats like he usually does? I don't know him to usually be talking about sports and cats, but I think he's joking.
Yeah.
Is that an inside joke that I'm not aware of?
Yeah, usually it just devolves to we're talking about cats, and I don't even have a fucking cat. But listen, anyways. Yeah, it's a good.
They're having fun in the chat. That's good to see.
Yeah,
I'm
once
gonna.
that happens, yeah. So basically, once that happens, yeah, bro. Now you're not playing with their fucking. Nothing can affect you outside of the mind at that point, unless you allow it to. Unless you allow it into your
So
program.
let me ask you, if this fella here were to be controlled opposition of some sort, or serving some agenda, or having some controllers that are, what do you think the agenda would be? What do you think exactly could possibly be perceived as?
Well, scientism, really, right? So it could be used to further, cage somebody's mind with their belief system. That's gonna, program.
Well, he's actually, I don't want to say pushing, but he's actually of a, if I'm not mistaken, a like
I'm not sure who this guy is.
a Christian. To keep it as simple as possible, a Christian worldview. I mean, he's very much fully open about his Christianity. So,
Well, it could be used as a tactic like
beliefs.
this, Pineal is like a tactic like this. Is like an old saying, right? It's like the more you know, the less you understand, type thing. To kind of confuse people, or I'm not saying he is. I'm saying this is legitimate information he's saying. But it could also be used as a scare tactic. He's not giving any kind of way to counter react it. He's pretty much saying, yeah, now you're fucked. They'll put you in your food. You're done.
Yeah, I get a little bit flustered sometimes trying to make sense of how and why certain people would be controlled up to some at some level. Again, but when people have such big numbers, I'm automatically suspicious, not to mention all the people who might back me up on certain beliefs on certain people, not even speaking of days here on the screen. I'm just speaking in general. But regardless, I get a lot of good information from him, and he does tend to lean into some nonsense sometimes with celebrities and bullshit, but it's hard not to, considering it's what people want, and if you're trying to give people what they want, then you kind of have to touch on it at some point, whether it's celebrities, sports, fucking current events, slave news, whatever, crypto. So, but I'm gonna skim through this a little more so I can move on to the vote, because it seems like it seems like the vote is in. At least a few people took it. So
It becomes a literal wire that can be accessed, that can give information and receive information. And this is just the surface. I mean, once we start getting into the biosynthetic stuff, then it's just like, whoa, hold up. Y'all talking about remote controlling and manipulating cellular
help
function
though.
in the body in real time? Yeah.
It would help if more people did vote though, because 4 people that basically one.
What's winning?
Yeah, that's true. It is winning by 1 vote, but if one other person voted for another, it would be a tie. Or it would be a tie. So
No one vote, or someone vote for the Matrix.
it'd be a 40-40 split. So more people need to vote. But most people are probably sleeping that are watching this, because they probably tuned in when I started. So
We're tapping right into the subconscious mind, Pineal. With great power comes great responsibility, bud.
with great power comes great responsibility. But yeah, I think you probably enjoy a lot of this info here too.
They call it human-centered computing, as you can see right here. Human-centered computing. Remember what we talked about? Digging for that ATP. There it really is. Remember we talked about
Divine's in emotional limbo. She's unable to vote.
Have you ever seen Transcendence, by the way?
Transcendence, I think so. Definitely not recently. It's something I probably have to look back into.
All right, let's watch a little of this while I catch up on these insanely hyper people in the chat here. So they're already having their coffee and shit. I'm fucking still up.
We're working towards a human-centric model that means something specific. Human-centric through the human body, through the actual human matter.
I already woke up.
Cell energy. There you go. In-body healthcare. That's where everything is moving. In-body healthcare. And this is a long, dry article. We won't read the whole thing. I just want to show you this stuff exists. Right? So here we have the SDM-based smart textile. Right. This is the terahertz radio, short-range, omnidirectional, ultrasound, long-range focus. Right? Network controller, localization of nanonodes. This is literally turning the body into a type of mobile computer. I mean, there's no easier way to say it. And what this process does is it's a type of energy harvesting system that actually capitalizes on the body's natural ability to produce energy. It's very rational when you think of it on a very mechanistic level. But I personally, and I don't think many of you here, think on a mechanistic level regarding human beings. right? So to us, this is kind of creepy, bro. I'm not I'm not a Trans Am. Okay? No, I don't want you to pop my hood. Okay? I'd rather not. Like I said, I'll give me dial up, man. I'm good. I'll get used to that again. I'll deal with the speed issue, connectivity problem. We had many tricks back in the day to make it through. Those of us that come from the tape era, right? Those of us that had to deal with rewind and fast forward, all of that. I remember how it is to adapt. I don't need all the speed and connectivity and instantaneous nonsense. Yeah. So here's just one really good paper on this. Addressing and routing. Okay, so these are two of the main functions of this. Terahertz operating graphene antennas. Okay, so graph is very important, guys, because graph is literally a type of antennae. Okay, that's why they want to put these things inside the body, because it has so many applications. And it's always about, it's a biotechnological advancement, right? It's an emerging technology. See, it's a good thing because it's progressive. See, science is progressing, guys. Science is going from chemical to genomic and bioelectric and cellular, molecular manipulation. See, we're moving away from the old SRI model. This is why we got all those papers not too long ago about how we've been lied to about chemical brain processes, et cetera. Because they're moving towards a whole new paradigm. Hence, axial age shift. We're not only shifting in our philosophical foundations, we're shifting in our medical practices. The way our ontology of health, our ontology of biology, shifting. Batteries, yeah. Another way, it's a very basic way of putting it, yes. Amongst many other applications. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So their biggest issue, as I read through this, like one of their complaints is about
fucking dumb, dude.
Like range, the density of the sensors inside the body. Are the sensors dense enough? Can they be located? Is the range is it a clean connection? Is there interruption in the range? So there's all these different types of limitations that come with this technology. That's a good thing, but this isn't going to change the fact that this is the direction of public health. Right? It's just too dry and long to actually go all through it. I just want to show you that this stuff actually exists, guys. And you guys could go back later and pause and read some of it if you're interested. And you can just look it up. I mean, just type in this right here. Toward location, area, embodied terahertz, nano networks with energy harvesting. Type it in. Come up on it. All this stuff is public.
Toward location aware embodied terahertz nano networks with energy harvesting. They don't even hide the shit. It's wild. They name the shit. Oh wait, what happened to the transcendence part? I wanted to touch on that. I wanted to hear that part.
To make it through. It's all our medical practices. Yeah. Interruption. And you can just look in people's bodies. It's done. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. A lot of this AI stuff reminds me of this film here too.
If you haven't seen it,
this film is coming in handy right now. This film means so much at this moment right now. This movie right here.
It definitely does.
Literally, describing the future.
It's pretty fucking bizarre. But they put it out there.
I did a whole thing on air tags. Air tags are directly. Patrick's. Shout out to Patrick's, man. I got something here for you. Yeah. For those that remember, probably thought I was being silly. Why are you talking about air tags? It's like, come on, I like my air tag, because we don't know. We have no memory anymore, right? We can't remember where we put stuff. But no, there's something else involved. Air tags are part of the UWB. Yes. What's the UWB? And connects directly to this whole idea we're talking about here, right? This biodigital interconnected kind of ecosystem. Check this out. Let's see. Here we are. List of UWB-enabled mobile devices. Okay. Ultra-wideband, and ultraband is a radio technology that can use a very low energy level for short-range, high-bandwidth communication over a large portion of the radio spectrum. Directly part of what we've been talking about for the past half hour. The following is a list of devices that support the technology from various UWB silicon providers. So, of course, you had all the Apple tech since iPhone 11. Okay, because if you think about this, 2019 is when a lot of this started. What happened in 2019? Right before the scamdemic, of course. The introduction of 5th gen, right? So 2019 is so important because that's when a lot of these systems started. Though a lot of the technology has been going on, at least it's been in its process of development since the late 80s, and some of it even earlier than that. So since 2019, so we see the Pixel, see Google, Apple, everything. I mean, it doesn't matter, right? It's all the devices. They're all set up for these systems because it's all about full interconnection. It doesn't matter what you have, right? And then when we think of, and this is the problem, it's beyond the device even. A lot of people are like, get rid of your device, bro. This is working through graph. Graph is in the food. Graph is in water. I have this one doctor, scientist who I like. He's a Christian man, I'm almost reluctant to introduce him because it's just frustrating. He says so much great things, but he's right. He's a big part of this development of graph, right? I'll use some of his clips eventually, but it's just sad to see, this is the direction things are going, and even people are claiming to be Christians and quoting scripture very well and all this. It's oh man, it's so disturbing. And I do understand there are.
He kind of looks like what?
Like Mark Passio or something in a way. Fucking Harry Potter glasses.
Harry Potter glasses, hairy beard and mustache. Maybe he's playing the role of Mark Passio. Who knows?
Look at that hat. What about the pool here? What happened with that?
Oh, with the poll? Well, barely anyone fucking voted, so
How
I
many
guess I'm
votes
just
was
gonna
that?
I'm gonna finish fucking browsing through this because I already touched on it before and I'm almost done. There's like 4 votes.
I already know
It's
it's
like a
gonna
war of the
pull up
bands,
with the
basically.
AirPod
Different
thing.
companies
You
and
see
different
how the
technologies fighting
AirPod
over the
thing?
band system.
Remember the thing we
Yeah,
looked
dude.
into? Remember that thing we looked into last time it was on here? That article where how they're using.
Anyone who's using AirPods, dude, I don't get it. I just don't get how you can't figure out how stupid that is. It's
Well,
just
yeah, the newer apparently the newer one's coming out now. Yeah, they're able to track. Remember, you read the article. It was like the
I'm sure they were always able to do that. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. So I mean, I
probably
don't
have been, yeah.
thousands of tons. Thousands of tons. A ton is 2,000 pounds. So thousands of sets of 2,000 pounds of dead fish wash up on beach, and nobody knows why. Yeah, I'm sure nobody knows why. This was this was 2 days ago. Wow.
Tons of dead fish wash up on beach and nobody knows why. Japan.
Nice.
Beach left covered in thousands of dead
Optics
fish.
are dead.
Now again, I'm not saying this is
The optics are radiation and nuclear waste, quote unquote nuclear, but
caused by this stuff, but I can't help but consider the potential for these invasive technologies and these fields, these massive fields that never existed, having some type of effect on our natural environment. And this is what I
No.
believe, guys. Like I've said this before. I know I repeat myself a lot, but it's like this. It's like this is a terraforming, right? It's like terraforming is usually described or understood through environment, like natural space. And I think that's definitely one aspect of it. And this, what I'm trying to describe here, could possibly be the consequence of, let's say, this type of computer telecommunication network terraforming of our natural environment. It's like we're adjusting the natural environment to fit the digital environment.
Bam.
Right. So it's like
your bomb drop right there. Yeah, I
when
mean,
you think about it, it's like, whoa, dude,
you kind of have to
really
make
trying to
way
do this?
for all these
and then
all this
let's go back to
infrastructure that
Jensen
they-
Huang of NVIDIA, like one of the lead companies in computer processing, we'll say, which goes beyond video games. Okay, this company is going to be extremely powerful. Let's listen to what he says here. It's going to speak to some of the stuff we've been talking about.
During adversity, you're more focused, and when you're more focused, you perform better. And I like the last 5 minutes before something, you're more focused. And so I like to live in that state where we're about to perish and everything and so I enjoy that condition and I do my best work in that condition, and I like going home and telling my wife I saved the company today, and maybe it wasn't true, but I like to think so.
Comfort in the moment before one perishes. I can't help but take those words and apply them to what's happening on an international, Earth level, human scale. It's like we're on the verge of perishing as a natural species. And men like him and many others are creating this transition, are creating the systems and the technologies that are pushing this destruction forward. And gleefully, he sits comfortable in his understanding of this process, has his ideas, his motives, his philosophy assists in this perishing, right? I don't know, man. It's hard to accept, but then when you understand that there's satanic spirits behind this stuff, it makes a lot more sense. But wow, these people, man. So I think what we're really looking at here is what we could call 5th generation warfare, right? 5th generation warfare is a form of warfare primarily conducted through non-kinetic military action. This is what I believe is going on in Izzy, okay? And this is what I think Gaza is being used for. I think this type of 5th generation warfare is also happening domestically. I think this is what is going on in Ireland. I see this is what is going on in a lot of progressive states in the United States. I think this is precisely what happened in Maui and many other locations that are suffering from all of these just drastic tragedies that come out of nowhere instantaneously, that seem to be funded in, or at least parts of these new technocratic systems. And we understand all these technologies are inherently military, okay? I can start with the internet. Such as social engineering, okay, so through non-kinetic military actions, such as social engineering, misinformation, cyber attacks, and the use of emerging technologies like artificial intelligence and fully autonomous systems. It has been described as a war of information and perception, and is characterized by its omnipresent battlefield, where people engaged in it do not necessarily use military force, instead employing a mixture of kinetic and non-kinetic force. The concept of 5th generation warfare is controversial, with some scholars rejecting it, while others argue that the modern conflicts have taken on a form that can be described as 5th generation warfare. The term was first used in 2003 by Robert Steele, and it has been associated with events such as the 2016 U.S. presidential election. The nature of
Robert Schill Steele. Well, he apparently died, right? Allegedly, quote unquote. Probably at an island somewhere.
Generation warfare is difficult to define, and it is seen as a new frontier of changing battle space involving sociological and technological changes. Some argue that the 2016 U.S. presidential election was the first compelling case of fifth-generation warfare involving wide-scale societal engineering using data, organized counterattacks between government and social media companies, and the direct attack on decision-making process of billions of people. I would say so. We are absolutely under fifth-generation warfare, domestically and internationally. Now, here's another article here. This is from NBC News. Silicon-based life may be more than just science fiction. This gets to this concept of non-biological life, which is an oxymoron, but this speaks directly to this concept of posthumanism that wants to level the field of life and make everything equal, everything just essences and potentials, right? Hence perennialism. Check this out. This is a pretty interesting article. It just has evidence for some of these things. There we go. Scientists are showing that nature can evolve to incorporate silicon into carbon-based molecules, the building blocks of life on Earth. Okay. So this is moving us towards chimerism, and we don't have time today, but we will be touching on biological or synthetic biology, which is the deepest end of this stuff and actually really creepy and disturbing. But let's just look at this to get an idea.
What we're trying to achieve at Caltech is understand how evolution innovates. And this is a great example of that, because what Jenny and her team did was take an existing protein and convert it into a protein that catalyzes a whole new chemical reaction never before known in biology. Just a few mutations in this protein made it very efficient for making this carbon-silicon bond that only human chemists thought that they could make. And now bacteria can do it.
So being able to make
one thing that's very important about this type of technology, and when she's referring to bacteria and also things like slime molds and fungi, we did a show on fungus actually a couple years ago, I think. But all of these things can be commandeered and can be controlled through different types of electric networking systems, okay, as well as AI. All right, so this is why the development of AI as it is right now, as well as the introduction of all of these bioelectronic technologies and light technologies are important, because what we will be seeing is the fusion of these things. We'll be seeing these new cool abilities of of bacteria and proteins and fungus, but of course, this will be applied, or at least AI will be applied to these things. And then once this stuff becomes decentralized, say in areas like China or India, we see the potential for some really serious things happen. Fictionally.
It's never been done before.
Based automated systems. Yeah, not cool.
Carbon silicon bond biologically enable us to make the first step towards making organosilicon compounds using biology, and this has never been done before.
She doesn't even look real.
Organosilicon compounds have many applications in our lives. They're used in medicines and agrochemicals. Even the organic LEDs in our computer and TV screens use organosilicon compounds.
So as you can see, this is the biodigital convergence. This is everything converging into one, from biology to computer technology. Right, this is all here happening.
Very exciting to start thinking about using biology to make all these products that up to now we need synthetic methods to make them.
Nature does the actual chemistry much better and can make molecules that human chemists have not yet figured out how to make. That's also exciting. Not just using nature as an alternative for human chemistry, but going on beyond.
Jokes today, man.
There it is. I mean, we can stop there. That's extropianism, i.e. the transhumanist philosophy. We can go beyond what even humans can do. This is the evolution of humanity and post-humanity. This is the direction. Science, not just public health, man. Science as we know it. The science.
Science.
This is why we got this big push where this new idea called the science became a cultural phenomenon. Because in my view, it was a social engineering, fifth-generation warfare style tactic to get the general population to accept the fact that science is God, science is king, not to be questioned, and it's the savior of all of our human illnesses and woes.
Can't disagree there.
Disease as an introduction.
Trust the
Because I know
expert.
very well the direction science is going is convergence. But I look at it as a type of terraforming. It's not even that we're converging and merging to where things are going to work in a type of synthesis. We're destroying the natural components of biology by introducing foreign.
Can you say Maui, folks? Jumpstart Maui? Anyone? Right before Maui burned? Interesting.
And then you get stuff
That
like
reminds
this,
you of Event
which is
201 before
crazy.
Convid.
This is popular mechanics. A groundbreaking scientific discovery shows that we can reverse death. Really? I mean, we don't even waste any time on it. I'm just showing you guys the nonsense that we're fed through these publications. New experiment raised important questions on what it means to die. As if they want to extend people's lives. Or do they just want to test technologies on populations that eventually will extend life or create new synthetic life, right? But they got to sell it to us. Like, who are they going to test this stuff on? I don't care if people think some of these things are far-fetched. I'm showing you what's going on. What is terraforming? Terraforming, literally earth-shaping, is the process of modifying a planet, moon, or other body to a more habitable atmosphere, temperature, or ecology. So it's my belief that this is what's happening, at least in part. Okay, there's a lot going on, but I can't help but always return to this idea. The process of modifying Earth, human body, to a more habitable, I wouldn't say habitable, but I'd say more compatible digital atmosphere, digital ecology. That's what's happening. Just to put things simply, when we want to talk about, wireless body area networks and biosensors and the genomics, CRISPR-9. When we want to talk about, you know, all of this brain-computer interfacing, we want to talk about the biodigital convergence. We want to talk about the NBIC of America.
Pineal.
We want to talk about warp speed and biotechnology
What up?
instruction. When we talk about all these things,
You're like
I
the
see
Matrix
them
video.
as
That's
such,
like it's like an hour and a
being
half
different methods
long, and then you
of
proceed to play a
modifying
5-hour
body,
video.
human population.
Yeah, but I skipped through it, and I had already skipped through most of it, and there's only fucking like 40 minutes left of it. No, but you're right. But you're right.
I'm like, what the fuck? I just realized that right now.
I'm gonna end up playing it anyway, cause I'm gonna fucking end up playing it anyway. Okay, so Dom is letting us know he just got a notice on his credit digital currency, and he's running low on his typing abilities for the month. Well, Dom, you should probably you know, get in touch with the experts and correct your credit score there, sir. I would not want you to get defaulted on your credits. You know what happens then, right? So don't want to go to the gulag, sir. Don't want to go to the gulag.
You better watch what you say online, Dominic, or social credit score is going to go so low they're going to shut off your car. You won't be able to drive to work anymore.
You better watch out. You better not cry. The IRS is always watching. The eye in the sky.
With digital
Be careful,
ecologies,
folks.
digital
Be careful.
environments,
The optics
such that
are
we
high.
can
Behave yourself.
inhabit them.
Good to see you, sir.
We can't
And
inhabit
rising.
them yet because we have to be synthetically
Gmurning.
engineered
Gmurning.
to be compatible with them. Hence, signaling, access, sensors, communication,
All right, let's
networks,
finish this off
wireless,
here.
energy, digitization, all of these things. And isn't it interesting the way they're selling all of this through sustainability and equality? All this nonsense you're hearing on politics is like it's about the earth in a way that says, you know, we want to do good this time. And then you consider the fact that they're blaming all of this on human behavior, not certain groups.
All right, so check out this new Hummer. Fucking shit's wild. I think I had already seen
Another thing
it
I saw
before he covered it, but
coolness,
shit's
right?
fucking
I
wild.
see that happening
regardless.
with the Cybertruck. It's pretty crazy right now, man. This thing is going like super viral. Everyone's talking about it. And what's interesting, it's going loud.
Shit is
What's interesting about
bizarre,
the
dude.
Cybertruck thing is it's Musk's work. It's so, and again, back to this idea of what's happening to the cars, right? What's happening to the vehicles and what's happening to
Copy
phones and what's
Cybertruck.
happening to these different objects are going to be happening to the human body, right? When we think of them putting computers in cars, making cars smart, et cetera, they're planning on doing the exact same thing with human bodies, but using nanomachines, nanocomputers, nano networks, biosensors, et cetera. And I would argue, especially if we consider the GO, that they already have these networking systems inside at least 50% of the population. And it could be the case. And I said this right when we had the quarantine. I was like, I would not be surprised if, say, 10 years, say 2030, once they have 6th gen technology running good enough, they say, well, guess what, guys? We now have these new networks that will house all of your financial information and give you access to your digital identification that will provide you the ability to have access to all things in this cool, super modern world. And guess what? You're directly connected to it. You don't have to sign a dotted line. You don't have to pay anything. There's no procedures. You don't have to download an app. You don't even need your damn phone anymore. You don't need no card, no little key, no tag, nothing. You got the technology already in your body. And you've been saturated with it for about 10 years. And now you have access to all of these new conveniences. I was saying that just like being silly, thinking that it was a bit far-fetched of an idea. It's making a whole lot more sense now. That's for sure. I would not be surprised if that happened. Not for a second. Back to the Cybertruck. So the Cybertruck for me, it really like makes automation, transhumanism, electric vehicles cool. It really makes this whole transition into this hyper technological future cool. You know, the black matte paint job, you know, this kind of dystopian cybernetic appearance of it. The aesthetics are rather interesting. I don't think it's like an attractive vehicle. I'm a stickler when it comes to design. So, I mean, if I'm going to be completely honest, it's far too rigid for me. I think this is actually hazardous.
Dude, if you got hit with the corner of that, you would die. That's what's wild. Just the corner of the
but
fucking.
It does have a cool factor, especially the matte black. The silver thing was just hideous, but the matte black does
Wow.
definitely give it a sleek, almost kit type of look when we think of Knight Rider. Yeah, DeLorean concept, exactly, Amori. Definitely, that's
Brother,
that's the
I'm
case.
sorry, man.
The DeLoreans are actually pretty cool.
It's in a better place.
The overall
A
design.
rainbow bridge.
But it does have a cool
sir.
factor to it, right? So I think that's powerful. Not
The
just
rainbow
on the fact that it's introducing through the cool factor, the culture of cool, the acceptance of this new direction into like super modern, technocratic, smart worlds and smart cars and everything connected and instantaneous.
rainbow
inside the
bridge
body
is
type of weirdo
real.
stuff. But it's also Musk, right? It's his work. It's his product. And he is probably the most famous.
Horses
influential
live for a
person
fucking long
when
time, too,
you
now.
think about it.
Say that again.
And I think that's very
How long
important
do
by design
horses
because
live
his
for?
ideas, even though he's a frontman.
I don't know. I would think they'd have to
What,
live.
what do you
important.
do with a
It's
horse?
interesting
I'm
to see
sorry to
that
hear
they're,
about that, Thunder. Just want my curiosity is like, what do you do with the horse after? You dig a giant hole or something? Fucking.
Really?
I wonder,
I'd
right?
probably eat
Yeah,
it.
it is a.
Probably eat it.
It is a large animal. Oh, come on, man.
one of
That's
these massive,
terrible.
different types of.
That's probably the nicest thing you could do
once it's
for it.
developed,
Don't
it
let
has
it
all
go
these
to
applications.
waste.
Now, what's
Right?
interesting is they dropped a video.
Oh man, horse meat. I guess that's what they do at Taco Bell, right? So shit, I wouldn't be that far off.
Fabrication. They like
People eat
staged this
horses.
demo, and we've been saying this for some time. A lot of this technology is going.
Yeah, it's called fast food. It's called BK, man.
Cooler than it is, more functional than it is.
Gotta love
so
it.
it can be adopted.
Is that BK? Oh, this was okay. This was actually pretty much the last part I wanted to show because this shit's fucking crazy with this new AI art.
They're not gonna want to watch anyone's stuff because they have their
I know
own personal
Christos of all people would
curating
appreciate
system
this,
of
but
content.
this
That
new
design
AI
stands for them
fucking
too. But my
let me
problem
fast
is
forward it a little bit.
mental state.
We're almost over. I'm already past the 5-hour mark here on this stream, so pretty much at the tail end.
That point forward, it will never.
We've covered a lot of it, so.
Crazy. As I said, man, big LSD shirt. The future is an LSD shirt. This music is horrible. Goodness. So imagine like it's playing
The
music, it's
fuck
creating
was
different
that, man?
videos. I mean, it'll be great for a trip.
Yeah, it's just some weird discombobulated fucking electronic.
Crazy. As I said, man, big LSD shirt.
Bro, they're trying to MK Ultra us.
Basically.
This music is horrible.
Look at this fucking shit, dude.
So imagine like it's playing music, it's creating these trippy videos. I mean, it'll be great for tripping out. Shoot, you just be like, man, tell her what you want to see, and it just goes. And I guess I'm just more focused on the negative applications of this, the detrimental applications of this regarding young people that become, in a sense, gosh, this is kind of trippy.
29.
Enveloped by
Not
this.
bad.
And then if you think about like actual drugs mixed with this, I mean, and especially once it starts getting real strong with narrative, and I'm done with that. I just want to show you guys its capabilities. And especially once it gets better with narrative, and it's already, I didn't bring it for this show. We'll touch on it again another time, but it's already able to create consistent characters. So now we can create a character and then create consistent representations of that image. Before it would always throw you something a little different, right? Because I played with a lot of these different AI systems just to kind of test them out and see what they're doing. And now they're able to keep consistency. And all of this has happened within like 7 months. So, I mean, it's a matter of years before we get like real time, photorealistic, narrative, motion generated images and content. And then we think about TikTok and how kids really are just good with 60 seconds of stuff. Imagine this. Imagine an automated TikTok application. That's not even an application. It's just the capability and function that your AI on your smartphone has. Right? You don't need applications anymore at this point. Imagine it can create a type of TikTok experience for you, where what it does, either you prompt it or it just addresses or pulls from your data from your. Imagine. Be aware. Wait till AI robots get something like this. I'm just saying, I gotta show this stuff because we have to be aware. Let's be aware of what's going on here and the potentials. Yeah, aimbot. Imagine.
What the fuck?
That's that film Asylum, right? Yeah. Ain't no getting away.
What is even happening now?
But this is progress, right? This is progress. That's all it is. This was a few weeks ago. Everyone was talking about this. But it fit. And it aligns with the fear that's being developed, the hoopla, the hysteria.
See, here's the celebrity optics at the end that no one gives a shit about. That I was talking about.
This above all, to thine own self be true, and it must follow as the night of the day. Thou canst not then be false to any man.
Be yourself. Be yourself. Be yourself. Be yourself.
That movie was
always say be true to yourself, but you never say which part of yourself to be true to.
The last thing before we go tonight, be true to yourself. Merriam-Webster has announced that authentic is their 2023 word of the year.
Ha!
Genuinely, saying, quote, authentic,
Ha!
a substantial increase in lookups in 2023, driven by stories and conversations about AI, celebrity culture, identity, and social media. Apparently, the ambiguity.
Could that be because nobody knows what the fuck it means to be authentic? That's fascinating. Authentic saw a substantial increase in lookups in 2023 by story. Yeah, no one's ever authentic. What's that mean? I think I've heard that word before. Anyway.
Sorry, what was that?
Authentic saw a substantial increase in lookups in 2023. This is a tweet, I guess,
No, sorry,
by
what's that
Merriam
word again?
Webster.
I've never heard that word before.
Yeah, authentic. I think I'm saying it right. Driven by stories and conversations about AI, celebrity culture, identity, and social media.
In 2023, driven by stories and conversations about AI, celebrity culture, identity, and social media. Apparently, the ambiguity of the word sends many people to the dictionary. So as a reminder, authentic is an adjective, meaning not false or imitation, but real or actual. It also
You
means
don't
true to
say.
one's own personality, spirit, or character. Merriam points out that celebrities like singers Lonnie Wilson, Sam Smith, and especially Taylor Swift all made headlines in 2023 with statements about seeking their authentic voice and authentic self.
Fascinating, guys. Isn't it? When we think about what we spend quite a bit of time talking about here, ontology, the concept of reality in light of virtuality, simulation, etc. What's real, what's not real? That whole psyop on the plane of that MF over there is not real. You know, this weird indirect but then direct focal point on reality, real authenticity, especially in response to artificial intelligence, which actually is quite the opposite. So I just find it ironic, interesting, and I also think of how this is exactly what's happening. We're getting away from all things authentic, and we're moving towards a purely information data-based artificiality. And we as humans, natural humans, are becoming the artificial intelligence by taking on the directives of algorithmic systems. And so it would make sense that people are considering the idea, but what's fascinating is we may never really know, at least culturally, what that actually is and what it actually means. We're going to get to the point where there no longer is, at least in a general sense, authenticity. Everything is going to be, for the most part, a simulation, a version, the appearance of, seeming like. Interesting. Also, I think of, as we started with the whole Taylor Swift thing, she's person of the year. It's like, what the heck has she done? How's she person of the year? Aside from her, being kind of a poster child for post-modernity, she also is dating the new spokesman for Pfizer, right? So I think that's an important tie-in that I think was a good tie-in to lead into the public health and the biotech stuff we talked about today. Now, I think we pretty much got through everything I wanted to touch on today. Definitely. Now, I got actually a lot more, but we're going on 5 hours. We did 5 hours? Oh my goodness. We did 5
hours. All right. So on that note, it looks like the vote is in. The people want a matrix of meaning for sacred alphabets. So, Cage, sir, your wish is their command and my command, because I'm the one operating this mouse.
Fuck are you, a
This
genie?
is from 1991, folks. I was born in 92, so just for some, interesting. This is older than me, folks, this video, so.
Yeah, because the information isn't new, and I feel like the newer information that's being put out is like fucking watered down like crazy, and
Right.
actually purposely fucked with, Even this
Right.
is probably misleading in some ways, but there's still a lot of good information. You have to have that discernment.
Finding mental balance. Nice. Yeah, so this is going to be the topic for the next about hour and a half at least, depending on the speed I have it on. This is a lecture at Arthur Young's Institute for the Study of Consciousness at Berkeley, in January of 91. 191. So Maru Foundation research proposes that the Hebrew, Greek, and Arabic letters are generated by an idealized human hand, the symbol of our self-awareness and the self-referential processes of all life. After a brief review, this lecture presents a new logical matrix which gives meaning to each letter in Hebrew and English and gives examples of how these letter meanings can be used to decipher word roots. Mr. Tenen suggests implications of this natural language system for our spiritual traditions, for visual, tactile, and dance meditation, and for the study of self-organizing systems, including those of biology, language, physics, and cosmology. A viewing note: this lecture, which documents important aspects of our research, was recorded under less than ideal lighting. Okay. So there's not the best video quality, apparently.
Parts from 91. What do you expect? But
yeah, that's true.
I've played this before. I like to hear it again, though. I played it before. But yeah, these type of things you have to go back, back into.
And then maybe, we'll see where we're at afterwards. Yeah, we'll see. All right, folks. Shout out to the chat. Grand Rising. Happy Sunday. Hope all are well. Peace and blessings.
Thank you all for coming. This is a new presentation of new material, and so I'm assuming that everyone is up to speed on all the old material. If that's not the case, we're going to do a very quick review, but we're not going to do. I'm not going to start from the beginning again.
This guy really talks fast, and you should slow it down, man.
Also, I'm going to ask everyone to be a little patient. I'm going to do the hard, troublesome math type stuff first, and then get into the stuff that's easy to understand and new material later. So bear with it for a little while. But I do think it's worth updating what we've done before and writing some of the intermediate things, and then the new material. The title of the talk tonight is A Matrix of Meaning for Sacred Alphabets. And although I'm only going to be dealing with the Hebrew alphabet, what I'm saying appears to be true by and large.
This guy's at 1.25 naturally.
Ways we think with some of the Eastern traditions,
Yeah.
Tibet, perhaps.
Well, then we're at 1.5.
So I'm going to use the Hebrew. And we know that the Greek alphabet is related to the Hebrew, and we know that the Arabic alphabet is related to the Hebrew. They both have the same numerological connection. A is 1, alpha is 1. I don't know what the Arabic name is, but the A letter is always 1, and they all have the same numerical value. And you can parallel these alphabets. And they also have the same equivalence with English, except in English we only have 26 letters. In Hebrew there are 27 in the full alphabet. The letter that's missing is near the middle of the alphabet, and it's the one that I use an English dollar sign for. It doesn't have anything to do with a dollar sign. So I think the thing to do is for me to try to follow my outline, which is very difficult for me to do. And if we do that, then we should be able to accomplish what I hope we can accomplish tonight. So thank you all for coming. This work is done under the auspices of the Meru Foundation, which is a nonprofit foundation. Some of the other people here can help you with information about what we're doing if you're curious. And there are videotapes of the old material and the update material, and we're making a new tape now for the new material. So if anyone wants to get caught up, there are tapes available here, and they're also at Cody's on Telegraph there. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to rediscover the obvious. If it isn't going to turn out to be obvious when we're done, then it probably wasn't right. And so this is going to be a rediscovery of what it's hard to believe isn't known. I certainly find it hard to believe that some of these ideas are not known, at least the bottom line ideas we'll get to at the end. We're going to be talking about how we generate letters of the alphabet. And we're going to be talking about the meaning of sacred alphabets and their relationship to both the physical world and the spiritual world. And that's the primary model, the relationship of the two parts of reality. We exist in an external reality, physical reality, and we have an internal reality, our consciousness. Inside is our consciousness, outside is the physical world. And that relationship between inside and outside is the basis for this whole presentation. In fact, that's the first letter of the text of Genesis, is the letter B. And the letter B stands for the distinction between inside and outside. It means a house, and we'll get into some of that as we go on. We're going to talk about not only some of these forms, which many of you have seen over the years, but now finally, I'm going to try to identify some of these forms a little better. We've gone through in the past what happened when we attempted to look at the beginning of Genesis in Hebrew. And what we found is, I didn't bring the large posters for that, but this pyramid-shaped object, as you can see, has letters that are all paired up. Some of the letters aren't the same. We'll talk about that too. These are the letters of the Hebrew text of Genesis, the first verse. And all that's happened here is we've taken the first verse, which should be up on the wall. And this you've seen from before. We recognize it as the first natural unit of the text. And we took Carlos Suarez and other Kabbalists' opinion literally. The teaching is that the secret of the whole universe, of everything we could ever know, is in the first letter of the sacred text. But if you can't figure it out from the first letter,
slow it down. Put it to 1.1, man, please.
If you can't figure it out from the first word, it's repeated in greater
11
detail in the first verse, and the first day, and the first week, etc. A description of a hierarchical system. Well, obviously, when I started this, it wasn't too easy to figure out the secret from the first letter. But now it becomes clear why the first letter has to be B. And that B stands for a container, for a box, for a house. The distinction between inside and outside. And then what we did with this sequence of Hebrew letters is we noticed these patterns, which I've talked about before, and I'm not going to get into. We noticed that the initial B and the final Z, I'll use the English names for the letters, they're equivalent, form a big Aleph, a big A. And so it's as if the head and tail of this snake that eats its tail comes back on itself. And as we've seen before, it forms this toroidal loop. In fact, that's what this pattern does. This little pyramid-shaped object, which is shaped this way for mathematical reasons, basically correlates the same letters with themselves as you curl around the first verse. If you think of sort of a bead chain, with each letter being on a bead, and you can curl the chain around so the same letters line up. That's all I've done here. This pattern is so strong that correlates the letters at the beginning of Genesis that you could uniquely replace a letter if it had been miscopied, which would have been a horrible tragedy, of course, from a religious point of view, by just reference to the other letters of the first verse. It's that deeply self-referential. It's that deeply autocorrelated. It's that strong a pattern. But it's important now for us to try to figure out what these patterns represent. And what we found before that they represented was a way of generating the Hebrew alphabet. And that's what the basis of the previous work has been. And so what we want to do now is expand on that and find out how that works and what else it implies. We're going to be talking about some mathematical objects besides Arthur Young's 7 cycle, the turn, the reflexive turn. We're also going to be talking about material that Mr. Fuller mentions. We're going to be talking about the Penrose twister. We'll mention that. Some hyperdimensional objects and some reasons for why we would want to be talking about so-called hyperdimensional objects. Okay. The most important idea to keep in mind is that everything that we're going to be doing here is going to be based on the lowest order, the simplest, the most direct representation we can have. That's the only one we can count on to be universal. If, as is claimed, these sacred alphabets, the Hebrew alphabet, is a universal language, a universal alphabet, then if a high order effect had been picked, it wouldn't be universal. It couldn't be intrinsic. It couldn't be rediscovered independently other places. But if we pick the most elegant situation, that's a unique situation. And that's the one that we're going to be looking for. And the highest ideal we're going to be looking at, what we think we're looking at here in terms of the Hebrew alphabet and in terms of the text of Genesis, is the single most deeply self-embedded, most deeply reflexive, if you will, most deeply self-embedded system that is possible. Now, if I were to tell you that I had the truth with a big T, and it was in a religious context, you would sort of walk away saying, oh yeah, no, the guy knows the truth. But if I told you that I had a truth, and I talked about the digits in pi, then you wouldn't have a problem with that. Everyone knows that pi is a fundamental truth of this reality, the relationship of the radius to the circumference of a circle. This is a fundamental of our reality. That's why we're going for the most deeply self-embedded, the most deeply reflexive system, a representation of that. Because if we go for that extreme, then we can have truth with a big T without getting into theological discussions, which really don't belong here, I don't think. And the primary form that we're going to be looking for, which I'm going to tell you about as we go along, is going to be this form. And I'll tell you its name ahead of time so that as we go through this, you'll get a sense of where I'm going with all this. I'm calling this form naked recursion. The idea is it's naked because it is unembellished. This is, I'm alleging, the lowest order way that you can represent the propensity of the universe to propagate itself. Raw, naked, unadorned recursion. And that applies to any system that recurs, such as a biological system. Acorn, oak tree, acorn, oak tree, acorn, oak tree, chicken, egg on the chicken on the oak tree. But you get the idea. Any system that recurs is going to have this as a fundamental part of it. And then we're going to identify what this is. As you know from before, let's just do that so we don't make a big secret of it. This object, this entirely asymmetrical object, which in the past we've identified as a flame of consciousness. Hebrew letters are said to come from flame. Arabic letters are said to come from flame. Shadows of this object are all of these Hebrew letters. Same one object generates all of these letters of the alphabet. And I'll show you that when we get a little farther along. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself because I do want to leave that towards the end. Okay. Let's review very quickly what we've done in the past. And I think I just said it. We found a pattern in the letters at the beginning of Genesis that when we expressed it in its most elegant form, produced this shape. In other words, this pattern.
That's the core of the Torah.
Yeah, you can actually see that. That in fact, even though we're dealing here with a flat donut rather than a spherical donut, what this form really is nothing but the path of the 7 color map of the vortex on the donut in its lowest order form. Now, this is not exactly the right shape for many reasons, but topologically, it's the right shape. Geometrically, it's not, and that's the second thing we want to deal with is determining the exact shape, which is what wasn't available a couple of years ago. So let's talk about that. If you make a donut, an ideal donut, mathematician's donut, this is the type you typically make. It falls through itself. It's got 2 circular cross sections. If you slice it this way, it's a circle, and if you slice it this way, it'll make 2 circles side by side. This is fine for mathematicians, but it doesn't tell us how to make the shape. For instance, if I simply took a spherical shaped donut, a dimpled sphere, which is going to be closer to what we want here, I'll tell you why in a minute, I would have a form where the outside of the vortex came along horizontally, whereas on this form, as you can see, if I compare it, it comes through vertically. Why? Okay. Let's do that first. What we're looking at, and in fact, I think I want to read you a quote. I think. Let's do that first. Except I don't have it in this book. Okay, this is a quote I've read before, and this is the key to the whole process. This is a discussion in the introduction to the Zohar. I'll just read it to you, and then we'll talk about the key point. It's called the Lily. It says, students of Rabbi Shimon were assembled together and sitting in silence, waiting for the master to begin his discourse. At length, Rabbi Shimon spoke, and he said, as a lily among the thorns. And I've talked about that before. The lilies are all of these vortex shapes, all of the smooth shapes. In fact, you can see, if you look down into this, it looks sort of like a lily, like a cow lily. And the thorns are all the polyhedra. Well, there's a thorn. It looks a little like a thorn. And when you put the two of them together, you're going to make the system. So continuing. This word lily, what does it mean and symbolize? He says it symbolizes the congregation of Israel. And the lily has 13 leaves surrounding it on all sides. And we've talked about that before. If you make a sphere out of spheres, there are 12 spheres around the central sphere. You could take the outer set of spheres to be the meat of a fruit, and the central sphere to be the seed. And we'll see why that happens in a second. For this reason, the lily symbolizes the cup of blessing. And he goes on and says, well, I'll just read it. As there are 5 words between the second and third Elohim mentioned in the book of Genesis. One of these words is or, meaning light. This light was treated, well, now we've got light. This light was treated and became enclosed as an embryo in the covenant. And entering into the lily as a principle of life made it fruitful. And this is what is called in Genesis, fruit tree, yielding fruit whose seed is in itself. And as this life principle, entering into the covenant, caused itself to become manifest in 42 kinds of second matter, so it has produced the 42-letter name of God, which operated in the creation of the world. If you would make another layer of spheres, there would be 42 spheres. And so we're identifying this figure. But the key phrase here is fruit tree, yielding fruit, whose seed is in itself. If we take that literally, we can unfurl the whole alphabet and all of its meaning. And that's one of the things that has happened recently. If you look at a fruit, here's an idealized fruit. It's a dimpled sphere. One could abstract it. There's a star of seeds in the middle. If you slice it through an apple horizontally, you'll see a star of seeds in the middle and 2 sort of elliptical cross sections. And one could put a 7-color map of vortex on that donut, on that dimpled sphere. And then we would have, here's again, our fruit. But this is a fruit tree bearing fruit whose seed is in itself. So obviously, in the center, there's got to be a fruit. And between the seed and the fruit, there has to be the life cycle of the fruit tree. And that's the key to the understanding of what's being said here. From a seed to a tree to a fruit with new seed inside is one complete cycle of life. It's a recursive cycle, and it's a self-embedment. After all, the sphere in the middle, representing the seed pack, could itself be made up of 12 spheres and have a sphere in the middle of it. And one could go generation on generation from the seed through the tree to the fruit with the seed, plant that seed, grow a new tree, and one could have acorn and oak tree, endlessly, infinitely long. And since we can't examine an infinite series because we don't last long enough to do it, we have to look at just one module of the series, one section. And that's the section from the seed through the tree to the fruit with the new seed inside. And that's a relationship between inside and outside, because we're going from inside where the seeds are to outside where the fruit is. If you look down on it, you see this little heart with a star in the middle of it. You can compare this fruit, by the way, which basically stretches itself generation after generation between the earth and the sun, to a spiritual situation where our hearts, because the fruit looks just like a heart, stretches between physical reality and spiritual reality that we reach, we span in our lifetimes. That same process. When we're born, we're all physical. And we don't have much developed consciousness. And when we age, our physicality starts to deteriorate, but hopefully we're building an embryo of consciousness inside. And so when we're finished with our life cycle, we're all spirit and we're very little matter. And then theoretically, the process restarts. And so this is the metaphor between a fruit tree and our own spiritual growth. That we are the tree now growing between our birth and our death. We are spanning between inside and outside on our chain of being. Now, just brace at the door, I think, has some of the papers that shows some of these things. What's going to determine the shape of this curve? Well, if we just had a point,
Want to
this
let
seed
it
model
buffer
was
for
a
a
dead
second
thing,
and
just an
comment on
idealized point, a mathematical point, a
Fucking
Cartesian
listen.
point, we'd have very little. But a seed isn't an idea.
Let it buffer for a minute. What are your thoughts so far on this, Sean? I can see you took a bite of an apple. Well, yeah, geometry is like the main.
You can't hear me, could you? Wow, of course.
No, you're muted. I don't know if you're there.
Can you hear me now?
But I see you. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I'm in them tard hours, them lack of sleep tard hours, as they might call them. Yeah, I don't know. Super deep information, especially for this hour. But I'm absorbing what I can, so figure about 33.3% of it. I had to come up with a probable guesstimate, the percentile that's actually being absorbed. This is regardless of how alert I was. Or
I'm gonna be nice and give you 3% to absorb it. You know, 33 is a little fucking. I'm gonna be nice and go with 3% instead of a 33.3. We'll go with 3%. You know,
But I'm absorbing
97%
3%, really?
Probably.
Yeah, well, considering I haven't slept, and this is deep information on a regular day, so fucking yeah.
I know.
I'm using
But
profanities.
most doesn't
I'm
even
using
matter. The best of
profanities
it, even if you're
fillers.
gonna,
So,
even
you
if
know,
you're
if I'm
gonna
in my
absorb
hours where I'm
1%,
using
you're doing
profanity
something right.
as fillers, then I'm probably lacking a little bit of intellect at this moment. But what'd you say?
The fuck do you mean using profanities as fillers?
Well, I was saying fucking this and fucking that, but Dom is with the jokes today, man. Dom is like ready for the improv, man. I'm wondering when he's gonna sign up.
Dom's
When are you gonna sign up for the improv?
why aren't you just on the panel? Why are you in the fucking chat?
Well, we're
Might as well
watching a
go on the
video
panel.
anyway. I mean, there's not much more you could do up here than I don't blame him. He hopped up earlier though. He was up and then he had to run and then for all I know he got some sleep and I'm still fucking broadcasting. So that's the insanity of so you know, if you happen to call my name, well, you already know the deal. You've done it before, but if you happen to call my name and I happen to possibly not answer, you already know the deal, sir.
Yeah, no, I don't give you too much.
I've been doing good so far. We're almost 20 minutes in.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
I think around like 33 minutes or past.
this is the kind of thing too that 33, yeah. So that means I got another about 15 minutes in me. 10, 15. Yeah, we'll see.
See,
We'll
you might
see,
put
sir.
it in hypnosis.
Well, in this model, it appears that the analog.
Why isn't there more? Why is it like loading so slow? It's in a low resolution. It's at 360 or it's at 480.
Go to 144. Fuck it.
I don't know.
The metaphor for the life force.
Go to what now?
Go to the lowest one. Fuck
144?
It. It's
No, no
bad
shot.
Quality. Well, at least fuck it.
No shot. Here, I'll go down.
Because there's an intrinsic spin in the seed.
I'll go down to 3.
That the seed unfurls, and so one can look at.
If I have to, I guess that'll be the way it is for right now.
This shape, and one can say that's the seed, and this is the stem erupting from the seed, and this is the unfurling of leaves and branches, and this is the fullness of the fruit.
What the fuck is wrong?
Comes to fruition, and so this is the whole life cycle from inside to outside, from the seed to the fruit. Now, if we're going to be modeling the life force by angular momentum, then we have to conserve angular momentum, and that's what determines the shape of the curve. You don't have to have a lot of physics. Has angular momentum in them. They're spinning. They very quickly, when their arms are in close, descriptions say that the arms of the the go to infinity. What's determining the shape of the
Bro,
curve?
this shit's fucked. It's
You see,
unwatchable.
here sprout all the energy of the life force of the fruit of the seed. I'm sorry, is erupting along the new stem.
Say that again.
Maybe try refreshing it or something, because I don't know.
What is it,
It's like
chopping?
lagging like crazy. Yeah, bad.
It's doing that shit again where
Yeah.
let me see. It's doing that shit again where
Yeah. Bro, this shit's fucked. It's
You see,
unwatchable.
here sprout all the energy of the life force of the fruit of the seed. I'm sorry, is erupting along the new stem.
Say that again.
Maybe try refreshing it or something, because I don't.
Sounded alright at the end, but
Metaphor for the life force.
go to what now?
It was doing that. It was doing it before that though, like a lot. I thought it'd fuck
go
off
down
when
to
it
the
got
The
to
seed
it.
of the worlds. And so one can
If I have to, I guess that'll be the way. We're in a loop, folks. We're in a loop. Enjoy it. It happens here
look shape
a lot.
and erupting from the seed. And this is the unfurling of leaves and branches. And this is the fullness of the fruit.
What the fuck is wrong?
Comes to fruition. And so this is the whole life cycle from inside to outside.
It didn't seem that bad, but
loop.
Whatever.
Loop.
I don't know what to do, man. Can only do so much.
Now the Kabbalistic descriptions say that the arms of the universe.
How does it do that? It's so weird.
Put your arms at infinity, then you would come to a stop. That's what's determining the shape of the curve. You see, here sprout all the energy of the life force of the fruit, of the seed, I'm sorry, is erupting along the new stem, the new sprout. And there's not much width. Then at the top of the sprout, you get this little pair of leaves, and then you start to unfurl the rest of the plant, and it reaches its maximum unfurlment in any particular year, life cycle. And then it starts to bud and flower and make fruit, and eventually the flowers fall to the ground, and the seed is thrown to the wind, it falls to the ground, and a new cycle starts. So what we're saying here is that all of this momentum has to be spent by the time you get to the fruit, because it's going to collapse that down again to that center point. So when you get to the outside, you're going to grow a new seed in the middle and transfer that momentum. Now, we know that a real fruit doesn't look like a donut. A real fruit is more closely approximated. This is the work of an artist named, I think it's Charles Adams in New York, made this a number of years ago. It has these elliptical cross sections. It's a dimpled sphere. But nevertheless, the minimum way of representing the self-referential quality, the life cycling quality, the seed out to fruit and then back to seed, is the 7-colored map that defines the surface of the donut. Just because it's a dimpled sphere doesn't change the topology in it. It's still going to have these same 7 sections. So we now have 3 criteria, which I'm saying should be able to determine this shape uniquely. 1, we have to be modeling a real fruit and not somebody's lunch, somebody's quick food lunch. We have to have a real snack, a real apple, a dimpled sphere. We have to conserve angular momentum because we're representing the life force. And it has to have this 7-color map, which can be minimally expressed in 3 turns for 1 turn through, or alternately 3 turns through for 1 turn around. This is the only 2 ways that one can minimally make the 7-color map. Again, we're going with Occam's razor here. We're going to try to go for the most elegant minimum state. Obviously, you can make all kinds of vortexes on all kinds of donuts, but the 2 ways that one can do it minimally are just these: 3 and 1 or 1 and 3 turns. 2 and 2 turns come apart. You don't make a donut, and 0 and 4 turns doesn't any turns at all. So the only ways you can make the 7-color map are in these 2 forms.
Why do you divide the donut into 7 regions?
Because the topology that defines the surface of the donut says that there is a 7-color map. In which creating a 7-color map is the equivalent to creating a donut. For instance, donut. This is very flat and very square. It has all the qualities of a donut. It connects its left to its right, its top to its bottom. After all, if you were to make a donut, you would connect top to bottom and left and right. This tube would come around and form a donut. And the topologists have proven that the minimum way to represent, for purposes of this discussion, is the reflexive process in the surface of the donut, I suggest you read The Reflexive Universe for detailed discussion of that. Probably better than I could.
Bro, it's fucked. You want me
Now,
to fucking play it, bro? Your
this
internet's
is
fucked, man.
one this shape worked. It didn't work.
Yeah, if you want to,
And
it'll
that
be a lot
brings us
better.
to a key idea.
I'll pull
We
it
are
up,
going to
man.
be taking logical forms that are minimal.
I'm in the other
Good
room.
idea. Good idea, man.
Geometric in ways that represent living things. We're putting an additional constraint. If we didn't have a geometric constraint, we could use this form of donut. But because we're modeling a fruit tree.
What are we at right now? 24 minutes? I'm going to start at like 20
All right, we're at
minutes.
the 24-minute mark. 24 minutes.
All right, cool.
Let's go to 22 minutes.
All right, we'll start. 22, like, you know, the 22 pass on the tree of life. Perfect.
There you go. Like the Master Mason member. Have you ever seen what Salty says about you? Salty Siren?
Who's Salty Siren?
She says that you like. She describes your
what?
She's a chat brother.
Now you're
not much of a
I don't
panel
even see. I
hopper,
don't
but
even hear what you're hearing.
I've actually never seen her on panel, but she has like some issue or something. I think she has some issue.
Oh, I don't.
You don't hear me?
Yeah, I don't. No, you're cutting out a little bit. But yeah, I don't even know who that is, honestly. I've.
You notice something very strange. You notice that there are letters that occur in
They said I'm what?
Forget it. Oh, I just realized I'm listening to. No wonder I hear a fucking echo. I got the browser
No,
going
your
too.
mic's. You have like a lag or something. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a mean lag. What's new? What the fuck's new? Are you sharing it yet? Or?
I had to turn on my computer. I'm turning it on. I was in the other room. I'll be doing it in a minute.
All right. Well, I guess
Your
in the
internet's
meantime, I'll
fucking
drop
fried, bud. And now your mic is lagging too. The video and you are lagging. Oh. At least on my end.
This shit's fucked, dude. Hold on. Let me see if I'm. No, I'm not
Yeah,
muted.
you sound
I mean, I
good
don't
now.
have the tab muted.
Well, it turns out that if one, instead of taking this donut,
Yeah, I can hear you.
Wait, what is this? Gorilla Tape and glue? What are we talking about here in chat, man? I can't keep up at this phone. You know, and it's not my goal to. I mean, people are having their own conversations. I just try to.
Don't worry, I'll
You know, I'm all
fucking take
nosy
over
and.
for you because I'll take over so you can fuck off.
Oh no, I
I'll be
know you
gone for
will.
a bit.
I'm kind of betting on it. I'm counting on it. I'm waiting on it. Any
I'll
moment,
just
I'm
play
gonna
something
just.
and leave it. I'll just play something and leave it on after if you want until you wake up and end it. But I'll probably be gone too if I just let it go. But fucking.
Well, you could always just wake me up too. I just gotta fucking make a loud noise. But
I'll try.
Is not tinfoil together with duct tape? Red, green. Okay, I don't know.
Fuck
I
is your
don't
name
know if you
again,
said
man?
donut. Numbers surprisingly not dropping. I'm not sure why. People have nothing better to do apparently. But hey,
Over
you know
here
what?
listening to this
Apparently,
shit.
I don't either.
Bro, we have some good information planned. Hold on, I'm joining right now.
No, we definitely do. I'm really glad I remembered or refound this gentleman.
Stan Tenen.
Quite a wealth of knowledge, to say the least.
All right, we're gonna get back to it. We're gonna.
And this word in the middle, Sadi Bey, ZB, in Hebrew means tortoise. Not only that, but we're looking at a donut.
There's my shameless plug. Hey, I've been using Cash App to send money and spend using the cash card. I actually haven't, though. That's actually not true. I haven't been spending using the cash card, so that's a complete nonsensical lie. I'm actually sharing it with a family member, and I also they actually owe me from a few of the past contributions. So, and I actually took out of my contributions to give them a 22nd day birthday present of $22 again for the 22. I said, yeah, you know how I've been getting some contributions. Yeah, take out $22 for yourself. 22. All right. Yeah, he's probably talking about the toroidal hyperboloid, as Dick Grower would say.
I'm in the
Donut
fucking upper side of the
vortices.
screen.
I mean, donut.
I'm at 22 minutes for you.
Donut toroid. Donut-shaped toroidal hyperboloid. Some might say is the realm that, or would explain the realm that we're in, or on, or in, and as above, so below, as within, so without. All right, there you go.
Yeah, we're at 22
Except
minutes.
I don't see shit.
In fact, what I've done here
Oh.
is simply expressed in 3 turns for 1 turn. 3 turns through for 1 turn
Okay.
around. This is the only 2 ways that one can minimally make the 7-color map. But again, we're going with Occam's razor here. We're going to try to go for the most elegant minimum state. Obviously, you can make all kinds of vortexes on all kinds of donuts. But the 2 ways that one can do it minimally are just these. 3 and 1 or 1 and 3 turns. 2 and 2 turns come apart. You don't make a donut. And 0 and 4 turns doesn't any turns at all. So the only ways you can make the 7-color map are in these 2 forms.
Why do you divide the donut into 7 regions?
Because the topology that defines the surface of the donut says that there's
Put in the maximum
7-color
color.
map.
Fuck it.
In other words, creating a 7-color map is
So it's supposed to work.
For instance, this only a mathematician could get nutrition out of this donut. This is very flat and very square, but it has all the qualities of a donut. It connects its left to its right and its top to its bottom. After all, if you were to make a donut, you would connect top to bottom and left and right, and this tube would come around and form a donut. And the topologists have proven that the minimum way to represent that surface is with the 7-color map. So that's something that you have to take as, for purposes of this discussion, as a given. It's topological truth. Also, as Arthur points out, the relationship between reflexive process and the surface of the donut, I suggest you read The Reflexive Universe for detailed discussion of that, probably better than I could do. Now, this is one new piece of information, because last year, the year before, we didn't know why this shape worked and this shape didn't work. And that leads us to a key idea. We are going to be taking topological forms that are minimal, but we're going to embody them geometrically in ways that represent living things. In other words, we're putting an additional constraint. If we didn't have a geometric constraint, we could use this form of donut. But because we're modeling a fruit tree.
Will that show all the 7 touching one another?
Yes, yes.
Oh, that does.
It says, in fact, I'll show you how good a metaphor for a living thing this is. If I had a stem here, and I push this down on the stem, watch the leaves unfurl along the stem. If this was drawn flat, those would be rectilinear regions. But you see the leaf-shaped sections coming out?
Good looks, no, good looks.
Stem, and it's literally unfurling these leaves, each colored region, and makes a golden mean
It makes
spiral
sense.
on the
It
plant.
makes so much sense.
Axis of leaf unfurlment on a plant.
If you look at plants.
So it's an exceedingly accurate model of embryonic growth. It really does. I'm going to show you some more parts of it as we go on. So that's this section, and this is covered on the videotape called The Code of Many Colors, which we did as a supplement.
Hey, if it makes you feel any better, no, I don't even have a phone. Haven't had one for months, and I feel great about it.
You may
too,
remember a number of years ago, I brought out this little Rubik cube.
What up, Mama?
People have been wondering about it. You may remember a number of years ago, I brought out.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, just tell me when to pause it. I'll pause it. if I'm around the
Oh,
screen.
okay. No, you're good.
Just give me some time.
I'm gonna give you a video to queue up for after this video ends. So just letting you know.
Throw in the
I'll
private.
drop it in the back chat. Okay.
Yeah, I got you
Go for
after. Yeah, I'm gonna be working on harvesting this shit.
All right, for sure. I don't know if I'm, I might still be here, so we'll see. Go for it.
Got this little Rubik cube, which has a Hebrew letter on each little cubie. And I realized that it was the symmetry of this cube, which has all 27 letters on it. It's 3 by 3 by 3. So there's 27 cubies, 27 letters. They're in alphabetical order, layer by layer on a Cartesian coordinate system. You can review that. But I never knew. And what I found is a very strange thing. I didn't bring the same model, but if you look at the first verse of Genesis, you notice something very strange. You notice that there are letters that occur an even number of times in the first verse, and they're on the axis of symmetry. And notice that letters occur, some letters occur, say this one occurs 1, 2, 3 times, and other letters occur 1 time. And I'm matching these letters up. What gave me the right to do that? They're not the same letters. What I found worked, but didn't know why it worked, was that the letters that are paired up in 3 to 1 proportion are on opposite sides of the cube. And so I have, if I hold this properly, here it is. I have an M opposite an E. Again, I'm using the English names. I have a T opposite an F. And those are the two that I'm showing over here. So it's the symmetry of the alphabet that enables us to correlate the text to find these patterns. Matter of fact, here is a text written in an alphabet that curls itself up into a form that casts shadows that are the letters that the text is written in. Fruit tree yielding fruit whose seed is in itself. That is very self-embedded. That is very self-referential. That's a very reflexive process. It's creating its own letters in which it's written. Again, this is a key idea. But where did this come from? Obviously, Dr. Rubik didn't exist at the time that Ezra put the Torah and the Bible back together again, about 500 BCE. This didn't exist, although there were maps that like this that were used by the Greeks at around the time of the Septuagint translation, about 300 BCE. But there was no legitimacy to this. Well, it turns out that if one, instead of taking this donut, which makes this shape, which one gets the letters from, if one took this donut, which if one looks at the black lines, makes these 3 little loop-de-loops and fits the donut through it, then coming over here, look at what you get. Here's my 3 loops defining the surface of the donut with 7 color maps strung on it. And here are 3 loops all.
What do you say, Pineal? The optics parallelogram.
Also, which I've strung the alphabet on. You can just follow it around. Now, just as the first verse does, I've spliced the B and the final Z, the final tzadi at the end, together to form a big olive. And then all the other letters are just arranged in alphabetical order on this very symmetrical form, which defines the donut. But when I do that, guess what? These concentric rings are exactly the same as the letters that are in opposite pairs on the Rubik cube. What a surprise. 4 layers, 4 trees of life, if you will, unfurling from a central point. Now, I know this doesn't really belong here, but it's kind of amusing, and I sort of have to do it. There's a wonderful new book written recently by famous physicist Stephen Hawking, where he starts off talking about the standard bane of all physics conferences on cosmology, where somebody in tennis shoes raises their hand and says, but the teachings are that a turtle holds up the world. And he makes fun of the fact there's this ancient cosmology about how a tortoise holds up the world. The funny thing is, we're looking at the text of Genesis. We're looking at the alphabet said to be the alphabet of creation, the letters being evidence of creation. And this word in the middle, Tzadi Beit, ZB, in Hebrew means tortoise. Not only that, but we're looking at a donut. And this is a donut. And that's a tortoise shell. You see the hex map that makes the 7 color map is the same as the pattern on the back of a tortoise. So maybe the ancients weren't so stupid. Maybe the guy that told the story didn't understand where it came from. But maybe if it went back far enough, there was an ancient worldview that knew something about the pattern of 6 around 1, the pattern on a donut. In fact, that's likely to be the case. Okay, let's leave that. There's one more catching up section that I want to show you, and this is a little more complicated. So let's get them out of the way one at a time. This one basically shows us that the symmetry that we use to correlate the text to make these patterns is also traditionally meaningful without resorting to Rubik cubes, and it's based on the same donut, except taking the donut in its other form. One form makes the letters, and the other form arranges the letters. And we'll see in more detail how that works later. Now, one of the criticisms of what I've been doing over the years has been all the Kabbalistic texts say you should use the 22-letter Hebrew alphabet, and I've been using a 27-letter Hebrew alphabet. Why in the world am I using these extra 5 letters? Well, in Hebrew, if you write a word and you use a letter, one of 5 letters, in the middle of the word, you draw it in one way. And if it happens to be at the end of a word, it has a final form. You draw it differently. And there are 5 letters that have final forms. And it's taught that they contain the secret of redemption, that they somehow redeem something. It's not clear what, but let's assume they redeem the alphabet, perhaps. And the question is, where do these 5 letters come from? Why should we have these 5 final letters? What do they have to do with anything? And how do they relate? How do the 22 and the 27 relate? Well, what we discovered is that if one looks at a 1/3 unit module of Buckminster Fuller's model of the tetrahelix, DNA double helix, there are exactly 22 faces. Isn't that nice? Because that means we can fit the Hebrew letters on them. In fact, what I've done here is simply wrap the alphabet around the form, going in this order: Aleph, Bey, Gimel, Dalet, Hey, etc., and wrapped it around this way. And then what I've done is peeled it off this way. So let's do that. Wow, it's an interesting thing to try, and it's a long story as to why we did that. But here it is. This is the, here's my tetrahelix with the letters wrapped around it. I slit one of the edges and fold it flat, slice it up, and I make these 3 sections, and then I can read the alphabet off in a new order. A, F, G, L, M, Z, Q, B, C, H, J. Doesn't make any sense. All garbled. But when we put these 3 on the 3 loops of the first distinction in knot theory, the trifolium, the trefoil knot. After all, the donut is the first distinction one can make in nothingness. You have a universe that's composed of transparent, homogeneous, isotropic cosmic jello, and you try to make a form that sustains in that jello. You just cut a balloon of jello out of a sea of jello, you got nothing, because it sinks back into the jello and you can't tell where the boundaries were. But if God goes, fiat lux, let there be light, and puffs into the jello starts to fall through itself and forms a toroidal vortex. Again, as Arthur points out, as Ilya Kryzhizhin points out, that lowest order form that can self-sustain, that can be detected, that's made of the same material as this cosmic jello, is the donut, is the tutorus. So the donut shape is the first distinction in the cosmic goo, and the trefoil knot, the simple knot, this knot, is the lowest distinction in knot theory. It's the simplest way you can tie a thing so it stays tied. Same form. Well, if we then put our alphabet in this new order on this form, we discover some very interesting things. Mostly we discover that the letters that turn out to be the final letters, which are these letters M, Z, N, K, and P, turn out to be on the extremities of the form. In fact, they are what you would do. Let's say you wanted to make a hyperdimensional object, but we only have 3 dimensions. Normally what we do to make a hyperdimensional object, we put a little cube inside of a big cube to make a hypercube. If we could make a little donut to fit inside of our big donut, then it would be like extending it into the next reality, recurring it, having it go over, spill over to the next manifestation from one generation to the next. Well, that's what's going on. The 3 letters that are on the perimeter, K, M, and N, are on the ends of the loop, here, here, and here. The P is up here, and the Z is down here. Well, that's nice, because P means mouth, and Z means tree, more or less. We're going to get into that in more detail later. And so you start from your mouth to what you stand on, your uprightness, your tree, your body part, and around your perimeter, there are 3. And so what we've done is basically make a little itty-bitty donut that sort of either sits outside or inside the original donut. And those become the final letters. And in fact, it's going to turn out that there was a direct relationship between the 22 and the 27. We'll get to that as we go on a little further. Okay. Now, that pretty much catches us up on the old material. Wait, there's one more piece I want to do, I guess. Maybe I should do it. This is our 7-color map that makes the torus. This are the 22 letters that form on the surface of this tetrahelix. But if I open it up this way, it also puts the letters on the surface of the donut. In fact, instead of having 7 colors making the donut, I have a sequence of 22 regions, 22 colors, if you will, that make up the donut. And they can self-embed each other. I can go make little donuts inside of big donuts, etc. So if a donut has 7 colors, a donut of donuts has 49 colors. And altogether, that's 50, and that's the Jubilee. And that's another unit of the system. It's a generation of generations, a life cycle of life cycles, if you will. Okay, now I want to leave the older material, and I want to go on to what we've been doing recently, which is the most exciting part, which is what I hope you guys came for, because this is what I really, this gets me a little shaky myself. It's too unbelievable. So use your own judgment. I want to read a couple of quotes now, just to give a little background and provide a little break, and then we're going to dig in some of the nitty-gritty here, I hope. Actually, it's going to start getting simpler after a while, so don't get spooked. Stay with me. First, I want to say something about these symbols that are all around us. These are symbols. These are models. And one of my favorite authors in this regard, although he doesn't know much about the Jewish end of the tradition, he knows a lot about the Greek and the classical, and there's a lot of parallels, is Keith Critchlow. He's got a little book. I don't know if I brought it. Yes, I did. A little book I picked up years ago. It's actually a pamphlet, probably from a paper he gave, called The Soul as Sphere and Androgyne. And I don't quite know what he calls it anymore. But he says something about these sacred symbols. He says, this primordial movement in the sphere, sometimes called the emergence of time in space, which not only gives birth to our world of change and differentiation, but is expressed in traditional cosmologies as concentric effusions of consciousness, concentric spheres. Let me get to those. I find it, but is expressed in traditional cosmologies, concentric effusions of consciousness. True symbols, as distinct from mere signs, express these fundamental patterns in their own way. It's important to remember that symbols have a sacred function. This is why I'm reading the quotes for this definition. By sacred, in this instance, is meant knowledge that is essential to normal, orderly evolution through the physical, emotional, intellectual, and spiritual spheres to full integration. The function of symbols is to, quote unquote, throw together or fuse experiences into significances directed toward a state of recollection. And then he goes on to say, the cosmologies of concentric spheres solve the perennial paradox of unity in diversity, or, quote, coming into being, unquote, within being. The envelopes of consciousness which veil the blinding light of reality require careful and controlled penetration with love, discipline, and determination. Yet simply and ultimately, the unique, unity, and union are one. And that's the same point as the Kabbalists are making. Fruit tree yielding fruit whose seed is in itself. The credo of Judaism, what Abraham is credited with discovering, is the unity of inside and outside. There is a 4-letter name and a 5-letter name for God. The 4-letter name is the transcendent point within. The 5-letter name is all there is, the panoply, the immanence of the universe. Many people over the centuries have had meditational experiences, have come upon that one point of light, that meditational, the transcendental point within. And people for centuries have worshipped idols and gods of all kinds. And everyone knows, or at least most people in this room know, that if you do your affirmations, even if it's to a pagan golden calf or something, you're going to get what you want, because the process of affirmation causes manifestation. The key to this teaching, on which the Abrahamic faiths are based, on which the Brahmic faiths are based, is that these two manifestations of deity, of divinity, are identical, are unique. That's what Critchlow is saying too. That the God within, the point, the meditational point, and the all there is, the panoply of nature in the physical world, the God of immanence, are one, are unity. Inside, outside, and the process of resolving them is also unity. So I put that on the table. Now, I want to also tell you something from a Jewish perspective about some of these ideas, and I'm going to read you 2 quotes from a translation of the Sefer Yetzirah, the Book of Formation, one of the Kabbalistic texts by Rabbi Aryeh Kaplan, who is no longer alive, but was a great Kabbalist and a mathematician and such. And this book on Yetzirah was assembled after he died from his notes, so it's not the best of his work. It sort of covers everything. He says, with regard to the alphabet, something that's very interesting, and it pertains to what we're going to be doing here. He says, the letters are said to pertain to foundation. That's the yesod on the tree of life. Since it is only through the letters that wisdom and understanding can come together and be coupled. Wisdom and understanding, eh? One is inside and one is outside. As discussed earlier, wisdom is pure nonverbal thought. Understanding, on the other hand, can only be verbal, since if an idea cannot be expressed verbally, it cannot be understood. The only link between nonverbal wisdom and verbal understanding consists of the letters of the alphabet. And that's what the point of this discussion is going to be. Now, he's going to give us a clue to this much farther along in the book, and this is a little out of context. He's discussing the Mishnah, the chapter in Sefer Yetzirah, where they talk about the law of 3, 7, and 12, which is much confused. And he covers all the standard discussions. And then he has a curious thing to say. He says the sequence 3, 7, 12 can be defined in a number of ways. One, which we have discussed earlier, involved the lines connecting the Sephirot, which is on the tree of life. On a more sophisticated level, this sequence can be represented by a triangle, a tetrahedron, and a hypertetrahedron. Now that's the model that we're going to be addressing here, because we're going to go from a low-dimensional state to a higher dimensional state and then collapse back to the low-dimensional state and start over. One of the most intriguing and interesting things about Arthur's theory is that you only need 3.9999 dimensions to do everything in, because when you hit 4 dimensions, you're already back in the beginning. You really don't have to go above it as the physicists do. What you have to do is remember to self-embed at the right place. So if you start with a point and you open up to a triangle, to a tetrahedron, by the time you get to a hypertetrahedron, you're back at the point again. And that's what this mathematics and some of the drawings up here are hopefully going to help us to see. Okay, continuing further, let's examine this process a little more closely. Let's look at the process of this opening up from low dimension to high dimension and self-embedment again. There are several different ways we can understand that, and it's a little hard to know where to start, so I guess I have to start from what I found and work backwards at the same time. There are 27 letters in the Hebrew alphabet. It's a strange number, 3 by 3 by 3. It turns out, this caught my attention when I first heard of it. I think it was Saul Paul Sierragavi, a physicist friend, who some of you know, who first brought it to my attention, that there are two places where this number 27 shows up in physics, in group theory that underlies the physics that they're using now. And the two places are discussed in a paper by Coxeter, a famous mathematician, and they relate to this set of 27 lines or 27 points. What Coxeter has been able to prove is that if you were to have a sphere in 4 dimensions, it would be defined by the 27 lines that are solutions to the general cubic equation, and that those 27 lines can be mapped identically, 1-to-1, onto 27 points in complex 3-dimensional space on the surface of a 5-dimensional sphere, whatever that means. What we're going to discover is you don't need all these dimensions to do it if you figure out what these dimensions are about, and that's the key. See, we're looking at a system that unfurls. Seed, fruit, new seed, fruit, layer on layer, acorn, oak tree, unfurling from the beginning of time, all the way. And so our system is concentric. This is what I was saying before when I was reading the earlier quote about the idea of concentric effusions of consciousness. The idea, we've all seen it in the Kabbalistic and the mystical text, of these concentric shells that they draw, like an onion, they say the world is like, concentric shells. Well, if we've got a concentric system, then we can do some tricks. We can reduce a higher dimensional system to a lower dimensional system without losing any of the symmetry. If we reduce it along the radius, we collapse concentrically. Everything shrinks in, we're out, and so the symmetries stay the same. Well, let's do it and see what happens. Let's find out what happens. What I want to present is a new way of displaying imaginary reality, and I want to identify it. In high school, we're taught that one can have a complex plane. We can have an x-axis, and then we can have an y-axis perpendicular to it, an imaginary axis, perpendicular, right angles to the real. That's convention. It doesn't have to be at right angles. Mathematicians like to draw it at right angles because that makes it simple for us to see that the two directions are independent or orthogonal. But what if we were to say that the imaginary is in our imagination, is inside? and that the real is the world. And so instead of rotating 90 degrees to get between imaginary and real, let's say we were to go between inside and outside. But of course, if we were to simply make two coordinate systems and they were coincident with each other, then we wouldn't be able to tell anything. They'd be all blurred together. But we know in nature the relationship, the geometric relationship of inside to outside. Because we know in nature, let's see if it's up here someplace. So it's a little symbol, but you can see it. We know about the Nautilus shell. We know about the golden mean function. We know that as nature unfurls things in golden mean proportions. And the inside is 1 over the golden mean as big as the outside. And it continues to unfurl in golden mean proportion. So if we were to make a plane, instead of making an imaginary plane that has a real axis and an imaginary axis at right angles, what if we were to make the real and the imaginary direction the same, but make the imaginary direction shorter in scale, have it only be 6/10 as big, 1 over the golden mean? Then instead of getting rectangular squares as our surfaces in 3 dimensions, we would get, well, actually, these are not bad because that's why they designed the paper. We would get golden mean rectangles as planes, the imaginary one being shortened and the real axis being lengthened. And if we were operating in 6-dimensional space, we would have an interpenetration of 3 of these golden mean planes. And there they are. And each one of these is an imaginary plane. One is an X and IX, Y and IY, Z and IZ if you want. There are other ways one can arrange it. And what you end up with is, of course, a sphere, an icosahedral sphere. And if you were to look what you can do with it, you can literally put these vortex forms on both faces of the golden mean triangles, the golden mean rectangles, showing how they unfurl. And you end up having this icosahedron, representing complex 3-dimensional coordinate system. And then this icosahedron is our equivalent of a 5-dimensional sphere. And all we have to figure out then is how we can arrange 27 points evenly on this complex 3-dimensional form. Well, figure it out. You've got 27 points, and they have to be evenly arrayed. Why evenly? Because that's the whole point of the 27. They're evenly arrayed on the sphere. They are fundamental directions on this hyperdimensional, supposedly hyperdimensional sphere. It's not so hyperdimensional anymore because we can see it. If they're evenly arranged, and there are 6 dimensions, then there must be 27 divided by 6 points in each dimension. Very simple. What other choice is there? But 27 doesn't divide by 6. You get 4.5 points per dimension. You can't have a half a point. Even if Descartes could slice his points in half, we can't cut our seed in half because the plant will die. There's no half points in this system. They're quantum of action, actually, in Arthur's terms. So that means that the dimensions must be paired. That means we have to have 9 points in each of 3 planes, surfaces, rather than 4.5 points in each of 6 lines, 6 linear dimensions. Well, that sort of does the trick, because that tells us that the dimensions have to be paired into these planes, and that tells us that what we really have to have, let's see if I can find it, is on each of the planes, we have to have this little vortex shape that's going to have 9 points on it, and we're going to have 3 of them that interpenetrate each other. And you've seen this from the previous lectures. This I'm calling a Shushan flower, which is what's described in the introduction to the Zohar. And what you can see it comes from is that these are 3 loops here. And what they really are nothing but these 3 loops, but curled up some more. So this is just a curled up version of this. And this form somehow has to have these 27 points arrayed on it. Well, that's exactly what we've done. You see, if you take the form and you put the Hebrew letters on them, and this round Rubik cube is supposed to be this, but something I could write on. The Aleph, the Yud, and the Kuf, the central letters are actually in the middle, in that center point. Then you've got a uniform distribution of the 27 letters in a way that's completely analogous to the way the mathematicians have distributed the 27 points. Now, Consider shows this in 2 different ways. He shows an diagonal projection, which is 3 concentric sets of 9. Very hard to project these hyperdimensional objects. He shows a dodecagonal version, which is 2 rings of 12 and then 3 stacked up in the middle. And in discussion with Saul Paul Sirag and others, we've come to the conclusion that if you have these forms, they also define, in some very fundamental way, Roger Penrose's twister. Now, where do we get the twister from? Here we're dealing with these hyperspherical things, and here we've got this set of nested donuts. Well, again, it's Arthur that pointed out that a solid torus in 3 dimensions is equivalent in many ways to a sphere in 4 dimensions. And so what we've got here is a sphere, a hypersphere, except it doesn't have to be in hyperdimensions if we make 3 levels of donut. Why 3 levels? Because we've got to have an inside, an outside, and an in between. Now we're getting someplace. Because now what we can do is we can come over here and we can look at the turn, the reflexive turn, which folks that are here tonight are probably familiar with. Now, I'm not saying these are the same categories. We're dealing with a topological situation here, and we can make any number of sets of categories. But I'm saying that whichever categories we use are going to be isomorphic to this set that Arthur has used. I just pulled this out of the appendix, the reflexive universe, I believe, appendix 1. And the whole beauty of this is that just like on the donut, it's symmetrical. The in and the out parts are reciprocal, and every level is reciprocal, and we've got these 4 levels. In fact, I don't have it here, and I haven't worked it out in detail, but I think we can compare these 4 levels to the 4 letters of the 4-letter name of God. In fact, there's even one that repeats, you see, because this idea here, this middle one, which I'm calling action together, is actually part of this one, which I'm calling action within and action projection. We're going to get that in a minute. So that, in fact, we could really do it with the 4-letter name, very compactly. And we could use the 4-letter name to generate our fundamental tetrahedron, and our tetrahedron is going to open up into this hypertetrahedron. And in a sense, it is a hypertetrahedron. Now, not only that, but let's figure out another thing besides the twister, which we now know comes in 3 layers. The twister and the orbifold from superstring theory are not the same objects. They're not the same thing, but they partake of the same topology. And the fundamental object in superstring space is this twister form, which in complex 3 dimensions has 27 corners to it. Now, the low order form looks very suspiciously like our alphabet generator. After all, it's a donut with a hole in the middle, a spin axis, and 3 singularities. I think that you can see the similarity here. This is the hole, and these are the 3 singularities. And if it was in the hyperdimensional space, according to the mathematicians, there would be 27 of these singularities. And they would be in the same form, the same relationship as the 27 points in complex 3 dimensions, which is what they're saying there, or the 27 lines in 4 dimensions, which are intrinsic in the point itself.
You awake, Pineal? Pineal. Yep, I think he's asleep, guys. You know, I'll keep letting this play.
It's going to get easier, folks. Bear with me a little longer. I know this is going all over the place with numbers, and for the purposes of time, I really can't do all the details. It's more a matter of just showing it. Okay. So what do we make of this, and what does this tell us? Well, it gives us a hint as to what's going on with the alphabet. Because if we make the presumption that the 27 letters and these 27 lines or 27 points are the same, then we should try to see if there's some underlying logic that holds the 2 in common. Well, we know the logic of the ideal mathematical forms. This is a very, very symmetrical 3 by 3 by 3 system in this hyperdimensional space. What if the alphabet were the same way? What would it look like? Well, it would have 3 levels to it. And that's what we find in the alphabet. And I think that's what we want to go to next. I want to check my notes to make sure I haven't skipped anything. Now, if we can back up and make a language out of all of this, and see if we can figure out what the issue is. Look, to make a language, a universal language, which is what we're trying to make, because that's what the religious traditions claim, that's what the sacred alphabet is supposed to be for. It has to be common to all consciousness. It has to be very elegant. And it has to do what language does. What does language do? What does language do? What does language do? Right. You point at something. You name something. You have to. If I were walking around and I pointed to this thing, and I wanted to tell you about this thing, I could call you into the room and I could point to that thing again. But if you weren't in the room and I didn't want to do that, I could make a drawing of it maybe, or I could make a noise. How am I supposed to know what noise to make? Well, here's the theory. This is what we're going to go with. This is a non-linguistic theory. This is a non-drift theory. We're not referring to what the linguists are doing. This is a different level of understanding of language. When I take my arm, my hand, and I point at something, my hand does that pointing because there is a map on my motor cortex for my hand that tells my hand how to point. And that motor cortex map is not just a photograph of my hand in some particular position. It's a dynamic model. It tells my hand how to move. It's got at least a beginning and an end to it, and a middle too, probably. And so that dynamic model can't be just a three-dimensional model. It has to have dynamics in it. It has to have change in it. That is what a mathematician would call a hyperdimensional model. It would have to have some additional information. Well, if it's a hyperdimensional model, if our conceptual space on our motor cortex, which directs the motion of our hand, is hyperdimensional, say 4, 5, 6, or 7 dimensions, then this geometry holds. And the natural parts of that map, no matter how my neurons are wired, no matter what kind of brain I have, no matter what my biology is, if I am directing this kind of motion, I must be making use of these 27 directions in that map. That's the lowest way that I can specify the whole map. And therefore, on my motor cortex, there is some kind of a map laid out in these 27 directions. And let's say I want to make a sound that corresponds to my pointing. Well, what's the most obvious thing to do? Is that the sound? The most obvious thing to do is to co-opt the same map as I use to move my hand and slide it across my motor cortex for my hand to a region in my motor cortex for my hand that serves another purpose. Language is controlled by a subregion of the motor cortex for the hand. Broca's region and the other language control regions are there. And if I try to take the same map and just slide it across some kind of neuron transfer thing, and then use the same set of coordinations to articulate the muscles that make my sound rather than move my arm, I'm going to end up making a sound. But who knows if it's the right sound? I mean, there's no obvious hardwiring connection. This is a conceptual map. But I hear the sound I make. And that comes back into my sensory cortex through my ear. And I'm saying that the map on my motor cortex that moves my hand, and the map on my motor cortex that makes the sound, and the map on my sensory cortex that hears the sound are all hyperdimensional maps. And the feedback loop that connects all of this is also a dynamic map. And all of these have 27 parts. Or the 22-part version. I don't want to get confused with it. In other words, it's back to what Critchlow was saying. The unique unity and union are one. All three cortex maps have to be the same for that sound to have meant what that hand did. And so what I'm saying may be the case is that these letters, as we're going to see, are not initially the letters of ordinary language, as the linguistic theorist would have you believe. Later they became that. They were co-opted for ordinary speech. But they are instead the natural pieces of the envelope of the reflexive process that any self-aware creature must use to form any language. That it is necessary in its lowest order that this projective process have these 27 pieces, that they have the same logical structure that Coxeter and the group theoretic physicists point out, and that's, no matter what we really do, we can always simplify what we've done to this 27-element system. It covers the whole gamut. Now, the only way to find out if this makes any sense is to try to use it. And so we're going to try to use it. But before we try to use it and go to this matrix of meaning for the letters of the alphabet, we have to somehow recognize what this generator for the letter shapes has to do with this map on our cortex. Well, what is this shape? I said at the beginning I was going to call it naked recursion. That's another fancy word for a kind of self-embedded reflexive structure. That basically every module of this self-referential process has to partake of this. And so what could this thing be? Well, if you had a sphere in 3 dimensions, it would have 3 diameters that would be perpendicular, right angles to each other, Cartesian cross. If you had a sphere in 4 dimensions, there would be an additional diameter perpendicular to the other 3, but we couldn't see it. It's the one that we correlate with dynamics, with change in 3 dimensions. It's the one that relates inside to outside in 3 space. In fact, if you go into 4 dimensions, you can actually take right-handed things and convert them into left-handed things by rotating through hyperspace, theoretically. So it's this inside-out direction. This is the missing diameter of the hypersphere projected back into 3 dimensions. It doesn't have to be a hypersphere. What we're calling, the mathematicians are calling a 4-dimensional, a 3-sphere in 4 space, is really nothing but the dynamics of an ordinary sphere in 3 dimensions. And this form that connects the inside to the outside of a fruit, a dimpled sphere, an idealized fruit, this is that diameter. And so if I can see all of these possible orientations, all of these letters, if they correlate to these 27 directions, then this alphabet gives me a way to point in hyperspace or in conceptual space to all the possibilities. Well, I just said it, to point. You see, this is a hand. This is a model. This is not only the flame of consciousness. This is our model of inside projected outside. When I want to do something in the universe with my will, this is the instrument of my will in the world. It's my hand. I could use my foot, I could use my nose, but I mostly use my hand. If I wanted to make an alphabet that would be equally good for the world of physics, the real world, and would be good for meditation. Why meditation? Well, let's step back again and say, what's this alphabet for? Let's say you find yourself off in the desert 3,000, 4,000 years ago, 2,500 years ago, 3,500 years ago, biblical times. And I fell off a camel. I hit myself in the head. Wandering around, there was this funny mushroom next to the rock there, and I tasted it. I pricked my finger and got poisoned. And had a terrible experience. I just didn't eat for a few days. I wandered in the desert for a long time. I ended up, one way or another, having a mystical experience, a transcendental experience. And it's an integrative experience. It's a healing experience. Modern psychotherapists report that when you have these peak experiences, these transcendental experiences, you come back a more integrated person. Your inside and your outside are more attuned with each other. But this is an ineffable experience. You can't describe it in words by definition. No matter how good you are, there isn't any language you could use to describe this. So how can you pass on this teaching, this ability, this experience? Well, obviously, if you fell off a camel and hit yourself in the head, it's not the way you want to reproduce the experiment. It's not really very reproducible. But if you had a means of re-experiencing this, a meditation, a sequence of exercises, breathing exercises, dancing, yoga, mudras and asanas, whatever it might be, different traditions use different means, different people use different means. And if you could somehow specify the experience so someone else could retrace your path, then they would have the same experience. And so if somehow there were a means of specifying a meditation internally, that would be a much better way of reproducing the experience than simply writing down, I had this wonderful big experience which I can't describe. Because then the next person who could retrace your path exactly would have supposedly an equivalent, a related experience. And so we want an alphabet that's going to work inside too. Not only does it tell us what direction to point in the world, but it also has to be visualizable in our mind's eye. Now that's what makes this so beautiful. There are 2 teachings about the source of the alphabet. One of them is that the letters come from fire or flame. And the other, in Hebrew, is that these letter shapes, and these are the formal shapes, all of them are made up of the letter Yud. This small little letter. They're all composed of little pieces of Yud. That's a nice teaching. And it's obviously true in terms of calligraphy. But Yud also means hand. And the one thing that every human being can automatically do, it's a survival necessity, is visualize their own hand. You close your eyes. Try it. Close your eyes and point towards the ceiling. Hold your hand any way you want. You will be able to see in your imagination, in your mind's eye, where your hand is, where your fingers are, where your palm is.
And what's strange about that is with these AI generators, like for art and that, like images, they have a hard time generating the human hand for some reason.
And so if you put the hand in your hand, you can feel it against your skin, you can immediately visualize the letters. What is more natural as a source of an alphabet than to take from the hand the letters in the same way as the speech is taken from the motor cortex for the hand in the brain? And how was it forgotten that the letters came from a hand? They wrote it down. It says it comes from Yod. Except people thought it meant small Yod instead of the hand. So now we have the physical metaphor, the physical expression of outside of our inside, being used for the purpose of connecting outside and inside and outside. And this is the first important finding, is that what we're really looking at here, what's really going on, is that this naked recursion, this self-embedment, is our hand. This is how we express our inside in the outside world. This is our way of embedding ourselves in reality, is our hand. All right. Now, I think I want to go directly towards the most difficult and controversial part now of this presentation. And we'll come back with questions and comments to some of these other ideas. And I think there'll probably be lots of questions. Because what I want to do now is present something that's unbelievable. It's not that others haven't said it, it's that they haven't said it in a way that's credible. I certainly never believed it before. The claim that the Hebrew letters are the actual elements of creation and are the natural elements and were originally a universal language, knowledge of which was lost at Babel, things like that. Who would believe that? Many people have said it, of course. In fact, it's even been demonstrated to some extent. There is a computer program that you can buy based on the Arabic alphabet that translates between languages called Readware by a company called MITI out of, I think, Washington, D.C. There's some local people there we've spoken to. They base their computer system on the second surah of the Quran, and they don't know why it works. So it does seem to work, but I think this is the underlying reason why it works. And what I want to do is I want to go through the alphabet letter by letter. Now, most of you should have alphabet charts. And what I want to do is use these, basically these charts and this chart here. And I think rather than my continuing to give you all this theory, I should put these definitions of the letters on the table and let you take them all home and try to use them. So let's see if we can do it. Here is fundamental process, fundamental self-organization. And I'm saying that this 7-step process is the tree. And that it connects between unity and wholeness, between the seed and the fruit, with no seed inside, between a point sphere and a sphere point. And it does it in just under 4-dimensional steps. Never quite makes it the 4th dimension, because as soon as you get up to wholeness, it's got a new seed inside, and the old fruit is eaten up by the chicken. I mixed a few metaphors there, but you know what I mean. The chick finishes all the white before it cracks the shell. All right, let's lay out the logic, and then let's apply it. First, we're going to start with unity, and we're going to end up with wholeness. And we're going to do that in 3 levels of the alphabet. And the first step beyond unity is the first distinction. The first distinction in what? The first distinction par excellence. Whether it's Spencer Brown's mark of distinction between inside and outside, whether it's a newborn child gasping for air and starting to breathe in and out, whether it's the child's consciousness coalescing around the first volitional act, taking the food in, whether it's the birth itself or the breaking the egg itself. The first distinction is between inside and outside, breaking open. And then there's action. Then there's a relationship between the 2 parts, between inside and outside. Then there's continued opening, which I'm calling division here. Then there's action together, which is equivalent to the turn. Then there's multiplication, which is the opposite of division, in the same sense as Arthur says, takes on its own center and throws off centers. Here it takes on a center by repeated division, to subtract this form. Here it throws off centers by multiplication and the golden mean unfurlment. And again, this is another kind of action. If this is internalized action, if this is action together, then this must be externalized action, projection. And then if this is opening, this must be closure. Now we're going to apply, and then after closure, we come back to wholeness. the fruit encloses itself, the egg shell is finished, and now we have wholeness. Now we're going to apply these principles to 3 levels of the alphabet, and we're going to examine how the meaning of the Hebrew letter corresponds to this chart. Now, I don't think people can read this unless they've got it in front of them, but I will go through it. Every Hebrew letter has a name, and those names have meaning. And many of the Hebrew letters have no explicit meaning as either prefixes or suffixes, which complement the meaning of the name. And so every Hebrew letter comes with a whole story. What we're going to find is that for every Hebrew letter name, there is an equivalent English word that has the same meaning. It's going to be surprising enough. And then we're going to find that any word in any language that we can transliterate into Hebrew, we can translate on this chart. And we can find root word meanings by only referring to the chart. Now, these aren't idiomatic meanings. These are operational meanings. Okay, here's olive. Olive is spelled A-L-M-P in Hebrew. It's the high point. It's all consciousness. It's the whole thing. The English word is out, or aloof, or alive. Those all have the same roots, with allowing for a little phonetic trick. Now, if olive over here is all consciousness, the whole enchilada, the whole thing, the big unity. And if this first level of the alphabet is the archetypal level, then we should have a repetition of that meaning at the next level, which I'm calling the inside, the intermediate level, which is, as mentioned in the quotation, the level of wisdom. And then finally, at the third level of the alphabet, the final 9 letters, we're going to have the outside, the physical embodiment, as opposed to the spiritual, the physical, as opposed to the mental. This is going to be physical and material. We have another set of 9. So if this is all consciousness, then the yud, the I, is obviously our personalized internal consciousness. Id, the English word, has the same spelling as the Hebrew word yud. And the last letter, kuf, in Hebrew, means a copy, or it means a monkey, or a skull. But the word kuf is cognate to our word cap, or copy. It's a K instead of a C, but it's a hard C, so it's C-O-P, copy, cap, C-A-P. And so we have, and that's the monkey, that's the physical consciousness. This is our internal consciousness, the small consciousness, the little point, and this is the whole enchilada, big consciousness, the great light. These 3 together spell something in Hebrew. Q-I-A, kia. Ki is the word in Hebrew for eruption or for vomiting. And that's what's going on at this central point. This is the point where the system erupts from. This is this central point in the middle, the influx, where the whole system erupts from. And of course, it's cognate to the Eastern idea of the ki, the life force, the vital energy. C-H-I is the normal spell, or the pronunciation. So this is the first 3 letters. The next 3 are B, K, and R. B is the, as I said, the distinction between inside and outside. Spelled in Hebrew, B-Y-T. It's our word bit. This is obviously not a phonetic drift theory. The word bit didn't mean first distinction until we had computers. Or byte, B-Y-T-E. The Hebrew word bet traditionally means a house. That's the distinction between inside and outside. We would call that word in English booth, little house. The Hebrew letter bet is given the numerical value of 2, but the cognate word is both. If B is this distinction between inside and outside, then what's K? Well, that's the word kaf in Hebrew. Kaf in Hebrew means, as a prefix, like, as, or like. It's spelled, here it is, K-P. It means a cup, or a hoof. And the reason it means like is because when you cup something, you get things that are like each other. Cupping is making something like. And in fact, if B is the distinction between inside and outside, cupping, also cup means the palm in Hebrew, holds in. And therefore, you're going to know what the resh is. The resh in Hebrew, word resh means head. It means the point of that radiates out from. It means to rush. It means to ruse. And so this is the distinction between inside and outside. This is the hold in, and this is the radiate out. Next, we have Gimel, Lamed, and Shin, C, L, and S in English. Gimel is spelled Gimel Mem Lamed, and we know in Hebrew that the Mem means from and the Lamed means to, and the Gimel is our letter C, and the word Gimel means a camel, and a camel goes back and forth in the desert between two oases. It comes and goes from and to. G, Gimel, Mem, Lamed. Come and go, Mem, from, Lamed, to. Camel goes back and forth. And that's why it's called a camel. Well, and I'm saying that that's the quantum of action. That's the action. That's the little photon, little quantum. Related to light. If that's the idea of action, then Lamed has to be internal action. The word Lamed means to study, to learn, or to teach. The English word I think comes closest is blooming or looming, spelled very similarly. And the S, sheen in Hebrew, which means a tube, means luster. It can mean free. It can mean a notch. That's the external light. That's the external action. The Hebrew spelling is SH, actually, pronunciation, but SIN. Well, the external luster is a sin, or the sun, or to shine, SHINE. Same spelling phonetically as the Hebrew name, having the same meaning. Archetype of action, internal action, external action. Then we have D, M, and T. Well, D, we know the Greek word for D is delta. In Hebrew, it's dalet, but they mean the same. They mean to open up in a kind of dissipative way. The way a delta does when the river reaches the ocean, it spreads out, it divides from within, opens up, divides itself into the ocean, the water spread out. And so dalet in Hebrew, if we look at the chart, some of you have the charts that they're available, means a door, and it means to pour out. It can mean P-O-O-R or P-O-U-R. And the idea of a delta in Greek, I think, is the best way. The English word, of course, that corresponds would be dilate or dilute. Same sense. To dilate, to open out, to dilute. The river obviously dilutes itself as it enters the sea. Well, what's mem? Well, mem, we all know mem. Mem in every language means mother or sid. It's to divide from within, from the womb. To open out from inside, to divide. And mem, the word mem would be cognate to our word mam, or mom, or or om. And there are probably others like that too. Let's look at the last one, the T. Well, the T in English is a cross form, an alternating form. T in Hebrew is tav, is the name, means a sign or a mark, means to engrave itself. It's reflexiveness itself. It's our word sub, to cut out, engrave out. It's tab, to cut a tab out of something. And so if the M is division internally, is propagation opening from within, the tav is this kind of alternation, reciprocation, self-action. And so I'm saying the letter T refers to the word itself. This one I always like, the E, the N, and the final K. The prefix he in Hebrew means the. The word he refers to a window. It's also the feminine singular ending very often, just like we have a silent E.
Speaking of window, I think we might open the window back there. So they can tell you what the stuff
Okay.
is.
Someone open the window? Hey, as you can see, has a double form to it. Okay, well, let's see, from your direction, it looks like that. It's got a little one and a big one around it. It's the inside and the outside together, in and out. You see, the B is in or out, and the hey is in and out. And it means...
Yeah, no, I don't think he has a PayPal, because I was telling him before, we don't even have PayPal in Canada. In the UK, I don't think it works either. So if we were trying to send him some.
Designates. It means that's also a prefix referring to the name of God, and the idea of God being in and out together, the whole enchilada, the whole thing. We have enchiladas today. Obviously, for folks watching the tape, this is being taped in California, so we mentioned the N. If this is the idea of opening a window, a connection between in and out, well, we know what the letter N means in English. It's the letter that we always use when we connect something. In fact, N in Hebrew, the name of the letter is Nun, N-U-N usually in English, but it could be just as well spelled N-O-O-N. And the Nun connects the A-M and the P-M in the middle. The Nun is the neck, the nexus. That's N. the internal connector between the mind and the body. It's that kind of connector. And the K is a final version of the earlier K. It indicates possessiveness. It indicates external connection as a suffix. But look at these letters together. E, N, and K. Well, turn them around. N, E, K. That spells neck. B, K, and R, or B, R, and K spells to break open, the A. C, L, and S is slick, is action, is motion. D, M, and T, there's no really good one. I'm using demote as the sense of dilution. And N, E, and K means the neck, is a nexus, is an internal middle connector bringing things together. Now, we know we did this first half of the chart, so we know what's going to happen coming up the other side of the arc. If Gimel, Lamed, and Shin are action between limits, then then Vav, Samach, and final Mem must be another kind of I'm sorry, I skipped one. They have to be like D, M, and T. I'm going to get confused. If D, M, and T are this division, then Vav, Mem, and final Mem, Vav, Samach, and final Mem must be multiplication. In fact, these are the letters that correspond to the golden mean functions. The Vav corresponds to the lost digamma in Greek, which was replaced by the letter Phi, which is used to designate the golden mean. And the letter Vav, the name Vav, means a pin. It means and in Hebrew. And so the idea of multiplication is and. And Vav, spelled FF, is our word fife, vibration. It's that kind of and. It's doing this. It's the O in the word do. It's that oo when it has a vowel sound of oo in Hebrew. The Samach we don't have in English, but if the Vav is the golden mean, then the Samach is the inverse golden mean, and the final Mem, which is a square-shaped Samach, is the golden mean squared. Samach is an interesting letter. Samach in Hebrew means to sustain or support. It's spelled this not really an S, but this Samach letter, then Mem, and then this final K. Well, that's our word smoke. And the smoke ring is the lowest order form that self-sustains in a uniform, homogeneous cosmic jello. It is the fundamental support to this reality. This is Samach. Well, it also looks like this. It's a circular letter. The final Mem is the same meaning as the medial Mem. It's the C, but in this case, it's the external C. It's the hierarchy of wave motion. Instead of being the womb, it's the external hierarchy. It's got a masculine connotation. It's self-reference acting on itself, generation on generation. Okay, now we go to the next one. Zion, Ayin, final Nun, G, O, and the final N. You can't see it too well because I used too dark a marker. Now this is a beautiful example. The word Zion in Hebrew, which should be over here, literally means a weapon or an axe. But A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Oh, it's a Russian G. That's why it's got the Z sound to it. So if it's a G and not a Z, then the word is G, a vowel and an N. And we know that is gain or gun, or go on. So it's called a weapon or an axe in Hebrew, but it has the same meaning in English. Most extraordinary. The ayin in Hebrew, ayin means just what it sounds like. It means an eye or a well. And in fact, the cognate is I, own, or this internal possession to go deeply inward. You see, if Zion is a gun, it's projecting outward. Then ayin is projecting inward. And the final N, just like we had a medial N was a neck or nexus, what does an N at the end of a word mean? In English, in mathematics, we say take something to the nth degree. It means to go on out forever, to continue on out. So the Zion is to project, the ayin is to project in, and the final Nun is to project out, to extrapolate. Let's go one more. Let's do H, P, and final P. Well, this letter, this chet, in Hebrew, looks just like the Greek letter pi. And in fact, the Hebrew meaning of the word chet means a fenced field or a perimeter, which is sort of what pi is about. Chet is spelled H-E-T, or H, a vowel T. That's our word hat or hut, something that surrounds you, a fenced field, a circumference. P in Hebrew, the letter Pe, is in the same position in the alphabet as the Greek pi, and it does refer to the same kind of pi-ish function, except P is to engulf, to swallow, to bring in. So it's a volume taken inward. And the final P, same meaning, is the volume pushed outward, the puff outward. And if we take them together, I didn't do the three together for the G, O, and N. Well, G, O, and N mean to go on, which is just what this projective idea is. This is H and whatever the vowel might be and a couple of P's. Well, that's a hoop, which is this surrounding idea, this Irish idea. Now, finally, if this was unity, then this is going to be wholeness. So the tet, which is equivalent to our J, a jet, a tit, goes beyond this completion. If this is individuation, I'm sorry, this is breaking open, then this is ego, this is individuation. Then beyond being born, beyond being individuated, there is a gratuitous function that finishes the cycle. That is when a parent gives a tit to a child to suckle, or the child is suckled. The child will survive if it's not suckled, but it's not complete. And so tet means completion. Jet, tide, total are the same words in English. The tsadi is an interesting word. If the tet, the J is the idea of completeness, then tsadi must be spiritual completeness. Well, the word tsadi in Hebrew means a righteous person, a tzadi. It corresponds to our sort of English word zodiac. But that ts sound could also be an ST. And if we have ST, a vowel, a D, and an I, which is how you spell the letter tsadi, the name of the letter, then that's the word study. Which is, of course, to stand upright, to be complete inside. That's the studied person. It also relates to justice. The final tzadi, if this is a righteous person, is an upright person, then this one must be upright in the physical world. And so this one is eight, the tree. Now, what do we have? We have a completely logical system based on the turn, embedded in the Enneagram, because after all, if we take the 7 stages of process and we embed them between unity and wholeness, we have an Enneagram. We have an Enneagram, do we? Oh, well, wait a minute. That's what we have over here, isn't it? 3 levels of 9 in a logical matrix unfurling from very simple principles, hierarchically. 3 levels, a archetypal level, an intermediate level, and a physical, an external level. The same as the 3 levels here. Why do they have to be 3 levels? Because inside, outside, and in between is what defines the solidity of the twister. You see, if it didn't have 3 levels, it wouldn't be a hypersphere. It would be incomplete. That's the only way we can project it. Every cycle has to have 3 points on it. If I were to have 2 flashing lights, you couldn't tell this was a circle. But if I had 3 lights flashing in sequence, you could tell this was a circle. It takes 3 counts to define rotation, the circulation. And that's why we have a matrix that is 3 by 3 by 3. Here is another version in the form of an apple or a torus, closer to the Penrose twister, closer to the torus. The same principle. These are just alternate drawings. The little sketches are to give you some sort of schematic idea of what the words mean. But the words could be any other set of words that have the same topological relationship to each other. They have to form a complete Enneagonal cycle with the 7 stages of process embedded within them in 3 levels. Now, I gave you some examples of words. I want to give you a few more, and then I have some list of words, plus, in case people are interested, this is a totally independent work showing that there are actually Hebrew roots to English words, and pointing out that the reason we think there was an Indo-European language group is because of political considerations by Northern Europeans a couple of hundred years ago, when it was politically impolite to attribute European words to Semitic or African roots. And so they created, according to this fellow, for political and religious reasons, a Indo-European language group theory. In fact, the original dictionaries written in the United States used Semitic and African roots, the original Webster dictionaries. They only switched over to the so-called Indo-European, Latin, etc. stuff after the, what was it called, the high tradition of scholarship in Northern Europe. Well, the word for letter in Hebrew is a nice word. I like that word. It's spelled A-F-T, pronounced ought. Look what it says. I'm saying the letters come from this form of naked recursion. Aleph is all consciousness. Vav is the idea of doing or unfurling or vibrating. And Tav is acting on itself in its own image. So ought means consciousness unfurling itself in its own likeness. I'd say that's about the same meaning as naked recursion. So the transformation between the forms, which I didn't get to before, which is all new material. And I didn't get to talk about some of these other figures either. This figure, called the Schlafly double six, represents some of these 27 lines projected back into 3 dimensions. You have 12 of them. As you can see, it has this unique pattern to it, which is very much like the Tajin pattern that I was talking about earlier, that corresponds to the little decorations that are on the letters. Some of the letters have these decorations on them, and those turn out to be these corner pieces. This same form turns out to sit, as Fuller shows, around an icosahedral ball in a cuboctahedral shell. And so we can make this 27-line form using the cuboctahedron. This is actually only 12 of the Schlafly double six form. And this has some interesting properties. You see, these skew lines ought to be the sighting directions for the letters, physically. Now, if you take this guy and you connect this point to this, and this point to this, and this point to this, to make it into a donut by curling it around on itself, this is what you get. This is the second lowest order knot that you can make, the 3/4 knot. And even though it's not obvious, this form is the same as this form. Here it is flat. In fact, you can see it. Here's another version. These are topologically identical, all of these. And so these distinctions in knot theory form the same structure. But here we have the 22 letters forming the core, if I can get it up in there. And then if we would extend the letters that become finals out onto the rim, above and below, then we have the 27-letter form. You see, the 27 is on the spherical form, and the 22 is on the linear form. This is like the relationship in superstring space, and this is like the event. The 27 is like the event. So there's a direct transform on all of these knots. In fact, let me show it to you. This is the 3/4 knot. All I have to do to make it into the trifolium is to pull it out. And there's my trefoil form, which is up on the walls and has a tetrahelix in the middle of it. It's just topology. It does it to itself. There's no need to do anything. By the way, you cannot make a tetrahedron out of it. It is not symmetrical. It has to be a double figure to do that, which explains some of it. And I want to fit this in too. There is a motion that unfurls all of these. If one moves according to these orbits, then one produces the form. If you have a central point, okay, and you do this, the point explodes in 3 directions and pulls apart and twists simultaneously. It comes up like this Tai Chi Aikido type motion. Here's what you get. These edges coming up out of this tetrahedral shell, out of this icosahedron in the middle, because that's what's in the middle. This is the 3 intersection. See the center? These 3 edges turn out to be, if you start with a hypertetrahedron in the middle, the same as these rubber bands. And it comes right up into the 27-line figure. Okay. Now, I think that it is a good idea to take a break. There are a lot of questions that people can ask. I really haven't covered all the details. What I want to do was get the matrix of meaning for the alphabet out. There is one more thing that I want to share with you, and that is how does one connect these letter shapes with the 27 directions, but we'll leave that for after the stretch. Also for after the stretch, I want to deal with questions and with word examples. Now, I've got a whole bunch of examples that I brought, plus you can throw some at me. I don't know how well I'll do. It only works about 80% of the time, because there's lots of reasons why this is an imprecise art. But I think we should discuss some of the implications of this. So, stretch time. Traditionally, of course, this nice shape is the same shape as the ram's horn, which is said to have been created during the creation of the universe. And so when people say, well, how come your letters look like these rabbinic hands and these rabbis have your model on the table? No, they didn't have my model on the table. They had a chauffeur on the table. So they could easily have made the letters. There's people wanted to see what the letters really look like. So let me tell you that you can see the letters on either hand. For instance, from my point of view now, I can see 2 letter M's in Hebrew. Both of these are M's. And guess what? What if we were to draw a line between these 2 M's? We would have a direction. And there, of course, be 27 of them. So it may be very easy to make the 27 correlation simply by lining up the 2 ends of the line. Here are 2 ends. Also, another thing that's interesting, you've all heard about the Akbash code, which is a front-back reflection code that was used in the Kabbalistic tradition. A is T, and B is S, and C is R. Well, that's how the letters pair up. You see, when I hold the letters like this, in my left hand, I see the letter A, then in my right hand, I see the letter T. If I hold my hands like this, in my left hand, I see the letter S, then in my right hand, I see the letter B. And so the front and back of the alphabet are mirror images of each other. Now, I do, huh?
It becomes, beyond a certain resolution, indistinguishable from reality. And there are likely to be millions, maybe billions of such simulations. So then, what are the odds that we're actually in base reality? Isn't it 1 in billions?
The answer is it's going to work just fine. Because
This is a video I made years and years ago, probably back in like 2016 or something.
we are there to the point where we can do it now.
Suppose you have had access to information within every other person's brain and they had access to yours. What would happen? Has it happened? Can it happen? And what would it mean for the future of human societies? No more secrets.
Magnetic fields are a field phenomena. And I'll go over this part quickly because it gets a little boring. But energy in the vocabulary of science is whatever a body, a mass, or a system has that allows it to do work. And work is defined as anything that changes where a force is being applied. And a force is anything that changes inertia.
A computer simulation in which the simulated people are conscious. So that might require simulating these virtual people to a level where individual neurons in their brains would be included in the simulation. So if all you're simulating is a kind of two-dimensional little diagram, then obviously there is no conscious experience arising from that. But if you were simulating, say, a brain down to the level of individual neurons, then on many theories, that simulation itself could create consciousness. That what makes something conscious is not that it's built out of carbon atoms like we are inside the brain, but that it implements a certain kind of
This is not a mandatory thing. This is a thing that you can choose to have if you want. This is something I think is going to be really important at a civilization level scale. So, and I've said a lot about AI over the years, but I think even in a benign AI scenario, we will be left behind.
Our design philosophy is that this should be safe enough that it can be an elective procedure. So what have we done to try to make it safe? For starters, we've created very small threads. They displace a lot less tissue than the traditional methods.
Our algorithms can compress neural data by more than 200 times, and it only takes 900 nanoseconds to compute.
Try to relax. This will feel a little weird.
Our first clinical trial patients are going to receive an experience much more like traditional neurosurgery. But our aim is to simplify the procedure, down to the injection of local anesthetic, a very small opening in the skin, a painless opening in the skull below, quick and precise placement of threads into the cortex, and then we fill that hole in the skull with the sensor, allowing the scalp to be closed up.
Any movement that a person thinks about, any movement at all. A person could imagine running or dancing or even kung fu, and we would be able to decode that signal. Okay. And I've talked about readout, but remember we want bidirectional information. We don't only want to read information out of the brain, we want to be able to put it back into the brain. And to some of you, that may seem a little bit fantastical that you could write information into the brain, but actually the basic building blocks of that technology are already there.
Of nearly 100 billion cells called neurons. Neurons come in many complex shapes, but generally they have a dendritic arbor, a cell body called a soma, and an axon. The neurons of your brain connect to form a large network through axon-dendrite junctions called synapses. At these connection points, neurons communicate with each other using chemical signals called neurotransmitters. Neurotransmitters are released from the end of an axon in response to an electrical spike called an action potential. When a cell receives enough of the right kind of neurotransmitter input, a chain reaction is triggered that causes an action potential to fire, and the neuron to in turn relay messages to its own downstream synapses. Action potentials produce an electric field that spreads from the neuron and can be detected by placing electrodes nearby, allowing recording of the information represented by a neuron.
Human surgeon can't actually implant them without help, so we created help. Neuralink developed a tool that we're extremely proud of, a robotic inserter. Inspired by designs conceived of in labs here in the Bay at UCSF and Berkeley, we developed this robot that can rapidly and precisely insert hundreds of individual threads representing thousands of distinct electrodes into the cortex in less than an hour.
Yeah, I should make a part 2 to that one.
Welcome to Esoteric Thoughts. He is the chosen one, the reluctant hero, the savior, and the one who would lead his people to freedom. In order to do that, he must sacrifice himself and rise from the dead. Does this sound familiar to you? This is not Jesus. This is Neo in the film The Matrix, an extremely popular film franchise. The film bears many hallmarks of not only Christianity, but also Gnostic theology, Buddhism, Hinduism, and mythology, and the esoteric meanings reveal the religious premise the film was based on. There is too many esoteric symbols and words to cover in one video, but let's look at the main ones. Neo's real name is Thomas Anderson. Using etymology, Anderson is from the Greek root word andro or andros, meaning man, and son, which makes Neo the Son of Man. Son of Man is a title used for Jesus. His first name, Thomas, alludes to the biblical doubting Thomas in John chapter 20. Thus, he transforms from doubting Thomas to Neo. The name Neo is a clever anagram for one, O-N-E, equating to Jesus, the so-called chosen one. Morpheus is the god of dreams from Greek mythology, and he frequently makes reference to dreams in the film. Trinity completes the Trinity with Neo and Morpheus, as in the Holy Trinity in the Bible, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Cypher has a dual role, one of which equates to Lucifer, Lu Cypher, and refers to himself as the messenger. Lucifer is also referred to as the messenger in 2 Corinthians 12 verse 7. Cypher is also a Judas figure because he betrays the Christ figures Neo and Morpheus. He sells Morpheus for the equivalent of Judas's 30 pieces of silver, steak, wine, and being reinserted into the Matrix. The Oracle connects to Greco-Roman mythology, such as the Oracle at Delphi. Theologically, she operates more like the Holy Spirit, inspiring, directing, and prophesying. She is the origin of the prophecy of the One. Agent Smith is another Lucifer figure, a fallen angel created by the creator of the Matrix. He has hatred and contempt for man and wants man to remain in the Matrix in a world of disillusion. The Merovingian is based on the Merovingian dynasty, the ruling family of the Franks from the middle of the 5th century. Thus the character has a French accent. Persephone is the wife of the Merovingian, taken from Greek mythology, the daughter of Zeus. As we go through the scenes, we reveal more subtle esoteric themes. During one of the first scenes, Neo is addressed as, "Hallelujah, you are my Savior, my own personal Jesus Christ." Throughout the film, Neo is referred to directly and indirectly as Jesus multiple times. The book he hides his discs and money in is called Simulacra and Simulation, a philosophical book about the relations between reality, symbols, and society. When Neo enters the ship Nebuchadnezzar for the first time, we see a plaque with the inscription Mark 3, number 11, which relates directly to the New Testament Gospel of Mark, chapter 3, verse 11. And unclean spirits, when they saw him, fell down before him and cried, saying, "Thou art the Son of God." The name of the ship, Nebuchadnezzar, is a direct allusion to the Neo-Babylonian king who besieged the city of Jerusalem, and is mentioned in the book of Daniel, in which we find a set of stories announcing the coming of the Messiah by Daniel, who interpreted one of Nebuchadnezzar's dreams. Neo undergoes a baptism, being born again when he is unplugged from the Matrix, and goes through a rebirth from the womb, signified by the pods. When Neo visits the Oracle, notice the candidates are all children, except for Neo. This goes back to Morpheus's comment soon after waking Neo. "We never free a mind once it's reached a certain age. It's dangerous. The mind has trouble letting go." The same is true of people's reluctance to accept truths and leave religion as they get older. There is a placard above her door. This is a Latin phrase translated as "know thyself." These words were inscribed upon the Temple of Delphi, home of the Oracle of Delphi in ancient Greece, on whom the Oracle herself was based. You'll also notice the double-headed eagle of Scottish Rite Masonry, illustrating the principle of Gnostic dualism. Morpheus's license plate, DA203, relates to Daniel 2 verse 3. "And the king said unto them, I have dreamed a dream, and my spirit was troubled to know the dream." Agent Smith car reads IS5416, relating to Isaiah 54 verse 16. "Behold, I have created the smith that bloweth the coals in the fire, and that bringeth forth an instrument for his work. And I have created the waster to destroy." In the epic car chase with the villainous twins, their car reads DE2852, relating to Deuteronomy 28 verse 52. "And he shall besiege thee in all thy gates, until thy high and fenced walls come down. wherein thou trustest, throughout all thy land, and he shall besiege thee in all thy gates, throughout all the land which the Lord thy God hath given thee. The main city is called Zion, which relates to the biblical Jerusalem, humanity's last refuge. There is definitely a parallel between the Babylonian captivity of the Jews and the remnant of humanity forced to live underground in the Matrix. Humans were exiled from the surface of the earth, while a foreign power, the machines, ruled their former homeland. Room 303 relates to Trinity, as she is one of the three forming the Trinity. This is the first room in the film and the last room used in the first Matrix film. 101 is the number on Neo's room, relating to Neo being the One. This number is symbolically shown a number of times. The Merovingian's restaurant is on the floor level 101. The car chase takes place on Highway 101. And 101 is sprayed on the wall when Neo talks to the Oracle in The Matrix Reloaded. Many of the key events and meetings occur at noon, the number 12. Trinity goes to the power station at 12 midnight. Neo goes to the Merovingian's restaurant at 12 noon. The film makes several references to paying taxes, a subtle reminder to the fact that those trapped in the Matrix are enslaved, paying more than they realized. Paying taxes symbolizes life in the Matrix and not knowing the truth. Agent Smith says, "In one life, you are Thomas A. Anderson. You pay your taxes." Morpheus says, "You can feel it when you pay your taxes." And Neo, in his discussion with Trinity, the Trinity that cracked the IRS database. The names of the ships are also significant. They relate to pagan gods, religions, biblical characters, and mythological weapons. The theme of the resurrection is played out a number of times. In one scene, Neo gives up his life in a crucifix pose. After 72 seconds, analogous to 3 days, Neo rises again or is resurrected. Jesus dies and resurrects after 3 days. Neo's journey in the movie bears many hallmarks of classic myths. Neo is not here to save anyone from sin, and his purpose has nothing to do with bridging the spiritual gap. Neo arrives to release us from ignorance and illusion. The people need liberation from their illusions, not necessarily salvation. In a future video, we will continue to explore the esoteric symbolism in films. Thank you. Welcome to Esoteric Thoughts. Michael, can you talk us through who are the Stoics, the Essenes, and the Gnostics?
Oh, yeah, sure. Stoics are an important cult. They seem to have started as a philosophy.
Cash out rich niggas. I'm about rich niggas. Voila. Put up that face. That payroll call the plug. Tell them we need some more. Come on. That's for my niggas moving that work. Getting them bands. Making them bags disappear. Real nigga shit. I tell these niggas. Right more to the world. Voila. Beat just hit the bag. I was fucked up for a minute. I'm like, hold on, this ain't rock. I was chilling at the bottom. Had to climb back to the top. Made a promise to myself to get rich by the time I'm 22. Coppers it for 6, OT cutting 22. Taking trips to Rio Grande. Be strong on me with a plan. I ain't look back since. Now my pocket stuff with bands. They roll, that's my mans. Brothers, we friends. And if you try to jack the bag, then your life gon' need. Boy, I'm about to action. Leave your thoughts on the curve. Real nigga, I can borrow about 40 racks off my word. And if you bring your bitch around me, bet she off on my bird. Like my girl, he from right mode, he be off in the merge. A lot of niggas out here boasting, telling stories like they locked up. But they really soft, like to work before I rock up. I can't believe they rap, they unbelievable like sci-fi. This my life, voila, the bag don't, voila. The bag came in as soon as it got here, I made a couple phone calls, then that bitch disappeared. Voila, 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 voila. Used to be dead broke without a motherfucking dime. Found the plug and came up right before you niggas' eyes. Voila, 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 voila. Voila, moving on from the bowls to bricks. And the real magician never exposes tricks. I get them bowls dirt cheap and the low on keys. And blow money fast cause it sort of grow on trees. Yeah, I might have had a problem on them SATs, but I never had a problem slanging SA's keys. Life in the hood is a bitch. Yeah, it's good if you rich. And the bitch ass feds only as good as a snitch. I ain't the richest, but if you focus, I ain't the brokest. What I spent on the bar, I could've bought a bitch a Focus. I'm cold with it, you would think I made the cane. When I can press the bricks, turn into David Blaine. Voila, or Chris Angel, nigga, I'm a mind freak. Get yourself some business and get up out of mind freak. Cause them bitches turn the feds on. Know when your bag touched down, I know when mine in the red zone. The bag came in as soon as it got here. I made a couple phone calls, then that bitch disappeared. Voila, 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 voila. Used to be dead broke without a motherfucking dime. Found a plug and came up right before you niggas' eyes. This shit sounds 15. Voila, this shit ain't nothing new to me, nigga. Voila, voila. I sip rosé out the bottle. I used to sip Fagos. I fuck bad bitches. I retired all my thingos. Your bitch eyes on me going everywhere my chain go. Caught up in the black coupe that's only by the day old. Bands in my mess cause the cushion the yaso. Connected with them blocks like a motherfucking Lego. Had money, had hearts. Stack bread and lay low. The rolly bezel crippin' when you see it at an angle. The bag disappeared. Voila, Vamoosh. I'ma re-up 4 times and go and cash me a coup. Ask niggas in my hood, they know payroll the truth. What he talk about in songs on the streets, he really do. I know you niggas mad. You rather see me broke, but at the club we make movies cause we sell popcorns and go. In the club mixed up, your bitch pulling on my coat. Come on, rock, let's pop a bottle to no longer be a broke. The bag came in as soon as it got here. I made a couple phone calls, then that bitch disappeared. Voila, 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 voila. Used to be dead broke without a motherfucking dime. Found the plug and came up right before you niggas' eyes. Voila, 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 voila. The feds snatched me up, said they wanna see me. They heard I make that work disappear like Houdini. Stash boy in the bottle, nigga. I ain't talking genies. Ain't gonna be in jail forever, boy. You know you gotta see me. These niggas got excited when they heard I got indicted. Unc said, take a cop, if you don't even fight it. So now I'm stacking up just to make sure my daughter's straight. Couple hundred pills, 100 grams on the interstate. And I'm out on bond, nigga, 10,000 unsecure. You ain't gotta worry about complaining on my shit be pure. Money that I'm making got me on another level. Moving all this white shit and I ain't even touch a shovel. When you get out, it's gonna be hard to try to settle. Cause your ass was in the feds making deals with the devil. Waters working, nigga moving, make me think I need a bigger truck. Tell them groupie assholes, sign another nigga truck. The bag came in as soon as it got here. I made a couple phone calls.
Welcome to Esoteric Thoughts. Today we have Michael Tazarian joining us. And while the channel is called Esoteric Thoughts, whilst I'm referred to as esoteric, the topic that I've never ever discussed on the channel is what is the meaning of esoteric. So Michael, can you please talk to us about the term esoteric?
Yeah, sure. It's a great subject, actually, to get into words like that. Esoteric, of course, is always explained by its opposite, exoteric. Well, what's that? You know, where did these words come about? What do they really refer to? And as you know, like on your channel, you're using it in a certain context. So do I. You can use words in a multiplicity of contexts, which is good. You should never shy away from exploring words, and they should be used in both connotative and denotative senses, because that's part of our exploration. The words we use are a two-way signal. They head us back. It's like listening to a piece of music you've composed, or stepping back and looking at a canvas that you've painted. it'll tell you where to go next. It'll speak to you backwards, and our words do that as well. So we learn from the very words that we've actually created, which is a most extraordinary dynamic, actually. But again, esoteric, yeah, exoteric, implicate order, explicate order. You know, there's it's handy when there's an opposite directly, because you know, introvert, extrovert, and so on. Introversion, extroversion. It helps when there's a direct opposite. But yeah, esoteric in its broad meaning is anything that maybe comes out of the Hermetic tradition, that which is above most people's general thinking, especially even, you know, levels of like professors. You could say, oh, Einstein's work was really esoteric, you know. So anybody who's like a genius can use that term, just like the term Gnostic. There's another one that jumps to mind. I'm not a Gnostic, but I use the term because there's a secondary meaning of the term, which is gnosis, knowledge. It's just a Coptic Egyptian word for knowledge. And it can mean pure, right? The pure ones, like the Cathars. You don't have to be a Cathar to be pure. The word Catholic, look up the word Catholic. It means pure ones, white ones, with the idea of purity, Gnostic. So you don't have to actually be a card-carrying Gnostic who believes, you know, in what they believe, you know, this whole thing about a demiurge and archons and all. You can use the word Gnostic in a much more, you know, sort of secondary connotative way. And so you can use this word esoteric in its connotative way to represent, you know, oh, that jazz guy, wow, he's doing chords nobody ever heard of before, you know, that's real esoteric. Or so Philip K. Dick, you know, somebody writing a very surreal, like nonsense type of writing, prose, or say like a Lewis Carroll, you know, writing nonsense poetry. You go, that's really over my head, that's esoteric. So there's the general use of the word, and I think everybody's familiar with that word. But then when it comes to the more denotative meaning of the term as it might have been used through history, it represents, of course, the Hermetic secrets that are, you know, largely incomprehensible to people. I can't get my mind around that. Where's the proof? You know, so in that sense. But then why I wanted to talk to you about this is because, of course, in that context, I don't think most people in the New Age movement, and even in this alternative groups, really know what esoteric is. They're using the term all right, but do they really know? Or, you know, maybe it's a little bit too foggy. They're using the connotative term and then getting into a big mess over it. Because actually, if you really boil it down, esoteric is a thing to do with really personalism. Hermetic also means silent. Hermetic means shut away, like it's hermetically sealed. The early glyph for the Hermeticist was a little child, Horus, with his finger to his lips. And one can get into all of that, you know, there's even deeper meanings to that. But the idea was that the Hermeticist is really one who's doing a very private and introspective work. Well, if you're on some podcast radio show and you know, and we do this all the time, you know, and you're saying, well, yeah, Michael, give us a message for all of humanity. Well, that's exoteric. So if you get my train of thought. So anything that is done for a personal awakening, a personal investigation, that can be either specifically or generally esoteric. But the moment people in this movement are hitting you, and I have it up the gazoo all the time, right? Where they're saying message for humanity, solutions, solutions, solutions. You mean the we, the us, and the our, is you're referring to the masses, right? The moment that that's even part of the narrative, esotericism has got out of the window. And I see this, you know, across the board. It's not a bad thing. By all means, if you want public solutions, political solutions, social solutions, you know, your focus is on that, then that's fine. But that's exoteric, and that's where the difference is. So the one who really wants to be a purist in this just needs to know that what is called esoteric involves really you, yourself, and that's it. And the real sage, the ones who's on a Hermetic path, needs to know this, because you see, they then are people whose words or meanings are of a different flavor and a different intention. They're not speaking to the crowd. They're not speaking to any crowd. As a matter of fact, you know, if you take it to its fullest meaning, the esoterist doesn't have a public message. his words are not for groups. So I don't know what will we do with that. You know, I've got no answer to that. I'm just trying to define the term. The esotericist, like the hermeticist, is part of the school of life, as the Egyptians called it. But the school of life is where you are the teacher and you are the student, where you are the high priestess, you are the high priest. And the journey is got to be, by definition, if it's truly esoteric, private. A point might come down the line, or may not come, where you're going to speak to the audience and get that message out through a book, through a poem, through public talks, you know. But we're not talking about that. The most of the journey, you know, of the fool, the path of the fool, or say the, as it's now being called, the Siddhartha, you know, the Siddhartha Road, as I've called it. The Siddhartha Road is got to be private, in a very profound sense of the word. And the moment that it becomes collectivized in a religion, this pertains to questions of religion, and to say a new age mumbo jumbo, right? All of that. It just has ceased to be esoteric. People are still using that term, but we're already derailed. We're already, you know, off the track of what it really means to be esoteric. And so when you're on the beach and looking at the sunset, and when you are in that moment of awe and wonder, and the wonder of wonder and all of that, that's esoteric. The moment Joe Schmo comes over and goes, "That's beautiful, isn't it?" and you share it together, it's exoteric. And so that needs to be very, very defined. So actually, a lot of although I see these movements going in a certain direction, some terms, and especially this one really, have been poorly defined. You know, it came time to really help to define that. So, you know, be aware that anything that involves another is basically exoteric. No matter what name you like to give it, it's exoteric. It just is. And there's nothing wrong with it. We need sharing. We need community. We need groups, all for what it is. But the esoteric, no ancient hermeticist would have allowed us to misuse that word, unless we understood it. So the esoteric says, this is my private journey. You know, and I'm just now at the point where I want to express some of those things to the rest of the world. And it also goes in the natural world. The implicate order is something you're not going to see with your senses. You might get to have a few clues, you know, with the intuition, and maybe a handful of mysteries will be explained through science. But look, the implicate order is off limits. That's why it's called implicate order. And the explicate order is the stuff that you see all around you, from which you must deduce. That's where your intuition comes in. Seeing the chinks, deducing from what you can see some other purer, deeper reality. But then the next step, of course, after you define the word, maybe is to say, well, you know, what constitutes the doctrine of esotericism? What did they teach in the House of Life, you know, the School of Life? What did they teach? What is an esoteric principle then, Michael, right? And then, yeah, then you look to different scholars for that. And maybe you can talk about that. One of the first would be, in my estimation, again, this is all personal, is the idea that, and this comes out of a, you know, well, the whole idea is that in every esoteric, for the esotericist, he's done something quite unusual that we normally don't do. We do it, but it's not normal. You'll find it in scholarship, in academia, to a degree, and that is to play the devil's advocate. That is that any premise that you hold, any belief or cherished idea, and this goes for religious people or anybody, do you know, can you play devil's advocate? That means, can you know the direct rebuttal to every one of those beliefs, cherished beliefs, let's say, or ideas, or opinions, or theories? In other words, do you know them better than anyone coming at you from the outside? This is an esoteric principle, because you don't get it in the exoteric world at all. There may be just a nod toward that. Oh, I know what you're going to say. Yeah, you're coming from the right and I'm coming from the left. So it's there in the exoteric world, but in the esoteric world, it's this thing that needs to be really inflated, really brought to the table. Every idea I hold, every thought I have, and certainly my cherished principles, am I able to play devil's advocate and know the opposite position before anybody else comes to me? And so that this also helps on a practical level, because if you are challenged you know, and you may well be. Before they speak, am I already aware of what they're going to say? And more so, do I have the answer ready and waiting? This is more complicated than people would think, because it means a certain objectivity that has to be required. It means that a certain objectivity, you know, you have to stand outside yourself and be able to have that discourse, you know, the sort of Socratic. It's known sometimes as a dialectic. I don't know if that's the really best word, but just discourse, dialogue with yourself and play devil's advocate. You know, I believe there's an afterlife. Well, obviously somebody's going to come along and go, no, there isn't. Show me the proof. You see, so like that. Every idea. Now, the exoteric person never does this, or rarely ever does. And if they do it, they're being forced to do it. Like they're in law school or they're taking a class on philosophy. Oh, bloody hell, I don't like this part of it. I only know what I hold. Yeah, but the world is full of people who are going to, you know, come up and contradict you on that. Have you worked that out? Have you gained the sophistication? Because this is where it's really leading. It's leading to a philosophical discipline, you know, the law of contradiction. You know, because contradictoriness is part of one's own life. You will find yourself contradicting yourself. As you grow, you'll believe one thing when you're a teenager and you'll believe another thing later on. So contradiction is not bad. In fact, I don't even really like to call it contradiction. It's variegation. It's the fact that I'm exploring, and I may completely dump something that I believed about people, about the world, about God at any given point in my life and take up something else. It's not really contradiction. It's literally the variegation of the world. So this law of contradiction, though, to use it in a soft sense, is really what we're talking about. Playing devil's advocate with yourself. And if you can't do it, you can't do it, because, you know, it's foreign to you, because it is foreign to most people. And only the highest hermeticists can do it, where they can hold an idea, and before anyone can speak to contradict it, they already know where the contradiction is. You know, sort of like Arthur Conan Doyle, you know, kind of a Sherlock Holmes type thing. I think it is excruciatingly important, but at the same time, never to do it compulsively, because somebody listening to this will go, right, I'm starting to do this, and then they obsess about doing it. That's not what I mean either. It's like in meditation, people ask you 1,000 times, so Michael, meditation, I've read that it means, you know, the awareness of awareness, which only human beings can do. And you have to say, yeah, heightened awareness in general, deeper sensitivity to life, more awareness of your body and your thoughts. But at the same time, awareness of awareness has a downside. Where's the spontaneity if I'm trying to be aware of if everything, you know, it's like a musician nicely flowing, playing the violin, and the moment you think, oh, what am I doing? You get tied up in the strings. It's all over, right? You've lost it. You've lost the fluidity. And so children don't think about why they're doing anything. They're not aware of their awareness, and yet they're children and having a great time. So in meditation, you're in these paths, they're saying, and even in Christianity, you get it too. Be aware of your awareness. Right, I will. But I can't do it to the extent where life itself now, the fluidity and spontaneity of life, is contradicted. So we have to really look at some of these principles that sort of underlie New Age mysticism, whatever, and see that they're not all together, you know, right. Then I'd say the second principle of esotericism is similar to what I've said, but different. This applies now to your own life in general, and that is when you go out to experience. Well, I'm a experiencer in the world of experience. You know, you keep hearing this. Or I'm an I out there experiencing, you know, in the five senses world, in this way that you're sort of set off from the world, you're set back of it. And that's fine. Most of us have that objectivity. Nothing wrong with it. But again, it's something of the exoteric world in which you're just this sort of experiencer, passively experiencing things. There's another mode of being, and that is the esoteric one, in which anything that happens to you, you don't just experience it. And this can be particularly true of, say, bad things that happen to you, or weird things, or things that sort of, you know, bring up the question of what the hell, why did that happen? Why did I meet that person? Why did I go through this tribulation? And the esoteric principle is to turn the whole thing around and do exactly that. Ask yourself what you did to bring it about. Now, again, there's a lot of there's a lot of verbal acceptance of that principle, especially in the New Age movement. But is anybody actually doing it? Because there's great healing in this. And ultimately, as an esoteric principle, it's vital to the journey of the Siddhartha road. And if you're not doing it, you're not on the road. Just paying lip service to it. We need to turn things around, and people can pick a particular, thing that happened in their life, right down to, why am I born in this family? Or why did I go to that school? Or why did I, make those stupid bum business decisions? And why did I think that friend was so bloody wonderful? That's right. The esoteric thing is to examine the snapshot, because all you have is the memory of it, right? You're actually not there anymore, but you have the snapshot that arises in your head. And so much can be said about that. So then you look at it, we call it a memory. And the esotericist is very much predisposed to be able to saying, what was in my head at that time? Is it because I wanted to be somebody, or I admired something in those people, or I wanted to impress those people, So whatever it is, just cultivating this understanding that I'm turning the whole thing around and putting myself, what did I do? Or who was I at that time to bring this about? And to analyze that. And I think that when people do it, they just do it very, very superficially. And they don't really glean as much wisdom that they possibly could if they did it to a much deeper extent. While, as I said, not obsessing about it, because if you took it to obsessive levels, then you're going to be some sort of solipsist who is just lost in your own subjectivity. You lose objectivity, so there's limits to all of these things we're talking about here. But the good part is we are beings who have this ability. Don't you see that the very idea of turning a thing around is a human trait, a human ability, and we are actually able to do it. So by not obsessing about it, because that's not good. In fact, it can even be dangerous to obsess, but just to sit calmly, at the kitchen table, with a cup of tea, and just say, let me think about where I was before, and what was I, what led me into that, and do that kind of research in your mind. It's a valuable principle of objectivity, and it's also highly valid on the esoteric road, because now you're learning about yourself through that, because through all experiences, it's not just you on a sensational level having experiences like 90% of the world is doing. No, you're on the Siddhartha road in many ways, whether you like it or not. And the esoteric man knows that he is, takes up that fact, and then wants to investigate his role, his footprint in the action. So what was I doing with that? Was I using somebody there? Did I think I could climb the ladder? Or was I being overly caring about that? Is that my problem? That I'm a martyr, I'm a victim? That any sob story comes along and Jesus, I'm selling my soul for years to that person, only to find out later on when they get back on track, I'm blasted out the door. They don't give a shit. Wow, what did I do? Right? You see, there's the thing that happened, and then there's the deeper psychological question of what you did to bring that about. And I believe that that's one of the defining marks of an esotericist. One could add, those are huge, of course, and there's quite a list, but these ones are the ones that, through my studies, I feel are important. If there's another one, then it would be based on the mind of a beginner. And we get this very strongly out of Taoism, but we also do get it in the Socratic tradition. I know that I know nothing. I know that I'm always on the more ignorant than I'll ever be wise, and all of that. And you get it. There's a great Bruce Lee quote in which he just nailed it. And he said, every morning when I arise like a pupil at his first lesson, I prepare a blank mind for the day to write upon. So this mind of the beginner is absolutely crucial. And we see it slipping away. Our entire world, our Western ethos, is not only far away from nature, but it demands the opposite. It's not a request. It doesn't allow you that ability to prepare a blank slate for the day to write upon. Because it's all about what you know, and the hoops you've jumped through, and the expertise you've got, and the PhD, and all that. So our world no longer has this virtue. and probably will never have it again. You've got to fight the world in order to have the mind of a beginner. But the mind of a beginner is important too, because it also includes a light hold on what you're doing. That's one of its manifestations, right? So you're deep into something, you know, you're this business owner, you're this writer, whatever role that you've adopted. This means I can leave it tomorrow. Some uncle of mine, I was driving with him in California, and this guy was like wealthy and everything. He's driving down the, you know, we were going from, I think it was Bay Area to LA through Monterey. And by the time we got to Monterey, he's in this lecture about, dude, if this car just smashed up against the tree there, right? You know, I just walk out and walk away. I wouldn't cry about it. And that really affected me. You know, it's like, what? And he was saying, yeah, if I lost all my money and all, I'd just start again. I couldn't be bothered with it. Of course, his wife knew he was having a heart attack in the front seat listening to this. Guess she didn't know, you know, this part of him, like, but I was sitting in the back and just like, wow, that concept really, you know, came to bear. And that's what I'm talking about. It's a very alpha state to be in, you know, to say, I have what it takes to build again. Anyway, and it's also this renunciation idea that they're only material objects any freaking way. You know, so like that, it includes that. It includes this ability to not be obsessed and have nervous breakdowns just because something happened to you. You can be sad, always process legitimate emotions by all means, but always have back of that this feeling of, look, it doesn't matter. Life is precious. People have less than I do. And also, I just literally can let go, you know, and to really meditate on that and meditate on the fact of whether we can have the blank slate. I just said, you know, we're not in a world where we can have that. But don't let it at least be erased as a principle from a person's memory, you know. Try to do it in your own, try to cultivate it. And if need be, start again. Right? A mathematician has been working for years on this formula. It's just not coming together. Right, that's it. Scrap the lot and come with the mind of a beginner. Go back to basic principles. A forensic cold case file, people. You're looking at all these reports and rubbish and boxes of evidence. It's staring you right in the face what it is, right? But no, clean it off, you know, just completely dismiss all the previous evidence and all the previous reports. Go back and talk to the witnesses fresh. Go back to the scene of the crime fresh. Open all the boxes fresh. And look at it like it's brand new. And what do you know? It gets solved. Oh, wait a minute. That person said they were there at that certain time. Well, they got it wrong because they were in a different time zone. So they're liars. Yeah, that's right. We never noticed that before. 6 a.m. over in the East Coast is you know, 9 a.m. over in the West Coast. How did we not see that before? Nailed. Fucking liar. There you go. Their alibi is gone, right? So you go and look at it again. And then if there's a fourth principle, in the esoteric tradition, the only thing I can really think of is that it's the difference between destruction and deconstruction, which is, again, I'm amazed to say, has not really sunk in to people in the New Age movement or the so-called alt-right, not alt-right, but the alternative research group, I call them. Community is one of these talismanic words I'd rather not use. So just group is about the best you can get. But they still haven't seemed to fathom, and as a lot of people in the world haven't, there's a massive, massive difference between destruction and deconstruction. Huge one. But if something is destroyed in your life, chances are you ain't going to know. You're not going to see it as being deconstruction because you're not an esotericist. If something happens where the car does crash into the tree and you have to walk away, later on you'll say, that was a very destructive thing that happened. Hey, I went through a divorce. I lost my business to charlatans. A second in command stabbed me in the back and took over my business that I'd worked on for decades. I come up with all of this music, and the next thing I know, I'm hearing on the radio, some bugger nicked it, and he was my best friend. You see, all of these things are destructive, apparently. But the esotericist knows the difference. There's a lot of stuff that looks like destruction, which actually was deconstruction. It happened for a reason, and often a very, very important reason. When the chrysalis breaks out of the shell, when a butterfly comes out as a chrysalis, that looks destructive, right? When a chicken breaks through its egg, do you realize how cathartic destruction is? How brilliant it can be? How it serves truth? Since, after all, truth is the most destructive thing anyone could ever imagine. But it's wrong to say it's destructive, or it's partly wrong to say it's destructive. It's more deconstructive, but it still has a very, very, big entrance. It still is a very dramatic thing. But just to think about that, it's often also known as apophatic in the terms of allowing yourself to deconstruct the lies in order to get to the truth, another esoteric principle. And most people are not doing this. Now, we know that some scientists do this. They do break down the lies to get to the truth. Detectives are probably, the police and the detectives are probably the ones who really execute this esoteric principle in the exoteric world. But my God, there's all these people running around calling them esotericists, calling themselves that, and they don't do this at all. Say somebody, you were following a guru type, and you suddenly found out, oh, he was a bad boy, he's a pedophile or whatever, or was doing some other, shenanigans. You just think that your world was destroyed. I trusted in him and I gave all my money. But there's a deconstructive aspect there to free you, to wake you up, right, from that charlatan, and to get you to maybe rethink the whole thing of why you submit your will to another person. So those are really a couple of points, and I hope that people will mull on that. But again, to realize that there are certain things that are poorly explained. A little bit going back to the first point, and that is that where the hell is this we, us, and our in any kind of philosophical debate? There's metaphysics, there's epistemology, there's moral philosophy, there's aesthetics, there's sociology. Okay, obviously in the sociology, you can see that my statements will be applicable to a mass of people. Don't be ruled by tyrants, etc. You could say, live by, try to do as much good in the world as opposed to evil. Try to be a good guest in the house of life while you're here. Try to leave the planet in a better position than you found it. As I said, do more good than evil. Treat other people as you would want to be treated. Right? Whatever edict you could live by. These are all things that have to be installed in here. And it's no good you living then in servitude to other people. So one then questions at the end of the day, whether there's even a we involved in really esoteric work. And there may not be. You see, this is what might divide. Because if you didn't know this, you could get into all sorts of, cul-de-sacs, trying to walk an esoteric path, but still carrying the baggage of the world, the baggage of what academia wants you to jump through, and standards and rules that really have no part of esotericism. But maybe because you haven't read enough or you haven't thought it through, you've also then carried these muddy principles into this pure temple. Because either, you may be afraid of aloneness, afraid of the journey, afraid of not having an audience, and so on. There can all sorts of things can intrude here, One might even add to this list a fundamental, and this would be more philosophical, a fundamental misunderstanding between the difference between self and subject. It's so common, this one. There's almost no place where you don't find it. And the reason why is because of a lack of psychology. It's not taught properly in school. And even when it is being taught, these simple things are being left out. There is a difference between self, the I, the real I, and ego. Or one could say ego and superego. Do you know how much the ego is bashed in all religion and all so-called mysticism and in the New Age movement? The minute that happens, I know they don't know what they're talking about. The superego is the culprit that everybody is meaning when they say ego. The ego is you. The ego is a German word for I. So it's just, and this is also a kerfuffle that spreads over, east to west, where the East have a very, very ugly attitude of I-ness and egoism, and the West does not. And so I don't think the twain can meet. You get into all these complications. Well, look, if the basic psychology had been worked out, you guys wouldn't have had these problems. The ego is a good thing. It's the center of what your I-ness is. It's the autobiographical self, right? That's pulled by different internal and external forces. represent the superego being just nothing more than the representative of society in your head. And it's not necessarily a good thing. It has good aspects, but it also has some very, very negative aspects. So in philosophy, there's the self. And you need to know this if you're ever going to read any philosophical texts at all. And you certainly need to know it if you're going to go bouncing over to the East to hear what they've got to say. And you didn't know this, you'd be lost. You'd be wearing the t-shirt, you'd be buying into their deconstruction of the ego nonsense, which is the most dangerous edicts of any kind of pseudo-mysticism you can imagine. And it's rampant. So in short, we don't have time to explore it. But in short, the subject, even the word subject means sub under, right? Submarine, subservient, subject, or the queen has her subjects. What does that word even mean? It means under. So in the healthy way, it means that which is myself. I'm subjective, the subjective reality. And the objective reality, right, is the outside world. That's a purely, denotative meaning, and there's nothing wrong with it. But there's a secondary meaning of the word subject that is not positive. And it's the being that you take yourself for after all the forces of parents and world are done with you. So it's not yourself. It's this Frankensteinian pastiche, this hideous monstrosity of everybody's wants, needs, expectations, and demands. It's formed so early, that we take it for the self that we are, and so so it overwrites the self. So where do you think your depressions come from? Even the suicide levels and even the child delinquency, right? If you are this Frankensteinian monstrosity walking around, obviously you're not going to be all right, because that sits over the real self and the conscience. Superego replaces conscience in the technical jargon. So you are a false self. That's what inauthenticity is. This is what falsity is. So the esotericist is interested in discovering his core self. He wants to welcome it. He wants to meet it on the road. Who am I? Right? We look at the gateway questions. Who am I? Where am I going? How did I get here? Those kinds of gateway questions. Well, this is subsumed under that. But if you're a subject asking those questions, already the questions are inauthentic. But only the esotericist twigs that. The exoterist, he joins some community, runs after a few spinner rack books. He doesn't realize who's asking the question, well, what intention do I have? The intention can be actually inauthentic. That's why you end up following some inauthentic guru. You didn't stop to say, what are my expectations? What is my motive? What is my intention? Am I asking this because I want to go along with the flow, or some other people have told me about a holy path, or I saw something on TV, a documentary, or, again, it's the crowd I'm in with or whatever, and I'm doing it to be trendy? Well, we know that people do things to be trendy. Look at the 60s. Look at every movement that's come from breakdancing to skateboarding to twerking, it's all to follow some stupid, fashion statement. There's no different on the so-called spiritual path, with small s. The esotericist is looking, he's truly introverted, and he's doing a calculus. He's centroverting to say, who's asking this question? But of course, we don't have a society like that. They just stamp endorsement on what you're doing, and off you go. And we've got loads of, different paths for you to tread. And you can join a multiplicity of different groups and all the rest of it. So the sad thing there is that this esoteric principle about looking at one's motives, it's a little bit like what I said about turning things around to ask, what did you do to create any of these things in your life? Any of the relationship issues or whatever. This is something like that. It's an inflection on that thing. Am I really asking this from my core self? Now, you're going to have to know this, because at the end of the day, the first challenges that come up, the subject won't last. The subject will go, oh, well, I toyed with that and I'm out of here. The self can persist. The self can pursue and stay true to the path. Then you know that, yeah, I didn't just pick this up and throw it away. I didn't just get distracted again back into sensational existence. I was seeking truly for my vocation, and I pursued the path, to a quite lengthy extent, and I'm still doing it. I'm pushing through. So, but just the simple premise to realize that there is you're basically two people in one, and yeah, it really, really matters there to distinguish the self from the subject, and that can take years. That alone, and your guru ain't going to help you do it, because he wants you there. The guru wants a slave. So he might do some, sleight of hand to make you think that that's what they're on to. And most of the gurus do that, like these Eckhart Tolles and all that. Yeah, but they really won't talk about this. They won't even talk about basic psychology. They might even nix it and start talking, as I said, in terms of an anti-egoic stance that they all take, and it's just worthless rubbish.
Michael Tazarian, thank you.
Close. You already know. Free Kilo. Free P. Free Buck. Free J-Dog. Don't get close. Free John. Free Coach. Let me know. I won't sleep till I'm laying in a coffin. So don't sleep, my nigga, just keep watching. Talk shit, I don't wanna hear you talking. And time is money, so my niggas put time in. The night shift, the overtime is what I call grinding. Zombie mode zoned out, avoiding all sirens. Attention all hands, got a batch of the finest, the livest, the wildest. I can't define it. They wildin', they asking, where did you find this? I don't sleep, I can't sleep, I wouldn't try it. And money talks bullshit, stay quiet. Left by a block or a watch full of diamonds. I'll get the blocks, got the clock, start grinding. Buy so much clocks, I'll forget about them diamonds. I don't need a diamond to prove that I'm shining. Got the kind of money you can't fit up in a wallet. 24K ring chains all solid. Gucci every day, nigga, I ain't even flossing. Shoes with the J's, North Face, I'm flawless. A lot of niggas wish they were me, to be honest. I ain't even ballin', I ain't even famous. You niggas all shady, you know what my name is, it's Ronnie. Ask the bitch that you dated, she remembers me, all I remember was her anus. I said I'm in the hood and I can get you on the A-list. You claim she got the goods, but then I fucked it, didn't pay shit. Nigga, are you good? What kind of games are you playing? My bitch bad, you gotta pay to see her naked. Max out your bank card and still leave you chasing. Dumb nigga didn't even get to make her shake it. She bring it to the realist, we're going on vacation. Don't get close, my clicks gotta make it. We the hardest underground since Satan. Every bitch got Roni in her playlist. And if the people know me, I don't play shit. I ain't into talking, I ain't into content. The way I run up on them, you swear that I'm haunted. They ain't give me a thing when I was boxed in. On range with the wolves and the grown men. In the south, blowing kush in the cold bed. I was broke, running around homeless. So kush, but the prophet always smoked it. Cocked up ever since on my own shit. A long nose, couple holes in a bad bitch. Back rows get stashed in the attic. My dope, turn a smoker to an addict. I'm all around when a nigga has it. I pop up like a rabbit in a hat trick. He drop out like school in a back kick. And I let it bang bang like the Adelaide. And my team drops slow like an avalanche. You beating me is a very big bang. I carry tools like a handyman. Say my name, I appear like Candyman. These niggas don't stand a chance. I'm strapped up and maxed up. Taliban. I won't sleep till I'm laying in a coffin. So don't sleep, my nigga, just keep watching. Talk shit, I don't wanna hear you talking. And time is money, so my niggas put time in. The night shift, the overtime is what I call grinding. Zombie mode zoned out, avoiding all sirens. Attention all.
Welcome to Esoteric Thoughts. Michael, can you talk us through who are the Stoics, the Essenes, and the Gnostics?
Oh yeah, sure. Stoics are an important cult. They seem to have started as a philosophy in probably Greece, actually, and then moved into Rome, where it caught on. Stoicism, I consider myself a Stoic. It's a very important philosophy. The philosophy is easy to explain. It just is anything that you don't have direct control of, you don't waste any energy on it. I wish politicians had worked this one out. So it was a way to answer the mysteries of the cosmos by some very intelligent people back in Greece and Rome. And the fact is that you're not in control of everything. You're barely in control of your own life or your own thinking. And people like Marcus Aurelius and these other great Stoics just decided that, look, why am I wasting a lot of energy trying to fix things that have nothing to do with me, or things I go in to try and fix, but 5 minutes later, say take a domestic situation, 5 minutes later, they're back to where it was before. And so they thought that why I don't have enough life. We simply are not given enough lifetime to be embroiled in this, that, and the other, and all the pickles and the high maintenance stuff. So maybe it came from the East. Maybe it was a tradition that was already in the West. It's not clear, because there are also Eastern groups like Taoists that have a sort of a Stoic, tendency. But the main thing is, it's not really a religion or anything. It's just a way of thought, born out of the idea that we have one short life to live and infinite things to know. Something's wrong already there. And then if we keep getting embroiled in things that are going to eat up our time, eat up our mental energy and physical energy, then there's something wrong with that. I wouldn't be able to then have the time to grasp the truth. I'm really a disciple of truth, but I've discovered that there's an apophatic aspect to this. I must cleanse my life. If the phone is buzzing, if I'm working full time, if I have 2.5 kids and all the chaos, and then the rest of the chaos of family and the world and all the palaver, isn't it quite obvious that I'm not going to have anything like the mental space and time to work out the greater mysteries of life? And maybe some Stoics thought that's why we get involved in all of that palaver, is because we don't really want the truth, and we're secretly, even maybe we have an antipathy, a secret antipathy to the truth. They were thinking along those lines. So wow, that's interesting. Maybe there's a choice mechanism going on in which anti-stoical people like the clamor of the world and like to have their life eaten up by time. So there's that. The Essenes were a oddball group of Jews. That's all. Nothing mysterious. Some people thought that Jesus might have been an Essene, and that's been chased down. I've read every book. The Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered in 1948, just about the same time that Israel was founded. It was just a peculiar coincidence. But digs had been done by archaeologists out in Syria, out in Judea. Ralph Ellis would be probably somebody who could speak more about this, because he's been out there doing things like that. But he knows that the Essenes were just one of many cults. There was the Mandeans, there were the Ebionites, there were the Nacians, there was the Galileans. There was the Therapeutae, very important group that is the origins of Christianity. So Judaism, like I said, is split up into enormous, think of the Sadducees and Pharisees. There's one that everyone would know, right? I mean, everyone who's read the Bible, everyone who's gone to Sunday school knows at least two factions of Judaism. But you also know about the Sicarii, and you also know about the Zealots. So come on, what does that tell you? And all of them hated each other. The Sadducees and Pharisees couldn't even get along. And that's not even talking about more sinister, or okay, maybe not sinister, but underground Masonic type groups, which was in Judaism, absolutely was there in Judaism. We're just talking about, you can open the encyclopedia and look up Judaic cults, Judaic movements. There was hundreds of them, and many of them contributed to what we call Christianity, because the man who created Christianity, Josephus Flavius, your St. Paul, who was once Saul, but whose real name was Josephus Flavius, was from a very cosmopolitan city, Tarsus, when he grew up, and therefore was highly informed about all of these different cults. His own city's patron was called Apollonius of Tyana, one of the most important mystics who's ever lived. So he came from a cosmopolitan background. As a Jew, he was highly read. He knew about all the cults of Alexandria and places like Heliopolis, all of this, and brought it all together to make it palatable for the Western audience, which hadn't quite bitten down on the Judaism. Well, he just says, it's simple. You just create Judaism light. So the Dead Sea Scrolls, when they were dug up, gave scholars the proof that they needed, because they had suspected,
And we're back. Apparently, Cage's internet cut out. So, that sucks. Unfortunately. That sucks. So, apologies, folks. Apologies. I don't know where it ended. I don't know how long it's been off. Seems about an hour. But just wow. Just wow. Where were we? Can I PayPal you to Cash App, Sean? That's fucking hilarious. Yes, sir. I don't have a PayPal, but that is unfortunate. That is unfortunate on my behalf. I need to get with the program. I'm true, but don't address hearing her voice that last. All right. So yeah, how far would you say we made it into that video? Cage, if you're here, it's a question for you, sir, especially. Or what do you guys think? More Scott Tenen or something else? Thoughts. What do you think? Let me see. Scott Tenen.
There are two teachings about the source of the alphabet. One of them is that the letters come from fire or flame. And the other, in Hebrew, is that these letter shapes, and these are the formal shapes, all of them are made up of the letter Yod. This small little letter. They're all composed of little pieces of Yod. That's a nice teaching. And it's obviously true. And the one thing that every human being can automatically do, it's a survival necessity, is visualize their own hand. And so if you put a hand in your hand, you can feel it against your skin, you can immediately visualize the letters. And how was it forgotten that the letters came from a hand? They wrote it down. It says it comes from Yod. Except people thought it meant small Yod instead of the hand.
There's one thing you need to do before buying anything online. Don't spend another dime on Amazon until you watch this first. Watch this.
Lou,
I can show you how to get this.
Ads. I need to get premium, man. Good Lord. Checking the audience ads.
There has been statistical work done on the Hebrew Bible that shows that there is patterning at the letter level. The people who did the work initially came to the conclusion that this proved that the text could only have been written by some divine source. And the academic true non-believers who looked at the same data said that this proved that people must have edited the story to make the patterns, and this proved that only man could have written it. My feeling is that both groups are biased. The data is good. There is patterning in the Hebrew Bible. There may be patterning in the Christian Bible, and there is patterning in the Quran. But that the people examining this with prejudiced views are not being intellectually honest. That this is neither a proof that God did it, nor is it a proof that man did it. Before you can say what it is, you have to figure out how it was done and understand, not just from the statistics, but from the process involved, where it came from. I think we're on to doing that with what we're doing here. So that's what we have here. We have a natural, universal gesture language turned into a formal system for recording and playing back meditational exercises, which can become the true basis for a science of consciousness, which in modern terms becomes a religion, or several religions, actually. In fact, that's also what this model talks about.
Hey, literally, no, on a literal note, if you're even still here, you snooze, you lose. I literally snoozed and I lost. So that's on me. I appreciate the effort, sir. If, again, I don't have PayPal. The Cash App is the only thing right now, but that's why I need to establish more clearly. I'm way behind on the times. But what am I going to do? Clearly, in this instance, I snoozed and I lost. Snoozed and lost. So that's on me. I appreciate it, though, sir. I will be trying in the extremely near future here to get other forms of payment, like PayPal and or Venmo or Zelle, and or and or. Ideally, the more obviously payment options I have available, obviously, would be the best. Since not everybody has one or the other. So, all right, let's get back. Appreciate you, sir.
But I'm saying that the Hebrew and almost certainly the Greek and Arabic letters are based on hand gestures, because hand gestures have natural meaning. And I'm going to say that the meaning selected to be characterized by the letters were picked in a formal way to produce a complete system.
That's it? We got recommendations out here. But I'm so behind on the chat here that I'm about 2 hours behind on the chat. So I would have to. Your music selection is according to no Cage. The story of Satanism and heavy metal. Interesting. Where do we want to go with this, folks? Make sure there's no ad here.
Yo, what up? It's Donut, and you're tuning in to all your Illuminati news.
And there's just so many things that people have never heard and do not know that are so important to understand.
It's pretty good. It's right like this. Donut. Yo, what up? It's Donut, and you tuning into Illuminati news. Make sure you smash that like button as you join the show. Gets us back into the algorithms. And we got a great show for you today. So much phenomena in the news, strange news, and Illuminati news. And today is the 128 day. We're going to break down this 128 code with this new movie that came out on Netflix, and it's all connected to Friends. Remember Matthew Perry? A lot of people probably already forgot about Matthew Perry, but the rituals are still happening. The winter rituals. It's going to be a creepy Christmas, everybody. I am very scared. It's going to be a creepy Christmas. Yes, very, very creepy. Now, shout out to everybody over on the Patreon. We just dropped a brand new mini documentary on The Demon and the Ecker. It is a book just read about plasma. All these people talking about plasma on these YouTube channels. Picked up this book, and I understand now why. I understand why plasma is such a hot topic, because it is fascinating. So here's a cosmic web. Here's like the macrocosm, the cosmic web of plasma filaments looking identical to the neurons in the human brain. Now, thoughts and angels, this is widely agreed upon from people who research this topic, that was formed before man was formed. And these could be where our thoughts are coming from. And it goes out into the plasma cosmos because all the planets are these plasma beings. So, I mean, it was a fascinating read and a fascinating little mini documentary you can go check out. They're over on the Patreon. And not just that, it goes into other stuff too, like ball lightning. But if you order, I got to bring up the Donut VHS box. They about to be mailed out. Got to finish signing all the stuff. Brand new VHS box. You got to go grab yourself one. Let me pull this up. If you order it while we're live streaming, I'll give you a shout out. There's not that many left, so they might sell out after the stream. Get it before Christmas. Packed full of goodies. Get the secret invitation to the secret meeting as well. On top of it all, comes with memorabilia, limited VHS box, pins, magnets, all that good stuff. Plus, I mean, you get every single video I've ever made. So that's over a $300 value. All the private content, all the band content. The Donut VHS box. Make sure to go grab one for Christmas, because it's going to be a creepy Christmas. And I'm going to play a lot of stuff. We got so much crazy news going on right now. I mean, it is nutty. Oh, look at it. And right, that's the Omega. That's the Omega right there. It's over on the Patreon that we broke down. Talks about plasma and ball lightning. The Soviets, the United States, America was all studying this ball lightning phenomenon that happened towards the end of World War II. Things like Foo Fighters and orbs showing up after the supposed atomic weapon went out. Oh, here, Puff Daddy, 50 Cent and Puff Daddy. I'm looking into it. This is deep. I'm not sure what happened. I'm just going to keep on watching. He got the double cross on there. Is he double crossing? I don't know. Here's P. Diddy with Weinstein. What the heck? So something I'm going to keep on looking out. Google Waves Gemini AI. We can get into AI as well. they're going to tell you stories of your life using your data on your phone and your photos. This is exactly the premise of Jonah's Awful in the new Black Mirror episode. The new Black Mirror is exactly about Gemini AI. And now this is coming out. And you can see this double helix looking thing right here. Plasma also does that. The plasma stuff is interesting, but let me know that you can hear me okay. We just getting the party started. I might be a little rusty. Yeah, hit the one button if you can hear me. No, the new Black Mirror is not out. It came out a while ago. But what is out is this new Julia Roberts movie. This is nuts. The new Julia Roberts movie executive produced. If you don't know what an executive produced.
Yeah, that's a good point. Shout out to Somewhere in Time. Yeah, Venmo is another one, indeed. Indeed. And if that's the video I watched, then yeah, it is a very good and worthwhile watch. So I agree as well. Shout out to Tribe. Shout out to the chat. Oh, it looks like OT Dubs is live. Let me see what's going on over there. BRB.
You can't get a movie. They're actually who's in power because they're the money people. And Barack and Michelle Obama, the presidents, funded this film that was released today, the 128th day, December 8th. Now, this is connected to the whole Friends ritual with Julia Roberts.
We already watched that cartoon, Mr. Tribe. You don't remember? Come on, man. It wasn't that long ago. Well, I guess it was now. It was probably a few months ago. But yeah, that is a good one.
And Matthew Perry. The whole movie is about a cyber incident that take place. This is predictive programming. Just like 1 second after, you can see the eclipse right here. It goes into the show. They talk about the winter solstice ritual, and we're coming up on the winter solstice ritual. And this movie is about an cyber incident. This is the predictive programming straight up with this new film out. It was really good. Well done. I thought. I like how they did the cinematography of it. Very much like a Alfred Hitchcock. A lot of zoom in using the camera as an element of tension in the film. I liked it. Somebody says Michael Obama. And yeah, it is communist propaganda. I'm happy that you said that, G-Shell, and I'm going to break down why through the symbols. It's all in the symbols, and that's what we read here. We look into the symbols because the symbols tell us a different story of what's being told. Now, Newt Gingrich told Congress everyone needs to read this book. And this was back in the day. I don't know exactly which year, but look right up there. It even says Newt Gingrich right up here. Told all Congress to read it. In this movie, it starts off with the Illuminati eyeball watching off over everybody. It goes into the checkerboard floor, and they're watching Friends in this film, in this new propaganda movie that just came out on Netflix today. The whole movie is all about Friends. And Julia Roberts, who's the star of this film, her birthday is the 128 date, October 28th. She's the star of this film that was released December 8th, which is 128. And she dated Matthew Perry, who died on October 28th, 128 as well. You can see the whole movie is about Friends. They used to date each other. They show the Friends stuff all over the place. Now, not just Friends, but we're going to get into Family Guy as well. Family Guy be doing some programming with the Christmas lights. We broke down how the Christmas lights are optogenetics. Well, not the Christmas lights, just the purple light bulbs that are popping up all over the world, at least in America. They can do optogenetics using light bulb manipulation on rats, and whatever they can do on a rat, they can do on you, because we're very similar to the way a rat responds. And it's kind of weird that the number one ingredient of rat poisoning is fluoride, sodium fluoride. But move on from that to this. There's no going back to normal, the new normal, right? So this goes into the communist socialists' propaganda for world domination. December 8th, worldwide domination is remaining until the end of the year. You can even see this communist doing, we have 128 days left connected to the whole climate situation. And look at the symbolism. The climate symbolism is straight connected to Julian Huxley, the Huxleys, eugenics, and depopulation agenda. So you got the Georgia Guidestones, depopulation agenda, right? That's the whole nature. We want to protect nature, to maintain human at perpetual balance. On the Georgia Guidestones, that was built on 322, and then it exploded. And the fifth column did. And that's symbolism as well, the fifth column. And it happened on 7/6, which is 50 Cent's birthday and George Bush's birthday is Skull and Bones. We're looking into this 128 code, but look at, well, I'll get more into that communist symbolism here in a moment. But it starts off, I won't give away too many spoilers, but it starts off with this power symbol. That's the power button right there. And the whole movie is about the power going out. And they showcase the Jenga. We were talking about Jenga on the last show, and somebody brought up even The Big Short. They show the Jenga of things collapsing, the economy collapsing, the Jenga scene. And The Economist magazine right here, we've been breaking down this. And you can see the Jenga right here with the ships. And in this movie, a ship, an oil tanker, crashes. I mean, it's a great film, though. Doomsday stuff. But the Jenga stuff. And, you know, the Leaning Tower of Pisa could collapse. They're even saying that 650 years old. It's due for a collapse. But this movie shows the Jenga collapsing as well. It's something to look out for in the cyber incidents not even going to say the word, the cyber incidents that take place. That's what the whole film's about. It shows you all the cyber incidents. That's the thumbnail. And it goes into the Huxleys. It shows this. This is all connected to the Brave New World, Aldous Huxley and Julian Huxley with UNESCO. Like right here, British Eugenics Society, they changed that to we're going to save the world wildlife. So when you see this, just think of eugenics. This is some crazy, deep, wicked, smart research that we get into. All the aliens on the planet, they're coming out of UNESCO. They show it. You can bet your bottom dollar the alien stuff's going to be about that. And so you can see he's wearing the Obey shirt. I'm already getting into the one, too. I'm getting into this film already. I mean, this film was crazy. We got 500 people up in here. Make sure you smash that like button. I'll get back into this movie breakdown. I want to get into some news stuff real quick. I didn't want to just dive straight into that film. But we'll get into some news. We got some crazy news happening right now. What's up, Hope Travel Girl? You caught a lot. You creepy with me. It says ruined Christmas. I say creepy Christmas. The guide stones were destroyed. Love you, Donut. We'd be lost without your efforts. Oh, thank you. That's very, very kind of you to say. We close to nothing to Supernova. Going through the comments. We got 600 people in here. Oh my goodness. McDonald's is going to open Friday. So let's get into the news, strange news and phenomenons. McDonald's is in it. Warren Buffett be running it. They sacrificed Charlie Munger ritualistically, or maybe still alive and hiding in the bunker. But McDonald's, they're a real estate company. So they're saying they're going to buy 9,000 new burger joints. That means they're going to buy 9,000 new pieces of property on the low, probably. It's all connected to BlackRock and whatnot. And they're using AI automation for the drive-thrus. So when you go drive through the McDonald's, the AI will scan what you want. It's going to have all the information. And AI is summoning a demon. That's what Elon Musk says. That's what Google AI said. It said it's sentient. And when you start researching this plasma field that we live in, it becomes more apparent that they're not joking, that they are summoning a demon. So make sure to go to Patreon to go watch that new video that I just put out, The Demon in the Ecker, which means pyramid or mountain or planet. It's written by an Oxford scholar, Joseph P. Farrell. And I'm going to do another podcast with Anya Saru on the book. I mean, the cover is just so dope. How can you not looking slick like Slick Dissident? AI it's a demon. Google engineers saying that it's sentient. And it goes into the depopulation because check this chick out. This is the new AI chick. She's not even real. A Spanish agency became so sick of models and influencers that they created their own AI. And she's raking into 11 grand a month. Looks like a real person. That's the AI right there. And not only that, let me see the pictures. I have to pay to see the pictures, but that's crazy, right? And I talked about this in my Donut Illuminati book that I wrote in 2019 or 2020. And all the stuff that I wrote in that book is all like happening. These are pictures from the book. I was talking about the AI robots, how people are gonna have sex with the robots, so they weren't gonna be procreating, and they're gonna take your jobs. They took our jobs, and then you can see this was being rolled out, self-checkout around this time, and nobody liked it. Just like nobody likes the AI at McDonald's system. But now you probably like it more than the checkout line. You know what I mean? Like people are trying to undress women in photos are soaring in popularity. The jobs report just came out. Joe Biden's jobs report.
There we go.
This was the number one business
Covered that already.
Was apps that will undress women. That's what the economy is being fueled by. Doesn't surprise me because when everyone got their stimulus checks when they were locked in their home, the 1,200 people bought a lot of sex toys. That's what people were spending their money on. And Elon Musk tweeted the fertility slump, highlighting the 201, the Illuminati number, the 201 Illuminati number. The symbols are all over the place. Eclipse is wild.
Where's my obey meme? Oh, there we go.
All over the world. It covers 99% of our planet. Lightning is plasma. The sun is plasma. And they are portals to other dimensions. This guy spoke about at the UN. Even the name Sirius in the hieroglyphs means doorway. So we got all this doorway symbolism that we cover. Polaris with the key, the gateway, the portals, all the stuff that we cover. Nothing new. This plasma stuff's wild. The plasma stuff's absolutely is wild. Like the neon signs made of plasma. And the book goes into, is there certain plasmas that are actual intelligent inorganic life forms?
I'm not sure.
And it makes a very, very well case that yes, they are.
I was like,
even the word plasma, they titled that because of its resemblance to life, to the medical term. And you can see right here this Ouroboros symbol. And so the nuclear detonation, the Oppenheimer movie, when that happened, it informed the plasma field, and they used the plasma field for the explosion if that really happened. And that's where you get all these orbs that start showing up after they did it. Because I mean, things are just not as we see it. There's this macrocosm. And I thought this looked pretty cool, how you got the sound waves, the vibrations, and the frequencies. And then you got these acoustic bioweapons that in the book it says it goes into the pyramid bioacoustic weapon. I mean, it's a crazy book.
Snafu, if you're out there, have some mercy on me, sir. I know the pogo optics are high. I know. I'm aware. Jacob Israel, Marfugel, Global Witness, pogo optics high, privately owned government operated. Big tech media relations. Oracle, #1 data collection, et cetera, et cetera. Another app, sir. Another app. Donut has some questionable optics, indeed, I have to admit. And I'm taking the meat and spitting out the bone, or rather, eating the fruit and spitting out the pit in this instance. And please, if you have any comments, concerns on this matter, if you are there in the crowd, sir, please do click that link. It's been a while, sir. All right. Get back to the
movie that just came out, produced by the Obamas. It goes into the Havana syndrome in it, where they're shooting these frequency. How do I forget the name of it? And they bring it out and talk about it in the movie. This is Molly's, but females is pronounced females instead of Molly's. I'll let you read that for yourself because I thought that was quite fascinating stuff right there. So we've been covering this orange stuff. Something to look out for. I saw this on Time Magazine. Ron DeSantis with the orange. They just released an orange card, football chief. I mean, this is the most popular sport in the entire planet. It's soccer. It's football. And they released an orange card this year. Brand new orange card. Taylor Swift, Person of the Year. And her concert, people are losing their memory. People are losing their damn memory at her concerts. And could that be some sort of weaponry that we don't know about? So when we go into optogenetics with the light bulbs that can erase your memories and implant new memories into rats and humans through optogenetics, through the purple lights. What about the Christmas lights, right? We got Christmas lights all over the place. Wonder if there's going to be some optogenetics happening with the Christmas lights. I mean, that would be a sick science fiction film right there. I came up with, someone makes that into a science fiction novel. The Christmas lights, mind controlling people. It's going to be a creepy quiz myth. Zena LeVay. And what I noticed is she always holds the microphone to her butt, and look how she's holding her hand. I know that there is some imagery that they use to activate your autonomic nervous system for procreation. That's what happens with the stuff. So Panera Bread, let's talk about some more creepy, strange phenomenons. This is nutty. Panera Bread charged lemonade linked to second death in lawsuit. A second person has died from drinking Panera Bread's lemonade. And I bet you, because of the death drive that Freud talked about, you put a warning caution sticker on the cigarettes, the sales are going to go up. And it's quite interesting. And some people say the reason why you're scared of heights isn't because you think you're going to fall, but it's actually you're scared, you think you're going to jump. So it goes into like this death drive. So I bet you the sales at Panera Bread is going to just skyrocket because of this. Even though it just doesn't seem to make logical sense. But the second death, man dies on his way home from drinking the charged lemonade. Something I got to look more into. I mean, that's crazy. Panera Bread face a second wrongful death suit from caffeinated charged lemonade. Loud fart sounds erupts during Skull and Bones member John Kerry's speech at climate panel. This all goes into the climate stuff. John Kerry, Skull and Bones member. You got two Skull and Bones Secret Society members running for president, George Bush and John Kerry. Here we go over the Illuminati news. And the Bones men are straight connected to the Illuminati. The 322 Skull and Bones at Yale. They're all working together and they're all arms for the Templars. Because they be doing pranks on each other. Loud fart sound erupts John Kerry's climate speech. Yeah. What you think about that? And don't worry, we're going to get into the Illuminati celebrity news. Because we got to talk about them celebs. And I forgot to upload so much stuff here. I'm going to upload it right now. Because I'm going to have to play some clips of celebrities. We're going to have to play this Family Guy clip of the purple lights. Shout out to Ani Asaru. Brother Ani Asaru. Into the purple lights that we were just talking about. The optogenetics. Let me play the clip real quick. I got to play some music in the background so I don't get hit with a copyright. Hold up.
So can effectively control a cave's harmful microorganisms while being less toxic to cave dwellers such as birds and reptiles.
That was deep. But look at that purple light right there, controlling the reptiles. Oops. Purple lights, controlling the reptiles. Let's hear what they said again.
So UV radiation can effectively control a kid's harmful microorganisms while
The UV radiation can control you. Now, this gets into the 128 code. Let me pause the music. This gets into the 128 code because this is episode, it goes into 218, what this episode is. Let me pull that up. Oh my goodness, we got some crazy stuff to show you. We haven't even started. We got some crazy stuff. So this episode is episode 128. Season 21, episode 8. It's that 128 that we've been talking about. Streetlights, mysterious purple streetlights. I know my audience already knows about the purple lights, but if you're new here on the channel, I'll be re-uploading a lot of my content eventually, but you can go check it out all on Rumble, on Instagram, on Twitter, everywhere else. It's all uploaded. I got the Purple Lights documentary that you can watch, and we go into all this nonsense that going on. Clockwork Orange is about mind control. All right. I got another clip I want to show. Got more clips. I forgot the. Oh, here's another thing. Also, go join the newsletter too. Newsletter's good. I used to call it the Apocalypse newsletter, and then Wix had me delete over 17,000 emails. So if you go subscribe to the Apocalypse newsletter, you get some updates. All right. Let me upload the next.
I sell my soul. So I just tell them the truth. She sold it for a double cheeseburger with mac sauce. With extra onions on it, baby. Don't play.
So this is Sexy Red. She says she sold her soul, and then she goes into the Illuminati.
Oh no, I can't get out of it. I'm getting too much money. I don't want to get out of it. That's what I went to hear. Now I'm saying it. They talk about stop playing. We just left this Hollywood party, baby. This Balenciaga party.
Balenciaga party. Oh my goodness. Let me show you a clip real quick of the Balenciaga party.
No one gives a
Right
shit. Newsflash.
Sexy Red shares her first fashion show camera roll at Balenciaga. Balenciaga. We already know the satanic agenda between going on with Balenciaga and the fashion industry and anyone connected to it, especially Kanye. Okay. And she's wearing the satanic. And look at the Balenciaga logo with Lil Weezy. Now, Lil Weezy, in my opinion, is the only member who should be allowed to be in the Illuminati because he created Bling Bling. And I feel like he's the only one who should be allowed to be in the Illuminati. Because, I don't know. This is my opinion. Bling Bling. I mean, come on. Bling, I might come around. Drop it like it's hot. That's Lil Wayne. But look, what I'm trying to get at right here is that you got, that's pretty cool. I could be right here. I didn't know I could do that. So you got the 33 right there. The 33. This is so cool. I just found this new feature here, or is that distracting? Put a 1 if you want me to because that's a whole new feature that I just noticed. Stay. Okay, I'll stay. But if it don't look good, just start putting the 2 in there. Christopher says it's a 2, but I'm getting overwhelming majority of people saying 1. So I'll do that. I'll stay. Okay, all right, I'm gonna stay. So check this out. A 33 right there. The Balenciaga logo is the 33, and it's the black and white checkerboards, right? Wearing the white and black and head. And then she goes into this Illuminati speech after it.
Fuck with Balenciaga. Fuck with Lindsay. Lindsay cool.
I'm gonna fast forward to it. Fast forward where she says Illuminati, because we go over the Illuminati. Oh, here it is. Yes, I'm with the Illuminati, y'all. That's what she said. Yep. So, wild, absolutely wild, absolutely wild, wild stuff. Another thing in the news. There's so many things I want to share. There's just so many things I want to share. I'm going to back it up a little bit. There's just so much crazy stuff happening with the Illuminati celebrities, and like I'm gonna just follow the order I had it in because I'm jumping up all over the place. Kodak Black arrested for drug charges 3 years after Trump pardoned him. That's why you got these celebrities connected to the news, to the politicians. So when you're connected to political movements, you're an Illuminati. Last year to Barbados. This is all political. All political Illuminati celebrities. And what's happening in Ghana is a masked presidential contender. I wouldn't be surprised if this picks up steam because it's great. A little bit, right? Before the symbol is nice. I don't know too much about it, but I thought that was kind of interesting. Reeves, ski mask burglars hit home. Keanu Anunnaki, his passport in the Matrix movie was 9/11, and they robbed his home just like Eminem. He had his home robbed before he released the Masonic album. And I said, this is right when I was starting my donut channel, I said they broke into his home to kill him because it was an MK Ultra mind control guy with 3 first names, and everyone laughed. And then the police report said that he was there with the intention to murder him under the MK Ultra mind control. A lot of strange stuff with celebrities, a lot of strange stuff happening in the economy. The U.S. labor market defies slowdown, forecast, and broad strengthening. We see everything hitting record highs, record high gold, record high, all this stuff. There's something definitely happening in the economy. We are being set up for, and that's why I had the newsletter at first, was it was the Dopocalypse newsletter. So make sure you go sign up to the Dopocalypse newsletter. We just crushed 1,000 people on here. I just want to say smash that like button, please, and thank you. It helps us get into the algorithm when you smash that like button. And also, go to the Patreon to get the new documentary we just put out, the new mini doc and exclusive content, and the VHS box. They about to be shipped out. They about to be shipped out, these VHS boxes. You don't want to miss it. There's only 200 printed ever. You get all the content. It's $300 value. It's more than that. You get all the stickers, memorabilia. I'm doing autographs all today, and then we got to ship them out. So make sure you reserve it. I'll put the link. Let me put the link in the chat box. If you grab one while I'm live, I'll give you a shout out. And then we're going to go into some crazy clips. Hold up a second. Reserve now. Oh, man. Let me see how to do this. See if this works. Okay, I think this is going to work. And then we can get back into the Illuminati news. Thank you for your patience. All righty. There we go. I dropped it in the comment box. Make sure to grab it. We only got a few left, and we're about to ship it out after I autograph and do it. We do this once a year. Last one sold out. We only printed 100 of them. These we only printed 10. These we printed 200, and most of them are already sold. So go grab one. And
I'll be honest, Pat, I haven't been paying close enough attention to really know one way or another. But considering how much what's the word I'm looking for here? Considering how much resistance, I guess, for lack of a better word, I've faced trying to grow on this platform, not just now, but in the past, on past channels that are no longer with us, RIP, and channels that are still here. Yeah, I've had issues. It's very difficult to break 1,000 subs, let alone a few, let alone several, and beyond. Once you hit a certain point, for many, but I've never had that. I've never had such luck. So anyway, shout out to the chat. We're getting through this.
Most of them are already sold. So go grab one. And Real Truth Talk.
We're already halfway through this. So shout out to the speed feature on YouTube. Thanks. Appreciate it.
You get a shout out.
Valley.
Shout out to Real Truth Talk.
SHiLLYCON or MIT, I guess.
Alrighty. Here we go.
Whatever the fuck.
Okay, remember my last few videos when we were covering the economic magazine, The Economist, The World Ahead? And I was like, look out for Venezuela. Well, Venezuela up in the news right now. I was pointing, and you have the orange man with his mouth on Brazil. I said, look out for Venezuela over there in the left-hand corner. And then you got Argentina in the news, but now we're hearing about Venezuela right now. As Venezuela threatens to invade oil-rich Guyana, U.S. worries about how far Maduro will go. So it's something more to look out for. And I've been saying that U.S. holds military as border tensions soar. So there's military exercises happening right there. Just like I said, there's going to be some stuff happening the world ahead. I mean, it's all pretty predictable. You got Trump's face right there on Venezuela, and you got Argentina. So it's on Brazil, and it's the eclipse. It all goes into December 21st on a Thursday. Thor. I'll be putting out a lot of content on this topic. I do it every live. I'm gonna play a clip real quick from that movie, and I forgot to put it in here. I'm gonna put the clip up in here. That movie we're talking about, that was created by the Obamas right here about the past. It's absolutely crazy. Hold on a second. Let me pull this up. I was just so excited to go live. I forgot to upload the videos, but this is some crazy stuff here. Here we go. Let me pull it up right here. Oh, don't tell me I didn't record the audio. A secret cabal of people, and he's making a joke to his friend who knows the secret cabal, and then he says, yo, and he's moving all of his money because he knows the cyber events are about to go down. And then he says, yo, what about the winter solstice ritual? He brings that up, and then he doesn't laugh, and he just says, I hope you have a good day or something. But he brings up in this film, maybe it's a good thing it didn't play because I'm not supposed to play the clips from the movies, copyright issues. But he brings up the winter solstice ritual. Yeah, the creepy Christmas. Now, I'm going to play a clip that I did last Christmas, the last creepy Christmas, that was only on Patreon, but I think it's pretty good. I think it's a pretty good Patreon clip. So let's go right to it. The world is being manipulated by a magical spell.
You look so good.
Through language and symbols. Secret societies forming world events for future output by something unhuman. It's a creepy Christmas. Look, this is, look, you can tell there's my old glasses. Yo, I broke those glasses in Hawaii. I stepped on them. I had them for so long. The Gucci shades all in my braids when I escalate. Look at my long hair. Oh my goodness. I used to have long hair. It's Donut. Happy holidays, everybody. Me and Jan truly appreciate all. Okay, so blah, blah, blah. Let's fast forward. The letters, which are just, I go into the Omega, but this is crazy because I bring Guy Tal on from Israel and he breaks down some wild stuff.
All the spelling, this is a spelling, okay? A part of a puzzle to create the ball. All the witches have, how you call it, the ball. They are creating here a ball. They have to give you the truth, but they can play with it. For play, you need a ball. When you want to play with someone, you make a ball. That's it. This is how they play with us with the earth. They make a ball. They play with that.
The 6 right here, the 666 in the foreground is the Omega logo. That's going into the Omega event. We talked about it. And then we brought on Mario, Symbolic Studies, Wicked Smart, and he goes into the Polaris symbolism and the keys and all that stuff. This is the portal.
When you see the Omega here, the key, and we talked about the exit, it's the Omega. You have here the H, yes? Between them, it's the two pillars. It's Boaz and Joachim.
I see it all over the place. Even that Pixar movie, Soul, they're going to this big bright spot in the sky. There's a stairway going right towards it and stuff. I'm of the opinion that the actual stairway to heaven is a literal thing, and it exists at the north. And so there's a lot of Freemasonic tracing boards where they show an actual ladder going towards a star that is not the sun and it's not the moon, and that's symbolic of the North Star and the circumpolar constellations that revolve around it. Ursa Major and Minor. Ursa Major and Minor, it's the Great Bear and Little Bear because they're circumpolar. We're talking about polar bears. To me, just fascinating that we call polar bears, but I don't think we call any other northern animal polar anything. And so I think that's kind of strategic. And
how crazy is that? So if you like this video, I'll post it. It was a private Christmas Patreon video. Just all I asked is just smash the like button, and I'll post this video this weekend. It's really, really good. Let's see what other clips we got. We go into a bunch of stuff in this video. The key symbolism. Oh man, it's wild. Oh, this is an interesting date right here. I mean, this video is kind of, I put it on Patreon for a reason because it's kind of, I don't know if I could put that out there type of information, but whatever. We're not monetized, so I guess it's fine. I was looking at something else. Oh yeah, the Foo Fighters. I saw the Foo Fighters appearing. They got this. Let me find that. Oh, where's the Foo Fighters? I got the image of the Foo Fighters somewhere. Dang it. Where did I put the Foo Fighter image? So the report of the Foo Fighters was that date. Okay, I'm just notating stuff. I'm talking to myself. I'm talking to y'all. I'm talking to myself. Let's continue. Let's keep it pushing. Let's get into the creepy Christmas. Creepy Christmas. In Hollywood, it's the golden age of the creepy women for the creepy Christmas special. Locusts swarm the skies of dead fish. Or you got all these dead creatures appearing. I'm gonna go to those clips right now. Creepy Christmas. Creepy Christmas. So we're speaking about them animals, got to bring up the Illuminati dolphins. If I don't bring up them Illuminati dolphins, I don't know what I'm doing. Got to bring up the Illuminati dolphins. Shocking study discovers bottlenose dolphins possess electric seventh sense. Scientists in Nuremberg Zoo in Germany have discovered a previously unknown sensory ability in bottlenose dolphins, electroreception. The truly shocking finding bridges the gap between dolphins and other known electroreceptive animals and adds a new understanding how these charismatic creatures interact with the underground world. I'm going to have to look into that. Look at a cute little dolphin. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, we get into the communist propaganda. He got 250 million to spend on the communist revolution. This is the heir to Cox, not the dirty word, but the internet company. It says that this kid is the heir to Cox Cable. That's what I'm pretty sure it said. Cox Enterprise. So he's like part of the whole Cox family. Look at his shirt. So he's very pro communism. That's what you're going to find. When you start looking into this information and the symbology a long time, you realize it's all fascism. It's all socialists, communists. I got to read this book next, The Empire, which the black sun never sets. The interesting symbolism, the black sun never sets because the sun rising over the mountain is a communist symbol, and so is the fist. So whenever you see them fists, that's a communist symbol, and also the sun rising over the mountain. This is symbolism. This is how you know who is behind certain groups. And the thing is this new movie that came out by the Obamas, they're showing you what's going to happen and what is happening in it. They play all these, they make everybody against each other. So there's an attack that happens, and they're like, oh, it's the Muslims. No, it's the Koreans. So everyone's confused, and they don't know who to blame. And that's what's happening now with all these different fascist groups under the camouflage of different names, all the different religious names, all the different political names. So everyone's battling each other, right? Because you're like, yo, it's that group of people, they're this. Well, behind camouflaging behind those groups of certain different people, and this goes to everybody, this goes to every single group, there is satanic elements in all these groups, but the majority of the people, they're not part of it. So you get people that come on here to push division in America and worldwide and blaming people. Well, they're Illuminati members, most likely, especially if they're famous in billionaire status, or their families are connected to billionaire families, or they're married to billionaires. This is so crazy, and it's a lot of thought and a lot of thinking goes into this and research. And this is where I'm at right now, is that there is a huge fascist takeover. And anyway, I look into the symbolism, and you can see this chick, the 128 code that I'm talking about. Okay. So the 128 code with this chick for the climate, everything about the climate goes into the communist, socialist, worldwide communism, the worldwide fascism. And look at her hand symbol that she's doing, right? And then look at the hand symbol that the guy's shirt is doing, with the sun going over the mountain range with that hand. Mountain range, hands or fists. I mean, it's just symbolism we're looking into. So Obama's logo is the sun going over the mountain range. And in the movie, they were showing this kid wearing the Obey shirt, because the Obey, like in They Live, Obey, and then you got this colors of the alien, and then it's the colors of hope. Well, the guy who created the Obey brand that the kid's wearing is the same guy who created the hope. And we see this blackout cyber incident happening all over. It happened during the football Alexa. This is what everyone watches. Everyone watches these shows, especially during the Super Bowl. And during the Super Bowl, they show the predictive programming to what's to come. With Alexa loses her voice, that symbolizes losing communication. And that's what that show's about, is losing communication. During the cyber incident, you lose communication. Alexa loses her voice. Here's Jeff Bezos making tons of money, billionaire, gets a divorce because it's a way to save the money. Here's Cardi B, all the Illuminati celebrities. Crony, capitalism, monopolies. Yeah. And then you got this episode, Alexa, not everything makes the cut. This was the scariest one, and it showed the blackout. I believe this could be Manhattan. This is when they transferred Jeffrey Epstein over into witness protection. So they're showing this happen super. Then Sonic the Hedgehog was playing, but he causes EMPs to happen and blackouts. There's the plasma. It's nuts. It's nuts. So this film, they say, this says death to America, so they blame it over on the Iran. Then they say, no, it's the Koreans, so everyone's confused. And then all the AI Tesla cars crash. And then it shows the eclipse. That's important. And the winter solstice. And Friends. This is from the movie. Friends was like the big main thing of it. This chick, Julia Roberts, comes out with this movie, the 128 date, December 8th. Her birthday is 10/28, 128. The day her boyfriend Matthew Perry dies on 10/28, this 128 code. The Q movement was started on 10/128 date as well. The towers fell at 10:28 a.m. 128. The Space Shuttle Explorer exploded on January 28th, 128. It's crazy. It's crazy. Now there's a gigantic hole in the sun. That's what she said. Wider than 60 Earths. And I've been just looking into the plasma. And it's the solar wind right here. That's what they call it. And an interesting thing that happened May 10th to 12th in 1999 is the solar winds stopped for 2 days. So somebody turned the sun off for 2 days. Strange phenomena happened. And the sun breathes. So it expands 6 miles every like 2 minutes and goes down and shoots plasma out. And their portals. A lot of strange stuff. So that's in the news right now. Is about, but the plasma stuff's wild. So we all have these biophotons emanating off of us. People call them auras or whatever, but you can capture it with Kirlian photographs. I might be saying that wrong, but you can capture this energy that comes off of us, right? A soul trapped in a body, but body in a soul. If it's a living being. So it's just a fascinating book. The demon in the Ecker, meaning pyramid. It was a fun read. I'm gonna play. I got creative with it. I'm gonna play a little clip of it because I'm just so proud of my video editing skills with it. Let me see where it is. Hold up. In the Ecker, the strangest book of high speculation. Oh yeah. Look at that editing right there. Oxford scholar. So I went all up in there. You gotta go check it out over on the Patreon. Let's get into more Illuminati news with the plasma. So the reason they think that this plasma is alive is because the filaments in the cosmic webs up in the sky look like double helix plasma by sticking an electronic probe into the plasma. It reacts the same way the immune system of a living creature does to a pathogen, where it encases it and traps it like a demon in the pyramid, sort of. So it's a pretty, I understand now because it is fascinating stuff. In this episode, I'm gonna have to do a deep dive on where they show the purple lights because there seems to be a lot more symbolism in that episode with the 218 in there. The news. I'm gonna go to your comments, and we're gonna get more into Illuminati news. I'm not here to amuse you. When I speak, you listen and learn. Wow. Purple lights are weaponized. All right, let's see. I'm going to the comments now, everybody, and then we're going to get back into the Illuminati news. High school, yeah, that's how you say it. Kirlian pictures. Sun farts. Donut, you should interview Cole so I don't forget. At the Dolphins. Everything's been pointing me around the Dolphin logo. I'm gonna bring up some new information I found out about Las Vegas, which is crazy. It goes into the whole 32. So since the beginning of the year, I've been saying look out for the 36 ley line, look out for that ley line, the parallel. That's where the rituals are going down, and I've been proven right. And once again in Las Vegas, on the 36th parallel. Like the Giza pyramid, for example, is on the meridian, the ley line of the center of the Earth, and it's used as an oscillator to harness energy from the plasma planets that are directly above it. So it's all aligned. I mean, it's wild stuff. But the 36th parallel ley line is where this pyramid is as well in Vegas, the Luxor. A lot of rituals happen in front of this pyramid. You had that event that took place in Vegas on the 32nd floor. In Las Vegas, the 32nd floor. I've been talking about it for way too long. And then you got the Memphis pyramid, which is not on the 36th parallel, but Tennessee is, and it's pretty much almost there. It's pretty close to it. And it's the Bass Pro Shops. Don't you see everyone wearing Bass Pro Shops now? That's the style, because Pete Davidson and Ice Spice were wearing it. Now everyone wears it. That's how you and me, baby, ain't nothing but mammals. So we imitate what we see on TV. We imitate what we see on TV. Does the Giza pyramid line up with Vegas and the Tennessee pyramids? That's a great question. I should look that up. I'm going to look it up. I don't think it does, though, but I'm going to look that up here in a minute. So the interesting thing about the Giza pyramids is that they are not like the Mesopotamia pyramids. They're smooth. They're smooth-sided pyramids. They don't have them steps on it. And the ancient Sumerians, they depicted their pyramids without the steps. I don't know. It's a new topic for me that I'm looking into, and I never really looked into it. But here is the ley line to the Giza pyramid that shows that's in the middle of the Earth right there. But the 32nd floor and the key right here, the doorway. And down here is Polaris, the 8-pointed star, the 32nd floor. Now, check this out. This time in Vegas. I just found this. This is crazy info. The oldest Masonic lodge in Vegas is called Lodge 32. Damn. You're hearing it first. You're hearing it first here on the Dome Factory. We're doing some wicked smart researching. But yeah, there's something up. Human sacrifice connected to the pyramid. Now, the ancient Aztecs, they weren't allowed to sacrifice, even though they have been known for the sacrifice on the pyramid, because Quetzalcoatl, God didn't prohibit human sacrifice, which is like a demonic activity. And then 3 demons came in, and that's when they started to do the sacrificing. That's what I read about. Kind of interesting. So there's the sacrifice that's in front of the pyramid. And look, this what happens in front of this pyramid is that on the 32nd floor, a huge sacrifice. It's crazy. And here's Polaris, the 8-pointed star. As you can see, the wheel, the North Star. The wheel has the 8-pointed star right there, the 8. Like there's 8 reindeer and 8 candles on a menorah. I don't know. It's something I'm looking into. Here's Polaris. So Polaris would be right here, the 8-pointed star, and then it's the key, it's the doorway, it's portal symbolism. And then you got the 8 reindeer with the 1 Rudolph leading it, just like the Hanukkah candle. You got 8 lights with the Shabbat candle at the top. I don't know. I feel like there's some ancient astrotheology of Polaris there with those 2. And I'm gonna play another clip from the Christmas special from last year that goes into Mario was talking about it. I'm gonna play that clip.
It fits.
So we go into the key symbolism. Where's the reindeer?
It made me think of concave Earth. Right, we were talking about the North Pole.
A big Christmas.
It was called the Gartha,
and she's. But everything comes. The idea is the Egyptians
put us arrow.
The little.
Yeah, so that's
you control his tempo.
I don't know where it is. I'm gonna post this video though. Make sure to smash this like button, and I'm gonna post this video because it's super dope. I could get in trouble for it though because it goes into some crazy stuff. And I want to give a shout out to everybody who's purchased the VHS box right now. We got a bunch of people that have grabbed it, and like I promised, I'm gonna give everyone a shout out who purchased the box. We about to be sold out. Let me give a shout out to Jennifer. Shout out to Jennifer. Whoop whoop Jennifer. Shout out to Gail in the Bronx. Shout out to Gail. Shout out to Karen. Shout out to Karen out in Michigan. Whoop whoop. And shout out to Kirk in Massachusetts. Shout out to Kirk. Thank you so much for your support. You're gonna get your dope VHS box, limited edition. You're gonna get it before Christmas. We about to mail them out. I'm just doing little autographs in it and packing them all up, making them all special, putting all the invitations into the box, and we're gonna get it out to you for before Christmas time. So make sure I'll put the link one more time down below. So if you want to grab it before we run out, I'll give your name a shout out on the live stream. What you get in it is you get a membership card that has every single video that I've ever done. So that's over a $300 value because you're getting private content, exclusive research, PDFs, and all that. And it's packed with a bunch of cool goodies, stickers, pins, autographs, fun stuff. It's fun stuff. So yes. Do you send it to Amsterdam? Message me on my website on the contact form right here if you're out of the country, because the way Wix set up, it's not letting me send it out of the country. So if you're out of the country, just go to the contact form and we'll make sure to get to you. Yo, Donut, are they about to hit the reset button? Yes. Yes, they are. They sure are. Donut, can you give a shout out to my girl Ashley? We're huge fans. Yeah. Yes, Midian. Yo, what up? Midian girl Ashley, it's Donut. Shout out to you. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Happy Hanukkah. Happy Chanukah, I mean. Woo woo. You can clip that for her. But yeah, happy Chanukah though, for sure. I can't forget it. I can't forget that. Donut does the best shout outs. Oh, thank you. I want to start rapping again. And I want to message Dwayne to see if he'll do it because he got some good raps. I want to see if he'll rap with me. Now most people speak their own language. Smash that like button. Chan is a cool dude. Yeah, Chan is cool. Should we get wild on this episode? Should we keep getting wild on this?
Yeah, guys, smash that chin button, you know? Smash that chin button, folks.
Chan looks so cute. Yeah, that's Chan. So this book, I gotta talk a little bit more about this book because it is crazy. And I'm gonna link up with Anya Saru and we're gonna talk about it in more detail. We got the introductory video up on the Patreon that you could go check out. It's wicked smart. It's wicked good. The Areopagite says the Holy Scriptures has 9 different names for the heavenly essences arranged into a Neoplatonic Ennead. There are also an Egyptian Ennead, a group of 9 deities. It's a wicked smart video. I mean, it gets deep into, these are new topics that I never really studied. So I read the whole book, I studied it, I went hard on it, you know what I mean? So it came out good. But it's a fascinating topic. And the sigils that are like in Manly P. Hall's The Secret Teachings of All the Ages, each sigil for each planet has this thing on the bottom that looks like an antenna right there at the bottom left. So like there's this antenna stuff happening with it all. And somebody asked, there is more VHS boxes, but not a lot more. Hit that like button. You should visit Amsterdam. There's Freemasons there. I'll show you. Yes. I'll go to Amsterdam just to go ride on the bicycles there. Do. You know what I mean? Do. Bicycle. I like bicycles. Much clown love. Woo woo, Anthony. Oh, that's sweet of them that they ordered the VHS box for you for your birthday. Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. Thanks, getting the VHS later on tonight. Yeah, get it tonight because we about to ship them out. Thoughts on the Israel war? I think it's very sad. You know, let's pray for everybody. You know, God, He's in control of everything. You know, and we got rules that we live by up on this planet, but God don't have no rules. So let's pray to Him to bring some peace. Bring some peace in the Middle East. Joseph P. Farrell, interviewed often on the Dark Journalist channel. Yeah, Joseph P. Farrell, I'm a huge fan. Dark Journalist, I'm also a huge fan of. Shout out to both of them. Love from Matuku. Miss celebrating Christmas with my yeah, Christmas is a sad time for a lot of people. So you know, get around people, get some positive people in your life. You know what I mean? Whoop whoop to all the wicked smart juggalos. Oh, thank you, Brian. Brian likes this channel. 12/8 is 923 on Jewish Torah calendar. Well, the Jewish calendar is the lunar calendar, which is ancient, just like the Chinese calendar is the lunar calendar as well. Because if you read the scriptures as well, which I think is interesting, is that the day starts at night, because first there was night and then they made day. So I don't know, it's interesting. Well, I appreciate everybody up in here. It's just been a creepy Christmas with the creepy rituals. Make sure you smash that like button, please, and thank you. And look out for more content. We're gonna have much more content. I want to give a shout out. We got Jerry. Jerry just grabbed his box over in California. Whoop whoop, Jerry. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. It's Donut. Happy Chanukah. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Have a good weekend, but don't be weekend by the weekend because of the weekdays, making everybody all weak and stuff like that. So have a strengthen. Instead of weekend, I'm gonna start saying strengthen. Strength day. Which day is the strength day? I don't know what I'm talking about. It's Donut. Much love and God bless you.
Synchronicity there, because I was saying earlier, well, I say it all the time, so it's not just that I was saying it earlier, but yeah, don't spend all your weekdays in a weekdays just to end up weekend by the weekend. Am I right, folks? I want to be strengthened all the weekdays, not weekdays to end up continually strengthened by the weekend, not to be weakened, but again, strengthened, empowered. It looks like Mr. OT Dubs is live. ShimmyJively just fucking spreading the love. Damn, dude. Let's see what's going on over here. I know Tribe loves it over here, so let's see what's going on.
DW.
I know, I'm such an ass.
Pathetic, like Daddy said.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been watching Ian's numbers crack down from about 2,000 to 300 to 400 within 2 weeks. So he's probably pissed about that. He can't figure out why.
Well, you see what?
Well, and then, like I said, he assumed yourself to be.
We're gonna watch a just spinning video. Why the fuck not? Oh, there doesn't look like there's any type of presentation. Let's see which video it is. The World of the Dead. The Remedy Within.
Peace, love, and a basket full of kind. And I hope you all have a great day. Cricket Day, the metaphysician, Glyph, producer Moose, Lou Bass, Robert Burke. Robert Burke, man, I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you had a good harvest this year, brother. Good to see you. Indie Groove. I hear you. Linda Wolf. Crystal Shaman. Let me know what you think. If you got any perspectives on this, throw something down in the comment section after the video's done. If there's something in particular you want me to hear about it, because I don't really catch all these comments here. But I'm going to continue down this little rabbit hole here for a bit, because I'm in my own process of discovery and research. And so I'll share that process here. Have a great day, folks. Peace.
As I state words to it. A lot of people, when they're trying to find the remedy, find where things have gone wrong in government, a lot of people are looking at the facts or looking at the past or they're looking elsewhere. The law books, the history of how our government got there, which is very important, mind you. But where a lot of people are going wrong, and I'd say most of the people that are looking for this answer, the answer is within ourselves, because we don't really know who we are or our own standing. A very clever man said to me, very savvy in the law, said to me, it's too late to say I don't consent when you're standing in the court. And this is true too. Because if you're in the court and something's gone wrong, you've become their property or subject to their rules, their laws. And the governments that we have today, especially after 1973, when Gough signed the Unitary Treaty of Rome, which handed the administration of Australia over to a foreign United Nations entity under the control, basically, of the Vatican. And the Vatican have been sort of doing this for at least the last 2,000 years. But it probably goes back.
If anyone wants to know what channel this is he's playing, this is Justinian Deception. Justinian Deception.
Further than that, the Vatican has always had its control over the world. And that's because the Vatican owns the copyright on the type of system that they control the people with. And the people are being controlled with or by just a military system, a standard military water law system. The reason why the laws of water are controlling us men and women that are on the land is because they needed to bring in a different controlling system for people other than the controlling system of land, because the common law of land is it's a freedom. We control ourselves on land. So what they had to do is they created a jurisdiction of the sea, a controlling system of the sea. And what they had to do was invite us to join them on their ship, on their fiction corporate ship, in order to become under the control of their system, because their system cannot control men and women. They don't have jurisdiction over that. So rather than them coming onto the land and controlling us, what they've done is park their ships, their corporations, their foreign entities on our land, like as in ships in dry dock. And then they invite us onto their ship or into their corporations. And then once we enter into their corporation, under their tokens, they give us a name to enter into their jurisdiction, into their ships. And once they achieve that, or once they grant you a name and you accept that name, then that name is their property and you've attached yourself to their name. And that's how they start to control us in such a way, because we have become a part or a crew member on their corporate ships. And that's what birth certificates are all about. It is a certificate of you birthing onto one of their ships. birth certificate. And the date of birth is the date when a person, they say, is born. But a person doesn't exist until it becomes an incorporation. So persons are incorporations. It means that a person is a man joined to something. So that's when the incorporation happens. The minute you become incorporated with something, or join a ship, or join a foreign entity, then you legally become the person. And persons are controlled by the Vatican, which is because the Vatican controls all of the incorporated, or you could say all the corruptions in the world. Because our given Christian name is one name, even though there may be 2 or 3 words that make up the one name. It is one name, and that one name does not have a family name attached to it. So what the Vatican must do, or the ships that part these ships, the shipping corporations, foreign shipping corporations on our land, is that they must get you to join their ship and give you a name that belongs to the ship, so you can attach yourself to it. Now they know that no man in his right mind would go and attach himself to some foreign ship and wind up being deemed lost at sea. They're never likely to return. And while you do that, then whoever offered you the legal titles to put you on the ship have a right to your equity if you don't come back. So that's all they do. They just wait for you not to return. And the reason why you don't return back onto the land is because the name that they gave you is a name that you thought and assumed and believed was your name. Think about it. They gave you a name that belonged to them, that you assumed belonged to you. And then this bloke comes along called Christ, and he tells you, he warns you. He said, in my name, you shall be saved. But if you accept the company name, the corporate name, then you are with them. And I think it's quite stated in many parts of the Bible that if you are not with me, you are against me. So if you worship or accept the foreign name of the ship that's dried up onto your land, then you are not with Christ. So therefore, Christ cannot save you. But even though you believe that your name is your name, when you think about it, and when you read the shipping document carefully, that's all it takes. You just go read it and have a look. Because John Henry Doe is only John Henry. He has one Christian name. And John Henry, the 2 words, make up the one Christian name. But what the state has given John Henry is a name with the incorporated family name attached to the John Henry, and called it John Henry Doe. And the minute you believe that your name is John Henry Doe, then you have attached the name of the foreign shipping corporation that is under control of the Vatican, which is the control of the sea. You've attached your body to their name, and you have abandoned Christ's name. So therefore, you step from the creditor, which is the Christian, into the debtor. The Christian name is John Henry. When you claim the John Henry Doe name, written in proper English, as capitalized common law English, once you accept the John Henry Doe, you are deemed by Christ to serve another deity. You are worshipping the gods of the sea, or worshipping the gods of the Vatican, which are not the gods of Moses, and certainly not the God of Christ, because Christ said, in my name, you shall be saved. So the Christian name of John Henry Doe is John Henry. On his certificate, birthing certificates, his Christian name is John Henry. The only person that has surnames on these documents is your parents, because they have already assumed the surname by the time they created the certificate for you. But they certainly make sure that when you're born, you are correct, which is just John Henry. And then what happens is, as you are indoctrinated, by the time you turn 21, the age of majority, you have no idea about what's happening with this banking, private, shipping, foreign document. No idea whatsoever. So the remedy of the system is simply knowing who you are. The other thing is the date of birth, is the date that you birthed your body to the corporation. And in the system, the Christian Judea system that the Vatican runs, it has a debtor and a creditor, or the office of creditor and the office of debtor. And if you attach yourself or birth yourself to the office of the debtors, then you will pay the debts of the Vatican. But when you birth yourself to the office of the creditor, see that's the birth. And if you look at your 2 birthing certificates, one is the state birth certificate, which is the debtor state, but the creditor state, if you find that certificate, the date of birth was around 1 month or a few weeks after you were born. The word born does not mean birth. The word born means born into life or existence. Sometimes the word life really means the duration of a contract. So if you birth yourself into the ship or the office of the debtors, then I think they call that pagans, the pagan trust, the pagans of the debtors, which are pagans, pagan. The lifespan of a pagan is 70 years and 10. So the lifespan of a pagan is 70 years. And if you enter in from when you turn 21 and you remain in the office of the debtors holding the surname or the surety name, which is really John Henry Doe, that's the surety name because it's incorporated. If you remain holding that name, then you will be deemed as the debtor, the one that pays the debts. And when you're a debtor or a crew member on a ship, you don't have rights, you have a privilege, but you also have statutes. And if you follow the rules of the ship, then you will have liberty to go on shore. But if you break the rules of the ship, you may lose your liberty and wind up in the hold, which is the cell, and you will not have freedom. But it's not freedom. Liberty and freedom are not the same thing. But if you want your freedom back, do not be on the ship and not be a part of the debtors of the ship. If you want to travel on that ship, being looked after as the creditor, where the crew members look after you, and you simply enjoy the ship. And the skipper is just happy to have you on board. Whereas the crew, the skipper, who is the magistrate, he makes sure the crew does what they're told. The difference is your standing. That's the remedy. The difference is your name, the Christian name, or the pagan name. Not the old uppercase name. I'm talking about a name written in proper English. John Henry is the creditor, name. John Henry Doe is the debtor, name. The thing is, if you assume yourself to be John Henry Doe, then you're holding the property of the Registrar General of your certificate of birth. Now, if you have a look at the certificate of birth, in the margin, on the right-hand side of the margin, it says in black and white and signed by the Registrar General, who in Queensland is at the moment, 2018, is David John. He has signed that, stating that John Henry Doe is in his custody. So he has the ability to allow John Henry to have liberty to go ashore or to remain in the hold. But John Henry Doe is the slave servant of the Registrar General. So think about your name, think about who you are, have a look at your driver licenses, your passports, and all the state paraphernalia that you think your name's on. And because you've claimed all of those instruments, and they, the state, have a right to assume that you are on their ship. And as I said, ships are the law of the water. The law of the water is controlled by the Vatican. The Vatican controls all incorporations, and an incorporation is a corruption of Christ's name. Anything incorporated that's joined is a corruption. Whereas you, the given name, is one name, and it is not corrupt, it is pure. So therefore, the serpents, the usurpers of the sea, the Vatican, and its foreign military, such as the United States Securities Exchange Commissions, the United Nations, anything united is subject to the law of the Vatican, the corpus juris, the laws of the dead. And when you are incorporated and joined to another foreign entity, then you are assumed dead, lost at sea. That's why they call it the corpus juris. So while you're dead, but you haven't got a death certificate, you must be in some form of purgatory. So all of the controlling of these souls, these dead souls, is done by the chambers of the Vatican. If you look inside the Vatican, as you walk into the Vatican, the text written on the outside of the Vatican is proper ancient Latin. It has the hyphens or the marks between the signs. When you walk into the Vatican, in the cross, which means dead, the chambers of the dead. If you look up the ceiling of the Vatican, around the edges, they use debased dog Latin, which is the Latin text, the all uppercase text. It has no marks between the signs, which is Babylonian. It means absolutely nothing. But while you assume that, while you are assumed to be dead, lost at sea, then you are inside the chambers of the Vatican. The chamber is a tomb. You've been entombed. You're in the dead. And that text that's inside the Vatican is the same text that's written on these documents. The same text that's written on your power bills, your rates notices, your driver licenses. That is the language, the jurisdiction of the incorporated dead souls. And how are you? Where is your standing? What are you? Are you the free, the living? Are you pure? Do you hold Christ's name? Or are you incorporated and attached to the serpent of the sea? Remember Adam and Eve, that snake, the serpent, that came and tricked Eve into eating the fruit of the tree of the debtor, the tree of knowledge, becoming a usufruct of the tree of the foreign military. Well, that's the deception. And the snake is the serpent, which is the foreign militaries that come in the Vatican. Not only did God in the Garden of Eden warn Adam and Eve about that, Christ also warned you about it. So all of the warnings, not only from the Bible there, but in the very the Latin dictionaries and the very English dictionary, the meaning of the words. If you look closely enough to the meanings of the words, if you learn how to read sign, you'll see the difference between sign and English. There can be no legal jurisdiction between two separate languages. So when you have dog Latin or debased Latin and English written on the one document, if you assume that to be one, then that is an incorporation. But if you are grammatically savvy, if you know what you're looking for and you know what you can see, then you will see that the all uppercase text, which is the Babylonian text, and the written English, when it's separated, the document reads nothing, nothing, nothing at all. It becomes the presumption of law. When you raise these matters with magistrates, they don't like it. But at some point, the magistrate may work out that you know the dirty trick. But what they can do, the magistrates, is all they have to do is make sure that you are holding some form of attachment to the underworld. The minute they can find an attachment, some sort of a document with a license or identification that identifies you as a part of their underworld water law system, the usurping corporate ship that sits in dry dock on our lands, if you're attached to that ship, it doesn't matter what you say or do or think. The magistrate is going to salvage you and take your equity and administer your birthright, your true dominion, your ownership of the mineral and energy wealth of the land, the nation that you're born on. But when he can see that you know, he'll be heading for the door because he is the actual debtor. He is the debtor. He's the first debtor. And we did not force him to join the to act as the magistrates. He applied for that job. I didn't force anyone to stand up there and act as the debtor. He has the tricks and the knowledge how to confer the debt back onto the creditor, to convert the creditor into the debtor. He has this ability, this knowledge, this sorcery, these tricks. But they are only just illusions, tricks, grammatical knowledge. And when you know that, and when you know their dirty tricks, then that's the remedy for the system. You always agree, and it's all offer and acceptance. So if they offer you the ability to act as one of their citizen debtors, then you can accept the offer. Absolutely. Yes, I will be a citizen. But what you must do as a remedy is what's it worth to lose your freedoms, your true standing as a man on land, or in that case, you're standing as a creditor on their ship. You've been invited on the ship originally as a creditor, as a guest. They will look after you on the ship. So you have to weigh that up if you want to be a crew member of their ship. So when they offer you a standing as a crew member, think about it. Think about what it's worth. Offer and acceptance. You want to be a crew member? Then maybe you should be paid. You see what I'm saying? Then there's no conflict. There's no reason for them to assume that you are belligerent. There's no reason for war. There's no reason for the military codes, the legal codes. There's no reason for the water law military to affect you because you've already agreed to be a citizen of their foreign corporate ship, the City of London, the bar, a debtor of the bar. That's what you become. So if you want to become a debtor of the bar and be subject to those lying, deceiving, clever magistrates, then think about what it's worth. Because many of you just simply, and I, many of us just simply went along and fell into the standing of the debtors because of our own ignorance and stupidity and us thinking that we knew everything. I know everything. I can run a business. But you knew nothing. Absolutely nothing. And when you learn your grammar and you learn who you are and you learn the difference between sign language and the English common law language, which is the language of the sea and the language of the land, when you learn the differences between them and you start to recognize them on their documents, then you have the ability for remedy. You have the ability to accept their offer of citizenship. Accept it. Offer and acceptance. But what is the offer? To accept, stand as the citizen of their foreign unidroid, United Nations corruption. The remedy is probably simple, isn't it? You are John Henry, you are not John Henry Doe. If they force you to be John Henry Doe, then they're committing a crime. If they issue you documents through the mail and you don't accept them through the mail because there's something wrong with the writing on the document, then they still don't have any jurisdiction over you. If you crack open the seals of those articles or those envelopes that they come, then you have broken the seal into the world of the dead, the spells. You will be attached to the spell that's attached to that document. You'll find this hard going in some cases. As two friends of mine are going through a hard time. Ramon is still in prison. They will not show him any of the paperwork because they know he can see the fraud. I don't know what they're going to do, but they're being belligerent and they're committing absolute serious crime by holding that man in prison after he's asked to see what is the charge and can he see the charge documents. Because he knows there was no offer and acceptance. That's outright slavery. And that's a dangerous thing for the state, and I think the Vatican knows that too. So even though the remedy may not come, or the remedy may come with imprisonment and a good right bashing, I've witnessed all of these things, and many threats against myself and my family. But I must admit, this has stopped because of that last court case. I think that the magistrate had recognised that I knew a little bit more about it than what the average man and woman knows about it. So he could not do his trick, you could say. His illusion could not work. So the remedy is knowing who you are. And when you know who you are and you can see the grammatical deceptions on their paperwork, then you can see that it is nothing at all. The old saying of kicking a dead horse, if they keep on pushing it, it's as good as kicking a dead horse. Because in the end, they can't prove that anything existed. Because when they did it, they made sure that nothing existed in case someone worked it out. And when someone worked it out, it's then when they'll back off and say, oh, okay, you worked it out. And of course, it's our own fault because we accepted it. We thought it was something, but it was nothing. So it's not their fault. It's our own stupidity and our fault. But once it's pointed out to them and they continue on with it, that's when the real remedy will start. That's when the charges will start to become the damage. You've been hurt by the state. And, well, we are already rich. We are already wealthy. The poorest man in the street has a birthright. And it's been administered by these usurping serpents, these foreign administrative corporations. It can still remain like that. But rather than you being the debtor of them so that they can serve you, but if you're not there, then they will keep it themselves. So you must return back from debtor into creditor. And when you pull that off, when you get that, then you'll understand the value of the Vatican, the value of the magistrates, the value of the records. You'll start to see that, well, maybe it's a good thing because they're getting all of you to basically work for nothing. As long as you have a good life inside on the corporate ship, and if you're happy there, then turn this off. But the very fact that if you're watching this, you are already curious to figure out what's going on.
All right, that was a pretty good video, ladies and gentlemen. I see a bunch of people in the chat. Snafu Snaps is in the house. We got Joe Moore. Nubs Revenge just walked in. We got ROB, Flob, Mr. Christos de Leopolis. Also saw Tarek was around. Rachel Zinger, welcome to the show. Planet X Watcher, welcome. Robert Burke, welcome to the show. And Conspiracy Music, man. Peace. Much love and respect.
Speaking of zingers, we got Airlick with the zingers in the chat. Good to see you, sir. Grand Rising, Brother. Grand Rising, brothers and sisters. Much love.
Great jam the other night, by the way. Christine Vergara's in the house. We also have Ice Grills. Welcome to the show, bro. We got Phoenix Joshua Fox in the house and Moose. And I think that's pretty much it. Shouted you guys out. Welcome to the show. Link is in the chat. dumbass. Like,
It's the fake. That's what was implying OTW.
Oh, okay, that's what he was implying. Oh, okay.
I know what you're saying, Lou, but I think it's a little more non-linear than that. Because of course that's a surface level presentation, and though it does make sense that okay, these people that you can't talk about, or these people that aren't getting talked about logically, there must be some roads that lead to them type thing. But in my opinion, that's part of the non-linear psychological warfare in the sense that they're going to think ahead of time with the steps like that, and they're going to think of people like you, Lou, that would logically think, well, people aren't getting struck or demonetized talking about the Vatican, but you talk about juice, and so I get it. It's a logical train of thought to follow, but I don't think it's that linear though.
You guys sound like a bunch of program fucktards. Aside from
Snafu, you're the dumbest motherfucker out here, bro. Go suck a fucking cock, you fucking freak.
We can't talk about this. You guys are a perfect example of program
you ain't shit, Snafu.
Guidelines and policies.
You always have some bullshit to come back with, and we don't see the optics.
Done. Fucking pussy ass motherfuckers.
Get a life, Snafu. Take care of your health. Start working out. Get your fucking shit together. You're living online, virtue signaling, thinking you're fucking self-righteous shit. You ain't shit, bro. You're a looping slave, just like you said. I'm gonna go make some money now, bitch.
You follow policy and guidelines to the destruction of my family. You fucking dumb fuck.
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
I'm gonna follow policy and guidelines until it destroys my family and morals and everything with it. We can't talk about shit because they tell us not to. Way to go, guys, you dumb fucks. And Lou, I find it funny that you want to talk about old Vatican and all that, but you don't want to talk about pedograph, huh? Right in your face optics with host state and all those motherfuckers.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Why you guys sound like chipmunks to me all of a sudden? Why? Do I sound like a chipmunk right now?
No.
You guys sound like
you look like one though.
You guys sound like hey, G, the Andrew Tate lover, that little fucker that is obsessed with Andrew Tate in your chat. He puts his name as G. What a fucking beta bitch. Get your little non-G ass up here and tell us why you fucking obsessed with Andrew Tate, you dumb fuck.
Oh, I wish you could hear what I'm hearing right now. I swear to God, you know the chipmunks? The Snafu's voice is literally like the chipmunks. I don't know why that's happening, but that's what I hear. Talk, OTW. Let me see if you sound the same.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I hear a chipmunk too. I don't know what happened to my audio, but you guys are the chipmunks all of a sudden.
Start singing, OTW.
Okay, I gotta go out and come back in.
All I want for Christmas is my 2 front teeth. My 2 front teeth. My 2 front teeth. All I want for Christmas is my 2 front teeth.
I gotta go out and come back in.
That must have been really epic for Lou to hear us as chipmunks. All right.
Did Chris just literally say like, "Oh, we can't talk about shit"? I'm gonna give you and Lou an excuse because you're Canadians. But these fucking dumbass fucking wannabe American motherfuckers, like nowadays, are beta bitches. They're so programmed. We got to follow guidelines and policies, and we can't have freedom of speech anymore. I'll give you and Lou a pass because you're Canadians.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, boss. I'm part of the crew now. Don't forget.
That or just like take that as an insult. I don't know. I'm like kind of
confused
now. I'm 50-50.
I'm part of the crew now. Never mind.
You're not in your own power. You're a follower. You're a beta boy. Good job. Congratulations, dude. Good job, dude. You look disgusting.
Look at him in his dark. Look at that dark right there.
And we're watching different people. See, it's not about. You're talking about, oh, you have bigger numbers than Z yesterday. Oh, you're so great now. So that's what it's about, is the people that are watching and the attention.
Why are you moving it down like he's on a fucking Ferris wheel or some shit?
I'm not going to talk about how you put your head down, except that I'm moving on from that.
It's all about the numbers. Yeah, it's so funny. It's all about the numbers, selling out money. Yeah, let's be a beta boy for money. Good job, OTW. You're great.
Like these guys don't want money. Like these guys don't want audience.
Congratulations,
dude. How come Ian is still producing videos about people?
Okay. You looked at me getting numbers yesterday.
And now we're watching different people. See, it's not about, they're talking about, oh, you have bigger numbers than Z yesterday. Oh, you're so great now. So that's what it's about, is the people that are watching and the attention, and that's how you determine things. It's ridiculous.
We went over that. I'm not going to talk about how
you... Hey, OTW.
One second. You know what's really funny about that is he had a clip.
Come up here, Ferris, I'll tell you.
One sec. Shut up, Snafu. He had an audio clip of Paul speaking. So he goes ahead and says a bunch of stuff, this guy, about me, but doesn't bring up a clip about me saying shit about it. He brings a clip about Paul saying shit about it. It's like, how credible is that?
Well, remember, Mitch says Ian is staying out of all drama. Mitch says Ian is fucking moving forward and staying out of everyone's shit, but his newest short is triggered host status on you and Paul and me and everyone else. So, Mitch, I see how your boy Ian is China up. He got to staying out of shit. And Tarek, Gigi's full of shit. She's an absolute demonic fucking lying sack of shit. Her threats and everything been documented. I did receive a few dollars from her back in the day in donations, for over 5 years doing content. No 40K like she's claiming. That's fucking crazy. If I had 40K, I wouldn't be up here fucking talking shit to all you motherfuckers.
How much would it take to get you to stop talking shit with us, motherfuckers?
Give me 10 racks and I'll disappear for fucking 10 days. 10 racks per 10 days.
Oh, come on.
10 racks. I'm going to sell out here. 10 racks and I'll disappear for 10 days.
So you do have a price. So you do have a price.
Sure, I'm getting tired of all you fucking morons who won't stand up for freedoms or pedos or any of that shit. It's getting disgusting.
So wait a minute.
Like,
you realize what you just said?
Down on his pedophile optics. It's disgusting. Flow State is the most piece of shit, fucking foul ass motherfucker who's such desperate for YouTube views and clout that he's going to bond with pedophiles. He's going to bond with people who make threats on his own panel members like Simple Jack. Flow State is a piece of shit.
Boss, hold on. You just said that money can stop you from fighting people.
I just told you, give me 10.
All it would take was money.
For fucking 10 days.
See?
So you care more about money than the children?
No. Do you hear me fucking saying, give me money? You just asked me how much it would cost me to go. I gave you a price.
Too much, and that's not long enough. It's like 10K you'd have to be gone at least
for the rest of his life.
10 days. 10K for 10 days, motherfuckers. That's how snafu work.
3 months.
I ain't no cheap motherfucker.
JimmyJively, please do your magic.
10K so you get the fuck out of here. 3 months.
And that's guaranteed. I would be gone for 10 exact days.
No, 10 days.
No, you'd have to be.
Hey, I don't know if you caught the beginning of the stream, Mr. Ehrlich, but speaking of Santos, definitely go back and check it out if you haven't seen it already. I mean, I could just show you here. Check it out if you haven't seen it already. It's classic shit, dude.
And I give permission to anybody in the world to fucking bomb YouTube headquarters now. Yeah. Oh, let's shut his channel down. Fuck your fucking channel, you fucking degenerate fucking demon pigs. No one can hear you laughing, so don't bother laughing. The world is listening to me, you stupid cunt that's laughing at me. Fuck you, fucking YouTube motherfucking cunts. Shut my fucking pages down, stupid fucking motherfuckers, because then everybody will go to the other platforms because they want to see what I have to say, and you get to lose, you fucking motherfucking cunts. Pedophiles, pedophiles. Beautiful day here in Mexico, and I got a nice little outfit today for all the globetards. Got some nice tits here. Every man likes a nice woman with a nice set of teeth and curvy, beautiful, nice curvy hair. Me, I'm one of those guys. But I'm here to show you how globetards are the dumbest fucks that ever walked the earth. The stationary earth, that is. Yeah.
16 paranoia-filled days later.
Hello, dear friends. Hopefully this will be a short one. There you go. I'm a naughty boy again. But I just want to share with the world that Mark Zuckerberg is a fucking pedophile demon fucking cunt, and everybody at YouTube. All you fucking useless eating YouTube motherfucking demon fucking cunts are all going to go to fucking hell by me. Okay? Fuck you, Zuckerberg.
2 hours later.
People traffickers. YouTube are people fucking traffickers. Fuck book and FBI fucking cunt. All you FBI, Jesuit, fucking Freemason, CIA, ASIO, go fuck yourselves, you fucking ugly, fucking treacherous cunts. You will perish in eternal fucking damnation. Please, everybody, share this with everybody on Facebook, because Facebook is a cunt. And you will, within months, Facebook, you will not exist. Everybody at YouTube will have their fucking throats slit.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
And Facebook slit. You see that? Fucking Bill Gates, Pope Francis, and all you fucking pedophile fucking vampires, we are going to fucking get rid of you fucking cunts off our fucking earth. You have cannibalized mankind, and you're going to fucking hell. But you're going now, because I'm starting your fucking hell now. What is going to befall every one of you fucking degenerate fucking cunts is eternal fucking misery. Okay? Fuck you, Mark Zuckerberg, you fucking demon fucking cunt. And Steven Spielberg and all you fucking pedophiles. Tom Hanks, fuck you. Die. Die already, motherfuckers. We all know you're all fucking pedophiles. From the fattest fucking bum cunt in the fucking world, the Pope. You all fucking bow down to that fucking hippopotamus ass fucking bog. Facebook, you are a bunch of fucking dogs. YouTube, fuck you. Fuck you. You fucking degenerate fucking cunts at YouTube. Yeah, you fucking cunts. Shut down my channel. Let's bring down a showdown. Send your fucking thugs to my house and come and get me. Because then the wrath of the gods will fucking smash you. I will fucking pound your fucking heads to a fucking pulp. Fuckbook. Zuckerberg. Here we go. Here's one for you. People of the world. You know where Mark Zuckerberg lives? Assassinate the fucking cunt. And Bill Clinton. And fucking stinky cunt Hillary Clinton. The fucking frazzle-drip fucking snuff movie maker. You're all into fucking snuff and snuffing children and drinking their fucking blood. Yeah, this video is going to go viral and it's going to be fucking historical. Because here we are using your fucking platforms, you stupid fucking degenerate fucking cunts. For 13 years I've been exposing you, fuckbook, and YouTube, exposing your fucking pedophiles and your fucking jabs, murdering millions of people. Do you think that you're going to get away with it when there's people like me that you have fucking infuriated that are going to come fucking stab you to fucking billions of fucking pieces? Fucking motherfucking sons of fucking whores. Mark Zuckerberg, son of a fucking whore. Too bad she was a Jew, because it gives Jews a bad name, you fucking slut. Mark
Zuckerberg, the fucking slut. Mark Zuckerberg, the fucking slut. Mark Zuckerberg, the slut. Just wait for it.
Zuckerberg, the slut. Mark Zuckerberg, the fucking slut. Mark Zuckerberg, the fucking slut. Go fuck yourself, YouTube. And I give permission to anybody in the world to fucking bomb YouTube headquarters now. Yeah. Oh, let's shut his channel down. Fuck your fucking channel, you fucking degenerate fucking demon pigs. I will be forever. YouTube will be dead.
Yeah, let's just for Santos, right? That was your universal digital bomb there. We mean no harm though, YouTube. This guy here is just unhinged, off the rails. We do not promote this type of behavior and activity. Folks, at your students' convenience, please bow down to your Lord and Master YouTube in SHiLLYCON Valley. Shout out to Santos. Totally losing it.
Soon, dead. Everybody's leaving YouTube because you're a bunch of fucking liars. And you know what happens to liars, don't you? You fucking stupid fucking cunt Zuckerberg. You ugly, ugly fucking cunt who has always had to fucking pay to get fucking laid. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Death to all fucking demon vampires. Death to you fucking all. Fuck you, Zuckerberg, and fuck Book, and the FBI. I have more power than you, FBI. Yeah? Way fucking more power. Try and come and fucking touch me, and you will see the fucking wrath and vengeance of all the fucking gods. You got no choice to let me fucking curse you fucking cunts every day on your fucking platforms. And when you shut me down, I'll be doing it on the other platforms. And I will see the day when you fucking perish, you fucking cunts. We truthers, humans, we will outlive you. We will be eternal. And you will be snuffed in fucking hell. Dirty fucking cunts and sons of fucking whores. Zuckerberg, your mother is a fucking slut. Bring her to my place so I can slit her fucking throat, remove her head and shove it up your fucking ass and film it and show everybody, okay? CIA, ASIO, Australian fucking government, all you fucking governments, go to fucking hell. Someone, Italians, Italiani, wake up, go to the Vatican and fucking murder the fucking Francesco Bergoglio, the hijo de fucking pinche puta.
Hey, opa.
To the Pope. Hola, Francesco Bergoglio, hijo de fucking pinche puta. Tu culo es grande, igual que un hipopótamo. Y tus pedos huelen como mierda con este culo de fucking pinche hipopótamo. Sons of fucking sluts. All of you fucking whores. All of you fucking degenerate fucking lying cunts. You know who you are. Fuck you. Death to all fucking vampires and flesh eaters. Death, death, death to fucking you motherfucking dog.
This is where it loops.
Death to fucking you motherfucking
dog. Holy shit, man.
Death to fucking you motherfucking
dog. Man, dude. This shit's ridiculous, man.
Death to fucking you motherfucker.
Bonus stage.
Bonus. So the globalists with the disgrace Neil Tyson, disgrace Tyson, fucking the oblate spheroid Santa fucking titties, Santa pair. Right. Fucking I should have worn blue trackies here, but you know, hang on a minute. I better do this fucking properly.
Right.
Blue merino, Australian merino wool, fucking blue fucking. Let's put some fucking stuff in here. Here we go. Gee, man, I got some fucking blue ball problems. Just fucking started ejaculating and playing with my fucking blue marble instead of Neil disgrace Tyson's fucking flying Santa pair. I'm gonna fucking change. I'm gonna repent from my true model, the pollinate model, and I'm gonna fucking design a flying potato model. You watch. In the meantime, you got a lot of blue balls, the blue marble. You got a lot of Graham Hancocks playing with the fucking talking about fucking blue balls. I think he's tickling Mark Passio's blue balls. Hello, Mark Passio. Nice to see that you're a cartoon truther with the cartoon of the Santa ball that you've got on your fucking videos there. How can I get those fucking sit down a bit more so I can walk better? Blue balls and fucking. Wait a minute, let's do some fucking titties. Gee, there's some guys out there that like fucking big tits, you know. I don't. A handful is enough. A mouthful's enough. That's all you need, guys. Yeah. Every man likes a woman with a beautiful, bright, fucking set of teeth shining and they smile. We all like a pair of fucking. It's good. Yeah.
This guy is fucking stupid.
Tartarian Truth. Where's Tartarian Truth, Santos? Yeah, you know that fucking cunt. He's going to fucking hell. Don't you worry about that. And who are you? What's your name? Yeah, Analog City. No face. Analog. Fuck you, you fucking cunt. Yeah. I found that the black guy's a better truther. That's why I'm a black guy. Don't call me a white guy. Okay, I'm blacker than you fucking African Americans.
You serious?
You serious?
One more time.
It's Analog. Fuck you, you fucking cunt. Yeah. I found that the black guy's a better truther. That's why I'm a black guy. Don't call me a white guy. Okay, I'm blacker than you fucking African Americans.
You serious?
You serious?
All right. Well, folks, when the truth community attacks, ask yourself, why are you hitting yourself? All right, so yeah, optics are high as usual. Santos Bonacci's live stream got his YouTube channel seemingly taken down. And as you can see, well, you know what? How about this? We'll do a little search here. Do a little search. Shout out to Tartarian Truth on the new channel. Not sure why he took his channel down. I mean, look at that. You got, so yeah, optics high, censorship ramps up as usual. Some would say, rightfully so. Some would say deservedly so. When you're threatening all the cons in the valley, all the cons in the valley, problems do arise. It will happen.
Like at least 10 years.
Back to the OT dubs.
Hey, look, the pedophile supporting Gigi is in the house.
Why do we
Gigi,
say-
who fucking laughs and fucking says she's a Christian, but at Venus Cupcake and them are denying Christ. She's sitting right next to him. Speaking of that, Cynthia went on Venus Cupcakes too, and one of the bitches, because they were triggered, was like, "Oh, damn, dude, straight deny Christ." Right as Cynthia is sitting right next to her, and Cynthia, I saw that you really didn't have much to say other than cupcake with him. I want to know how, if you stand at the throne in front of God next to these people who deny Christ, yet you claim to be for God and Jesus, all you fucktards who are cupcaking with these people. Very funny optics, you dumb fucks. And Gigi, you're a fucking pedophile supporting piece of shit, lying sack of shit. Tarek, she's full of shit, bro. She's that bitch said I put her in the hospital for mental illness. That bitch needs to be fucking locked up in a hospital.
Fucking bitch.
Fucking cupcake bitch, Gigi, the pedophile supporting bitch. And by the way, all your motorcycle club geriatric fucks, all your threats have been recorded, Gigi.
Hey, don't call me geriatric.
No, all her little geriatric bikers who have made death threats to multiple of us, all recorded. Gigi, you laugh sitting next to Venus and Sky because they're denying Christ. You absolutely deny God, you dumb fuck. You absolutely stab people in the back, Gigi, you dumb fuck. And by the way, Gigi, fucking, I didn't put your bitch ass in the hospital. Your own mental fucking stupidity put yourself in the hospital. It's called turn off the internet, you dumb
Yes,
cunt.
some coca at the very least, sir. At the very least.
How many people have you put in the hospital being online, Lou, or OTW? Apparently, Venus Cupcake, the Granny Panties, I'd say about 3 or 4, maybe 5 are blaming me for their hospital visit. How many of you guys have put people in the hospital online, metaversely, apparently?
Wow,
Oh, you're powerful,
at least
boss.
50. At least 50. I got at least
Oh,
50.
damn, you're way ahead of me. I just got the Granny Panties and Gigi's bitch ass.
I just
You got 50? That's a big
I don't
number.
like-
OTW.
yeah, from Statistic Canada, they sent me that by email this morning. Yeah, 50 people have been reported either severely psychologically affected or.
No one gives a fuck what you say, Gigi, you pedophile, fucking God denying, supporting piece of shit.
Okay, I gotta get to work. I'll see you guys later.
No,
Lou,
don't
Lou,
leave me
you
alone.
better fucking snap through it.
Don't go. Don't go.
You better not snap through it.
Come on, you fucks. Come up and help OTW out. Okay, see you later, OTW.
Oh, no.
And boss, see you later, boss.
No. You
I gotta
bastard.
go, bro. I can't fucking hold the phone and do what I gotta do at the same
Put
time.
it on the tablet and do something there. Just sit there and do something while you're online.
Oh, God.
Come on. What the fuck?
It's-
You'll
all right.
be like a tourist attraction, right?
Yeah, why are you running away, Lou? Why are you being shy?
I gotta do shit. And it's hard to hold this phone and do shit.
How come you don't have a phone stand? It's like what? It's like
Bro, I had like 3 of them. I had like 3 of them. They all broke. I don't know. Maybe because I'm too cheap to buy good shit. I don't know. Or they're all cheap because some of them were not cheap.
Well, maybe you're just like a little rough with things. Maybe. I didn't say there wasn't any fraud.
Venus, you know what's funny? These bitches claim they're Christians, yet they cupcake with deniers of God and yoke with them and cupcake with them and laugh with them as they fucking blaspheme and mock God. Gigi, you're such a great Christian. You're such a great God lover. You're such a great person that believes in our Lord Jesus Christ. Yet you laugh and basically cupcake with people who deny God. You dumb fuck, Gigi. Go to the fucking hospital and tell them, oh, this guy on the internet has got me in the hospital again. Oh my God. Keep blaming me for your fucking mental bitch ass fucking optics, Gigi. You dumb fuck.
Grills, that's pretty much what's gonna happen.
Dude, I'm tired of it, OTW. These people are like, just like Ian's playing with you, man, doing the shit. These beta fucktards, like, literally are blaming people on the internet for their own health or mental issues. Like, they don't even know what an off button is. They don't even know how to, like, live life away from online shit, metaversal, like, to where it affects their health or mental or whatever the fuck. And then they want to blame people online for their fucking dumbass own fucking shit, you know? Like, it's pathetic.
Dude, I'm still trying to figure out what I want to do with this Ian situation right now, honestly, because I'm really 50-50 on it. Do I want to go all out on him? Because that's the thing I tend to want to do when I want to go all out on him, because I've done it to Bruce All, I've done it to Jason, I've done it to Synthetic Warrior, I've done it to a bunch of them. But I've never done it to Ian. And this time, We Are a Slave TV might receive the wrath of OTW. But when I come to think of it, who knows? Maybe
well, I just wanted to point out to you, sir, how Mitch was praising Ian China, the gas huffing fucker, saying that Ian China stays out of everything, and yet you and Paul and I myself have actually let them fucktards kind of do their own thing. I haven't seen you or anyone fucking with any of them, right? And yet you're so in his head, bro. You're so in his fucking head that motherfucker, like, he can't stop thinking about you and Paul or me. Like, that's why he did that fucking video. It's you know, you fucking got his bitch ass, dude. You know.
Yeah, and if he I don't know. I might let this slide. I don't know. What do you?
I'd let it slide. I don't know. You do you. I just wanted to point out Mitch is a fucking dumb fuck.
Maybe I should do like the Christ-like thing and turn the other cheek and let it slide, right? I mean, that's what.
Well, if you're fat as black.
Okay, you know what? We have 50 people in here. Let's do a poll. Should I let it slide or should I go full war mode? Okay.
Why is he so obsessed with you? You think?
I don't know, but I do know. Well, I don't know really. I'm kind of like confused, honestly. I couldn't tell you. Hold on. I got to get back to the channel. How am I going to do that? I'm lost. I'm all kind of like excited and febrile.
Okay, so go to my channel. Go to Super
Yeah,
Sunday.
I'd say fuck him, dude. Verily right. Don't even fuck. Ian's a piece of shit, dude. I won't even worry. I just wanted to point out Mitch is full of shit when Mitch goes around praising motherfuckers staying out of drama. You haven't done shit. You have not fucking said anything about the dude. You haven't fucking done shit. You've been just doing your podcast. And lo and behold, Ian China puts a fucking short on your ass. So, Mitch, your boy is actually involved in the drama. He can't let it go. And your statement was false as fuck.
All right.
I just had to come in and say this. You're false as fuck, boy. False as fuck. Boy, false as fuck, boy.
Hey, let's see that NASA shit.
What the fuck happened?
I was wondering when that would get somebody.
Wow. This guy's got a NASA shirt on. All right, I'm out of here. It's about to hit the 11:55 cap. Much love, y'all. It's been real. Maybe you're just a little rough with things. Oh my god, dude. Shout out to YouTube. You know, shout out. What would we do, guys? Folks, what would we do without this platform? Let me ask you this. No answer? Right. Exactly. We would be hopeless. What would we do, man?
All right, guys. Peace and blessings to you all. And the show is always by saying all praises to the Most High God. In Jesus' name.
In God's
Amen.
name, in the Most High's name. How about that? Thank you for watching, folks. I've been live for almost 12 hours with probably $0 to show for it. That's to tell you something. To tell you, I'm not in it for the money, honey. But I'm still a little bit new to this. I'm very true to this. But not really. I've been in the game for a year now. You know. I guess monetarily, got a few $100 to show for it. So that's something. Definitely nothing to live off of. Not even close. Not even remotely close. But I'm grateful for y'all. And it's a work in progress, folks. It is a work in progress.